Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my audiobooks, you can also support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. Check out the link in the description to join.
Bet Part 1. Superhuman Tower, 3rd floor transparent lounge. The magically treated walls and floor made it feel like I was floating in midair. Not bad. I picked up another caviar canopy and brought it to my mouth. The soft, savory flavor combined with a slight saltiness, making it a delight on my tongue. A drink would go perfectly with this, but I held back. Drinking wasn't something you do when you're handling important matters. I learned that the hard way signing a contract after drinking too much in the past. Ever since, I've been extremely wary of both alcohol and people. Instead, I downed my iced Americano like it was barley tea. Next to me, Soren, noticing my caution, sipped from her cappuccino. Sir, is it really okay for someone like me to be up here? What do you mean, Soren? I mean, only superhumans level 3 or higher and their companions are allowed up here. Right now, you're my companion. Superhuman, sir. And from now on, call me teacher, not superhuman. Yes, teacher. I could feel eyes on me. The staff in the 3rd floor lounge were glancing our way as they passed by, especially toward Soren. Jealousy was practically dripping from their gazes. No matter how polite their smiles were, they couldn't hide their feelings. That sly fox, who would have guessed the quiet cat would climb up the stove first, knew something was off when she started cozying up to the superhumans. I heard she already quit. Humph, if there's a modern version of a courtesan, it's her. They were whispering amongst themselves in the employee room, but there was no way their words would escape my ears. I was using my sensitivity trait to eavesdrop, curious about what they were saying. They must have thought I took Soren in as some sort of plaything. Soren was visibly tense, likely thinking the same thing. I grabbed another caviar canopy and called out to her. Soren. Why yes. Have you ever taken any superhuman training before? I have, but I failed all of them. What kind of training did you take? I tried mana cultivation and mana sensitivity. But I gave up on becoming a reinforced since I wasn't keen on body modification. Mana sensitivity was training for mages. In other words, she had tried both the warrior and mage paths and failed at both. And the blessing. I tried to receive one, but the priest I went to had some inappropriate demands. I understood immediately. In this messed up world, demanding sexual favors in exchange for helping someone awaken their superhuman potential wasn't even considered news. Soren sat there, clutching her knees tightly. Her hands were clenched so hard they were turning white. Teacher, how much will I owe you for the lessons? I don't have much. We'll go with deferred payment. Deferred payment? Yes, after you awaken as a superhuman. At least when you reach level 3 no, level 5. Level 5. Her eyes widened in disbelief. I don't have any talent. I failed both mana sensitivity and mana cultivation. My martial arts teacher said I had so little potential that even reaching level 1 would be a lifelong struggle. But level 5? Is that even possible? It is. I nodded slowly, then spoke in a serious tone. I guarantee it. You will not only surpass level 5 but reach level 7, maybe even level 9. You'll rewrite the history of superhumans. Huh. Soren looked at me as if I were making fun of her. I could see the lounge staff struggling to hold back their laughter, overhearing our conversation. My previous instructors said level 1 was impossible, and now you're talking about level 9? Don't joke around, I'm being serious. I am serious. Though I understand that words alone won't convince you. Let's start the lessons as soon as possible. Before that, you mentioned doing mana cultivation. Was it formal training? Yes. My parents went all out. They even spent their pensions to hire a teacher. He taught me the 3 powers divine technique. 3 powers divine technique, otherwise known as the 3 powers arts. TL note, the 3 powers are heaven, earth, and human. It was the lowest grade mana cultivation method. While it didn't cause mana to go berserk, it was often used by people without money or connections to get a foot in the door of the warrior path. Even though it was relatively cheap, it still cost several hundred million when a sum that wasn't impossible to scrape together. Feigning ignorance, I asked her again. 3 powers arts, huh? You didn't feel any mana during training, did you? No. And you didn't learn any sword techniques or martial arts? No, they didn't teach me anything else. The instructor said I had to at least awaken some mana using the 3 powers arts for it to matter. He even did a mana induction for me, but I just couldn't do it. I see. From what I gathered, the problem lay in the training method. The low-level superhuman had expended a lot of effort and energy to induce her mana and guide it through her pathways, which was no small feat. The issue is, such methods won't awaken someone with the heavenly killing star potential. The heavenly killing star awakens only through real battle. If Soren had been a genius, she would have mastered the 3 powers arts just from listening to the explanation once. But she wasn't a genius, she was a heavenly killing star. And a heavenly killing star required a different method of training. Heavenly killing star, indomitable, rampaging train, 9 lives. Soren's starting traits. Given the nervous way she kept looking at me, it seemed those traits were dormant at the moment. If she had even the indomitable trait active, she wouldn't be showing this much anxiety. At the very least, the heavenly killing star potential should still be buried inside her. Soren gets introduced in episode 2, right? Episode 2. The Zombie Crisis. According to the story, Baek-sorin awakens during the chaos of a shopping mall overrun by zombies. Afterward, through a series of personal quests, she gains a new trait, Mars swordsmanship. TL note, the god, not the planet. One of the three greatest sword arts in Arcane Seoul. The sharp Kalaratri, the steadfast Nephilim sword, and the instinctive Mars swordsmanship. TL note, Kalaratri refers to a fierce form of the goddess in Hindu mythology, often associated with fierce protection and the end of evil. Nephilim are the great beings from the Bible. At this point in time, no one knew it yet, but a massive forbidden zone was hidden beneath the shopping mall. The zombies were unleashed by someone unlocking that seal, and similar incidents would occur all over Seoul. It hadn't happened yet, but it was an inevitable event unless I intervened. It was orchestrated by the Old Father's cult. Still, I imagine you have at least one sword at home. Yes, I have a factory-made alloy longsword. Good. Once you're prepared, contact me. And don't forget, aside from the sword, bring an appropriate protective suit. It doesn't need to be bulletproof, just something resistant to blades. Not a vest, but something that covers your entire body. By when should I have it ready? I'm not sure. I need to prepare as well. But get it ready as soon as you can. The shopping mall she would awaken in was a multi-use complex with a cinema, indoor gym, and sauna. The deepest part of the underground parking lot connected to the forbidden zone. Sneaking in without anyone noticing would be impossible. I would need some help, but I wasn't sure if Manager Choi could handle this. While I was lost in thought for a moment, a lounge employee walked over quickly, hands clasped together. Excuse me, Warrior Kim. You've received an invitation. An invitation. The employee politely held out her hand. A magical bluebird fluttered up, gently landing before me. It popped with a puff, materializing a glowing invitation in the air. It's been a while, teacher. How have you been? I'm glad to see you looking well. Thanks to you, I've completed my awakening and certification, and I'm living diligently. By chance, I happened to visit the superhuman tower and saw you here, so I'm leaving this invitation. If you're free after your conversation with the lady, could we meet for a moment? I've included a code that will let you up to the 5th floor lounge. I'd appreciate it if you could spare some time. Best regards, Seo Woojin. Huh. Baek-sorin, who had been silently reading, let out a gasp. What's wrong? Seo Woojin? It's Seo Woojin. And, you don't know? It's Seo Woojin. Yeah, I know Woojin. What about him? Baek-sorin stared at me blankly. The other staff members also had shocked expressions. Why is Woojin? Oh, at that moment, it clicked for me too. The 5th floor. He said the 5th floor lounge. Not the 6th floor lounge. If he had come with his parents, they would have called me from the 6th floor. Both of his parents are level 6 superhumans. But he called from the 5th floor? That means he either became level 5 himself or came with a level 5 superhuman. Judging by Baek-sorin's and the lounge staff's reactions, the conclusion was clear. Seo Woojin had reached level 5. When did Woojin get certified? Just recently. It's been less than a week. Teacher, did you not know? I didn't. I've been in seclusion. Oh, but how do you know Seo Woojin? We've crossed paths before. Impressive, truly. With the blessings he received at birth, the rare elixirs he consumed as a child, and the sacrifices made by the heads of both major sword sects and his parents during his awakening, he managed to reach level 5 in one go. Of course, that makes him a proper SSR character and the mid-boss of the episode. Let's go up. We headed straight to the 5th floor. I didn't even need to stand or move. The floating magic circle under the sofa we were sitting on activated. A flow of mana that circulated within the tower reached out, lifting Baek-sorin and me into the air. We bypassed the 4th floor without even glancing at it. The 5th floor, a completely different world within the tower, an extra-dimensional space. It felt like we had ascended into the heavens. The entire place was transparent. From this lofty height, the whole city of Seoul was laid bare beneath us. The only structures even remotely comparable were the other twin towers, and even the tops of other skyscrapers were around the same eye level. Teacher. Seo Woojin approached with a broad smile. Congratulations on reaching level 3. Wow, was that black flame I saw earlier? That was incredible. I've never seen anyone use black flame with such mastery before. I smiled back and shook Woojin's hand. I heard you've been certified as level 5? Congratulations. I'm sorry I'm late hearing the news. I've been in seclusion. Please, feel free to speak casually. I may be a higher level now, but you're not someone who'll stay at level 3 forever. Haha, you think so? Of course. You saved my life, teacher. If it weren't for you, I would have been dragged off by the Old Father's cult, brainwashed, and forced into becoming a paladin against my will. I owe you my life, and I've never had the chance to repay you properly. I was just fulfilling a request. I got plenty out of it, too. So, you weren't just locked away in seclusion, huh? Seo Woojin glanced at the holy sword and magic gun hanging from my belt. A holy sword and a magic gun, isn't that a tough combination to manage? If you use them right, it's a great combo. Then why do you have them strapped to your belt? There are so many great sword gun belts available these days. Ah, wait a moment. Seo Woojin unfastened his own belt with a flourish. It was a refined, old-fashioned leather belt, its surface engraved with magical runes and studded with colorful gems in a neat row. He removed only the sword from it, holding the belt out to me. Teacher, this is for you. Congratulations on reaching level 3. This is too much. Not at all. I have plenty of these lying around at home. Compared to what you've done for me, it's nothing. Woojin held the belt out insistently. After a brief hesitation, I accepted it. I mean, I did take the job and complete it. This much should be fine, right? After all, Seo Woojin is the son of a rich family. Sha. The moment I took the belt in hand, I felt a surge. Mana rippled up like a blade. Normally, this should have caused me to lose control, but instead of running wild, the mana gathered and synchronized with my core. It was too easy. Controlling my mana was almost effortless. Mana focus. It was obvious. The belt was imbued with the mana focus trait. And not just any low-tier version, this was high grade. Likely SR level. It was excellent for mages but also invaluable to warriors who rely heavily on mana. While mana amplification would have been slightly better for a warrior, this wasn't bad at all. Especially when considering higher tier core traits. At this point, I couldn't refuse, not even out of modesty. I clapped Seo Woojin on the back in a friendly gesture at novel bin at. Thank you. I won't forget this. Just knowing that you're using it is more than enough for me, teacher. Mana focus. High-grade gear like this takes time to fully master. It'll probably be best to steadily purchase diamond from the Shine 1 market and gradually transfer it. You two must be really close. Baek Soren, who had been standing behind me, muttered. Seo Woojin eyed her carefully. I saw you with the young lady earlier at the third-floor lounge. May I ask what your relationship is? Seo Woojin looked at me, his gaze filled with curiosity. Did he think she was my girlfriend? Introduce yourself. She's a new disciple I've taken in. A disciple. She has as much potential as you do, but she doesn't know which path to take. So I'm going to help guide her. That much potential? Honestly, I can't tell. After awakening, I can usually sense people's bones or mana pathways, but she seems entirely ordinary. Actually, she's far below average. I've never seen anyone this weak before. Well, of course. Seo Woojin has only ever encountered people who were already somewhat trained. Baek Soren's face darkened, and she looked at me with questioning eyes, as if asking if what I said about her potential was really true. I smiled confidently and gave her a reassuring nod. You'll see soon enough. Just don't cry when Soren overtakes you later. Haha, you've got a good sense of humor, teacher. Seo Woojin laughed off my words. Of course, it sounded ridiculous. Seo Woojin was a masterpiece forged through the combined efforts of the two great sword sects. The idea that someone who had never even held a proper sword could catch up to him? It was unthinkable. But unthinkable things become possible when you're dealing with a heavenly killing star. If he lets his guard down, she really might surpass him. This is getting interesting. Seo Woojin's eyes gleamed. Teacher, what do you say? How about a bet? A bet. Yes. If Soren here reaches level 3, no, even level 2 within 3 months, I lose. If she doesn't, you lose. If she's as talented as me, that should be doable, right? Sounds good. I was confident I'd win this. So, what's the wager? Seo Woojin thought for a moment. If you win, I'll get you a suit of armor. The best money can buy. Armor. Yes, the finest. Whether it's full plate or magical clothing, whatever style you prefer. Great. I've been meaning to get a new set of armor. And if I lose, what do I owe? If you lose. Seo Woojin paused and looked directly at me. I could already guess what he was going to say. He'd ask me to become one of his retainers. That's what people of high standing always do when they spot promising talent, they try to collect them. But what Seo Woojin said next was completely unexpected. Help my friends. What? My friends, teacher. They're suffering from divine fever. I want to help them. This world was cruel, cold and merciless. It tore apart those who hesitated, exploiting the weak at every turn. For a moment, hearing his words, it felt like an arrow dipped in salt water had pierced straight through my heart. Bet part 2. Okay, let's do it. I nodded without hesitation. Seo Woojin's face lit up instantly. Really? Yeah, but how many friends are we talking about? Even if I lose, I can't treat dozens or hundreds of people. It's a small group. There are only 4 of them. 4? Could it be? Several names popped into my head. Feigning ignorance, I asked. That's fewer than I expected. All right. Whether I win or lose, I'll treat those 4. Really? If they're your friends, then they're not complete strangers to me, right? I can manage that much. You promise? I said I would. But who are they? I should at least know who I'm dealing with. Hold on a second. Seo Woojin fumbled for his smartphone, hurriedly searching through it. Finally, he pulled up a group photo and showed it to me. They were all around Seo Woojin's age, early 20s. Each one looked as handsome or beautiful as if it had been planned. And they looked familiar. I couldn't remember their names or traits exactly, but they all shared something in common. They were the ones who appeared as Seo Woojin's lieutenants in Arcane Seoul, Episode 3. Looking pretty healthy. They're like me, they wear sealing tools. Hyunju here wears a necklace, Seungyun has a vest, and Myeongjin wears a belt, like this. Looks like they're all from well-off families. That's how the Old Father's cult operates. They give their blessings first to anyone they think will benefit them. Seo Woojin's expression hardened with clear hostility. It's surprising so many of you got away unscathed. It wouldn't be surprising if there was some kind of anti-cult alliance forming by now. It's frustrating, but the Old Father's cult is just that powerful. You can hardly find a politician who hasn't taken their money. Plus, they're all tied up in family, school, and regional connections with other groups. That's how they manage to openly devour mid-tier companies, as if it's nothing. They never touch the big corporations that could be a real threat. Wait, hold on. Didn't that paladin I met earlier, the son of Seongchin Security, also get forcefully blessed, at novel bin at? By any chance, do you know Lee Jae-yeol? The son of Seongchin Security's president, wasn't he forcefully blessed too? Yeah, he was. Just a little before me. His family situation's complicated. The president's current wife is the daughter of a subsidiary company of the Myeongzong Group, but she's his stepmother. She had a son of her own a few years later, and not long after that, the president's son was forcibly blessed. There was a lot of gossip about it. What is this, the Middle Ages? It's like sending the eldest son off to a monastery to pass the family business to the younger one. There's a reason people end up so messed up. Seo Woojin pointed to each person in the photo, explaining. This is Lee Hyunjo, the eldest daughter of By Construction. This is Kim Seung-yoon, the eldest son of Galaxy Mall, and... I stopped listening for a moment, my ears almost deceiving me. Galaxy Mall? That's where Baeksorin awakens, fighting off zombies. It hit me like a flash of lightning. The old father's cult had their hands in this as well. As I mentioned before, the zombie crisis begins when zombies flood various parts of Seoul. 2 Galaxy Mall locations are overrun in the chaos. I had thought it was just a coincidence, but now I see it wasn't. This is perfect. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I can train Baeksorin, get a favor from wealthy families, and interfere with the old father's cult? I couldn't pass up an opportunity like this. Alright. I'll treat all 4 of them. As expected? I knew you could do it, teacher. It's possible, but it won't be easy. Don't think it's something I can just do on a whim. You remember how hard it was last time, don't you? Of course. You really went through a lot that time. Seo Woojin glanced at me, gauging my mood. He had impulsively suggested it, but now he was realizing how difficult it actually was. I'm sure I'll win the bet, but I'm agreeing to this because you're the one asking. Keep that in mind. I feel like I'm going to win, though. We'll see. And just so you know, if I can treat divine fever, what makes you think I can't get someone to level 2 in 3 months? What level are you at now? Oh, right. Start looking for a master craftsman to make me a magic armor set. And get in touch with those 4. Tell them we'll meet tomorrow. Tomorrow? That's soon. The sooner we take care of things, the better. Also, tell your friends this, if I lose the bet, I'll treat them for free. But if I win, they'll have to pay a price. Wait, you're not just going to do it for free. Nothing's free in this world. Seo Woojin looked a bit disappointed. Did he really think I'd just offer my services for free? Even if I was touched by his good heart, I wasn't about to bend over backward for people I barely knew. Seo Woojin scratched his head awkwardly and said, Ugh, I feel like a middleman now. Is there anything specific you want? Just tell them I'll ask for something reasonable. And make sure to mention what your parents gave me before. That should ease their minds as long as I can actually cure them. That's true. As long as they're cured, it'll be fine. Let them know and see if they're available tomorrow. I assume you've already told them everything. Actually, yeah. You told me to keep it secret, but they begged me so much that I couldn't help it. Seo Woojin smiled bitterly, but at the same time, a weight seemed to lift off his shoulders. He must have been under quite a bit of stress. I downed the rest of my iced Americano and stood up. See you tomorrow. Where should we meet? How about my place? It'd be easier that way, and we wouldn't have to worry about running into cult members. Works for me. Baeksorin and I left together. This time, we used the staff-only passage. Although Baeksorin had already submitted her resignation, her departure hadn't been processed officially yet, so we could still use the employee exit. As we walked out, Baeksorin whispered, Teacher, were you the one who treated Seo Woojin? I was. How? I thought divine fever couldn't be cured. I heard it could only be overcome after awakening. You're right. I just helped him awaken. Wow, that's incredible. Teacher. Could you speak more casually with me? You talk so casually with Seo Woojin, but with me, it's a bit awkward. Haha, alright. Had I earned a bit more of her trust after meeting Seo Woojin? Her expression had softened significantly. Considering how wary she had been in the 3rd floor lounge earlier, it was a huge improvement. We parted ways after agreeing to meet at Seo Woojin's house. The next day, I arrived early, bringing along Manager Choi. We were ahead of schedule, but Baeksorin was already pacing anxiously in front of Seo Woojin's house. Nice to meet you. Manager Choi, ever professional, handed over his business card instinctively. I've heard all about you from Warrior Kim. So you're his disciple. I'm Choi Sunso, and I assist Warrior Kim with various tasks. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you too. Baeksorin smiled warmly as she accepted the card. Hehe, the pleasure's mine, really. You're his disciple, after all. A future superhuman, no less. If you ever need anything, just call me. I'll drop everything and come running. Oh no, I'm really not that talented. I don't think I'll ever become a superhuman. That can't be true. Warrior Kim wouldn't have taken you on as a disciple otherwise, right? As expected, Manager Choi knows me well. VRRRR. As we approached, the mansion's front gate slowly swung open. One of the house staff took my car keys to park it in the garage, while the 3 of us walked down the garden path into the main building. Wow. A small gasp escaped Baeksorin. She glanced around in awe. The garden was in full bloom, even though summer had just begun. Though the weather was growing hot and muggy, the garden itself was an autumn paradise, filled with red and orange leaves. Was the outdoor air conditioning running at full blast? It felt like the entire climate of the garden had shifted into fall. A cool, refreshing breeze blew through the trees, brushing past my forehead. The trees were all decked out in autumn leaves. A waterfall cascaded through the air, turning into a stream that meandered through the garden, its soft babbling fading into the distance. Compared to my last visit, the scene was on a completely different level and otherworldly beauty. At the end of this mesmerizing scene stood the president and his wife, along with Seo Woojin. It's been a while, teacher. The president bowed deeply to me. It was hard to believe this was the same man who grumbled the first time we met. His wife smiled warmly. Thanks to you, life has been much more enjoyable lately. My husband even spent money on the garden, something he's never cared about in his life, just because you were coming. The garden is magnificent. It feels like stepping into a fairy tale. Haha, doesn't it? This is all the rage these days. It's called climate control magic. That must be expensive. It's worth it to welcome the man who saved our Woojin. Please, feel free to enjoy your stay. Thank you. Money really is a wonderful thing. The natural, cool breeze here was nothing like the artificial air from an air conditioner. Someday, I'll have to create a garden like this for myself. With that thought in mind, I followed Seo Woojin to the drawing room. There, 4 of his friends and their guardians were waiting for me. Their gazes were intense, as if asking, "Are you really capable of curing our precious young masters and mistresses?" Ignoring their stares, I walked over confidently. Maybe it was because none of them were from a security company, but their guardians were all fairly average. All of them were level 4. To someone like me, who had defeated Chairman Park Dae-yeop, these people were nothing special. Nice to meet you. Let's sit and talk. I'm Warrior Kim. Hello, I'm Lee Hyunju. I'm Kim Seung-yoon. Woojin has told me a lot about you. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Cheonma Youngjin. After a brief round of introductions, I noticed Baek Sorin awkwardly standing off to the side, like a fish out of water. I motioned for her to sit down. The level 4 guardians looked at her with disdain, but so what? I wasn't here to play power games, but it was clear who held the upper hand in this room. First, let's make one thing clear. Everyone here was forcefully blessed by the Old Father's cult, correct? Yes, that's right. Yes, that's true. As you know, there's only one way to overcome divine fever. Unless you join the cult, you have to awaken as a superhuman. Woojin went through the same process. The result, as you can see, is that he became a level 5 superhuman. All eyes turned to Seo Woojin, filled with admiration and awe. His friends and their guardians were no exception. After all, reaching level 5 as a superhuman was no small feat. However, I can't guarantee that you'll all reach level 5 just because you awaken. Woojin's case is special. He was blessed with elixirs from the moment he was born and probably drank them like water. He's the heir to the 2 greatest sword sects, and after his awakening, all the elders from those sects must have rallied around him. Of course, I'd be happy just to get rid of this cursed vest. Honestly, I don't even care if I don't become a superhuman. I just want to live like a normal person. Right now, this isn't living, it's torture. They all voiced their frustrations at once, practically shouting in desperation. I clapped my hands to grab their attention. This is how my treatment works. I explained in detail the method I used to treat Seo Woojin. How I used a domain shield to suppress the divine fever and engaged in combat training, helping him awaken his latent sword techniques. I could replicate the resonance effect using black flame. After all, divine fever, holy fire, and black flame all stemmed from the same source, the Old Father. The young ones looked horrified. Awakening through something like that. If it works like that, wouldn't everyone awaken just by sparring? It's impossible unless you've received the blessing. Actually, it's only because of the divine fever that this method works. Divine fever enhances focus to an extreme degree. I stared at the 4 of them, locking eyes with each one. Their faces were somewhat familiar. To be honest, I couldn't remember them clearly. But last night, I spent hours pulling deeply buried memories to the surface. These were the 4 lieutenants of the Black Reaper. 1 warrior, 1 reinforced, 1 mage, and 1 priest. In the smartphone photo, their eyes once burned with fanatical devotion. Now, they flickered with uncertainty, hope, fear, and expectation. They were all geniuses in their own right, though not quite on Seo Woojin's level. All of them would eventually reach level 7. Naturally, the treatment I used on Seo Woojin would work for them too. I would just need to make slight adjustments for each of them. The choice is yours. I spread my hands, gesturing toward the 4 of them. Just know this, the process will be excruciating. As much as you've suffered from divine fever, the awakening process will be equally painful. Only those who are ready for that should stay. The rest are free to leave. For a moment, no one said a word. Then, one of the girls, who seemed to have a strong will, spoke up. I just have one question. Go ahead. I don't mind the pain. I'm used to it by now. But realistically, what are the odds that we'll actually overcome this? I don't want to suffer through all this only to hear that I failed because I lacked the will. The odds. I thought for a moment, considering the probability. The answer came to me quickly. I smiled confidently. Let me be clear. If you follow my instructions to the letter, you have a more than 99% chance of overcoming the divine fever within a month. What? Really? How can you be so sure? Even so, 99% sounds a bit too optimistic. That's impossible. You're lying, right? Their skepticism was palpable. Even Baek Sorin looked like she couldn't believe what I was saying. The only ones laughing were CEO Woojin, Manager Choi, and the president and his wife. What do you think? I spread my arms. Black flame. Dark flames erupted around me, racing in all directions like a black dragon unleashed. Someone gasped. Black flame. The mark of a superhuman who had overcome divine fever. It was a trait that could only be obtained by those who had conquered the fever, something rarely recorded in history. Not even CEO Woojin had acquired it. The awe that had once been directed at CEO Woojin now shifted to me. Once again, the choice is yours. I met each of their gazes, one by one. Would anyone refuse at this point? No. All 4 of them nodded. And 1 week later. We didn't even need a full month. In just a quarter of the time I had initially expected, they all reached level 3. Bet part 3. Thank you, teacher. Truly, thank you so much. You've saved my child's life, teacher. I can't express how grateful I am. I made the right decision by entrusting them to you. The moment word spread that the treatment was complete, the parents rushed in. Every one of them was either the head of a mid-tier company or a president. They each grabbed my hand, bowing so deeply it looked like their backs might break. Not at all. It was only possible because your children had strong willpower. I merely helped them overcome the divine fever. Oh, how modest of you. That may be, but who else could have cured divine fever? We tried everything to treat Seung-yoon before this. We truly owe you a debt of gratitude. A simple thank you wasn't enough, was it? From the side, Manager Choi gave me a subtle nod. The parents caught on immediately and made a signal of their own. Those waiting outside came in, each carrying a magic chest. It's a small token of our appreciation. Oh, you didn't have to go this far. We heard from the president of Jeolla Security that the treatment was originally part of a bet with Woojin. You were supposed to treat our children only if he won. But, of course, we couldn't let that slide, especially since you went ahead and treated them regardless of the bet's outcome. We all agreed to give you these gifts, no matter what. There were 5 chests lined up in a row. Wait, 5? One of the guardians pointed to the chests. One is something we all pooled together for, and the rest were carefully chosen by each family. We made sure the items wouldn't overlap. Gulp. I instinctively swallowed, knowing exactly what was inside those chests. Magical equipment. CEO Woojin scratched his head. I arranged for a master to make the magic armor, but the schedule isn't set yet. They'll be available next week, so I've already made an appointment. But I haven't won the bet yet. You made all of my friends reach level 3, teacher. That much is the least I can do, whether I win or lose. I'll make sure you get the armor. Haha, thanks. Aren't you going to open the chests? Of course. Eyes filled with anticipation followed my every move. Even Baeksorin and Manager Choi were glancing at the chests with excited expressions. I opened the first one. As my hand touched the magic lock, it scanned my genetic information, confirming my identity before glowing softly. Light raced across the surface of the chest's magic array. Then it began to creak open, glowing with a brilliant white light before bursting into a flash. It feels like I'm opening a free loot box in Arcane Seoul. Finally, the chest opened. Inside was a pair of boots. They were sturdy, plated boots, with jewels embedded across the instep, inscribed with magical runes that practically screamed their worth. These boots contain a speed enchantment. They're durable and made from an alloy, so they're light and comfortable. Would you like to try them on? Thank you. I didn't hesitate and put them on immediately. My body felt noticeably lighter, and a refreshing breeze seemed to swirl around me. The swift trait. Acceleration is better for short distances, but personally, I've always preferred swift. It's one of the essential ingredients for higher mobility skills that I equip on Warrior Kim. And it works even better when combined with charge, leap, and sprint. I couldn't help but smile. These are even better than I expected. I'll put them to good use. They'll be incredibly helpful. Oh, it's nothing compared to what you've done for us. The unboxing continued. The next item was a helmet. Though it was more of a folding helmet than a traditional one. Lately, portability has been a major trend, so most headgear is designed this way. Just like my folding helmet, you can attach it to your back, and when you pull it over, it completely covers your face and head. It even comes equipped with goggles and a gas mask, of course. It's enchanted with detection magic. As long as you wear this, you'll never be caught off guard. You must have gone through a lot to get this. Thank you. The third item was a shield. Another folding piece of equipment, this shield attached to my left forearm. The difference was that when deployed, it expanded into a round shield. The one I used before was basically just a bunch of metal plates thrown together. This shield comes with the Fortress trait, and the shield itself is of high quality. Fortress. This is quite a rare item. Thank you. This was an activation type trait. When triggered, it significantly boosts defense and resistance. The downside is that it drastically reduces mobility, but it makes holding your ground much easier. A must-have for any defense-oriented warrior. And one of the key prerequisites for unlocking the Diamond Body trait. Just one more step. I was now just one step away from obtaining Diamond Body. The last chest remained. As it opened with a flash of light, a hand axe was revealed. It wasn't very large, ideal for a secondary weapon, but it was beautiful. Crafted from pure alloy, the blade was razor sharp, and a faint magical glow emanated from the mana core embedded just behind the blade. This is the Axe of Fury. Fury? That's the trait Chairman Park Dae-yeop had used. It's the lower tier version of Berserk, but Berserk isn't something I can use freely anyway. I had to force it by stabbing myself with those cursed Berserker glasses. The best part is that fury can be turned on and off at will. It doesn't bring with it the life-threatening after-effects of berserk. I bowed deeply, genuinely grateful. This is an amazing item. Woojin was very insistent, so I accepted the job, but I never expected to be rewarded with such a treasure. I'll use it well. Haha, teacher, if you use that axe with the shield I gave you, it's the perfect combination. There's no better synergy. I can already imagine it. With the shield and axe, no superhuman of the same level will be able to beat me. Don't forget about my boots. Use swift to retreat if things get dangerous. Or you can charge in with fury and swift combined. Being able to anticipate danger is key. With that detection magic, you'll be safe as long as you stay aware of your surroundings. Haha, thank you all. The last chest remained. Even with everything I had received so far, I felt almost overwhelmed. My hands trembled as I reached for the final lock. The chest shuddered slightly before slowly opening like a beast baring its jaws. Oh my! Baek Soren gasped in awe. Inside the open chest were only 2 bottles. But they were no ordinary bottles. The translucent crystal containers held a swirling light inside, reminiscent of the Milky Way. Nectar? A divine elixir capable of breaking the limits of high-ranking superhumans, and for lower levels, it could shoot them up in power just by drinking it. Though in reality, unlike a game, you still had to go through a fair amount of hardship even after drinking it, the effects were still undeniable. One of the guardians wiped his nose as he spoke. I heard from Jeonsa Security's president that your connection with Woojin began over nectar, right? Another guardian chimed in. Even though divine fever has been cured, you never know when nectar might be needed again. Indeed, there will certainly be a time when it becomes necessary. To prepare for that moment, we've gathered these nectar bottles. It wasn't easy. Nectar has been scarce lately. I hope this will be of help to you. Nectar. 2 bottles. I could drink them myself or give one to Baek Soren. A stronger Baek Soren would ultimately become my powerful sword. I carefully accepted the 2 bottles of nectar. Thank you. I'm honestly amazed. I never imagined I'd be receiving nectar. Ha ha ha, we had to do at least this much. We may not be from prestigious martial families, but we're not people who can be looked down on either. Since Jeonsa Security gave you 1 bottle of nectar, we had to give you 2. Turns out, there was a bit of a competitive spirit among them as well. The Jejiamun and Iljiamun sects are ancient martial clans with a long history dating back to the Goryeo dynasty. But these 4 companies? They're nothing but new Vorish that rose to power after the liberation. Not that it matters. As long as I get my treasure, I don't care who gives it to me. I bowed deeply once more. Thank you all sincerely. If you ever need anything from me in the future, don't hesitate to reach out. Haha, we're grateful just for you saying that. If the time comes, we'll definitely ask for your help. You won't pretend not to know us, will you? Of course not. It was a warm and friendly conclusion to the meeting. Before leaving, the 4 students knelt down in front of me. Teacher, thank you for saving our lives. I appreciate your gratitude, but this really isn't necessary. No, it is. How could we ever repay this debt? You've already repaid me. How can we call it repaid with just a few magical items? You've saved my life. Adat novel bin adat. If you're that grateful, then thank Woojin. Honestly, I only helped you because of him. If Woojin hadn't asked, I wouldn't have paid any attention to this in the first place. Even so, the fact remains that you saved us, teacher. It was touching and heartwarming, but I wasn't sure how to bring this to a close. Seeing my discomfort, Seo Woojin stepped in. He yanked his friends up off the ground and smacked them on the back of the head. Can't you see you're making the teacher uncomfortable? If you're that thankful, just do your best for him later. You're all level 3 now. Oh, right. Yeah, let's do our best for the teacher. Wait, is that the right way to put it? Do our best. Maybe because they'd been isolated in their homes due to divine fever since childhood, they had this innocent air about them. It's endearing, but honestly, they seemed a bit naive, almost clueless. Despite all their private tutors, it's as if some things just didn't stick. Goodbye, teacher. See you again. Thank you. One by one, they left. Before Galaxy Mall's representative, Kim Seunjun's family, departed, I quietly called him aside. The representative eyed me with a curious expression. You wanted to speak to me privately? Yes. Do you happen to have a signal jammer? I'd prefer this conversation not be overheard. Of course. He pressed a button on his wristwatch, and an invisible wave of energy rippled out, surrounding us. Go ahead. I actually have a request. A request? If it's from you, teacher, I'll do whatever I can. But why the need for secrecy? I need to enter the Forbidden Zone beneath Galaxy Mall's Hanam branch. The Forbidden Zone. The moment I said those words, the representative's face hardened. Forbidden Zone? There's no such thing. Are you sure? Of course. If there were a Forbidden Zone, do you think we would have built a mall on top of it? Hanam is one of our flagship locations, and its sales are the highest among all our branches. Even if there had been a Forbidden Zone, we would have purified it long ago. Your response is awfully defensive for something you claim doesn't exist. I stared directly at the representative, speaking slowly, deliberately, making it impossible for him to deny. The underground parking lot on the 8th floor, between zones A1 and A2. Are you saying there's really no Forbidden Zone there? There isn't. He denied it firmly, but the slight flicker in his pupils gave him away. No matter how ruthless a businessman he was still human. Are you sure? Would it be fine if I went down to the 8th floor and started digging into the wall? Teacher, are you threatening me? No matter how highly I regard you, this crosses the line. The Galaxy Mall representative's face turned red as he protested. But I wasn't here to threaten him. If I were going to blackmail you, I'd have tied this to your son's treatment. Do I look like the kind of person who'd stoop so low just to extort money from you? And no, that's not what I meant. His aggression deflated the moment I mentioned his son's treatment. With the stick now delivered, it was time for the carrot. I spoke in a calm, reassuring tone. I'm not asking for much. There's something I'm looking for in the Forbidden Zone. All I need is permission to enter. Just block off the 8th floor for a few days, specifically zones A1 and A2, and let me and my disciple handle the rest. I'll explore the Forbidden Zone, purify it, and reseal it when I'm done. That's not exactly a simple request. He still wore a stiff expression, expertly controlling his facial and eye movements, but he couldn't fool me. I'd seen that look countless times in my old world. It's the look people give when they're hiding something. What was he trying to keep under wraps? A flood of thoughts raced through my mind like fireflies. I recalled the dungeon that opened during the zombie crisis in episode 2, the one beneath Galaxy Mall. It was a low-level dungeon. The entrance was level 1, and the boss could be cleared by anyone level 3 or above. The monsters inside were mostly zombies. It made sense, given the zombie outbreak, but these zombies were armed with tools like saws, pickaxes, and hammers. Wait, could it be? A sudden realization hit me. My fists clenched involuntarily. I had the urge to punch the smug face of the Galaxy Mall representative standing before me. A businessman will always be a businessman. How do you survive as a businessman in this crazy world? You can't do it honestly. You won't make it. You have to backstab people, betray them, bleed them dry, and suck them dry to claw your way to the top. Why was the Galaxy Mall representative so reluctant to open the Forbidden Zone? Simple. Because he buried the workers alive like some kind of Qin Shi Huang. In this world, it's not uncommon. If it gets out, people will criticize him, sure, but he can block it with money and power. Disgust welled up inside me. The fact that the same man who handed me magical artifacts with a smile just minutes ago was also capable of this made my stomach churn. But that's human nature, isn't it? You can be a great father and a loving husband and still be a bloodthirsty miser and a madman obsessed with money. And I'm no different. We're both monsters of the same breed. Mr. Representative, I understand what you're worried about. And so, I was able to persuade him. If you'd like, I can make a magical pact. I have an idea of what's in that Forbidden Zone and who's buried there. I won't reveal anything, no matter what I see. Really. Yes. I'll purify the zone, seal it, and make sure nothing troubling ever comes up for you again. Hey. The Galaxy Mall representative let out a long sigh. After a long moment of hesitation, he finally spoke, as if making up his mind. Under no circumstances, not anywhere, can you ever speak about this. Especially not to Seung-yoon. Of course. I give you my word. Do you want to make a magical pact? No, I could never be so rude to the man who treated my son. I'll trust you, teacher. The schedule was set for 3 days later. 2 days were allotted for the task. The Galaxy Mall representative seemed concerned that the timeline was too tight, but it was more than enough. After all, I had the perfect dungeon strategy already laid out in my head. 3 days later, I entered the Forbidden Zone beneath Galaxy Mall, with Baeksorin by my side. Baeksorin Part 1. The wall crumbled. With just a few swings of the pickaxe, a dark hole opened up, large enough for 2 people to pass through shoulder to shoulder. A chilling wind blew out, bringing with it an ominous, black energy. Baeksorin shivered. It's really here. I told you, didn't I? I glanced at Baeksorin. Her equipment was simple. A full-body anti-blade suit and a longsword. On her head, she wore a military helmet with goggles. They were clearly second-hand, judging by how worn they looked, but I didn't mention it. It was obvious this was the best Baeksorin, who had once been a low-level employee at the superhuman tower, could manage. Clatter. As I slung the golf bag over my shoulder, Baeksorin eyed it curiously. Teacher, you always carry that with you. Better to be prepared. In my golf bag were a rifle, a shotgun, and even a grenade launcher. Several types of grenades were thrown in for good measure. I'd packed plenty of other supplies too. Honestly, I was overarmed for this place. Especially considering the boss that awaited us on the lowest level. But it's probably a trauma from that time I was ambushed by roe deer. I couldn't feel at ease unless I had everything with me wherever I went. Even when I visited Seo Woojin's house, I had this with me. Those goggles, do they have night vision? Yes. Of course. You told me to make sure to buy ones with night vision. Good. Next time, when you can afford it, get a mask with both gas protection and ear protection. It's not necessary for fighting monsters, but it's a must when you're fighting people. People. The scariest thing out there is people. People are far more dangerous than monsters. Once I become a superhuman, I'll have to fight people too, won't I? Obviously. I pulled my helmet down and stepped forward. Baeksorin quickly followed behind me. The holy sword clinked at my waist, but I only drew my magic gun. We finally stepped inside. The atmosphere shifted. The eerie energy clung to my lungs as if trying to sink into my chest. A musty stench tickled my nose. The air tasted heavy, like something damp and metallic was coating my tongue. The mana of death. This was the kind of magic you'd only find in graveyards, and it lingered throughout the entire Forbidden Zone. Teacher, why is there a Forbidden Zone in the middle of the city? Didn't the city's public works team destroy all the ones like this? They covered it up. Why? Galaxy Mall is practically the one that developed this area. It wasn't part of any city plan. They were supposed to purify the zone, but that costs money. You're telling me they just buried it because they didn't want to spend money. Do you know how much purification costs? I don't know, maybe 10 billion won. Ha ha ha. I couldn't help but laugh at how far off her guess was. The cost is in the hundreds of billions. Hundreds of billions? No way. Exactly. That's why they buried it. It takes hundreds of billions of won for someone to want to bury both people and secrets. What I was doing was sealing it up. Much cheaper. The risk is that you might end up buried here yourself. I sharpened my gaze into the darkness ahead. Bright eyes. Equipped with a rarely used trait, combined with the goggles enhancement, I could see clearly into the distance. I spotted something moving. Shhhh. A slow figure dragging along, almost scraping the floor as it moved. Baek Soren looked at me, confused. What is it? Look ahead. Huh? Oh my god. Baek Soren jumped back in surprise. She finally noticed the figure in the darkness. Still, as expected from an SSR tier character, her reaction wasn't like that of a normal person. Instead of screaming or running behind me, she gritted her teeth, drew her sword, and adopted a fighting stance. Without any guidance from me, she naturally prepared for combat. Her form wasn't bad. She gripped the sword in both hands, aiming it forward with a decent posture. A zombie? Is that a zombie? The figure came fully into view. Its body was rotting, with flesh hanging off in pieces. It was somewhere between a skeleton and a decaying corpse. It was hard to classify it as either a zombie or a skeleton. The creature creaked forward, clutching a heavily rusted sledgehammer. Take it down. Huh? Me. I told you, you need combat experience. We had talked a lot while at Seo Wijin's house, especially about Baek Soren's growth path and the method she should take. Baek Soren had been anxious, but after watching me treat the other students, she seemed to trust me. I gave her a clear warning, though. Soren, you know my style, right? Yeah, I do. I'm a Spartan teacher. You'll suffer a lot if you want to become a superhuman, maybe not as much as those kids with divine fever, but still. A zombie like that isn't even level 1. One shot to the head and it'll go down. You should be able to handle a single zombie on your own. Baek Soren gulped. We were in a dark cave, surrounded by the eerie glow of deathly mana, facing a grotesque, advancing corpse. She was definitely feeling the pressure. Spitting into her hands and rubbing them together, she gripped her sword tightly and spoke with determination. I'll do it. I didn't become a superhuman, but I've trained hard, and I've practiced my swordsmanship. I can take down a zombie. That's the spirit. Yeah. With a battle cry, Baek Soren charged forward. Her posture was well aligned. The zombie sluggishly swung its sledgehammer, but it didn't land. Baek Soren dodged smoothly, then lunged with a light thrust. Thunk! The sword pierced its head. But that was all. The blade didn't penetrate all the way through, getting stuck partway. Baek Soren looked panicked. Huh? What? Movies and reality are different. She lacked strength, and she had no real combat experience. She was now learning the hard way. Thump! Ah! In her moment of surprise, the zombie swung its sledgehammer again. She managed to evade, but the hammer still clipped her left shoulder. Her shoulder joint shattered with a sickening crack. Baek Soren screamed in pain, looking to me for help, but I merely crossed my arms and nodded toward the zombie. It's only a level 1 zombie. If she couldn't defeat it on her own, she shouldn't even dream of becoming a superhuman. Even if she is an SSR tier character. Of course, I knew that a character proven in the game wouldn't fall apart at this level of danger. Threek. As I expected, the moment she realized I wasn't going to step in, Baek Soren gritted her teeth and pushed through. She ignored the pain radiating from her shoulder. Turning her body, she added rotational force to her movements, retrieving her sword and slashing with all her might. This time, the attack landed properly. The zombie's right arm was severed, and the sledgehammer fell to the ground. With a clang echoing in the background, Baek Soren began her dance, a desperate, bloody dance as she hacked her opponent to pieces in a fury. It didn't take long. The zombie's head and body lay separated on the ground. Baek Soren collapsed next to it, clutching her injured shoulder, her sword lying beside her. It hurts. How was your first real battle? You're too much. You shouldn't have let your guard down. You could have beaten the zombie without taking a single hit. I didn't know the bones were that tough. The hardest part of the human body is the skull. Even most superhumans struggle to break through it. If you had an axe or a mace, that's one thing, but when using a sword, the correct approach is to sever the neck. Disarming it like you did was a good move, though. I laid Baek Soren down and examined her shoulder. Every time my hand touched it, her body flinched in pain. She was hurting, but she would need to get used to this if she wanted to become a superhuman. Pop. I pulled a bottle from my golf bag and uncapped it. After adjusting her shoulder joint, I removed her protective suit and poured the potion over the injury. The red liquid, reminiscent of blood, seeped in. Crack, pop, crack. Bones realigned themselves, and her damaged muscles and swelling subsided as the potion healed her. Teacher, what is this? A healing potion. Healing potions are this effective? The ones I've seen before weren't anywhere near this good. They were low grade. The effects of potions vary greatly depending on their grade. A lower grade potion? Isn't that really expensive? A little pricey, yes. It costs around 10 million won. Hyuk. Baek Soren seemed genuinely shocked. Her eyes went wide, and her mouth dropped open. That's too expensive, isn't it? If you become a level 3 superhuman, 10 million won is nothing. I'd have earned tens of billions if I took payment in cash for this job. Still, my annual salary was only 20 million. That's pretty low. Wasn't the superhuman tower a good workplace? I earned more than most of my friends, but it's nothing compared to what superhumans make. So that's why everyone's obsessed with becoming a superhuman. She considered 20 million a decent salary. That's quite the difference from the tens of billions I made from sweeping through the Cleaner Association. You can pay me back after you become a superhuman. Don't feel too burdened. Just focus on fighting. But don't think I'm going to step in and help you. Yes, I'll definitely do it. The emergency treatment was complete. Baeksorin rotated her arm in large circles, her expression slightly awkward. It wasn't a top-tier healing potion, so it was natural for her to still feel some discomfort. But there was no time for complaints. We continued our advance. Grrrr. RRRRRK. The next encounter involved 2 zombies. One was armed with a thick ratchet wrench, and the other had a power drill. Neither of them was particularly well suited for use as a weapon. Because of that, Baeksorin smoothly dealt with them. She struck their hands first, disarming them, then delivered a full-powered swing to decapitate them. I gave her a light round of applause. Well done. Your skills are impressive. Huff. Did I really do well? It's not easy to decapitate something, even if the flesh is rotting. I wouldn't be able to do it with pure swordsmanship alone. Huh? Even you, teacher. I've never really trained in swordsmanship. My main skills are supernatural abilities, not swordplay. Oh. We took a brief rest. Baeksorin wiped her sweat, but her expression remained uneasy. But something seems strange. What does? These zombies. They seem off. They don't look like naturally occurring zombies. They're wearing work clothes, and they're holding construction tools. Baeksorin began to rummage through one of the zombies. What was she doing? She pulled off the helmet from the corpse's head. The words safety first were engraved on the safety helmet. Her pupils shook as she finally pieced it together. Teacher? These people. Could they be? Yes, you're right. They were buried by the Galaxy Mall's representative. All to save money. Be buried alive. Most likely. Whether they were killed and then buried or buried alive, it's the same. Their grudges merged with the Forbidden Zone's power, turning them into undead, and the zone continued to expand from the inside. That's insane. Did he really do that? He seemed like a good person. Just because someone's a good father doesn't mean they're a good human being. That's too much. Baeksorin made a horrified face and turned her head away at Novel bin at. I really didn't know. Did you know, teacher? I knew. But do you think the Galaxy Mall representative is the only one? Everyone involved in that place is either a murderer or a criminal. That can't be. You know it too, don't you? You must have seen things throughout your life. I never thought it would be this bad. I thought it was just an urban legend. Becoming a superhuman means dealing with things like this. As you get closer to the dazzling lights of the city, you inevitably have to step into its shadows. It's not just physical, you have to be mentally prepared as well. Hearing myself speak, I wondered if I sounded too much like an old man. Fortunately, Baeksorin seemed to take my advice to heart. I'll keep that in mind, teacher. Let's keep going. You're doing great so far. Yes, teacher. As we descended deeper, the difficulty steadily increased. Around the halfway point, we started encountering mutated zombies. These were known as enhanced zombies. They moved faster than regular humans and were stronger too. Their weapons were mostly powered tools, so they weren't particularly effective. But occasionally, one would wield a sledgehammer or rebar, forcing Baeksorin into a tight spot. Ugh. Die. Get lost? Just die already, you bastard. But Baeksorin was Baeksorin. She had already grown significantly, even after just a few battles. She was becoming more agile, her strikes more precise, as she severed their necks. As expected, a heavenly killing star. And that's what made it harder for me. She had naturally been born with the heavenly killing star trait, but the other 3 traits she needed would be gained here during episode 2, the zombie crisis. How should I help her acquire the indomitable trait? In my case, I had combined 6 traits to create it: contamination resistance, drug resistance, poison resistance, curse resistance, disease resistance, and purification. If she can't follow that path, she'll have to clear an incredibly difficult special quest. If I took Baeksorin to that quest location, she'd almost certainly die. Even in Arcane Seoul, the standard strategy involved pouring real money into paid items. There's got to be a way. Despite my worries, we continued pressing forward. Kill, and kill again. I noticed that Baeksorin's eyes were gradually becoming bloodshot. She was growing quickly thanks to the Heavenly Killing Star's 1000% combat experience boost, but now the side effects were starting to kick in. Which is exactly why she needs the indomitable trait. It grants powerful resistance to all status ailments. Without it, Baeksorin will never reach her full potential. She might reach SR rank with just the Heavenly Killing Star trait, but without indomitable, she'd never become an SSR tier character. Just as we'd cleared about a quarter of the Forbidden Zone, Baeksorin suddenly screamed. Startled, I looked over at her. She had just finished cutting down a zombie with an elegant strike. Her long legs, stretched out like a deer's, were being clutched by a zombie. A mangled, half-destroyed zombie, with its arms and legs severed, leaving only its torso and head. and it had bitten down on Baeksorin. The worst part? It had managed to sink its teeth into the one spot her anti-blade suit didn't protect. Her heel, where she was wearing nothing but a pair of worn-out sneakers. Baeksorin Part 2. Thud. Baeksorin swung her sword with all her might. A perfect stance, fierce momentum. Unlike before, she instantly split the zombie's skull open. The zombie's head cracked apart, its body slumping forward. However, Baeksorin's face, behind her goggles, was deathly pale. Teacher, what should I do? The same common knowledge from our world held true in this one. If you're bitten by a zombie, you become one. I made a gesture, lowering both hands. Come down and sit. How can I come down? I've been bitten by a zombie. Baeksorin screamed. A typical reaction from the heavenly killing star. I sat down first, tapping the spot next to me. Don't throw a fit, just sit. If you get angry, your blood will flow faster, and you'll turn into a zombie quicker. Ugh. Baeksorin stomped her feet, but eventually calmed down. Her eyes were still bloodshot, though. After sitting beside me, she scratched at the ground a few times before looking up at me with her red eyes. There's a solution, right, teacher? You wouldn't have brought me here without a plan, would you? In fact, I did have one. I hadn't just prepared healing potions, I'd brought plenty of holy water too. Holy water had the power to repel all evil and mutations. But, instead of handing her the holy water right away, I gazed at her with calm eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Baeksorin asked, her voice tinged with guilt. She must have realized that she'd overreacted. Yeah, it's probably a good idea to address this now. Soren. Yes. Why do you think I took you on as my disciple? Baeksorin looked a bit unsure. I don't really know, but, you saw potential in me, right? That's right. Didn't I tell you? You're going to rewrite the history of the superhuman world. Out of everyone I've seen, your talent is unmatched. Only Seo Woojin comes close. The rest, no matter how famous or gifted, weren't on your level. No way. I appreciate the compliment, but if that were true, wouldn't I have already awakened as a superhuman? That's because your talent isn't the same as a normal genius. I paused briefly, then spoke with a voice full of conviction. Soren, listen carefully. Yes. You are the heavenly killing star. Heavenly killing star? Baeksorin's mouth dropped open. Her body began to tremble. Me? I'm the heavenly killing star. That's right. No, you must be mistaken. There's no way I'm some murderous psychopath. I'm not a psychopath. Looks like the heavenly killing star doesn't have a great reputation in this world. But in the game, it was a top-tier trait. You couldn't gain experience from anything but combat, but you'd get 1000% combat experience in return. That alone made it unbeatable. Sure, you'd fall into a frenzy state at the start of combat, but so what? With a few supportive traits or mental defense items, it was completely manageable. Being the heavenly killing star doesn't mean you're a psychopath or that you'll necessarily become a murderer. I calmly explained. The important thing is whether you can overcome it or not. If you overcome it, you become a fine warrior. If not, you turn into a berserker and, just like you said, meet a murderer's end. But in the dramas, are you going to trust TV shows, or trust me? Baeksorin bit her lower lip. She glanced at my helmet, shield, boots, and axe, probably recalling the awakening ritual she'd witnessed just 3 days ago. Then, slowly, she nodded. I trust you, teacher. Good decision. Now, take off your shoes. She removed her sneakers, and I unzipped the lower half of her protective suit to inspect her leg. Black veins were crawling up her skin like spider webs. Even worse, they were spreading in real time. The area where she was bitten had already turned black and was on the verge of necrosis. Teacher. This was the moment to reassure her. I reached deep into my golf bag and pulled out 2 small vials. The liquid inside sparkled like starlight. Holy water. Even though it was the lowest grade, it was more than enough to handle a zombie infection. Baeksorin eagerly reached out, but then hesitated. Teacher, do I have to do something with this? A reasonable guess. If I were just going to heal her, I would have given her the holy water right away. There was no need to mention the heavenly killing star. I placed the 2 bottles of holy water in front of her. To overcome the heavenly killing star, you have to awaken the related abilities. You know that, right? Yes. I've thought it over, and this is the best way. Getting bitten by a zombie and coming right up to the edge of turning into one. You've read biographies, right? About people who awaken at the brink of death and overcome the crisis. Baeksorin's face twisted in distress. Biographies? That's something out of a novel, not real life. Really? I've never read any books in this world, so I wouldn't know. But a man has to speak with confidence. I casually waved it off. You're more than capable of being the hero of a novel. You're the heavenly killing star, after all. But being a heavenly killing star isn't a good thing. If you use it well, it can be. The same water can become poison if a snake drinks it, but turns into milk when a cow does. Trust me, if I didn't think it would work, would I have spent all that money to buy holy water? One of these bottles costs 5 million won. 5-5 million won. Yeah, I've already spent 20 million won on you. Your annual salary's already gone in just 1 day. Do you think I'd spend 20 million if I didn't believe it would work? Baeksorin looked horrified. Well, when it comes to anything related to superhumans, the numbers are on a whole different level. After a moment, she clenched her eyes shut. I'll do it. Good decision. But, if it looks like I'm in real danger, you have to help. I don't want to turn into a zombie and die, I promise. But hold out as long as you can. Drink the holy water only when you're seconds away from turning. Got it? Why yes. Baeksorin clutched one of the holy water bottles to her chest, her eyes squeezed shut. Frustrated by the heat, she even stripped off her protective suit, leaving her in just a short-sleeved t-shirt and dolphin shorts. The black veins were now racing across her pale skin. Soren, keep repeating your name to yourself. My name. Yeah, I heard that when you turn into a zombie, the last thing you forget is your name and sense of self. If you can't remember your name, that's the signal. That's when you drink the holy water. Got it. Time passed. 2 hours, maybe more. By now, the black veins had spread all over Baeksorin's body. The area where the zombie had bitten her heel had completely rotted away. Baeksorin, Baeksorin, Baeksorin. She was muttering her name aloud. As expected of a superhuman warrior, she held out longer than most. But even for an SSR character, the end eventually comes. Suddenly, she threw her head back. Ugh. With a groan, her eyes rolled up into her head. Ba. Back. Bay. Ugh. Her voice turned into a beastly growl, replacing human speech. It was time for her to drink the holy water. If she delayed even a second, it might be too late. I instinctively reached out to Baeksorin. It seemed like her mind was already gone, but to my surprise, she let out a thunderous shout. I am Baeksorin. Her eyes, once wild, now gleamed with sharp clarity. Her body was at its limit, but her mind had endured. She had half-crossed into the realm of superhumans, her eyes radiating a cold, unwavering focus. 1 minute later, Baeksorin drank the holy water. She had managed to withstand the deathly magic that had nearly invaded her brain. Whoosh! A pure light washed over Baeksorin. Though some parts of her flesh had decayed, they quickly healed. I dabbed healing potion onto gauze and applied it to the damaged areas. Soon, everything was back to normal. Well done. You did far better than I expected. I thought I was really going to die. Do you feel any special changes? I'm not sure about that yet. According to my calculations, it's not time yet. Maybe Warrior Kim with his blank slate body could manage it, but for other characters, it's quite hard to gain a trait. We'd have to repeat this a few more times. Maybe close to 10. Let's keep going. Oh, you might as well take off the armor suit and just fight like that. What? You're joking, right? With all these healing potions and holy water, what's there to worry about? Plus, the more injured you are, the faster the effect will work. Baeksorin's mouth gaped open as she pointed at her current outfit in disbelief. Her top was a cropped, short-sleeved t-shirt that exposed her midriff. Her bottoms were dolphin shorts, leaving little to the imagination. One of her sneakers was chewed up, dangling off after being bitten by a zombie. I was serious as I spoke. Training is more effective under extreme conditions. You know that the heavenly killing star grows stronger when it's wounded, right? I know that, but isn't this a bit much? You think I had it easy training? I became strong by nearly losing my life several times. You think I pushed those other kids hard for no reason? Ha, this is totally like Spartan training. You can give up if you want, but you know what happens if you quit here, right? You'll end up with nothing but debt. At the very least, I'd have to recover the cost of the potions and holy water. Baeksorin squeezed her eyes shut. I'll do it. I've already been bitten by a zombie, so if I give up now, I'd regret it too much. Good choice. Once you start, you might as well finish. I get it already. Maybe because of the awakening of the heavenly killing star, Baeksorin had become a bit snappy. I let her take the lead. Her attire was quite the sight, dressed in light clothing but wearing only a helmet and goggles. Baeksorin, now somewhat tense, cautiously moved forward in the darkness. And so, the first battle began. Without the armor, her approach was much more hesitant. Because she couldn't charge in boldly to attack, she got hit by the zombie several times. If it'd been holding a sledgehammer, it could have ended badly. At least it only had a rusty steel rod in its hand, which helped her hold out. Don't kill it just yet. Let it bite you once. Oh, come on. Though she looked like she was about to cry, she obediently followed my instructions. She deliberately let the zombie bite her before finally decapitating it. And then, we rested. Unfortunately, there wasn't much time to relax. Whether it was due to the noise from the fight, 2 more zombies appeared. Baeksorin stood up with a look of utter annoyance. This is ridiculous. Let them bite you once each, too. What? You can't be serious. I'm already feeling dizzy. I'm not joking. I told you, you need to push yourself to the limit. Why are you doing this to me? Baeksorin grumbled, but she still followed my instructions. Despite being hit and scratched by the zombie's claws, she allowed herself to be bitten once more before quickly beheading them. That's heavenly killing star for you. She had adapted by the second battle, even without any armor. I am Baeksorin, I am Baeksorin. The zombie infection was progressing rapidly. In just a few minutes, her entire body had turned black. Baeksorin was enduring it in sheer agony. Only when black foam began to froth at her mouth did she finally drink the holy water and return to normal. Huh? I'm still alive, right? Just a few more times, and we'll be done. Ugh, we still have more. We're almost there. I meant it. The moment the holy water cleansed her body, I could sense the surrounding mana slowly flowing towards Baeksorin. Her mana circuits were forming. The unique ability of Heavenly Killing Star was stirring within her, awakened by the crisis. One more intense push, and we'd be there. Oh, right. What now? Follow me as you heal. Chong? I drew my sword. The holy sword greeted me with a burst of radiant light. As the sacred light filled the dark surroundings, Baeksoren gazed at it in awe. I took the lead and started descending. Grrrr. Grrrk. Zombies? I cut them down with a single strike. There was no need to aim for the neck or pierce their heads like Baeksoren had to. Engulfed in black flames, my slashing attack split them in half instantly. The black fire that burst from their wounds incinerated them. Wow, you really are on a different level, teacher. This is nothing. Most superhumans can do this much. Do you think I could, too? Once you awaken and find the right weapon, you'll be more than capable. We kept descending. It wasn't exactly like the game, but it was close enough. Eventually, we arrived at a massive cavern. It was the kind of ominous place where a boss monster would most likely be. And sure enough, in the center stood a hulking figure. Its grotesquely bulging muscles made it look almost like a gorilla. It wasn't just a regular enhanced zombie, it was a mutant zombie. Baeksoren's face turned pale. Teacher? You're not expecting me to fight that thing alone, are you? That's right. It's a perfect level 1 mutant. One hit could rupture your organs, so make sure you dodge. And its body fluids are zombie venom. You should just swallow it. That'll speed up the mutation. This is way too much. Did I scam you in a past life or something? Think whatever you want. Just fight well. I won't let you die, but whether you get hit or not is up to you. Ugh, seriously. Gripping her sword, Baeksoren stepped forward. Obviously, she was no match for it. This was a level 1 mutant zombie. Not just any low-level opponent, but a powerful enemy with excellent stats and solid traits. It was the first floor boss of the Forbidden Zone in the mall and the gatekeeper of the second floor. Baeksoren could barely launch an attack, spending most of her energy just dodging. Thunk. Ack. Even when she managed to land a blow, it didn't do much damage. Naturally, it wasn't long before she took a direct hit and was thrown aside. She coughed up blood as the mutant zombie charged toward her, relentless. Hit after hit, she took the brunt of the blows. Her left arm broke, and her ribs cracked, possibly piercing her lungs, as she struggled to breathe. Even so, she held on to her sword. That alone was praiseworthy. Eventually, she found herself crawling on the ground, half crushed under the zombie's foot. Growling. Just as I was about to intervene, Baeksoren pulled off a miracle. The mutant zombie lunged, jaws wide, ready to devour her at novel bin at. In that desperate moment, her sword pierced through its soft palate, straight into its brain. The mutant zombie collapsed on the spot. Ugh. Pinned beneath its heavy body, drenched in its blood, Baeksoren didn't even scream. She merely groaned and spat out black, blood-tinged saliva. Well done, really well done. I clapped, genuinely impressed. The fear of possibly dying. The oppressive weight of the corpse pinning her down. The biting pain gnawing at her like termites. The rapid zombification due to the extreme toxin coursing through her veins. All these stress factors forced Baeksoren towards one inevitable outcome. Awakening. I could see it, the mana surging toward her, dancing like a wild current. Through my goggles, I detected it. Mana circuits were sprouting along her spine and in her heart. If left unchecked, it would awaken as a deathly, dark trait. SSSSSHH. I poured 3 bottles of holy water over her head. Even though it was the lowest grade, it was more than enough. I didn't stop there. I also pressed a lower grade healing potion to her lips and generously applied it to her wounds. Baeksoren's eyes, which had seemed vacant for a moment, regained their clarity. She was absorbing the mana, but not indiscriminately. It was being filtered. At the same time, her mana circuits were changing. What had once felt like rotten, sticky mud had transformed into something solid and firm, like a volcano brimming with molten lava. I could feel it. The meaning behind the shift in her mana circuits. Indomitable. The first step for SSR Baeksoren. We still needed rampaging train and 9 lives, but the foundation was set. Perfect. Just as I clenched my fist in triumph, I felt a strange sensation. I looked at Baeksoren. The words heavenly killing star and indomitable floated to the surface like fragments of a sentence. On top of that, I could now precisely sense where and how she was injured. I could also assess the condition of her clothes and the sword in her hand. This wasn't detection. It was a powerful trait that allowed me to intuitively grasp an opponent's condition. Something far beyond detection, particularly invaluable in PvP. It was insight. Baeksoren Part 3. An unexpected bonus. I felt a wave of satisfaction. Baeksoren's awakening was nearing its completion. I pulled 2 packs of combat rations and 2 bottles of water from the golf bag. Baeksoren, who had just finished awakening, looked up at the ceiling with a dreamy expression. Mana was flowing through her like waves. Her face, which had been covered in blood and grime, was now glowing and smooth. She touched her own body, pressing against her muscles here and there. It must have felt amazing. With her mana sense now open and the omnipotent feeling surging through her body. Come and eat. Eat? Combat rations. When you head into places like Forbidden Zones, you need to be prepared in advance. It often takes days. But didn't you say we'd finish quickly today? It'll still take a full day at least. In contaminated zones like the first landfill site, I wouldn't bother bringing food at all. The contamination would directly fill your body with toxic mana, making it dangerous to eat anything. Though death mana is toxic, it's weak compared to contaminated mana, so eating is still possible here. The combat rations I'd prepared were type 3, instant to eat meals like in the original world. The taste was This is delicious. Baek Soren's eyes sparkled. Delicious? I looked at her with disbelief. It was the same product I'd tried before, and it was far from tasty. The same old bland military rations. I'd even eaten one before entering this place, and it had been just as bad. Identical to the combat rations from the original world, the flavor was nothing special. If she's saying it tastes good, just how poorly had she been eating? Then it hit me. Baek Soren had just awakened. Her body must be craving carbohydrates. After swinging her sword, running around, and getting bitten by zombies all day, no wonder. Want mine too. Is that okay? What about you, teacher? I'm not hungry. Then I'll take it, thank you. I passed her my half-eaten combat ration. That wasn't enough, so I ended up opening 2 more packs for her. It didn't matter since we were going to clear the Forbidden Zone by the end of the day, and I had plenty of rations prepared. Baek Soren rubbed her belly, looking embarrassed. I ate too much, didn't I? Superhuman warriors typically do. They burn a lot of calories, so don't worry about it and eat as much as you want. Is that normal? But you don't eat much, teacher. That's because my mana efficiency is better than most superhumans. Oh, shouldn't I try to be more like you, then? Everyone's different. You burn a lot of calories, so it's better for you to just eat plenty. Yes, I'll do my best to eat. The combination of Heavenly Killing Star and Rampaging Train. It consumes massive amounts of mana and calories. As for Rampaging Train, that'll be easy to manage. Indomitable doesn't grant immunity to status effects. It just provides strong resistance. After fighting on the edge of madness and composure, she'll naturally acquire Rampaging Train. The only thing left now is, what about 9 lives? Come to think of it, she'll inevitably get it. I patted my trusty golf bag. I had spent a fortune to buy a teleportation magic chip, so even in the worst case, we wouldn't die. The best outcome, of course, would be to clear this place without using the magic chip. Let's go. From now on, don't hold back, go all out and kill everything. Yes, teacher. There are going to be tougher enemies coming, so stay sharp. Yes, sir. We blitzed through the lower levels. Now that Baek Soren had become a superhuman, she was overwhelmingly strong. The moment she spotted a zombie, her eyes flared as she charged, slicing the enhanced zombie into 2 with a single blow. Skull, ribcage, sternum, whatever she hit got sliced clean through. And she was only using a mass-produced factory sword. Once she gets her hands on a proper weapon, it'll be something to see. Teacher, look at this. Swish, bam. Before I knew it, Baek Soren had acquired the dash trait. Then, she gained leap, acceleration, and breakthrough in quick succession, tearing through zombies left and right. In one of the larger chambers on the next floor, we encountered about 20 zombies, and her display of power was truly terrifying. Like a rampaging train, she mowed down the zombies. It made me seriously consider whether I should acquire the rampaging train trait myself. The spectacle was that impressive. Nah, it doesn't suit me. Rampaging train certainly has tremendous destructive power, but it doesn't allow for any retreat or tactical withdrawal. It's a trait for pure, aggressive fighters, berserkers and gladiators. You're doing great. Keep it up. You'll hit level 2 today. Already. You feel it too, don't you? The mana flowing into you with each zombie you kill. Yes, I can feel it. That's because of Heavenly Killing Star. You grow by fighting and killing. Training is useless for you, so don't even bother. But shouldn't I meditate or something? No need. You'd be better off taking a nap. If you're mentally struggling, come to me. Yes, teacher. Baek Soren handled all the battles from here on out. Zombie hordes, enhanced zombies, mutant zombies, armed zombies, mage zombies, necromancer zombies. Watching her grow stronger at this rate was almost frightening. I became strong quickly too, but not like this. I might need to drink more nectar soon. I can't let her surpass me while calling me teacher. With Seo Wujin, I had no choice, but drip, drip. Water dripped from the ceiling of the cave. Oddly, the droplets shimmered with a strange black gleam. The cave walls had an eerie, lacquered sheen to them as well. I raised a hand to stop Baek Soren. This is the final stretch. You stay back. Can't I do it? Do you have a way to deal with ghosts? Ghosts. The thing behind here is a ghost. The level 3 boss. Honestly, it's only because I'm the one here that I'm thinking of tackling it solo. Usually, a fully prepared level 3 party is needed to take down this monster. If you're a warrior-type superhuman, a magic sword is essential. At the very least, you need to bring consumable oils or something similar. Baek Soren backed away, step by step. I'll stay in the back. Don't stay completely out of it. The frost aura is strong, but you can endure it. Watch out for the soul spears it occasionally throws, though. Frost aura and soul spears? Is it a lich? Pretty close. The path to the boss room was blocked by several layers of golden threads. Golden seals crisscrossed in an X shape. Unlike what I saw in the game, the seal was intact. Once I destroy this, the zombie outbreak will start in earnest. The death mana and cold mana stored inside will flood out. Clang! I swung the pickaxe and broke the golden threads. Magically strong but physically weak, the threads shattered the moment the pickaxe hit them. Baek Soren grabbed one of the broken threads, startled. As soon as she touched it, white smoke hissed from her fingers. She reflexively flung it aside, and the thread quickly turned black, crumbling into dust. Don't touch magical items. Don't even look at them until a mage has appraised them. Ugh. Do you think I'll be okay? It's not a cursed item, so you'll be fine. Just be careful from now on. There's so much to learn. I thought everything would be easy once I became a superhuman. Honestly, most curses wouldn't be a problem for her. With the indomitable trait, she'd bounce most of them back. Finally, I broke all the golden threads. Holding the holy sword, I strode forward. After passing through a long, dimly lit corridor, we arrived at a chamber with an unmistakably artificial atmosphere. A hexagonal, concrete chamber. Could the electricity still be working? The fluorescent lights on the ceiling glowed faintly. The air was cold. Every time Beksorin exhaled, her breath formed clouds of mist like cotton candy, as she wasn't wearing a gas mask. In one corner of the chamber, I saw a slightly open steel door. Cold air was pouring out from within. It was the freezer Beksorin had discovered in the game. The loot must be inside. Where's the ghost? Beksorin asked, her voice trembling. I silently watched the center of the chamber. A skeletal hand protruding from the concrete floor. In its decayed, fragmented fingers, it held a smartphone, from which a cheerful melody was playing. 3 bears living in one house: Daddy Bear, Mommy Bear, Baby Bear. The song didn't match the eerie atmosphere at all. Even in the original world, people complained that it was in poor taste. Was this really necessary? I walked forward slowly. My footsteps echoed, and as if in response, the song started to drag out unnaturally. 3 bears, Eri, Lievig, in, Uani, Hawiyasi. The pitch lowered. The mechanical sound from the smartphone distorted. Together, it created a grotesque and chilling ambience. A hand shot up. From the skeletal hand, a spectral hand emerged. A dark, semi-transparent creature, tainted by death mana. Beksorin stiffened in fear. What is that? Even at a glance, it looked horrifying. It wasn't a typical ghost of a person. It looked like it was formed by layering and stitching together corpses, with only the soul extracted to create it at novel bin at. A mass of bodies turned into a single ghostly entity. It floated through the air, humming faintly with its eyes closed and mouth open like something straight out of a nightmare. That's a ghost amalgamation. It's a monster born from the resentment of vengeful spirits fused with death mana. Don't zombies usually form from it? Normally, yes. But things change when there's a powerful artifact involved. The main reward of the shopping mall dungeon. It's best to process it into weapons or armor, but if you give it to one of the 4 major factions, they'll trade it for a high-quality item. Get ready. Huh? What? As I spoke, the ghost let out a long scream. There was no sound. Instead, a bone-chilling cold swept through the area. The air turned to icy shards, and the entire chamber began to freeze over. Frost formed on my goggles, and ice crusted over my gas mask. Ugh. Beksorin shivered violently. Even with her indomitable trait, the cold was almost unbearable. I quietly swapped out my traits. Einherjar cultivation technique, endurance, vigor. Mountain breaking sword art, insight, black flame. Endurance alone wouldn't be enough to withstand it. Even when pushing my mana technique to its limits, it barely held up. From now on, it was a matter of time. Creak, creak. I struggled to lift my ice-encrusted boots with each step. Beksorin had already fallen behind. When I raised the holy sword and pointed it at the ghost amalgamation, the sword began to glow on its own. Skreek. The ghost amalgamation shrieked in agony. It raised its spectral hand and pointed at me, launching it forward. A soul spear? It was fast. But from the moment it pointed at me, I could see its trajectory clearly. No, I sensed it. The effect of insight. I dodged easily. The ice hampered my movement, but it didn't matter. I had the boots of speed. I only activated speed when evading the soul spears, then continued my slow advance. I didn't rush. I just kept an eye on Beksorin's condition as I closed in on the ghost amalgamation. Swish, skreek. Finally, I struck. In the instant I attacked, I swapped vigor for slash. The holy sword passed through the ghost amalgamation, shining brilliantly, and black flame blazed fiercely. The ghost's scream pierced directly into my brain. It wasn't a critical hit. The ghost amalgamation was still intact, and the cold aura was growing even more intense. Do it right. Skreek. The ghost amalgamation slowly turned. One by one, spectral hands rose from the ground. Then, it targeted me, launching a barrage of soul spears. I dodged with the evasion trait. I blocked with the defense trait. Speed helped me move. Thanks to insight, I could anticipate the attacks. Whenever I was about to be hit, I activated the fortress and iron skin traits. The ghost amalgamation was a typical gear check boss. Its pattern was simple. An aura of cold that covered the entire battlefield and continuous soul spears. The proper strategy was to have enough survival skills and then deal as much damage as possible. Let's pick up the pace. I could hold out for days if I had to. The problem was Beksorin behind me. Ugh. Yug. Her face had already turned pale blue. She hadn't gained enough experience compared to in the game, so survival was difficult for her. Still, she would endure this much. I swung my sword silently, dodging, blocking, slashing. At some point, I noticed the cold had lessened. When I gained the cold resistance trait, my speed increased. In my right hand was the holy sword. In my left, the axe of fury. I activated fury as well. I used mountain breaking sword arts, breaking the mountain and splitting the mountain back to back, engulfing the battlefield in black flame. A boss that normally required a full team of level 3 superhumans. But to me, it was nothing more than a punching bag. 6 perfectly selected traits. magic equipment that covered my entire body, a holy sword that was particularly effective against evil beings, and black flame, which dealt additional damage to intangible enemies. I was the perfect counter to the ghost amalgamation. Compared to a clumsy level 3 team that would slowly chip away at its health, I dealt far more damage on my own. It's over. The final strike. Flash. A dazzling light erupted. My sword, trailing a bright comet-like tail, pierced through the ghost amalgamation. Backsorin Part 4. Hoo. The sound of air escaping. The ghost amalgamation spun around in circles. A faint light leaked from its translucent form. Then, just like a balloon with a hole in it, it shriveled up and vanished. At the same time, the cold aura disappeared. As the temperature quickly returned to normal, the frozen stiffness in my body melted away. Is it over? Yeah. I stood still for a moment, savoring the victory. Nothing remained where the ghost amalgamation had disappeared. Instead, I walked over to where it had first appeared. The skeletal hand was still sticking up from the ground, gripping the smartphone that was playing that cheerful song. 3 bears living in one house: Daddy Bear, Mommy Bear, Baby Bear at novel bin at. Baeksorin looked at it with a confused expression. What the heck is that? It's the core. The core? You mean a mana core? Exactly. Why is the core attached to a smartphone? It happens sometimes. It's not unusual for ghosts. And if it hadn't been a core, the phone's battery would have died long ago. Electricity. I approached the smartphone. Crackle. Mana sparks jumped through the air, but I ignored them. I pushed through easily and looked down at the phone. The screen was locked. The background was brightly lit, showing a child dancing cutely. I didn't recognize the face. The child wasn't particularly cute or pretty, just an ordinary kid. Probably the daughter of one of the workers buried here. The worker must have died slowly, thinking of his daughter, watching her on the screen as his body froze and his breath stopped. That resentment, that sorrow, condensed into the smartphone and transformed into a mana core. What a goddamn awful world. Crack. I equipped the extraction trait and used it. The smartphone split apart, and the mana core that had been fused with it emerged. A level 3 mana core. It was about the size of a fist. It was too big to have come out of such a flat smartphone, but sometimes mana cores warp reality like that. So it really was a mana core. I told you it was. I've never seen a real mana core before. You'll get sick of seeing them soon enough. It was time to collect our reward for beating the boss. We headed towards the cold storage room that I'd noticed earlier. Cold air poured out from the slightly open steel door. When I touched the door, it felt like my hand was freezing solid, but after equipping cold resistance, I felt fine. Why are we going in there? Think about it. Don't you think the seal was a bit too weak? Well, yeah. Just breaking through a wall put us right in the forbidden zone. No matter how greedy they were, they wouldn't have covered this place up so sloppily. If the forbidden zone had been exposed, Galaxy Mall would have taken a huge hit. Then what happened? At first, it probably wasn't this big. Just a small pit. But over time, it grew. Can forbidden zones grow? Usually, no. Usually. I rummaged through the cold storage room. Most of it was junk. It looked like they'd dumped construction waste in here after the project was finished. They probably thought they'd save on disposal costs since they were just going to bury it anyway. Detection treasure hunter. Numerous blue dots appeared in my vision. Among them, 2 stood out, burning brightly. Soren, dig over there. Huh? In the trash. Yes. Hurry up. Oh okay. There was no need for me to get my hands dirty. Baeksorin didn't complain as she energetically started digging. At first, she tried to use her sword, so I handed her a small shovel from my golf bag. Is that like a pocket dimension? You just keep pulling things out. It's no pocket dimension. Golf bags just have a large capacity. You carry a gun, water, combat rations, and now a shovel. Are you preparing for war? I've fought in wars before. Baeksorin continued digging. She dug exactly where I told her, diligently shoveling away the dirt. Slowly, we got closer to the 2 bright spots. Finally, with one last scoop, she uncovered them 2 treasures. SSSSSSH. A cold, oppressive energy filled the storage room. One was a black star, radiating dark energy. The other was a spiked star, emitting a frosty white aura. Baeksorin shuddered and stepped back. What are those? They're crystals. Crystals? I've never heard of them. Of course you haven't. They're not common. I didn't know their exact origin. In Arcane Seoul, they were just called crystals, materials, or exchange tokens. Some said they were fragments of a forgotten god's body. Others claimed they were pieces from another world summoned by ancient wizards. Some even believed they were condensed mana that had transformed over time. So these are the low-grade ones. Using these crystals, you could obtain traits or equipment suitable for levels 3 to 5. I already knew exactly what I'd be using them for. I pulled a small magic box from my golf bag and carefully stored the 2 crystals inside. Is it over now? You did well. Whew, it's finally over. Baeksorin shouted in relief, then grabbed my hand and tugged energetically. Let's go already. I thought I was going to die back there. Where do you think you're going? Huh? You said we were done. The main part is done, but we still have to wrap things up. You're not planning to just leave it like this, are you? Oh, don't tell me you're going to purify it. Of course. But that costs a fortune. It's not a normal purification. I'm going to use a shortcut. It wasn't really purification, it was destruction. It was a method you could only use in certain situations. It was risky too. The boss of the shopping mall Forbidden Zone, the ghost amalgamation, had been destroyed, and I had collected the core that had been its power source. 2 of the 3 elements of the Forbidden Zone, the grudge and the distortion of death mana, were gone. That meant the zone was already in the process of collapsing. It was just happening so slowly that neither Baeksoren nor I could feel it yet. I started pulling things out of my golf bag. Mana bombs, shaped like sticks of TNT. These would deal a fatal blow to the collapsing Forbidden Zone. I stacked nearly a dozen of them in the underground chamber, and Baeksoren looked at me like she was horrified. You really did come here to start a war, didn't you? Don't worry about it. Just get ready to run. Run? Why? Once I set these off, the Forbidden Zone will collapse. You know what happens if we get caught in spatial distortion, right? Why not just use a timed bomb? Or blow it up remotely? These are low grade. Once exposed to air, they'll degrade in less than an hour. We need to set them off before that happens. I quickly manipulated my smartphone. It took nearly 10 minutes to set up the remote detonator and connect the fuse. Even with all my traits crafting, modification, and trap, it took that long. Run. Oh my god. We had about 45 minutes left. Baeksoren screamed as she sprinted out of the chamber. She was fast. She was already using the acceleration trait as naturally as breathing. But there was no way I was going to lose to her. I activated both speed and sprint, easily catching up to her. Run faster? If you're too slow, you'll die. No, I'm going ahead. Wait for me. I effortlessly overtook Baeksoren. My traits and mana were far superior. As I widened the gap, Baeksoren gritted her teeth. Ayah! She dashed toward me with renewed determination. The sound of the wind being sliced filled the air as Baeksoren suddenly surged forward, getting closer. Her combat instincts weren't bad at all. I nodded, then focused my energy into my legs. Boom! I kicked off the ground and launched myself into the air. I soared more than 10 meters up. Luckily, the ceiling was high, and the corridor sloped at about a 30-degree angle, making it possible. Leap! I landed and glanced back to see Baeksoren, her face flushed red. Ha! Baeksoren leaped as well? She landed, then charged forward, catching up to me and attempting to pass me. That's not happening. I pushed my Einherjar cultivation technique to the limit. At the same time, my mana core pumped energy through my heart. Mana surged through my veins, spreading throughout my body. My mana circuits burned hot, as if seared by fire. I felt my entire body heat up. My belt glowed, focusing my mana and allowing my body to move perfectly as I intended. Tat tat tat. My speed doubled. There was no need to use dash. With just speed and sprint, I could easily overwhelm Baeksoren, who was mixing acceleration, dash, leap, and breakthrough. That's cheating? Cheating. If you're upset, why don't you hurry up and reach level 3? Oh, come on. If you've got the energy to complain, channel your mana one more time. I'm going ahead. Wait for me. How long had we been sprinting? Just as we were about to reach the first floor, the smartphone in my hand began to ring loudly. Wee-oh-wee-oh. I pulled out the detonator. I'm blowing it up in 10 seconds. Wait. We still have time. There were about 5 minutes to spare. But factoring in any possible miscalculations, it was better to detonate it 5 minutes early. 10, 9, 8, 7. I started the countdown. Baeksoren narrowed her eyes, gritting her teeth and mustering all her strength. She still had some energy left. Her traits were all activated. Heavenly Killing Star. Indomitable. Dash. Leap. Acceleration. Breakthrough. Rampaging Train hadn't even been triggered yet. She'd eventually unlock it on her own, but there was no reason she couldn't awaken it now. I pressed the detonator and yelled. Detonate. Click. A small sound echoed. Then a heavy shockwave surged from below. The shockwave shook this distorted world, this small, warped space. The walls, the ceiling, and the floor rippled like waves. My sense of balance warped, and my vision began to spin. Teacher. The precursor to the collapse of the world. Baeksoren called out to me in desperation. I increased my speed and shouted back. If you don't want to die, run. Run with everything you've got. If we don't get out in a minute, we're dead. Even I wasn't safe from this. I shut off my thoughts about Baeksoren and focused on running. I didn't look back once. At the same time, I checked my pocket. The teleportation magic chip I'd taken out of the golf bag in advance. If my calculations were off, this chip would be our last lifeline. A sharp turn appeared ahead. I was moving so fast that I was on the verge of slamming headfirst into the wall. Damn it. I gritted my teeth and twisted my body. I didn't slow down. I fixed my eyes on the wall rushing toward me, then jumped at an angle toward it. Tat tat, tat. I kicked off the wall and leaped. Running nearly vertically along the wall, I kicked off again. Then, landing back on the ground, I continued sprinting. Several more vertical corridors appeared. I used the same method to break through each one and kept running. Soon, my body felt lighter, and I realized I could make sharp turns without losing any speed. It was almost as if I was defying inertia. Acquired the trait mobility. It has a cooldown, so it can't be spammed, but it's a very useful trait. As I kept running, a pale white light came into view. Up ahead, I saw the flickering light of a fluorescent bulb at the exit of the Forbidden Zone. I pushed my speed to the max. I poured every ounce of strength into my legs. By now, the collapse was right on my heels. I could feel it. The entire world was falling apart. The mana was vanishing into nothingness, and the disintegration of the space was stimulating my senses. Sound, light, even the wind, all of it was scattering into oblivion. I felt a sharp tension at the back of my neck. The collapse was about to overtake me. Crack! The collapse surged ahead of me. With a sound like breaking bamboo, the ground beneath me began to crumble. It was as if I was witnessing an earthquake, with cracks spreading through the earth. In an instant, the exit grew further away. The ground crumbled, leaving massive chunks that threatened to drag me down into the void. That's not happening. I gathered mana into my legs and leaped. I flew across the collapsing ground and landed steadily. The exit was now directly in front of me. Teacher. It was then that I heard a desperate scream. I turned around. The ground was crumbling, and leaping across that collapsing ground was Baeksoren. But it wasn't enough. As a newly awakened superhuman with limited mana, even using the same leap trait, she couldn't jump nearly as far as I could. Our eyes met. Time froze. In this collapsing world, in the midst of this disintegrating space, Baeksoren's eyes were filled with despair as she looked at me. There was nothing beneath her feet. No solid ground to use for another leap. But I didn't reach out to her. I didn't help. I kept my hand in my pocket, gripping the magic ship. All I did was send her a look that said I believed in her. You can do this. Because that's how you were born. You're heavenly killing star. Not just a monster that gains experience from blood and slaughter, but the owner of a mythic talent that grows through endless battles and crises. Baeksoren's eyes shifted. The despair faded, replaced by something else. An intense will, like a volcano, spread across her face. She clenched her fists tightly, having lost her sword. Baeksoren positioned herself in midair. Dash, leap, acceleration, and breakthrough fused together. A part of Heavenly Killing Star influenced them. And thus, the third trait was born. Rampaging Train. Why-ah! Baeksoren let out a battle cry. It was as loud and fierce as a roaring locomotive. Steam erupted from her entire body. Her skin had turned a faint red. Her body slid forward. She had transformed into a raging bull, charging straight toward me. Dash. Not just any dash, but an aerial dash. That's impossible with just a basic dash trait. You need a high-tier trait like Rampaging Train or Aerial Assault to pull it off. I caught Baeksoren, who was barreling toward me, in a firm embrace. The impact struck my chest, but I could handle it. Using that momentum, I propelled us both forward. We burst through the exit just as the Forbidden Zone collapsed. Swoosh. There was no explosion. No tremors shook the ground. Just a faint breeze gently brushed against my ears. As lonely and hollow as a single tear shed by a ghost. The Forbidden Zone had completely disappeared. And in its wake, something bloomed. The trait 9 lives. The final piece of the warrior class's big 3 traits. The moment SSR Baeksoren was completed. Master Artisan Jochul Part 1. Ugh, phew. Next to me, Baeksoren was making strange noises. It wasn't crying or breathing, more like the sound of someone struggling to catch their breath after nearly choking. I gave her a firm pat on the back, and only then did her breathing return to normal. Teacher, I really almost died, you know, but you didn't. You're too much. It wasn't too much, it was perfect. I calculated it down to the second. Actually, you were slower than my calculations. You had a full 5 seconds of leeway. 5 seconds. Baeksoren slumped over, her body plastered to the ground like a snail. Here, take this. I pulled a magic box and a wad of Shinsamdang bills from my golf bag and handed them to her. What's this? What do you think? It's the relic from earlier, plus some spending money. A relic. Isn't this really valuable? Of course, it is. If you go alone, someone might cheat you, so make sure to go with Manager Choi. You've got his business card from before, right? Huh? Where am I supposed to go? Head to the Western or Eastern Army and ask them to teach you swordsmanship. Or go to any of the magic towers and get yourself a decent magic sword. Don't speak directly, though. Have Manager Choi negotiate for you. I had earned 2 relics from the spoils, and I decided to give one away without hesitation. I already had too much gear that needed mastery, and I didn't need any more traits right now. It's better to invest in Baeksoren. After all, she was the only one who could learn Mars swordsmanship, one of the 3 great sword arts. But to learn it, she'd need to complete a succession quest and extract it in the form of a memory chip. That would come later. Let's wait until she reaches level 7. Baeksoren's hands trembled. This is too much. What is? The money. Even 500,000 won would be more than enough. What would 500,000 get you? You need at least 50 million won to buy proper gear. Don't think of it as fun money, it's an investment in yourself. Buy a sword, armor, and even a gun if you have to. You understand, right? Why yes. And this is the real treasure, not the pocket money. If you sell this at the auction house, you can easily get 2 billion won. 2 billion. Depending on your negotiation skills and faction favorability, it could be exchanged for equipment or traits anywhere from level 3 to level 5. That meant items like my holy sword or magic gun could be traded. Come to think of it, I've made it pretty big. If I stripped off all the magic gear I was wearing right now, it'd be worth more than 10 billion won. I'm a walking skyscraper. That's really okay for me to take. When someone offers you something, take it. That's how you'll get stronger faster. Oh okay, but I promise I'll repay you later. I'm not asking for much. Just stick to our agreement. I'll repay even more than that. Well, I'll look forward to it then. Baeksoren hugged the magic box tightly. It was too conspicuous, so I pulled out an emergency backpack and handed it to her. I should really get myself a golf bag. A backpack is good, but in terms of storage, golf bags are unbeatable. You can't just haul around a suitcase everywhere. I definitely need to buy one. Now, all that was left was to clean up. I shook out the contents of my golf bag and took out some magic cement and paint. I filled the hole we had made earlier, patching it up bit by bit. My traits in crafting, modification, and repair were incredibly useful for this. Without them, I wouldn't have been able to confidently promise the Galaxy Mall director a clean finish. Baek Soren watched me work, her gaze curious. Teacher, what's your superpower? Why, it's strange. Most superhumans only have 1 or 2 powers, maybe 6 at most. Even those with high-level or transcendent powers couldn't do what you do. You even figured out that I was Heavenly Killing Star right away. That's a secret. Humph. It's unfair. The world is unfair. And don't go asking other people about their superpowers. It's very rude. I only asked because it's you, teacher. I wouldn't ask just anyone. Well, that's a relief. And don't tell anyone about me, either. It'll only cause headaches. I'm not that clueless, you know. Baek Soren lay down lazily, resting. Her initial awakening had gone perfectly. Heavenly Killing Star, Indomitable, Rampaging Train, and 9 lives. Her traits were exactly as they appeared in episode 2. Grow strong. That way, you'll bring me the Mars swordsmanship. Eventually, I finished the repairs. It was late at night. Galaxy Mall's business hours had ended. Taking advantage of the cover of night, we slipped out of Galaxy Mall. The task is complete. Please confirm. I sent a message to the Galaxy Mall director and turned off the screen. Baek Soren blinked her eyes sleepily, clearly exhausted. Soren. Yes. From now on, you're on your own. On my own. Yes. I had done enough by helping her awaken. I could raise her myself, but Baek Soren would do just fine on her own, given that she was Heavenly Killing Star. She looked a bit surprised at the sudden declaration that she was being sent off on her own, but she didn't seem too shaken. She knew deep down that she could handle herself. First thing tomorrow, go get certified at the Superhuman Tower and visit the firearms store to get some weapons. Exchange the relic properly, too. After that, start taking on requests whether through Manager Choi or some other broker and level up gradually. You know how it works, right? You only grow through real combat. I learned that the hard way. But are you sure this is okay? There's just one thing you need to be careful about. I raised my right index finger. People. Be wary of people and always be suspicious of them. Don't trust anyone. Not even you. Me? I wouldn't say trust me entirely. Just trust me halfway. Haha, what's that supposed to mean? What did she find so funny? Baek Soren burst into laughter. You'll never lose to any monster, so it's best for you to stick with Forbidden Zone extermination teams or beast hunts to grow. Stay away from people. If you get shot, you could die for real. And getting caught up in a power struggle could get you poisoned with a dart or something. I don't think I'd die from a poison dart. It won't just be poison darts, you might get hit by a rocket launcher. A rocket launcher? Teacher, you've watched too many movies. I've been hit by one before. Baek Soren fell silent, her words caught in her throat. Catching people will only stir up the Heavenly Killing Star, which is no good. Focus on hunting monsters, got it? Yes, I'll do that. I can't believe rocket launchers aren't just something from the movies. It's not just rocket launchers. There's claymores, mortars, killer drones, even Gatling guns. What kind of fights have you been in? Anyway, we'll part ways here and meet again later. If you run into any trouble, contact me. Is this really the end? It's not the end. Besides, superhumans like us are better off moving alone. You'll get stronger faster that way. Got it, Superhuman Baek Soren. When I called her superhuman, Baek Soren smiled shyly, though there was a hint of sadness too. Her expression was a mix of relief and the youthful eagerness of a young warrior. I'll make lots of money and spoil you later, teacher. That's the spirit. Do what you want. Take care. You too, stay safe. Honestly, she must have picked up that odd way of talking from Seo Woojin's friends. In the original world, I was a bit older, but my current body, Warrior Kim, was around the same age as Baek Soren and Seo Woojin. Maybe it's the scar on my cheek? Or maybe because Warrior Kim had struggled through life from a young age. They seemed to treat me as if I was 10 years older than I actually was. Phew. Time to rest. I'd gotten through a major task. I hadn't taken a break since my level 3 certification. I flagged down a taxi, went home, and passed out as soon as I hit the bed. I planned to stay in bed for a few days. Unfortunately, my lazy attempt was interrupted early the next morning. At exactly 9 a.m., I got a call from Manager Choi. Superhuman, did everything go well with the job? Yes. It's done perfectly. Miss Soren. I heard from Superhuman Soren. She said she'd be getting certified today. I hear she's expecting to be around level 2. Is that really true? She'll probably be about that level. She's definitely surpassed level 1 but hasn't reached level 3 yet. My word. Both you and Superhuman Baek Soren continue to surpass my expectations. You're too kind. By the way, we've received a message from Director Seo Woojin. Director. He officially received his appointment yesterday. With his skills, he definitely deserves to be a director. Seo Woojin was a level 5 superhuman, a being as powerful as a fighter jet in combat. Late last night, he was lucky enough to coordinate his schedule with an armor artisan. Really? When is the appointment? Right now? What? Right now? Yes, you know how it is with high-level artisans. Their schedules are booked by the minute. The person Director CO managed to arrange has crafted special custom armor for the Saintess and Apostles of the Old Father's cult. They've made level 7 armor before. Exactly. That was a chance I couldn't miss. There was no time to laze around. I jumped up and shook my head to clear it. Understood. Let's go. Where should I meet you? Just come outside. Huh. I'm right outside your place now. Honk honk. A car horn blared from outside the front gate. What a decisive move. It seemed like as soon as we spoke on the phone, he drove straight here. Without even properly washing up, I scrambled outside. I was only wearing a tracksuit and protective gear, but at least I brought my golf bag. I strapped my holy sword and magic gun proudly to my belt, and Manager Choi shook his head. You always bring your gear with you, don't you? Of course. Who knows when or where something might happen. This world was a complete mess, overrun with criminals and terrorists. You had to be prepared wherever you went. I do have one favor to ask. Please, go ahead. When you have time, could you swing by the Sun Tower or Glacier Tower and have this turned into an artifact? I handed him the remaining magic box. I could go myself, but it was too much of a hassle. Manager Choi opened the box and gasped in surprise. What is this? It's a crystal. If you take it to the magic tower, they'll trade it for a magic item. I gave one to Soren as well, so you should hear from her soon too. It looks strange. A bit ominous, don't you think? It's death attributed, so yeah. Be careful, prolonged contact can mutate your body. Eek. Manager Choi quickly snapped the magic box shut, clearly unnerved. What kind of artifact should I exchange it for? I thought for a moment. There were plenty of things I wanted. But I also already had plenty of magic gear. I needed something that didn't overlap with what I already had, but that would also be useful. A ring seems like the best choice. The only ring I had right now was one for storing mana. So, what should I get? After some thought, I came to a conclusion. I was still vulnerable to snipers and ambushes. Sure, trait switching was an overpowered ability, but if I was caught off guard in an unprepared state, I could easily be taken down. So, I made my decision. I need something for danger detection. It's a lower tier trait compared to insight. But unlike insight, which activates only when I consciously focus on a target, danger detection would warn me of any malice or hostility directed at me. In the game, it was just a red screen flash, but in reality, it would probably feel like an ominous premonition. Still, that was better than nothing. As soon as I felt the danger, I could switch to traits like Insight, Sensitivity, or Mana Shield to respond. A ring enchanted with danger detection magic would be perfect. Later on, I could combine it with traits like Insight and Detection for even higher tier abilities. It'd be worth keeping on me, at least until I could acquire a higher tier ring. A ring with danger detection magic. Understood. I'll send it to you as soon as I get it. We've arrived. We had arrived at a location on the outskirts of Gwangju, Gyeonggi Province. The entire village seemed to be an artisan's community. From every house, chimneys spewed monolaced smoke into the sky. The clear ringing of hammer blows echoed through the air. The sounds from the various workshops blended together into a kind of symphony that reached our ears. Seo Woojin was already there, waiting for us. Teacher. Seo Woojin's eyes sparkled as he greeted me. I heard the news. Soren's already hit level 2. I told you. Soren's a genius. How did you do it? My friends and I had to chug all kinds of elixirs, but Soren didn't take any of that, did she? Ask her yourself when you see her. Soren said to ask you, though. Looks like she doesn't want to tell. I turned my attention to the artisan's mansion. There was something oddly familiar about it. A mansion built entirely of white marble. Magic circles were embedded into the walls to prevent surface corrosion. The staff was busy scrubbing the surface, cleaning it diligently. Meanwhile, black-armored crusaders patrolled the mansion, guarding various key points at Novel Bin Adat. I even spotted a paladin watching me from a distance. Oh, hell no. As soon as I saw the artisan we were meeting, I started cursing inwardly. Good to see you. The artisan was a hulking figure seated in a floating wheelchair. Half of his face was scarred with burn marks, while the other half was covered in cuts, leaving behind nothing but scars. His right arm, from the shoulder down, and his left arm, from the forearm down, had been replaced with steel prosthetics. One of the 8 mid-bosses from episode 3, the death artisan Jo Chul. A staunch zealot of the Old Father's cult, his piercing eyes gleamed as he looked straight at Master Artisan Jo Chul Part 2. Nice to meet you. I hid my true feelings and shook his hand. Jo Chul gripped it tightly. Whir. Whir. His right prosthetic arm roared into motion. The internal magic circle emitted light, and the mechanism was fully activated. The prosthetic arm pumped with strength, almost as if it wanted to crush my hand. Was he testing me? I gripped his hand harder as well. Strength mighty strength toughness at Novel Bin Adat. Ain Herjar cultivation technique mana core endurance. My muscles swelled with power, growing visibly. My body seemed to grow slightly larger, especially my arm, which bulged in response to his prosthetic. Mana surged from my heart, circulating through my mana circuits and amplifying efficiency. My face was bulging with veins. But Jo Chul remained completely at ease. Despite being a man with both legs amputated, Jo Chul was a 6th level superhuman. By episode 3, he would even become a 7th level powerhouse. It didn't make sense for someone like him to be overpowered by me, a mere level 3 superhuman. Strange. Jochul tilted his head curiously. I didn't think a level 3 superhuman would be this strong. He released my hand and looked at me with a confident demand. I heard you refused the baptism of the old father. Show me your black flame. I shook my hand out once. In that brief moment, my hand had swollen. If Jochul had wanted to, he could have easily crushed my hand bones. Is he picking a fight? But no, his expression was blank, almost businesslike. It didn't seem like he was trying to provoke me. Instead, a cold chill radiated from the paladin who had been watching me this whole time. His face was hidden behind a closed helmet, making it impossible to read his expression. I played along for now. Activating the black flame, I let it manifest fully across my body. Jochul nodded slowly. Black flame. That's real. Few people throughout thousands of years of history have awakened the black flame. Are you sure you don't want to join our order? If you join, becoming the future knight commander or even an apostle is guaranteed. Have I lost my mind? I glared at him with a deadpan expression, but Seo Wujin quickly intervened. Master Zhou, the order has already made concessions in this matter. I know. I heard it directly from the Saintess. The Saintess. Originally, I was supposed to make armor for the new knight commander, but the Saintess adjusted the schedule for you. TCH, you should be grateful. Jochul clicked his tongue loudly. This so-called free will nonsense. That damned war of divine annihilation keeps holding our order back. We should have won it back then. Such fanatic statements. The Saintess said that as a sign of respect for your strong will, she has decided to grant you a set of magic armor. And it's custom-made, no less. I heard the order will also compensate Jailbowen. So all I get in return for being tormented with divine fever is a single set of armor? Blatant abuse of power. Seo Wujin didn't seem too pleased with the deal either. Even if you get compensated, it doesn't restore over 10 years of a life spent suffering. But what can we do? The old father's order is powerful, and we are weak. I'm in no position to challenge them. Just one paladin could put me in a crisis. Seo Wujin sent me a desperate look, urging me to compromise. I clenched my fist tightly enough to hear my knuckles crack. Fine. I'll deal with the old father's order eventually. For now, it's better to play along and squeeze out whatever compensation I can. I just need to get stronger. Once I'm strong enough. I understand what you're saying, but I still won't join. It's not just the old father's order. I'm not interested in joining any church. Ha ha ha. Jochul laughed, discarding any formalities, his expression turning cryptic. Do whatever you want. But did you know? Even Emperor Henry IV of the Western Roman Empire overcame divine fever but eventually chose to become an apostle of the old father. You'll end up the same. In this world, there is no Christianity. So, naturally, the Holy Roman Empire doesn't exist either. There's only the late Western Roman Empire. I responded curtly. We'll see. The Saintess holds you in very high regard. She told me personally that you are the light of the order and the savior of the world. So I'm determined to make the best possible armor for you. The light and savior? That's a load of crap. It's the prophecy from the Saintess. A revelation from the old father himself. It's something your small human brain can't begin to comprehend. Then why did the baptism fail? The old father must have a grand plan. Now stop talking and come over here. I'm not in the mood to drag this out either. Let's get this done quickly. Jochul floated through the air, moving toward one side of the room. The reception room opened up into a wide space filled with armor displays. Hundreds of sets, at least. Each one had a different design, a different function. Jochul caressed a full-plate armor set. This is the most basic type. Paladin armor. Let's talk about the form, not the function. What do you think about full-plate armor? It's my specialty, and it's optimized for both defense and mana amplification. Not bad. If I were building a tanky character, it would be essential. Some defensive warriors even built their characters around traits like armor mastery or armor defense techniques. But I shook my head. Heavy armor is certainly appealing, but it doesn't suit my fighting style, where I constantly switch traits in real time. It's too heavy. I need something lighter and easier to move in. Full-plate armor isn't as cumbersome as it looks. It's different from what you'd expect. Even an ordinary person can do rolls, wrestling, and hand-to-hand combat in full plate. But still, it's not as easy to move in as light armor. I thought you were a heavy armored warrior. Your strength earlier was perfect for that? Jochul slid over to another display. He picked up what looked like tights. Or was it? On closer inspection, it was armor woven from metallic threads, designed like clothing. The surface shimmered like starlight, closer to an art piece than functional armor. Jochul looked at the metal outfit with a loving gaze. This is metallic microfiber armor. It perfectly balances mobility and lightweight. Sure, its defense is lower, but you can always layer something over it. The problem was the defense. And the mana capacity. Armor that thin could never hold much in the way of magical enchantments. It's expensive to produce, and the magic it can hold is weaker. When it comes to armor, both the surface area for magic circles and the volume to contain mana are critical. Is there something in the middle? In the middle? Between heavy and light armor, you mean? I don't care about the appearance. I want something simple, like the protective gear I'm wearing right now. Protective gear? Are you serious? Jochul grumbled but moved to one corner of the room. A spot hidden by other suits of armor. He pulled out a set of armor. It was more like reinforced combat gear than actual armor. The outside was adorned with dark reinforcement plates. It looked like the body of a soldier packed with muscle, completely focused on function rather than aesthetics. I like it. That was my honest impression. Jochul's face twisted with obvious displeasure. You really want this mass-produced design? I can't allow that. I like this one. You like this? Ridiculous? Look at this armor. The smooth curves, the luster, doesn't it stir your soul? This beautiful gleam? The overwhelming presence? This is what armor should be. Jochul grabbed a nearby suit of armor and began passionately describing it. It was indeed beautiful. Partial plate armor. The key areas were protected by metal, while the joints were covered by woven metal fibers. Defense, mobility, and mana capacity, it had it all, which is why it stood out so much. No matter how much stealth or feigned death I used, this armor would still draw attention. I pointed to the reinforced gear, or rather, the protective suit. I'll take this one. That's ridiculous. That thing doesn't contain any metal. It can't be enchanted with holy armor. The critical difference between armor and protective gear was the material. Armor is made from metal, while protective gear is primarily made from fibers, with only the inner plates being metal or ceramic. What I had picked was apparently ceramic. I don't need holy armor. Are you insane? Do you have any idea how powerful holy armor's protection is? If you combine it with radiance, you'll be a walking fortress. Holy armor with radiance. Classic paladin equipment. If Jochul made it, it would probably be SSR grade, wouldn't it? I couldn't help but feel a little impressed. SSR armor. But I couldn't get greedy. This was a trap. The trap was radiance. For radiance to function properly, you needed the holy power trait. And once you started using holy power, you would inevitably end up pledging yourself to some god. In my case, that god would be the Old Father. Because my mana circuits were already engraved with black flame. How devious. I realized something important. The Old Father's order and the Saintess hadn't given up on me yet. Forget holy armor. Enchant it with mighty body and endurance instead. What? Mighty body? Endurance? Why would you want that crap? Do you even understand what holy armor is? It's a triple stacked ability. It's leagues beyond mighty body and endurance. Jochul's face showed clear displeasure. But I needed those two traits. They were the components of higher tier traits, the strength of a giant and the body of a Vajra. I need them more than holy armor. Ugh, are you serious? You're really going to give up on holy armor and radiance? As I said before. Damn it. Fine, whatever. You're as stubborn as a bull, like a true warrior. But mark my words, the performance will be way below holy armor with radiance. Don't come complaining later if it's not as good. Got it. I'll remember that. Jochul let out a long, exasperated sigh. Choosing copper scraps over gold, whatever, I'll do it. The Saintess did say I should follow your wishes. The work will take about a month. Once it's done, I'll send it through that greenhorn, Seogan. With that, he waved his hand dismissively. A clear signal to leave. I had no desire to linger any longer around members of the Old Father's order either. I immediately grabbed Seo Wujin and headed outside. Seo Wujin looked at me like I was crazy. Teacher, wasn't it a waste to pass up holy armor? Not even a little. But still. Watch yourself, too. If you get greedy for treasure, you could end up brainwashed and turned into a paladin. Come on, holy armor doesn't brainwash you, holy power does. You need holy power to use radiance properly. What do you think will happen if holy power gets absorbed into your mana circuits and starts merging with you? You could just use it as armor without letting it merge. Sure, like that's going to happen. If they ever offer you a holy sword, don't take it. You're a swordsman anyway. Just use a magic sword or a spirit sword. Seo Wujin hesitated. Seems like I'd hit a nerve. Apparently, they'd already proposed giving him an apostle-level holy sword. Sigh, you're too naive. Should I refuse it? Ask for some other compensation or have them open their treasure vault. You should be able to find a decent magic sword in there. But don't request one made. I can see you getting talked into getting a holy sword made. Seo Wujin grimaced. I guess I'll just talk to my father and ask for some kind of privilege or reward instead. Good thinking. There are plenty of swords. If you really need a holy sword, you can get one from the Gaia Order or the Shiva Order. You could do a few quests for them. But they won't give you an apostle-level holy sword unless you join. Then joining the Gaia or Shiva orders would still be better than joining the Old Father's order. Yeah, that's true. The armor commission was successful. I didn't know what grade of protective gear I'd end up with, but it should be good enough for a while. Vroom. As we sped away from Jochul's place in the car, I happened to make eye contact with the paladin. The same one who had exuded displeasure throughout my entire conversation with Jochul. His eyes were hidden behind dark goggles, making it impossible to read his gaze. But one thing was certain. The paladin did not view me favorably at all. Will you really make it for him? The paladin asked Jochul outright. Jochul snorted. Of course. Are you suggesting I disobey the Saintess' orders? She said that man is the light of our order and the savior of the world. I can't accept that. Whether you accept it or not doesn't matter. Both of us are nothing but specks on the tendrils of the Old Father. Just do as the Saintess instructed. You'll be a full-fledged paladin once this mission is over, right? I'm humoring you because of your father, but don't push it. Right now, you're not the eldest son of this conglomerate, you're just an apprentice paladin. Understood. The paladin clenched his mouth shut. His face, hidden inside his sealed helmet, was contorted with frustration. That bastard. He couldn't accept it. The light? The savior? How could someone who didn't even believe in their god bear such a glorious title? There must be a mistake. The old father was now a being of spirit, his physical body long gone, leaving only his consciousness behind. He speaks through the saintess, but his revelations are not always clear. Most are vague, only occasionally becoming lucid. Yeah, that's it. It had to be a misinterpretation. There's no way a heretic like him could be the savior. Murderous intent bubbled up inside him. From its root came jealousy and envy, gleaming with malice. A simple greeting should be fine. Just a little greeting. If he really was the savior, he'd surely overcome it. But if he couldn't? If he couldn't handle it and died on the spot? Then he was never the savior to begin with. His rationalization complete, the paladin felt satisfied. Night had fully fallen, shrouding the sky in heavy darkness with not a single star in sight. A discreet number flashed across the paladin's smartphone. Human Hunter Part 1. I opened the cap of the small black bottle. Pop. A bitter smell immediately wafted up. It smelled like herbal medicine. The kind that's probably good for your health but makes you want to avoid it. The junk dealer grinned widely. How is it? It's the real deal. I went through a lot of trouble to get it. The smell is convincing. I gave it a light shake. Inside the bottle, which resembled a Bacchus bottle, a thick black liquid barely moved. It was so viscous that calling it a liquid felt like a stretch. It was closer to sludge. The junk dealer handed me a tiny teaspoon. It'll be hard to drink. You'll have to scoop it out like this. It smells like red ginseng. Yes, it's similar to red ginseng, but the effects are much better. Mandragora elixir. In the game, it was used to recover superhumans who had fallen into a state of exhaustion. In this world, it was a miracle cure for post-surgery complications, and it was also known to be particularly effective for men. I took the teaspoon and scooped up the elixir in one go. The junk dealer panicked and yelled out, "Sir, you can't take it like that. You need to divide it into thirds and drink it over 3 days. You have to dilute it with water." I tossed the bottle aside and closed my eyes. Whoosh! Heat surged through me. Starting from my stomach, it felt like molten lava was bubbling up inside me. Give me 2 more. Wait, you're not planning to drink those right away, are you? I am. But there will be side effects. No matter how well prepared it is, Mandragora is both a miracle and a poison. Don't worry, I've got my reasons. Oh, I haven't paid you yet. I reached into my golf bag and pulled out some cash. 3 bundles of King Sejong bills. That's 3 million won. It was a bit pricier than what I'd seen in the game, but considering how quickly he'd gotten it, a little premium was fair. The junk dealer took the money nervously and handed over the other 2 bottles. This really isn't a good idea. I downed the remaining 2 bottles in one gulp as well. The result? My entire body felt like it was on fire. Not only did my skin flush red, but steam also began rising from it. My mana was boiling over, reacting with the moisture in the air. What's going on? Hey, Kim. What did he just do? The junk dealer didn't answer, just licked his lips nervously. I closed my eyes and stood straight, operating my mana cultivation technique. Einherjar cultivation technique, mana core, mana stabilization. Deep breathing, focus, meditation. I gathered my concentration and directed my mana. The mana pulled in the overwhelming power sitting in my stomach. With each breath, I took a step forward, 1 breath, 1 step. The feeling that I was about to explode barely subsided. At some point, the scorching heat began to spread evenly throughout my body. Success? The once volcanic heat had cooled to something more like hot water. But now, it was flowing through my entire body, providing immense vitality. Vigor trait. The final piece of the immortality trait. Once the protective gear was completed, I'd have gathered 5 out of 6 materials for Giant's strength, and all the components for Vajra body would be in place. I'd still have to spend time and possibly use some diamonds to transfer the traits from the armor, but it was within reach. Bjorp. I let out a long belch and threw the empty bottle into a nearby trash bin. Thanks. You really came through, getting it so quickly. Are you alright? Of course. I glanced around. Was it because I hadn't been here in a while? Shinwon Market had changed a lot. It used to be dark and almost devoid of vendors. Now it was bustling with merchants and customers everywhere. You couldn't look in any direction without seeing someone haggling. All the stalls were open, and new ones had popped up that I hadn't seen before. It's gotten a lot busier, hasn't it? Indeed. All thanks to you, sir. Business is good, and things have stabilized, so a lot of newcomers have started setting up shop. Newcomers. New vendors, I mean. They've even been making big donations to the Merchants Association, so the whole market is lively now. There's even talk of expanding. I nodded absent-mindedly. If Shinwon Market grew, it would be good for me too. Even if I didn't make direct profits from it, I'd have easier and quicker access to the items I needed. No wonder I've been seeing so many unfamiliar faces. Haha, that's probably it. I've been working here a long time, but this is the first time we've had so many rookies come in. It's all thanks to you, sir. As I looked around, I noticed something peculiar. The merchants were glancing at me while they haggled. It was unsettling. They weren't just looking because I was a superhuman. Their gazes were far more persistent and purposeful. Quietly, I activated my insight trait. Immediately, the feeling became clearer. They were observing my every move. It wasn't obvious, but it was unmistakable. They were focusing all their attention on me. Even the customers, who seemed to be negotiating prices, were doing the same. Is something wrong? The elixir wasn't bad, was it? No, it's not that. By the way, did the goods arrive? Yes, though not much. The junk dealer handed me a small pouch. 2 diamond. Definitely a small amount. It wasn't nearly enough to enhance the durability of the blood-sucking glove or boost the healing properties of my necklace. Can you get any more? I'm doing my best, but as you know, these things aren't easy to come by. I'm counting on you. Well, there's a small event coming up. You might be able to acquire more diamonds there. A small event? That sounded suspicious. But if there's a chance, I have to take it. Without diamonds, combining higher tier traits would take ages. Alright. Let me know if something comes up. I'll take my leave for now. I turned to leave. Through my insight trait, I could still feel those eyes burning into the back of my head. The secretive yet relentless gazes persisted. I couldn't tell exactly how many, but I estimated there were about 5 or 6 of them. I slipped my hand into my pocket and clenched my fist. Who are they? There were plenty of suspects. I'd taken out quite a few people. Among the gangs, there was the Poison Gang and the Naked Gang. Among the legal factions, there were people from the Cleaner Association and associates of Park Dae-yeop. Or perhaps, the Old Father's order had made a move. I'd felt the tension when I went to get my magic armor made. Even Jo Chul seemed reluctant, and the paladin guarding him had glared at me the entire time. What should I do? I couldn't just ignore this. I had to be prepared. I ran my fingers over the golf bag I always carried. The firearms and explosives inside were within reach. Should I just take them out? No, that wouldn't be wise. These guys were likely just low-level goons. They wouldn't know anything useful. Acting now would only put them on alert. I'll have to get Cho Sojang and Kim Shulkwan to investigate. Until they gather intel, I'll just stay home and focus on training. Even if they come after me at home, I'll have time to deal with it. I've got the sanctuary statue from Kim Sage, after all. If I'm still worried, I could always bring in heavier weapons and fortify the place. Greetings, sir. I was climbing up to the ground floor, where the lights were dim, when a familiar figure appeared. One of the Iron Fist gang members who patrolled Shinwon Market, someone I recognized, bowed deeply at the waist. Ah, right. Good work. I nodded casually and was about to walk past when he called out with a troubled expression. Excuse me, sir. Do you have a moment? My boss really wants to see you. Your boss? You mean Kim? No, not the big boss. I mean my direct boss, Ko Junbum. You know him, right? You helped us out last time when we fought those Poison Gang and Naked Gang bastards. Ah, that guy. I didn't even remember his name. Why now? If it's important, why isn't he coming to me directly? Well, he said it's really important. If it's that important, he should talk to Kim. If I don't bring you, my boss will be in big trouble. The gang member was practically jumping out of his skin. If the big boss finds out, my boss is dead. Why? Did he screw up? No, it's not that. The gang member's eyes darted around nervously. The sound of his heartbeat, amplified by my insight trait, seemed unusually loud. Was it just fear of me, or was it because his direct superior was hiding something from the gang's boss? Or maybe, haven't you noticed something, sir? Noticed what? Shinwon Market, sir. The atmosphere has been strange lately. Yeah, I've felt that. Isn't it just because more people are coming in? I think there are spies mixed in with them. Same thing I sensed. It seemed like the Iron Fist gang thought the same thing, likely members of rival gangs like the Poison Gang or the Naked Gang. Is it really them? It made sense. Both of those gangs were still eyeing Silim-dong. With the Iron Fist gang getting stronger recently, the other gangs were probably getting nervous. If they didn't act soon, they'd be the ones devoured. It was only natural that they'd make a move. That's why I wanted you to come. If we just sit back, my boss is really going to get killed by the big boss. So why didn't he come himself? You know how the big boss is. Around here, it's like he has eyes on every wall. Please, I'm begging you, save my boss. The gang member kept bowing repeatedly, on the verge of dropping to his knees. I pretended to consider for a moment, then nodded. Fine. Let's hear what he has to say. Lead the way? Yes, sir. This way, please. The moment I agreed, the tension visibly drained from his body. His relief was palpable, but his heart was still racing slightly. Though I couldn't see his eyes clearly in the dim light, his entire body was slick with cold sweat. Was convincing me to come with him really that hard and terrifying? Under normal circumstances, I might have just let it go. But the unusual stares I'd felt in Shinwon Market had put me on edge. The golf bag swaying as I walked felt like it was warning me about the grenade launcher tucked inside. My heart was pounding, my breath catching slightly in my throat. And then, I realized what it was. Danger sense. The ring Choi Sunso had retrieved from the Sunmage Tower was working. We arrived at a parking lot. The gang member bowed deeply in front of a black limousine. Please, sir, get in. We'll take good care of you. A black limousine. The windows were heavily tinted, making it impossible to see inside. The exterior was plated with a strange metal, reflecting the sparse light in the darkness. The gang member spoke proudly. It's a luxury bulletproof limousine, sir. A fitting vehicle for someone of your status. We went to great lengths to borrow it. Suddenly, a line from a certain character came to mind. It was a luxury bulletproof limousine. He said it suited someone of my status, and that they'd borrowed it with great difficulty. That was the trap. I let my guard down and walked right into it. Kim Chul-kwan. The reason the former boss of the Iron Fist gang, who had joined the game as a tutorial character, was reduced to level 1 instead of being at level 2. He was betrayed. And the very vehicle used in that betrayal was this bulletproof limousine. The memory was crystal clear. The scene from Kim Chul-kwan's flashback, where he was tricked, this was the same limousine. I hid my thoughts behind a smile. Impressive. I'll be in your care. Yes, sir. The gang member opened the door for me. I didn't show it, but I took a seat in the back, behind the passenger side. Sinking into the soft leather, I eyed the driver's seat. So, it's you? I didn't know exactly which higher-up was involved or how many gang members had betrayed the Iron Fist gang. But after Kim Chul-kwan was ousted in the game, the Dagger gang had nearly disbanded the Iron Fist gang. They even dragged in Kim Chul-kwan's younger brother, just in case. It didn't matter. Now that I knew there were traitors, the advantage was mine. Click. I quietly tugged on the door handle without the gang member noticing. It was locked. We hadn't even started moving yet, and the door was locked at novel bin at. That confirmed it. My in-game knowledge and my instincts were perfectly aligned. The gang member, completely unaware of the knife I was sharpening in my mind, grinned as he glanced back at me. We'll be heading out now, sir. It's a bit of a drive, so feel free to take a nap. Drive safely. Yes, sir. I'll make sure you're comfortable. Vroom. The limousine began moving with a deep rumble. Night had fully settled over Sillim-dong, plunging it into darkness. The streetlights flickered faintly, and the roads were empty. There were almost no cars in sight. The limousine sped along the deserted streets, heading west along Dorinshan, toward Guro, a place where even in this world, law and order were barely maintained. If Jeonsa was falling apart because the ruling gang had abandoned it, Gorogu didn't even have a ruling gang. Not at the district level, not even at the neighborhood level. It was a chaotic battlefield, filled with small gangs all fighting for control, a place where the police had long since given up. A neighborhood where human scum would kill anyone for the right price. I glanced out the window. Durimgukbap. The moment I saw the sign, I knew. We'd reached our destination. The feeling of suffocation was just a bonus. The gang member behind the wheel made a strange noise, clearly faking confusion. Sir, we're low on gas. I'll stop to fill up quickly. There was a gas station right ahead. Durim gas station. He expertly pulled the car up next to the pump. As he reached for the door handle, I tapped the driver's seat with my foot. Hey, yes? Do you need something? Do I look like an idiot to you? Do you think I wouldn't catch on to your little scheme? What? The gang member, still clueless, asked again. Bam? Ignoring him, I turned and kicked the door. The thick metal dented under the force. I kicked again, with all my might. Strength, mighty strength, toughness. Ain Herjar cultivation technique, mana core smash. With all my strength, enhanced by my traits, I struck a third time. Crash. With a loud crash, the door flew off its hinges. I immediately leaped out. The gang member stared at me in shock, his face frozen. I flipped him off and threw the grenade I'd been holding. Wait? No. Without missing a beat, I switched traits. Sprint, leap, mobility. Ain Herjar cultivation technique, mana core sensitivity. I sprinted with everything I had. Pushing every ounce of power into my legs, my belt and shoes lit up like mad from the mana overload. About 3 seconds later, the explosion I'd been waiting for erupted. Boom! Far louder than a single grenade should be. A fireball erupted, the blast threatening to tear through my eardrums. A shockwave slammed into my back, and a chunk of debris ripped through my tracksuit and embedded itself in my protective gear. But I didn't stop. I ran even faster. Just like when I escaped the cursed shopping mall, I gritted my teeth and pushed harder. Whoosh! As I jumped into the air, the second explosion went off. Kaboom! The entire gas station went up in flames. A wave of scorching heat surged after me, followed by the overpowering stench of burning oil. Ugh! If I hadn't leaped behind the building for cover, I would have been roasted alive. In the game, Kim Chul-kwan had survived this, didn't he? Enduring both the limousine's hidden bomb and the second explosion at the gas station. It's a wonder he wasn't killed outright, just demoted in level. Clack. I snapped a magazine into my rifle as I stood up. Ha. There he is. It's the guy from the picture. 10 billion? 10 billion won. Split it evenly? If you try to hog it, you're dead. The city was ablaze. Flames licking the sky, casting monstrous shadows that seemed to dance with the fire. And amidst the chaos, the scum crawled out. Their eyes glazed over from drugs, their limbs wobbling. But I couldn't afford to ignore them. They were all armed with submachine guns and rifles. Bang! The sound of gunfire pierced through the flames. The scum rushed forward. TL notes. Human Hunter Part 2. I quickly assessed the situation. I was surrounded by vagrants. An unknown enemy had laid a meticulous trap, cornering me. But if they think they can take me down this easily, they're sorely mistaken. I put on my helmet. The detection ability activated. Combined with my insight trait, I could clearly discern the vagrants' positioning and their attack routes. Someone took aim. At me. Aimed right at my chest, straight for my heart. Damn it. I threw myself to the side immediately. Leap. I moved over 10 meters away in an instant, just as gunfire erupted. Tat tat tat. A precise 3-round burst. If I'd been a second slower, I'd be dead. Bullets embedded themselves in the concrete wall, scattering shards of stone. The vagrants yelled as they saw me. 10 billion won bounty. He's running away. Kill him. Their bodies swayed, drugged up and unstable, but their aim was disturbingly precise. My insight trait flashed a bright red warning. A prickling instinct shot through my mind. There's no way to dodge this. Damn it. I switched traits on the spot. Mana Shield Defense Iron Skin. Einherjar Cultivation Technique Mana Core Mana Stabilization. I poured everything I had into defense. Raising my left arm, I covered both my chest and face. A shield deployed, and my body grew heavy like a fortress. A transparent barrier spread, and then the storm hit. Tat 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 tat. A hail of bullets from dozens of attackers. Whatever drugs they were on, their accuracy rivaled that of seasoned soldiers. Hundreds of bullets hammered at me. Now that I was level 3, I could block standard rifle rounds with my mana shield. But hundreds of rounds? If dozens turned into hundreds? GUH. A heavy impact slammed into me. My mana shield shattered, and my mana started to backlash. Just shy of a full mana overload. Even as I spat blood, my instincts drove me to hurl myself forward. Toward the convenience store's glass window in front of me. Crash. The glass shattered, tearing into my tracksuit. Some shards even pierced through my protective suit. At least it ended there. Tat 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 tat. More gunfire ripped apart the spot where I'd just been. Crazy bastards. An outdoor battle is a no-go. There were too many of them. And unlike the usual thugs I'd encountered, these guys knew their way around firearms. I sprang up again, smashing through the glass door leading further inside the building. Then, I sprinted up a nearby staircase, quickly reaching the 3rd floor. The vagrants gleefully chased after me. Kill him. Get the money. Drugs? Give us drugs. If we kill that guy, we're rich. I clutched my chest, wincing. It hurt like hell, like my veins were filled with boiling water instead of blood. My entire bloodstream seethed, and my mana circuits were on the brink of overload. I should be heading to a hospital or a shrine, but instead, I just swapped out my traits. Einherjar Cultivation Technique Vigor Vitality. These 3 should keep me going for a while. Shooting Insight Stealth. I'd rely on these for combat. I crouched in the 3rd floor hallway, observing their movements. 4 of them. 2 pairs, carefully making their way up the stairs, each covering the other's blind spots. That's when I realized. The drugs these guys were on weren't normal. It was combat drugs known among users simply as doping. The reflection of my own eyes in the glass wall looked cold and detached. This is familiar. In Arcane Seoul, random events sometimes happen. One common one is an ambush. Some superhumans force vagrants to take combat drugs, arm them with firearms, and send them to attack. You could recruit them after subduing them, or just kill them and raid their hideout for loot. If we're in Daelimdong at this stage, it's one of 3 possible scenarios. No time to think further. Thud. Heavy footsteps echoed nearby. Switching from shooting to throw, I rolled the grenade in my hand. It tumbled down the stairs with a soft clink, clink, clink. Huh. What's that? The vagrants barely had time to react. Their fates were sealed. Boom. An explosion ripped through the stairwell, shrapnel sweeping away the vagrants. Not just the 4 climbing up, but even those waiting below. Die. I leaned out and fired a 3-round burst. I took out the vagrants sprawled on the ground, as well as one I spotted on the 2nd floor. Bodies dropped, one by one. Time to get out. I hadn't seen any grenade launchers or rocket launchers yet, but it wouldn't be surprising if these vagrants had grenades on them. If they started lobbing them to clear the 3rd floor, I wouldn't survive either. I quickly headed for the rooftop. Boom, boom. Explosions erupted from below, a bit too late. Heh. I kicked open the rooftop door and stepped outside, letting out a faint sigh. All around me, I was surrounded. The building entrance, the entire perimeter vagrants formed a human chain, all with guns aimed up at me. One of them pointed and shouted. There he is, on the rooftop. Fire, shoot. The money's on the rooftop. Tat 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 tat. That relentless gunfire again. But hitting me from below the rooftop would be difficult. Calmly, I unzipped the golf bag. Swapping out the rifle, I pulled out my grenade launcher. This wasn't the underbarrel, single-shot grenade launcher I'd used before. This was my new toy, a 6-shot standalone grenade launcher. With a heavy, revolver-style cylinder, it was bulky but packed serious firepower. More than enough to clear out these drugged-up lunatics. I loaded each chamber with a grenade. In the other hand, I prepped more grenades and tossed them in all directions. Eat this. Whoosh, whoosh, tear gas grenades activated, spewing thick smoke. With my gas mask on, I was unaffected. But the vagrants? Their reactions came quickly. Gah, cough, shit. It's tear gas. Damn it, he's got a gas mask. You think I carry a gas mask, you idiot. Chaos erupted below. The vagrants, already high, started coughing and crying uncontrollably. It was my cue to move. I slung the golf bag over my shoulder, packing grenades into my ammo belt one by one. Step. I planted my foot on the ledge. Gunfire erupted sporadically, but nothing threatening. Even with my insight and detection abilities pushed to the max, I felt no danger. Only a thrill for the impending counterattack. Wish. I leapt. With one jump, I landed on the rooftop of the opposite building. But I didn't stop. I ran, leaping from rooftop to rooftop, moving like a flying squirrel across the buildings. Wah, there, over there. One vagrant pointed at me, but it was already too late. I aimed my grenade launcher right at him. A weapon with a shape distinctly different from an ordinary gun. A much shorter, fatter barrel. Thunk. I pulled the trigger. A hefty recoil jolted my shoulder. I saw a small black dot fly straight into the cluster of vagrants. A clear image burned into my retinas. Boom. There were no flames. Just an explosion and a cloud of dust. The result was brutal. A blast radius of 5 meters, designed for anti-personnel combat, wiped out everything in its range. Gah. Ack. The vagrants collapsed. Covered in blood, they cursed the world, begged for divine mercy, and took their last breaths. And the scariest part? My grenade launcher could fire 6 rounds. Thunk, 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 thunk. 5 more shots. Every vagrant in my line of sight was now a corpse. Tat tat tat. A few stray shots came my way, but they posed no threat. Even my danger sense trait remained silent. But I wasn't about to get careless. I repositioned again. Circling wide, I leapt across an alley and took aim once more, launching another round of grenades. Boom, 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 boom. The vagrants fell in droves, swept away by the relentless blasts. Dozens of vagrants were obliterated by the grenades. But alas, the massacre could go on no longer. The reason I ran out of grenades. I should have bought more grenades. Regret crept in as I thought of the weight and bulkiness that limited my stock. I tossed the grenade launcher aside without a second thought. Drawing my rifle, I reached up to touch my chest. In the brief moments since, the mana backlash had subsided, and my mana flow was back to normal. Shoot, aim, snipe. Insight, sensitivity, stealth. It was hunting time. I attached a sniper scope and suppressor to the rifle and moved out. Instead of making bold leaps, I moved carefully, deliberately. From one rooftop, I'd take a single shot, then immediately change positions. Shot. Relocate. Shot. Relocate. Over and over. The vagrants below started to panic, scattering in confusion. Damn it! Where is he? Where the hell is he? At Novel bin at. I can't see him. Shouldn't we run? Run? You think that bastard will let us go if we try? You really think so? Shit. I need the antidote. Was it because of my sensitivity trait? Or were the vagrants just being loud? Even from the rooftop, their voices echoed clearly in my ears. And from that, I picked up a crucial hint. Antidote. A superhuman who poisons their targets and then ambushes them to claim the bounty. Operating in Goro district, especially around Durumdong. There's only one person who fits all these conditions. R-rank human hunter. Just because he's low-ranking doesn't mean you can underestimate him. He's a master of dirty, underhanded, cowardly combat. Not just human hunter, his brothers, bomber, and dismantling expert are the same. In fact, many of the tactics I use in combat were inspired by him. The strategy of hiding in a safe position and bombarding the enemy with overwhelming firepower to win. Where is he hiding? I'd already dismantled his traps. The second wave of vagrant ambushes was practically over. The third wave sniper fire was about to come next. My mana shield wouldn't be enough to block it. He'd be using a high-caliber anti-materiel sniper rifle. To block that, I'd need to use a mana barrier, but how can I deploy one without knowing where the shot will come from? Should I retreat? For a moment, that thought crossed my mind, but I shook it off. If I let him escape now, human hunter would come back with an even deadlier plan. He might even bring his brother, the bomber, and the dismantling expert with him next time. Think about it. Today alone, he mobilized the Iron Fist Gang's thugs, dozens of Durumdong vagrants, bombs, poison, drugs, rifles, submachine guns, grenades, and more. At least a few billion won in resources, right? If he escalated the scale of the next attack? At that point, even I would struggle to deal with it. I have to end this. Here and now. Die. I decided to take the risk. The vagrants, demoralized and floundering. I charged right into the center of them. Leap. A jump from the 5th floor. The gas station fire had spread here by now. Within the blazing inferno, the gusts of hot air clawed at me as I soared. But I didn't even feel the heat. My mind was honed to a razor-sharp focus, my sights and target lining up as if magnified. Focus, shoot, aim. Bang, bang, bang. I squeezed the trigger, like a man possessed. Not in bursts, but single shots. Not a 3-round burst, just single shots. One by one, the vagrants dropped. Not a single one could resist the bullets raining down from above. Some took a bullet to the crown of the head, others between the eyes, some at the temple. Blood and brain matter splattered from each hit. Boom. I landed with a thunderous crash. A vagrant nearby raised his gun, but I was faster. I reversed my grip on the rifle and swung it. The stock crushed his face, sending him sprawling. Gunplay strike. 2 other vagrants reacted, raising their guns. Tat tat tat. This time, I was a bit late. Bullets hit me point blank. But I blocked them easily. I'd already switched traits. Mana shield defense. Dozens of bullets rained down, but my mana shield held firm. Click. Click. Their magazines were empty in seconds. The 2 vagrants looked at each other in panic. A smirk spread across my face, hidden behind my gas mask, of course. I pulled out a fresh magazine from my belt and reloaded. The metallic clink echoed, and their eyes widened in fear. Then, as if in unison, they turned and ran. Our run. Spare us. There was no mercy. I'm not soft enough to show mercy to those who'd pointed guns at me first. Bang, bang, just 2 shots. The fleeing vagrants stumbled and fell. A small murmur spread through the group. They'd all seen it. They saw me deflect their wild gunfire with my mana shield. And they'd seen me descend from above, hitting every shot dead on, and smashing faces with my rifle stock. All of it pointed to one conclusion. Shit, he's a superhuman. He's at least level 3. Nobody told us he was a superhuman. Run, we're all gonna die. We're all dead. They dropped their rifles and submachine guns, turning to flee. Took you long enough to figure it out. But then again, what could you expect? They were poisoned, high on drugs. What kind of judgment could they make? Combat drugs might have improved their aim, but tat tat tat. I fired without hesitation. Tat 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 tat. I let loose in rapid fire. Bang, bang, bang. At longer distances, I switched to single shots. Every nerve in my body was on high alert. My mind, sharpened like a blade, took in every detail around me. And so, the vagrants couldn't escape. Not a single one. At least, not any that I could see. Each and every one of them was dead. Either shredded by grenades or shot through the head or heart. My head was hot. Steam rose from the rifle barrel. Maybe it was from constantly swapping out magazines and firing non-stop. My hands felt light as a feather, and the last magazine slipped into place as if drawn in by gravity. Rapid reload trait. Click. Not even a second to reload. But there were no more targets to shoot. Which only made me more tense. If Human Hunter was going to take a shot, it would be right now. And sure enough. 11 o'clock, slightly to the left. A 5-story building silhouetted against a backdrop of flames. For a split second, a glint of light flickered from the rooftop. The reflection from a sniper scope. A sniper's deadly declaration. My neck tingled. The hairs on my body stood on end. Both my insight and danger sense traits activated simultaneously. My goggles zoomed in quickly, revealing a small spark blossoming into life. The muzzle flash. Before the sound of the gunshot could reach me, the murderous intent had already drilled into my forehead. Just as the delayed gunshot was about to hit me, I clenched the unused magic chip in my hand, and a cold smile crossed my face. Human Hunter Part 3. The magic chip I prepared before entering the mall's forbidden zone. I snapped it in one motion. A flash of light enveloped me, and I teleported. As I leapt several dozen meters away, the bullet meant for me hit the ground behind with a hollow thunk. There you are. I kicked off the ground, sprinting with all my strength. Whoosh. Of course, there just had to be a burning gas station in front of me. Go around? I didn't have the time. The sniper Human Hunter would already be on the move. Even a minute's delay would give him enough time to find a new vantage point to snipe me from. Or worse, he'd escape. I couldn't let that happen. A crooked smile tugged at my lips. I swapped traits and boldly dove straight into the flames. Fire resistance endurance Einherjar cultivation technique. Sprint leap black flame. Just as the fire was about to consume me, I summoned black flame and launched myself forward. Whoosh! The world turned crimson. Scorching air wrapped around me, but I could bear it. The black flame shielded me first, and fire resistance and endurance handled the rest, even though these weren't ordinary flames but an oil-fueled inferno. My dash through the flames took only a few seconds. I burst through the blazing gas station and emerged on the other side, cutting across the inferno and reaching the main road. A glint of light caught my eye from a 5th-floor building, just up ahead. As if waiting, another flash appeared. Bang! Ugh! I had no time to think. Almost instinctively, I swapped traits and twisted my body. Evasion mobility. My body pivoted sharply, moving vertically as if defying inertia. My hair fluttered as a bullet narrowly grazed past it. I felt a faint shock. The bullet had schemed my hair. A chill ran down my spine, and my blood surged, making my head feel hot. There you are. I moved again, leaping straight toward the 5th-floor building, aiming for the rooftop that loomed tall from the ground. Like a bird, I soared. I couldn't reach the 5th-floor rooftop in a single leap. Instead, I crashed through a 3rd-floor window midway up. Crash! Glass shattered around me. I rolled onto the floor, eyes scanning my surroundings at novel bin at. Insight. Combining my helmet's detection ability, I quickly assessed the situation on the 3rd floor. No traps. The moment I realized this, I sprinted again. Crossing the 4th floor, I dashed to the 5th and finally reached the rooftop. Bang, bang, bang. I kicked open the rooftop door and tossed in a grenade. The traps triggered, scattering red flames in every direction. Incendiary traps. Of course, it was Human Hunter. He was following the same patterns I'd seen in the game. Where did he go? I scanned the area quickly. My goggles adjusted for the light, but there was no sign of him. He must have moved the moment I entered the 3rd floor. As I leaned out to check further, a cold sensation crawled up the back of my neck, a warning. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Damn. If not for my danger sense, I'd be dead. And I hadn't even equipped insight. I ducked just as bullets rained down. The rapid rhythm of automatic fire a bit sharper and lighter than a rifle. A machine gun? If I stayed exposed here, even a mana shield wouldn't hold up. Just like last time, when focused fire shattered it in an instant. Should I use mana shield? No. Mana shield consumes too much mana. Better to find another way. Click. I pulled out a grenade and removed the safety pin. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Listening to the gunfire, I calculated the distance and direction. Directly in front. The distance was surprisingly close. Barely 20 meters away. After making careful calculations, I threw the grenades one after another. Throw. With the trait equipped. Whiz, whiz, whiz. 5 grenades thrown in quick succession. There was an immediate response. A bright flash exploded, and the world turned white. Moments later, a hissing sound followed as thick white smoke billowed up. 1 flash grenade, 4 tear gas grenades. This alone wouldn't take down Human Hunter. Like me, he was wearing a helmet equipped with goggles and a gas mask. But it would at least disrupt his line of sight. Even if the goggles blocked most of the flash, some effect would remain, and his traits wouldn't allow him to see through the tear gas smoke. Tap, tap. I sprinted forward. Equipping sprint, mobility, leap, and charge, I burst out in pursuit. Rat-tat-tat. Bullets whizzed past, but I'd already slipped out of the attack zone. Bullets trailed after me, the orange tracers closing in like washing lines stretched across my path. As they approached within inches, my heart pounded wildly. Just before they hit me, I leapt with all my might. Haya. Jumping into the air like this was practically suicidal. I couldn't dodge while airborne. Maybe that's why. The tracer rounds abruptly stopped. A brief silence. Human Hunter was surely aiming at me, but I was faster. The tracers had given away his position. I aimed my rifle right at it, switching traits in real time while suspended in midair. Shoot, aim, snipe. Focus, deep breathing, insight. My concentration surged. My head felt hot, and my vision narrowed. All I could see was a single point. A faint shadow in my scope's crosshairs. Covered in a camo tarp, a long black barrel extended. Human Hunter? Bang! Who fired first? All I knew was that as soon as I pulled the trigger, the tarp fluttered, and a streak of black liquid sprayed out. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Human Hunter fired back. Orange tracers pounded my shield. But I'd already switched traits right after shooting. The mana shield swelled robustly, blocking the bullets. Though a few shots hit me, the recoil threw off his aim, scattering the rounds in all directions. This time, his machine gun wasn't enough to breach my mana shield. The moment I landed felt like an eternity. As soon as my feet touched the ground, I swapped traits with lightning speed. My body felt lighter. In a single step, I crossed half the rooftop. With the second step, I reached the edge, and on the third, I vaulted straight toward the building where Human Hunter was. You, bastard. Human Hunter cursed as I closed in. Calmly, I leveled my rifle and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 but I missed. Right before my muzzle flashed, Human Hunter twisted out of the way. A flawless backflip from a prone position, practically acrobatic. Or rather, physically impossible. Standing up, he could do that easily, but from a prone position, it shouldn't be possible. There was only one explanation. The disengage trait. One of Human Hunter's core traits. Snipe and disengage. On a side note, when recruiting a level 3 Human Hunter from a quest, they also come with preparation and trap. Take this. Human Hunter pulled a gem-like object from his belt and threw it. A softly glowing yellow glass orb. It hit the ground where I was about to land and shattered, instantly forming a 3-dimensional magic array. The array started to pull me in. But I wasn't surprised. I knew exactly what kind of trap this was. I sprayed bullets in Human Hunter's direction to keep him pinned and discarded my empty rifle. Flash! The 3-dimensional array activated. Almost simultaneously, I pulled out my magic pistol. Mana stored in my ring infused the pistol, and the array exploded with dazzling light. With a clack, Human Hunter landed. With skilled hands, he aimed his machine gun at me. It was the moment I'd been waiting for. The timing was exactly like in the game. His movement patterns, the time it took to execute each action. In the end, I had perfectly stolen Human Hunter's time. Whoosh! A streak of black flame shot forward. A tiny, bullet-sized beam of light struck Human Hunter square in the chest. Right at the thickest part of his torso, protected by a bulletproof vest and a refracted barrier from his defensive magic artifact. Human Hunter froze. I could see his body seize up. The machine gun that had been aimed right at me wavered. And then came the scream. Arg. A piercing howl of agony, as if he were being stabbed with a hot iron. Right about then, the trap magic circle activated. The concrete rooftop beneath my feet transformed into a sludge-like swamp, pulling me in, while stone spikes grew around me, binding my body tight. An earth elemental trap spell. This was one of Human Hunter's specialties. Trap his target in place, then blast them with gunfire or explosives. But having been hit with black flame, he wouldn't have the mental clarity to do that right now. Groik, Arg. Human Hunter screamed in agony, still wildly firing his machine gun. The bullets scattered in every direction. Trying to aim a gun while burning alive was practically impossible. There's a reason the self-immolation of Vietnamese monk Thich Quang Duc shocked the world. Extreme pain doesn't bring calm. And black flame doesn't allow even a shred of clarity. Hew up. I took a deep, steady breath. The concrete swamp had reached my knees. Stone spikes held my torso and arms in place, making it hard to move. If I let my guard down and got hit by a stray bullet, I'd be in trouble. Mana Shield, Endurance, Resolve. I equipped 3 traits to reduce magic damage. Strength, Mighty Strength. And 2 more to help me push through the swamp. My blood-sucking glove was drawing energy to support me, and my belt emitted a faint glow, assisting my efforts. Purification. The earth elemental mana invading my body was dissolved by this trait. Slowly, I advanced through the concrete swamp. In about 10 seconds, I managed to free myself. Across from me, Human Hunter, who had doused the black flame with holy water and activated his artifact, was trembling as he looked at me. God damn it. The machine gun was gone. He'd thrown it aside in his struggles without realizing it. His hand reached for the pistol and submachine gun on his belt, and then he took off in the opposite direction, dropping magical traps as he went. I didn't rush. Calmly, I pursued him. The traps were set at strategic points, but I ignored them. I simply charged through them head-on. By mixing sprint, dash, leap, and charge in perfect combination, I was able to maintain a good speed despite the traps slowing me down. But the main reason I could do this was something else. Earth resistance. This newly acquired trait. Because of it, I could break free from each trap in just 2 or 3 seconds. If Human Hunter had a speed-boosting trait like dash or acceleration, he might have escaped by now, but all he had for escape was his emergency disengage. Maybe because I kept trailing him so relentlessly? A red arrow appeared in my vision, pointing directly at Human Hunter. Track. Now, there was no escape for him. Damn it, die already. Tat 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 tat. Bang, bang, boom. In desperation, Human Hunter lashed out. He sprayed bullets from his submachine gun, fired shots from his pistol, and threw grenades. None of it mattered. With my reinforced mana shield, I simply pushed forward. The grenades were the only real threat, but I had insight. Whenever he pulled the pin, I'd fire my magic pistol to disrupt his throw, preventing him from aiming properly. After taking such intense damage once, he'd run out of options. His holy water and artifacts were likely used up. In the end, Human Hunter couldn't put up a meaningful resistance and was cornered. On a rooftop of a shopping complex near the main road. On one side, a broad avenue stretched out, on the other, an apartment complex too high to scale, behind him, a small elementary school playground. There was nowhere left to run. Human Hunter glanced over his shoulder, then shook with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Click. I pulled a shotgun from my golf bag and loaded it. Any last words? Screw you. Human Hunter's hands trembled. He had nothing left. His guns, bombs, traps, all his supplies, they were gone. At this point, Human Hunter typically did one of two things. Either make a desperate final attack, or surrender. Human Hunter let out a long breath. Can I have one last smoke? Go ahead. With shaky hands, he reached into the chest pocket of his bulletproof vest. He pulled out a thick cigar. He removed his gas mask and tossed his goggles aside. For the first time, I saw the worn face of a middle-aged man who had weathered all of life's hardships. He clamped the cigar between his wrinkled lips. He pulled out a lighter and lit it. The cigar glowed with colorful mana, releasing puffs of blue-green smoke. Savoring the flavor as if it were the last pleasure in life, Human Hunter took a deep drag on the cigar. I counted silently to 5, then asked him a question. Is it good? I asked if it's good. Ha, of course it's good. It's damn delicious. Like the sweet taste of smacking a punk like you upside the head. Human Hunter spat out the cigar. It spun through the air, trailing a colorful light and smoke. At the same time, Human Hunter's body seized up. His pupils shrank to a single point, and his mouth twisted into an unnatural grin. A clear sign of mutation. But that was as far as it went. Bang! One gunshot rang out. A single bullet I'd fired after silently counting to 10. Oh. Human Hunter looked down at his chest. A gaping hole had been blown through it. The high-caliber slug had torn through him. Inside the hole, his heart was gone. All that remained were torn flesh and blood trickling down. What the? The heart is the core of a mutation. The very heart of the mutant body. There's a reason the mana core forms in the heart. If the mutation had fully completed, I might not have been able to stop him. But as it was just starting, a single bullet was all it took. Gua. His body began to disintegrate. His skin and muscles sloughed off, separating from his bones. I crouched in front of him and spoke. You should have surrendered. HRRK. If you had, I would have spared you. I meant it. He was an R-rank superhuman, after all. And R-ranks don't betray easily. His abilities would have been quite useful. Was there really any reason to kill him? Human Hunter lifted his head, bloodied and gasping, struggling to speak. My brothers, they'll. Yeah, I know. They'll all just end up as my prey. I know exactly how they'll attack and what traits and abilities they have. Goodbye. Watching Human Hunter die in agony, I decided to show him one last mercy. Bang! My shotgun roared. His headless body crumpled forward. Evidence Part 1. Why, though? I fell into thought as I looked down at the headless corpse. As I mentioned before, when Human Hunter gets cornered, he either makes a final desperate struggle or surrenders. Surrender is, by far, the more common choice. So this was unexpected. Why would Human Hunter choose to struggle to the end? And even go so far as to induce a mutation using a specialized drug? Once mutated, there's no going back to being human. There must be a reason. I searched Human Hunter's body. I checked his belt, the pockets of his protective suit, and the clothes he wore underneath. All I found was a single item, a slim leather wallet. Not even a smartphone in sight. Instead, the wallet was crammed with an ID card, a key card, and several credit cards. The ID caught my attention. The face was the same, but there were multiple names. Each key card had a name and an address written on it. Jongnogu Sajikdong Estate Building B, Unit CDE. Kim Daesik. Written in that manner. Whoosh. The flames were closing in. The fire, which had started at the gas station, was spreading out of control. But there was no sound of blaring alarms. And, of course, no fire trucks rushing in. Instead, the locals, along with some rough-looking types, were putting out the flames themselves. Damn it! Who's the bastard responsible? Another mess, huh? Shit. We should get out of this hellhole already. And go where? Unless it's Gangnam, everywhere's the same. The government bastards couldn't care less about people like us. Because there's no shortage of people. This was clearly not a rare occurrence. The way they handled the situation, spraying water and deploying powder bombs, was practiced and efficient. I activated my stealth trait and slipped away. There was no good reason to cross paths with those guys. This really is lawless territory. I walked a long way east. Only after passing Dongjakgu and arriving in Sillimdong did I feel at ease. Whew. Finally, I could relax. It was nearly dawn, though the sky was still dark. There wasn't a soul in sight along the roadside. A pack of hungry wild dogs paused from hunting a stray cat to bark at me. Woof, woof. More than one or two. The wild dogs began to gather. At least 10 of them. I must have looked like easy prey, just sitting there. I let out a dry laugh and swapped one of my traits. Intimidation. Get lost. I said it in a low, menacing tone. The effect was immediate. Yipe, yipe. The wild dogs whimpered and fled in fear. Watching them, I felt a renewed realization sink in. This isn't the world I used to live in. A pack of wild dogs attacking people? If that happened in my old world, it'd be all over the news. Especially if wild dogs in Seoul looked at people like prey. Tisk. I clicked my tongue and stood up. There was no time to waste lying around. Human Hunter was fundamentally a contract killer. In the game, when he targeted a player, there was always someone pulling the strings behind him. It was no different here. If I let my guard down, I'd end up as dog food to human predators. Cornered and hunted by contract killers, eventually getting my head lopped off. Now was the time to keep moving. I pulled out the wallet I'd taken from Human Hunter. I carefully checked each key card. Jongno, Hongdae, Kondi, Gaediok, Banpo. 5 places in total. I searched the addresses on my smartphone. All of them were luxury apartments. Each residence had a different name and identity listed. 5 houses. Are these safe houses? Just like in a spy movie. It would make sense if he'd set up bases all over Seoul. Easy to stock up supplies, and if things got dangerous, he could abandon one identity and escape to another place. Take me to Gaediok. I hailed a cab. The driver, wearing sunglasses, took me to Gazan Digital Complex without a word. I paid in cash and got out. This place was alive with light. It was 2 a.m., but every building was brightly lit. Wide roads, well-maintained trees lining the streets, and not a single low-rise building in sight. A stark contrast to nearby Derimdong. This must be it. The apartment I was looking for was nearby. I went to a convenience store and bought a mask and a hat to cover my face. I stashed everything except my pistol into a golf bag and headed inside. The security guard was fast asleep, oblivious to my entry. Beep. I scanned the key card and got into the elevator. The high-speed elevator shot up and stopped at the top floor. Looks like a nice place. Even a level 1 superhuman can pull in a 7-figure salary with ease. Human Hunter, a level 3 contract killer, was probably raking in billions or even tens of billions of won. Ding. I unlocked the door with the key card and went in. There might be an accomplice inside. In the game, there wasn't, but this is reality. I gripped my pistol tightly and crept in, activating stealth as I scanned the place with every bit of detection and insight I could muster. A typical 2-room apartment. Clean and stylish, with a white-toned interior. Through the large windows in the living room, I could see the city lights sparkling outside, and the open bedroom door. I could make out some expensive-looking furniture at a glance. A young woman lay sprawled on the king-sized bed, blankets kicked off, her figure fully on display as she slept. She looked young, early 20s, at most. With her striking looks, she could easily pass for a celebrity. His daughter, maybe? Considering Human Hunter appeared to be in his 50s, it wouldn't be strange if he had a daughter in her early 20s. No way, I scoffed inwardly. Their relationship was obvious. A girlfriend, of course. Bound together by money and power. In this world, it's common for superhumans to keep multiple lovers. Not that it's any different back in my old world. Wherever people live, things are often the same. Did I come to the wrong place? I channeled mana into my visor, maximizing my detection abilities. Nothing came up. All I could see was the gentle rise and fall of the woman's chest as she breathed. Let's think this through rationally. Would Human Hunter stash something important in his girlfriend's apartment? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't. Some emergency cash, maybe a gun, sure. Those are useful in a pinch. But sensitive things like a secret ledger, client list, evidence of transactions, heavy weaponry, or magical traps. No way. They're not married, nor related by blood. In the end, they're practically strangers. If she's threatened or bribed, there's every chance she could betray him to his enemies. I could interrogate her, but she's 99% likely to know nothing. Just as I was about to turn away. The woman exhaled softly in her sleep. Did she sense my presence? Impossible. I was still cloaked in stealth. Unfazed, I hid behind the wall. As expected, the woman just shifted in her sleep and muttered. Steak so tasty. Dreaming of steak, huh? I counted silently to 10, then slipped out the door. Nothing stirred behind me. Once in the elevator, I let out a sigh of relief. That took 10 years off my life. I felt the key cards in my pocket. If this apartment was anything to go by, the others are probably similar. Most likely, they're places he's set up for his lovers. He probably visited each once or twice a week to satisfy his needs. Could it be that his real residence is only in his memory? No, that's not it. I was sure. Because that's how it worked in the game. Whenever you looted Human Hunter's corpse, you'd always find a key card, which would lead you to his hideout. There, you'd uncover the equipment he used, along with clues to the real mastermind who hired him. A world that's similar yet different from the game. But the core framework was almost identical, so I doubted the fundamentals had changed. As I thought, I was right. The last place, Banpo. From the very atmosphere, it was clear this place was different. As soon as I stepped in, unlike the other 4 places that had a faintly sweet scent, a familiar smell hit me. The smell of gunpowder. And drugs. Bingo. Looks like Human Hunter had used this place to heavily modify bullets and concoct poisons and drugs using his alchemy trait. I stood in the entrance and calmly surveyed the house. This place was much bigger than the others I'd been to. A 4-room layout, around 50 paiyong, approximately 1,800 square feet. But it felt barren. There was no sense of someone actually living here. Almost no furniture, no TV in the living room, just a lone sofa. The only visible objects were piles of documents strewn about haphazardly. That's just overkill. Did I seriously have to find evidence in this mess? I started by checking the rooms. The largest one was a gun workshop. The workbench was piled high with finely ground gunpowder, magical catalysts, and empty shells. The real prize was in the back. A perforated wall lined with firearms. Impressive. There was a wide variety. Pistols, submachine guns, rifles, shotguns, machine guns, sniper rifles, and more. Even rocket launchers, grenade launchers, and portable missiles. Several sets of protective gear, goggles, and gas masks were also lying around. I wanted to take everything, but unfortunately, I only had 2 hands. Regretfully, I settled for grabbing 1 set of protective gear, a sniper rifle, an assault rifle, and a few miscellaneous supplies. Good thing I found new gear. The protective suit I'd been wearing had been ruined in tonight's battle long ago. This would serve as a temporary replacement until Jochul finished crafting the magic-enhanced suit. Damn, this guy had a lot of money, too. Beside the perforated wall was a transparent storage container set up like a tower. It was filled with yellow gemstones, all faintly radiating magical energy. Magic traps. The very same type Human Hunter had thrown at me when he tried to make his escape. Earth element magic traps, a useful tool for me as well. After all, there's nothing quite as satisfying as tying someone down and beating them senseless. My golf bag was filling up fast. Not only had I replenished all the resources I used today, but I'd gained a bunch of extra supplies. High-grade protective gear, several guns, and even some magic traps. Those customized bullets weren't bad either, but it's better to stick with factory-made rounds. Custom bullets might boost firepower, but they also damage the gun over time. I could cover any lack of firepower with my own traits. Leaving the golf bag aside for a moment, I moved on to the next room. The second room was a drug lab. Poisonous liquids simmered in flasks, and sealed glass cylinders flickered with lights of various magical hues. Drugs. I wrinkled my nose, intending to just pass by, but then paused. A potion could be useful, right? I already had traits for crafting, modification, and repair. With only his alchemy trait, Human Hunter had been able to create magic traps, modify bullets, and produce poisons and drugs. If I acquired alchemy as well, I could probably do the same. Forget the drugs, their side effects are too severe. But taking a potion in a critical moment wouldn't be a problem. After all, I had used the berserker glasses back when I fought Park Daeyeop at Novel Bin Adat. As for poison, best not to bother with it. There are better options than poison. If I were building an assassin-style skill set, maybe I'd consider it, but that's not really my style. This one, and this one, and this one. I left the finished products alone and only took some essential ingredients. I remembered all the crucial potion recipes from the game. With just those, I could gain the alchemy trait, which would be helpful in more ways than one. The third room was a bedroom. A large bed took up most of the small room. There was nothing else in terms of furniture. I gave it a quick glance and moved on. Now, for the final room. This one was set up like an office. An entire wall was lined with high-quality wooden bookshelves. The shelves were packed with leather-bound books with titles in Chinese characters. In front of the bookshelves stood a polished wooden desk, a sleek laptop, and a camera mounted by the door. I understood immediately. This was a setup for video conferences. Which meant there was probably evidence hidden on that laptop. I reached out to grab the laptop without thinking, but suddenly, a chill ran down my spine, and cold sweat beaded on my forehead. What? The ring on my left index finger began to vibrate softly. Danger sense had triggered. I quickly activated insight and could feel it clearly now. The moment I touched the laptop, something catastrophic would happen. Was it booby-trapped? But aside from the laptop, there was nothing else in the room that felt dangerous. Even with my trap detection trait activated, I couldn't find anything else. After carefully inspecting every corner of the office for a long time, I reached a conclusion. Wow, what a sneaky bastard. The laptop itself was a trap. To be precise, it was a bomb disguised as a laptop. The moment I touched it, it would explode, taking out the entire house with it. If not for danger sense, I would have been toast. Who would have thought he'd set up a trap and make it look like an ordinary work tool? I took a step back, folded my arms, and glanced around the study, then cast my gaze across the messy living room and the gun workshop, drug lab, and bedroom I'd already checked. Where could it be? There was a trait perfect for this situation. I activated track. A trait gifted by Human Hunter himself. A small arrow appeared in my mind. At first, it spun around aimlessly, unable to find a direction. Then, as I focused my mind on Human Hunter, on the evidence he must have left behind, the arrow suddenly steadied, pointing in a single direction. The bedroom. The room with nothing but a king-sized bed. The arrow pointed directly at that bed. Sure enough, there it was. Somewhere deep inside the thick, plush mattress. Too deep to find by feeling around. I had to tear open the mattress and reach my arm inside to find it. My fingertips finally brushed against a small USB drive. Evidence Part 2. I returned home with the USB and the rest of my loot. It occurred to me that I didn't have a laptop. When I contacted Manager Choi to ask him to get one, he showed up in a flash, practically flying over with the latest model. Superhuman? What happened to you? Haha, does it show? Your hair, well, and what's that smell? Did something happen last night? Looking at myself after I got back, I had to admit I was a mess. First of all, my hair was completely burned off. I had washed up once, but the smell of burning and blood still clung to me. Wearing the state-of-the-art protective suit I'd taken from Human Hunter's stash at least made me look somewhat presentable, otherwise, I'd have looked like a homeless person. Actually, I was attacked last night. Attacked? Where do I even begin? Hang on. A thought came to me, and I turned on the TV. I flicked through channels until I found the news segment I'd expected. Our next story. Just after midnight last night, a large-scale gunfight broke out between gangs in Durumdong, Yeongdongpo district. The shootout involved bombs and heavy weaponry, resulting in the explosion of a gas station and the complete destruction of 5 commercial buildings and over 20 residential houses. Here is the footage. A clip recorded on someone's smartphone. The blurry video showed a building surrounded by a mob of vagrants. One by one, they started dropping. The camera shook, perhaps due to the recorder's shock, but the explosions going off in sequence were clearly captured. There are confirmed fatalities numbering in the dozens. Despite the severity of the situation, the Yeongdongpo police have refused to intervene, citing the area as an unpoliced zone beyond their jurisdiction. Not even fire trucks were dispatched, leaving residents to handle the fire and evacuate people on their own. Let's go live to reporter Park Dae-won at the scene. Park Dae-won. Yes, this is Park Dae-won reporting from Durumdong, Yeongdongpo district. I turned off the TV. Manager Choi looked momentarily confused before a realization dawned on him. Was that you, Superhuman? Yes. There were just too many of them, so I had no other choice. No, that's not the point. Why were you there? Durumdong is the worst lawless area around here. It's not like I went there by choice. I began to explain how a thug from the Iron Fist gang had called me out. The armored limousine, the explosion at the gas station, the mob of vagrants attacking, and the sniper shot from Human Hunter. Manager Choi's face grew grim. Could it have been Kim Chun-bok? I don't think so. You know how much Iron Fist benefits from having me around. If I disappeared, they'd lose control over Silimdong. The Poison Gang and the Naked Gang would invade immediately. That's true. The Iron Fist Gang has been expanding fast. Kim Chun-bok's already at level 3, and even his top lieutenants are reaching level 2. Wait, so doesn't that mean they're already strong enough to take over the Poison Gang and the Naked Gang? Yes, they've been holding meetings about it lately. The Iron Fist Gang's leadership has a clear advantage. Both the Poison Gang and the Naked Gang's bosses are only level 2. If Iron Fist recruits a few more level 1 members, it's over for the other two. That ruled out Kim Chul-kwan as a suspect. However, Manager Choi strongly insisted that we still needed to call Kim Chul-kwan in. After all, since one of his gang members was involved, Kim Chul-kwan would need to prove his innocence. He had a point. We called Kim Chul-kwan right away. Kim was shocked and rushed over with his top lieutenants in tow. What on earth are you talking about? One of my men attacked Superhuman. I looked around at the Iron Fist Gang's lieutenants as they stood in confusion. I focused on a familiar face. The guy who managed Sinwon Market. You. Come here. Yes? Is there something wrong? You've got a subordinate, a short guy with a shaved head and a scorpion tattoo, right? The one who guards Sinwon Market. Yeah. You mean Da-hun, right? The lieutenant took out his smartphone and showed me a picture. It was indeed the gang member who had lured me out. That's him. That bastard brought me to Durumdong around midnight. What? Durumdong? Why? He said you wanted to see me. Me? I'd never. If I had business with you, I'd come in person. You're friends with the boss, after all. The lieutenant looked genuinely outraged. Kim Chul-kwan sat down, then asked gravely, Superhuman, can you tell us exactly what happened? Allow me. Manager Choi took over, explaining everything step by step in chronological order. As he listened, Kim Chul-kwan's eyebrows twitched in anger. When I replayed the news footage, he couldn't hold back and shot to his feet. You damn idiot. Ugh, boss. Kim Chul-kwan backhanded his lieutenant. He must have swapped out his prosthetic arm, as it was noticeably bulkier. As he struck, the elbow joint released a burst of flames with a loud whoosh. The lieutenant collapsed to the floor, blood streaming from his nose and mouth as his face smacked against the ground. Kim Chul-kwan bowed his head to me. My apologies, superhuman. This is entirely my fault for failing to control my men. I deeply apologize for this oversight. Boss. It's that idiot's fault. There's no need for you to apologize, boss. The other lieutenants looked alarmed. The battered lieutenant hurriedly prostrated himself on the floor. He slammed his forehead down hard and yelled, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. I failed to keep my men in line, and it led to this disaster. I'll take full responsibility. The boss knew nothing about this. He doesn't even know who Dahun is. This is entirely on me. Enough. Shut up already. Boss. I am truly sorry, superhuman. I'll make sure to handle these fools properly. Please, for my sake, spare his life. What was this? Kim Chul-kwan was being even more submissive than I'd expected. Did he think I was some kind of bloodthirsty lunatic, begging me to spare a life? When I thought about it, his reaction made sense. The TV was still on, showing footage of me flying through the air and slaughtering vagrants. What kind of image must he have of me? I'm the monster who hunted down Park Dae-yeop, a Level 4 Cleaner Association director, single-handedly. He might even think of me as the heavenly killing star, a living weapon who could turn on them at any moment. If I were him, I'd be bowing my head too. All right, I'll accept your apology. Honestly, even as the boss, how could you control every single foot soldier? If I had to guess, that guy probably took some under-the-table money to lure me out. I already thought it was strange when he insisted I ride with him. Even Mr. Go over there wouldn't just send some lackey without a single call. I barely remembered the lieutenant's last name. Go grinned widely. Glad you noticed. We're comrades, aren't we? We may not always see eye to eye, but we'd never betray each other like this. Of course? Absolutely. But you know what has to be done, right? I need to know who ordered this. If you can't find that out, I'll have no choice but to suspect you as well. The lieutenant nodded vigorously. Leave it to me. I know where that bastard Dahun lives, who his girlfriend and family are. I'll track down whichever son of a bitch put him up to this, no matter what it takes. Make sure you do. Get going, Yoonbyum. And don't bother coming back if you fail. Understood? I'll leave right away. The lieutenant scrambled to his feet and rushed out. Kim Chul-kwan turned to me, his expression calm. Superhuman, do you have any suspicions as to who it might be? I'll have to investigate further. I glanced over at Manager Choi. Manager Choi made an O shape with his right thumb and forefinger. While Kim Chul-kwan and I were talking, he had been running a hacking program to bypass the security and access the USB. Turns out, he had skills in this area as well. Inside the USB, the files were neatly categorized. Ledgers, lists, video calls, recordings, transcripts, that kind of organization. Manager Choi tapped away at the touchpad, skimming through the files. This is big. What did you find? A superhuman hunter, that's what. He's killed over 20 superhumans. 20. Kim Chul-kwan gasped in shock. Then he looked at me with newfound respect, as if to ask how I managed to survive an attack from someone like that. Forget everything else. Can you check the most recent contract? Sure, I'm looking for it now. The latest? Oh, here it is. This contract was placed 3 days ago. It seems he was originally going to decline it, but the payout was too tempting to pass up. The reward is 20 billion won. 20 billion won. 20 billion. Kim Chul-won and Manager Choi exchanged glances, their mouths wide open. Was that really so shocking? I just shrugged my shoulders. As much as I hate to brag, I'm a bit of an expert when it comes to fighting other superhumans, so that kind of price makes sense. But still, 20 billion. How much does a level 3 superhuman usually go for? According to these records, around 5 to 6 billion won, not counting expenses. Good heavens. To have the honor of working alongside someone like you, superhuman, truly brings glory to my descendants. While Kim Chul-kwan stood there gaping, Manager Choi still found time to flatter me. And the target was me. Ah, yes, I almost forgot. That's right, the contract was placed on you, by Seungchin Group. The atmosphere instantly chilled at Novel Bin at. Kim Chul-kwan closed his mouth, and Manager Choi narrowed his eyes. Seungchin Group. I had a pretty good idea of what was going on now. I lifted a finger and wagged it from side to side. It wasn't Seungchin Group. It must have been Seungchin Security. Seungchin Security? Wait a moment, you're right. The contract was placed through Seungchin Security's executive office. The executive office? The CEO's secretary, correct. Hold on, actually, no. It was placed using the executive office's business card, but by a different person entirely. The pieces were coming together. Manager Choi's eyes lit up as he manipulated the touchpad, and he let out a shout. Found it? It's Lee Jae-yeol? He covered his tracks by switching contacts multiple times, but it seems he was the one who thoroughly prepped the contract and accepted it. Lee Jae-yeol. Just as I thought. But why would someone who barely interacted with me go this far? No matter how rich he is, spending 20 billion won to have me killed? Was there some reason I wasn't aware of? Lee Jae-yeol. Kim Chul-kwan looked blank, like he'd never heard the name before. Manager Choi quickly switched to a new screen showing Seungchin Group's organizational chart. You're aware of Seungchin Security, right? It's a private military company under Seungchin Group. Yes, I know. Lee Jae-yeol is the eldest son of Seungchin Security's CEO. Right now, he's also serving as a former Templar Knight of the Old Father's cult, and he was recently promoted to Paladin. But why would he want to assassinate superhuman? That part, I'm not entirely sure. I can explain that. Thinking it over, I realized I already had an idea. When I went to get my armor made, Jochul had mentioned something that Saintess had said she'd foretold that I would become the light and savior of the Old Father's cult. At the time, I brushed it off, but looking back, it was significant. A god that had died in the Divine Annihilation War. The cult was preparing for his resurrection, focusing all their resources on it. And here I was, supposedly their light and savior. Even if I didn't fully understand the implications, from Li Jial's perspective, it must have been infuriating. While he was struggling to claw his way up from the bottom despite being blessed with holy energy, I was being hailed as the savior and even getting custom armor made by a level 6 artisan. That Templar knight guarding Jochul's house, was that Li Jial, the paladin who had seemed particularly hostile. If that was him, then it all made sense. I gave a brief explanation of my theory to the others. Manager Choi frowned. Now that you mention it, neither artisan Jochul nor that paladin seemed very friendly that day. Understandable. Kim Chul-kwan smirked, twisting the corners of his mouth. It's a matter of inferiority, pure and simple. Imagine a wealthy, well-connected young man encountering someone even more talented than him. It must have driven him mad with envy. Putting out an assassination contract as if he's just spending some pocket change? In this field, that's actually pretty common. Manager Choi clenched his teeth as he looked at the laptop screen. We need to teach him a lesson. Kim Chul-kwan sneered immediately. And how exactly would you propose we do that? Excuse me. Realistically, what can you do? If this were just a small-time CEO, we could go and take them all out, but this is Seongchin Security we're talking about. Seongchin Security. If we make a wrong move, Seongchin Group itself could come after us. At first, he was speaking to Manager Choi, but by the end, he was looking directly at me. In other words, he was telling me to let it go. Seongchin Group is like a dinosaur, a Tyrannosaurus Rex among corporations. And at best, I was a squeaky little mouse. No, calling myself a mouse would be an overstatement. More like a mosquito. Manager Choi chewed on his words for a moment before suggesting. We could file a lawsuit. With a decent lawyer, if we press charges. You know how it goes with legal favors. Sure, with concrete evidence, superhuman might win, in 3 or 4 years. And even then, it'd only result in a small fine and minor compensation. No apology, no jail time. Money talks, and the poor walk. Then, we could leak this to the media. And who would publish it? TV? Newspapers? Both are out. Editors would block it at the top in exchange for fat envelopes. Maybe some small online news outlet or independent channel could report it, but you really think Seongchin Group would care? No, not happening. In this world, wealth and power are concentrated in the hands of a few. It's practically a caste system. The strong crush the weak, and the weak have no choice but to stay silent. But should I just stand by and take it? Absolutely not. We'll blackmail Li Jial. Excuse me, blackmail. What do you plan to achieve with blackmail? I'll force him into the dueling arena. Oh, a duel. In this society, personal power determines social standing. Thus, when disputes arise between superhumans, they're often settled through duels. That's how the Colosseum came about. Do you think Li Jial would actually agree to step into the dueling arena? Think about it. What do you think Li Jial's goal is? Isn't it to inherit the family business? That's true. Li Jial is the eldest son, but after his baptism, he was practically disowned and cast aside. My gaze remained fixed on the laptop screen. Manager Choi and Kim Chul-kwan both followed my line of sight and nodded in understanding. Seongchin Security's family tree. Li Jial was indeed the eldest son, but his stepmother was currently the family's matriarch. I'd heard about this when I went to get my level 3 certification about how he was obsessed with regaining his rightful place. Seo Woojin had also mentioned a few things. Getting involved in an assassination scandal wouldn't exactly help his situation. Indeed. Manager Choi nodded in agreement. This could definitely work. On the other hand, Kim Chul-kwan didn't look entirely convinced. Are you sure it'll work? What if Li Jial ignores the blackmail and attacks instead? If he decides to mobilize his father's company, we wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if he's disinherited, it's not impossible for him to call in some favors from the company, just like he did here. That's true. I agreed with Kim Chul-kwan's assessment. Which is why I had a plan in mind. In that case, we'll need to level the playing field. And how do we do that? We'll bring in some allies. I do have a few people I can call on. Faces flashed through my mind. The first person that came to mind was, of course, Seo Woojin. Evidence Part 3. Upon hearing the news, Seo Woojin came rushing in. This crazy bastard. After listening to the explanation, he erupted in anger as if it were his own problem. There's nothing to think about. An eye for an eye, let's send an assassin after him, too. I could only smile bitterly. If it were that simple, I would have done it already. Kim Chul-kwan, who had been observing Seo Woojin's mood, cautiously chimed in. Young master. Call me director. Yes, Director Seo. It's easy for you to say that without worrying about the consequences, but it's different for our warrior Kim here. If we send an assassin, the Seongchin Security armed team will swarm us like bees. They're leagues above the guy we dealt with this time. That's true. Boss Kim is absolutely right. And there's another issue. Manager Choi was the second to cut in. Seo Woojin glanced at him, and Choi made an O shape with his thumb and forefinger. We don't have this. We're talking about Seongchan Security's eldest son here. Not some unaffiliated superhuman, but a paladin of the Old Father's cult and the son of a conglomerate. Do you know how much it would cost to take someone like that down? It's practically impossible. That's right. Seo Woojin, who had just been spitting fire, suddenly shrank back. I leaned forward, placing my hand on the table. I don't think we have any option but a duel. Why not just sue him? Duels are too dangerous. Seo Woojin suggested, clearly uneasy. Manager Choi chuckled beside him. Oh, Director, you know very well what kind of person our warrior Kim is. Do you really think he can't handle a punk like this paladin? Well, if the guy himself shows up, maybe. Sorry? If he doesn't show up himself, then who will? He'll probably hire a proxy. There's no way some golden spoon would step into the arena himself, knowing he's bound to lose. Especially when just 10 billion or even 20 billion won would easily find him a proxy warrior. Manager Choi's face twisted. A proxy. Right, that's possible. Is there no way to force him to come in person? Do you think such a way exists? But then what's the point of the duel? Isn't it just warrior Kim who's taking all the risk? Let's get an apology, get compensated, and call it done. Will that really be enough? Kim Chul-kwan looked at me, scrutinizing. As if to say, would a killer like you really be satisfied with just an apology and compensation? At novel bin at. I simply smiled. Like a carnivore baring its teeth. No, it's not enough. But what can I do? I'm just not powerful enough. And besides, I looked out beyond the glass window into the small, neglected garden, where weeds grew in scattered clumps. Glaring at them as if they were Lee Jae-yeol himself, I spoke each word with deliberate precision. A dog might give up its bone, but a golden spoon wouldn't dare admit their fault in a duel loss. They'll just grind their teeth in private, stewing over the insult. And one day, when they do something stupid again, that'll be the day he meets his end. Yeah, I suppose so. This is the moment to set an example. Sir, you're a scarier person than I thought. Seo Woojin remarked. I'm not exactly broad-minded. I'm not the type to just sit by and let someone who tried to kill me roam free. Warrior Kim, that's not a saint, that's a pushover. Exactly. If someone messes with you, you have to crush them completely. That's how you stop others from underestimating you. Well, I agree with that. We began strategizing. How could we drag Lee Jae-yeol into the arena for a duel? Kim Chul-kwan, looking confident, spoke up. Leave that part to me. If you entrust me with this, I'll make sure Lee Jae-yeol is presented before Warrior Kim. How? Manager Choi, could I borrow your laptop? Thank you. Now, if you look here, you can see the route Lee Jae-yeol used to place the hit. Wow, he really went all out with the laundering. The money passed through 3 different hands. He really took precautions. And spent quite a bit of money, too. To be honest, I've handled a few cases like this before. Rich brats think they're untouchable if they pass the job through a few intermediaries with a bit of cash. Absolutely not. It's traceable. And when you trace it back and corner them, they panic. Money can't completely cover up the guilty conscience. True. So, we approach him with a "we know what you did last week" kind of message. Demand he come out while he still has the chance to save face. He might send a representative instead, but that's where it begins. At that point, I'll step in. Manager Choi raised his hand. If we frame it as a confidential duel involving a top-level fighter, Lee Jae-yeol might take the bait. He could even try to eliminate us afterward. Director Seo Woojin nodded vigorously. I'll help however I can. How do you need me to support you? You don't need to appear as one of our representatives, just serve as a notary. It's not hard, but are you sure? It's better for an older, reputable figure, preferably someone from the legal community, to act as a dual notary. Oh, actually, I've got an idea. What is it? My friends. I'll call them in, along with their parents. Isn't this getting a bit too big? Manager Choi said with a hint of concern, but to me, it didn't sound like a bad idea. I'm in favor. If more people support us, I'm all for it. Exactly. That way, that sneaky bastard Lee Jae-yeol won't be able to back out. I agree. I'll call them myself. Oh, I could make the call. No, it's better if I do it directly. Besides, I'm planning to use my favor token. Warrior Kim, isn't that a bit wasteful? It's better than racking up a debt. Seongchan Security might just be a subsidiary of Seongchan Group, but it's still a conglomerate. Give and take it's essential. If you don't have anything to give, you'd better cash in a favor. Unless you have a special connection. By the way, Warrior Kim. Kim Chul-kwan asked, his expression serious as he looked at me. Are you confident you'll win the duel? What, do you think my teacher is going to lose? Before I could respond, Seo Woojin burst out, clearly offended. Kim Chul-kwan raised his hand, signaling for calm. No offense, but I think I'm the one here who knows Warrior Kim best. I saw him single-handedly dismantle the Cleaner Association and take down a level 4 superhuman in a one-on-one fight. But do you think Lee Jae-yeol would be ignorant of all that? He probably knows Warrior Kim's entire track record. You're saying? Yes. There's no way he'll send a level 3 superhuman. He'll definitely send a level 4 superhuman. A level 4 superhuman. The gap between level 1 and level 2 might not be that significant, but the difference between level 3 and level 4 is considerable. And it only grows wider at the higher levels. The stronger you get, the more exponentially your strength increases. Is there any chance he'll send a level 5? A level 5 is a high-ranking superhuman, prideful ones at that. They wouldn't bother taking on someone 2 levels below them. Lee Jae-yeol knows Warrior Kim has defeated a level 4, so he'll most likely send someone at that level. I agreed with his assessment. Besides, the cost of hiring a level 5 superhuman would be astronomical. Even the level 3 hunter charged 20 billion won for the job. Since this isn't an assassination, the fee might drop, but even 20 billion wouldn't be enough for a level 5. I've said it before, a level 5 is practically treated like a congressman in this world. A level 4, huh? I pondered for a moment. Could I win against a level 4 with my current abilities, without relying on doping or mutations? It would be close. If they sent a weak one, I could win. But if the opponent had well-developed traits and top-tier equipment, it wouldn't be easy. Especially if I couldn't afford to reveal my mutation. Maybe it's best to seal away the mutation altogether. Now that I'm at level 3, using it could mean there's no going back. But there's a chance. Among the ranks of level 4 superhumans in the Old Father's cult, there are a few connected to that paladin, Lee Jae-yeol. It's obvious who they'll send. It won't be easy. I might be pushed to the brink of death. One slip, and I could lose my head. But with conviction, I said, I can win. Good. We trust you, Warrior Kim. Kim Chul-kwon looked at me with the expression of a man who'd put all his chips on the table. Manager Choi and CEO Woojin exchanged glances filled with silent trust. The weight on my shoulders felt heavy. This was an emotion I had never once received in my old world. I'll make contact today. It'll take some time for the arrangements, so please just focus on preparing yourself, Warrior Kim. What are the rules? We'll have to negotiate, but it should follow the usual conventions. What do you mean by conventions? Anything goes as long as no third parties interfere, except for the 2 combatants. There are no restrictions on weapons or foul play. Any dirty trick is fair game. Poison, concealed weapons, anything goes. If you fall for it, that's your fault. There are limits even to a superhuman's power. I decided to ask the question that had been on my mind for a while. What about doping? Is that allowed? Doping. CEO Woojin replied instead. You're free to use drugs or poison, but you have to make them yourself. So I can't buy them. No. Only items made from materials you bring and crafted right before the duel are allowed. You also have to declare in advance what substances you'll be using. That's a bit restrictive. Sure, it makes sense for drugs, but isn't it a penalty for superhumans who rely on poison? They'll have to make their own antidotes as well. Or else they'll need to bring poison-resistant artifacts or purification artifacts. No wonder assassins have a hard time in duels. So doping is allowed, then. Proceed under those terms. I'll be ready. Understood. We'll start right away. Oh, Warrior Kim. What about armor? Armor. The magic armor Jo Chul had promised to make for me. I thought about it carefully, then shook my head. Jo Chul and Lee Jae-yeol are 2 peas in a pod. Do you think he'd finish it on time? Jo Chul might not deliberately sabotage it or set a trap, but he'll definitely drag his feet. Rather than waiting for it, let's schedule the duel as soon as possible. Then we'll go with that plan. I'm counting on you all. We can't just let this slide as if we stepped in something. I promise I'll repay each of you later. Repayment? That's unnecessary. Just having the chance to help you is my pleasure, Warrior Kim. Call on me anytime. We're just helping each other out. If you lend a hand when my organization or I am in danger someday, that will be more than enough. Repayment? What's there to repay between us? You saved my life, sir. Actually, should I go as your proxy for the duel instead? That would make things too complicated. Just handling the notarization is more than enough. Haha, leave it to me. I'll even bring in a retired Supreme Court judge to ensure it's fully notarized. Just hearing that is reassuring. The strategy meeting concluded. After the 3 left, I immediately went online and ordered a few items. An alchemy workstation, along with all the consumables and materials I'd need. Once everything was delivered via express courier, I dove straight into potion crafting. Potions. Using only recipes known for their potent effects and minimal side effects. Bang! Ugh. I failed multiple times. Explosions went off, and thick black smoke billowed everywhere. I had to use the fire extinguisher several times, to the point where I'd need to order a new one. Despite the struggles, I achieved my goal. The potion-making trait. The same one the human hunter possessed. Specialized in crafting poisons and potions, and even more effective when combined with traits for crafting and modification, increasing both the success rate and potency. The potions I crafted were threefold. Potion of Iron Body. Potion of Lightning Reflexes. Potion of Dragon's Mana. The effects were simple. One dramatically boosts strength and durability, another heightens senses and agility, and the last amplifies mana regeneration. There are better potions out there, but at level 3, and with the materials I could gather, this was the limit. If I hadn't secured the materials from the human hunter's hideout, I wouldn't have been able to make the dragon's mana potion at all. Celestial gold, hell silver, and world iron, you said. Yes. I don't need much. Ingredients for a special strengthening catalyst. When facing the paladins and priests of the Old Father's cult, this catalyst was essential. Huff, huff. While making potions, I practiced wielding the sacred sword. Naturally, I'd be bringing firearms too. A grenade launcher and various grenades, as well. But would they be effective? If my guess was correct, a level 4 paladin would come as the proxy, and I doubted bullets and grenades would easily kill him. There was no way. In the end, it would all come down to my swordsmanship. It's true that I'm relatively weak when it comes to swordsmanship. The only thing I could rely on was the trait swap technique. I poured my focus into practicing the mountain-breaking sword art alongside the trait-switching technique, so that, in the moment of attack, I could switch in traits like strength, smash, and slash to maximize offensive power, and in the moment of defense, switch to traits like endurance, defense, and mana shield to bolster my defenses. Huff, ha, sweat poured down like rain. I ate until I felt like I would burst, worked myself to exhaustion, soaked briefly in the mana spring bath, ate again, and swung my sword with all my might. I forgot about everything else. I was solely focused on self-improvement. I didn't spare a thought for what might be happening outside. Once I grew comfortable combining the mountain-breaking sword art and trait swap, I practiced against an imaginary opponent. Ugh, it wasn't easy. I'm no master of combat, to be honest, I'm getting by on sheer trait power. In novels and movies, protagonists make shadowboxing look effortless, but doing it myself was a struggle. It didn't help that I wasn't familiar with the opponent. I knew all the attack patterns in games, but real-world superhumans wouldn't move as predictably as in a game. In the end, I called for help. Woojin, I need some sparring. Of course, sir. I'll be glad to help. I set aside my pride and learned from Seo Woojin, my student. To be honest, I couldn't match Seo Woojin anymore. Even before his awakening, he had wanted to best me. Now that he's reached level 5, he toyed with me as if it were child's play. Yet he was always respectful, which I appreciated. Sir, shall we go one more round? In that situation, you should have parried like this. See. Oh, that was good. Are you really just level 3, sir? You look like you'd hold your own against a level 4. This is strange. What exactly are your abilities, sir? To an outsider, it would look like you have dozens of traits. After days of getting stabbed and sliced in training, perhaps because I was learning formal swordsmanship, a swordsmanship trait finally formed, and I was able to match Seo Woojin a bit. Around that time, I received a message from Manager Choi. Warrior Kim, the duel date has been set. When is it? 3 days from now. The 3 days flew by. Though not perfect, I completed my preparations to the best of my ability. And then, I made my way to the designated secret dueling arena. Lion Night Part 1. Lion Night. Outskirts of Seoul. A secret dueling arena at Novel Bin At. Usually, this place would be overflowing with spectators and gamblers. Today, however, it was dead silent. Seo Woojin had rented out the entire place to serve as the official witness. I arrived 30 minutes early, ahead of the duel. Seo Woojin, who was already waiting, approached me. You're here, teacher. Where's Lee Jae-yeol? He's not here yet. He'll probably be the last to arrive. Oh, and this is Attorney Young Myunso, a former Supreme Court judge. He'll be serving as the official notary today. Pleasure to meet you. I've heard a lot about you. He didn't seem like a superhuman. The distinguished-looking gentleman extended his hand politely. I shook his hand and greeted him as well. Thank you for your assistance today. Ho ho, it's my pleasure. Woojin told me that you saved his life. Anyone who's done so is no stranger to me. I'll make sure everything is handled smoothly. You just focus on winning the duel. People were slowly gathering. Manager Choi was there, as well as Seo Woojin's friends. And there was an unexpected face too. Baek Soren, lightly armed, came bouncing over. Teacher, how did you know about this? There are ways to find out. But what's going on? Why are you dueling Seungchin Security? Ask Manager Choi. I need to prepare for the duel. You're going to win for sure, teacher. Whoever they bring as their champion, make sure to flatten him. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, the time for the duel had arrived. The lights switched on, illuminating the center of the arena. Lee Jae-yeol's side arrived about an hour after that. Lee Jae-yeol, scowling as if he'd bitten into something foul, was the last to enter. Instead of focusing on him, I kept my gaze on the man standing beside him. Clad in pitch-black armor with no gaps, a massive shield strapped to his back, a warhammer, and a large-caliber shotgun. His gear was almost stereotypical. Spiky hair, bushy sideburns, and intense, piercing eyes that evoked the image of a lion. And the steel gauntlet on his right hand. A lion engraving on the back of his hand. I recognized him. It was someone I'd anticipated seeing. Lion Knight Odazik. I had seen him at the Superhuman Tower when I went for my level 3 certification. For a member of the Old Father's cult, he was unusually polite, though there was no denying he was a fanatic. Step, step. Odazik began walking toward me. Lee Jae-yeol followed behind him, looking nervous. Sir, you didn't have to come here yourself. Odazik responded in a booming voice. Silence. You have no right to speak. You're not even worthy of being a paladin. Consider yourself lucky I haven't excommunicated you. Sir, excommunication. Tisk, tisk. If the Saintess hadn't personally baptized you, you would have been thrown out long ago. Be grateful it ended with just the revocation of your knighthood. Step, step. Odazik approached me directly. I glanced at Lee Jae-yeol, who stood awkwardly behind him. He was wearing Crusader armor. At level 3, he should have received his paladin knighthood, yet. Serves him right. It seemed that sending an assassin after me had come back to haunt him. While I felt a bit of schadenfreude, I also stayed alert. The fact that the Old Father's cult was handling this by the book was, ironically, suspicious. If they had just openly supported Lee Jae-yeol, I would have felt more at ease. What exactly were they plotting? It's good to see you again, Warrior Kim. Oh, yes. Oduzik greeted me politely. Then he bent at a full 90-degree angle and expressed his apologies. First, I want to personally apologize for this unfortunate incident. I failed to properly educate my subordinates. This incident is entirely my fault, and it has nothing to do with our revered old father, the noble saintess, or the archbishops. What was this? An apology? I crossed my arms and replied curtly. Isn't it a bit late for an apology? If you were really sorry, you should have apologized before the duel. This apology is purely from me personally. The official stance of the cult is different. Of course. Go on, then. A short while ago, the saintess summoned me personally and spoke. Oduzik raised his head from his bow. His eyes were blazing, like a volcano about to erupt. The black volcanic ash of fanaticism cloaked him in a dark aura, and his eyes shone with intense madness as he stared at me. The great old father has spoken, and the saintess conveyed the revelation to us, saying that Warrior Kim is destined to be the light and savior of our cult. My gaze darkened alongside his. The words light and savior again. Hearing it one more time. What on earth does that mean? I have no connection with your cult. Savior? Says who? You will have one soon. Ha, so you're planning to make my induction into your cult a condition of this duel? Yes. I have no intention of killing you, Warrior Kim. My only condition is this: if I win, you join our cult. What? Did they smear honey on this offer? Huh? From the saintess to the Lion Knight, they're all clamoring to recruit me. I frowned in irritation. My ring was vibrating. A chilling sensation gripped my chest, and the hairs on my body stood on end. What exactly does light and savior mean? Let's hear it. It is as it sounds. You are the hope, the salt, and the ultimate goal of our cult. Not limited to our cult, but a savior who will rescue this world from the impending apocalypse. Grand words. So what exactly does that mean? Just as I was about to press him for specifics, a sudden insight flashed through my mind. The old father isn't truly dead. And in a few years, he's supposed to be resurrected. By the hands of the saintess. In the game, he was represented only as a mass of tentacles. The story was that the players entered mid-resurrection to battle him as a boss. If that's the case, the light and savior the saintess spoke of ultimately means a vessel, isn't it? When I asked outright, Oduzik reverently clasped his hands together. Precisely. Huh? Are you insane? You want to use me as a vessel? You think I'd ever agree to that? It would be an act of noble dedication and sacred offering. I am here to ensure that Warrior Kim becomes the vessel and incarnation of our great old father. This lunatic. Chills ran down my spine. This guy is seriously nuts. Who gave them permission to use me as a sacrifice? This is no different from being a pig they fatten up for slaughter. They plan to nurture me for years and then offer me up during the resurrection ritual. If I lose here, it'd be better to just kill myself. The way they keep mentioning my body and soul makes it clear, if I end up as a sacrifice, the old father will consume both my body and spirit. I understand that this goes against your free will. Oduzik looked at me with a grave expression. So give it your all. I will do the same. I am determined to offer you to the old father. Ha, damn fanatical bastard. Thank you for the compliment. I have to win, no matter what. There's no room for retreat. I'm confident I can win if I stick to my plan. Ahem. Our lawyer cleared his throat. Since time is of the essence, let's begin the duel. Crusader Li Jaeal, or rather, the former paladin, where is your notary? Here. Let's review the terms of the duel. The terms had been reviewed long before we arrived. It wasn't just a legal contract but a magical pact. Breaking it would cause one's heart to explode. The lawyers went over only the most critical clauses. I will now confirm the terms for both sides. First, Crusader Li Jaeal. If you are victorious, all past grievances will be dismissed, and Warrior Kim will officially undergo baptism and join the Old Father's cult. Is that correct? That's correct. Conversely, if Warrior Kim is victorious, Crusader Li Jaeal will acknowledge his assassination attempt in writing, issue an apology, and vow before the Old Father that he will refrain from any direct or indirect harm to Warrior Kim in the future. Additionally, he will provide a specified compensation. Is that correct? The truth is, Li Jaeal initially tried to resolve everything with a financial settlement. He offered 10 billion won. I turned it down. While 10 billion won is certainly a large sum, I'm not exactly hurting for money right now. I'd rather receive a written apology and a vow that he'll never interfere with me again than accept his money. Of course, this won't be the end of it. I hold grudges. One day, when I have enough power to stand against not just Seongchan Security but the entire Seongchan Group, Li Jaeal will taste the full extent of my accumulated wrath. The real issue here is the Old Father's cult. Should I add a clause now prohibiting forced induction? It's pointless. The only one who could enforce such a clause is the Saintess herself. If she shows up and starts meddling, things will only get more complicated. For now, it's better to be satisfied with the knowledge of the cult's sinister plans and focus on defeating the Lion Knight in front of me. Next, the rules of the duel. We'll follow the international standard rules established by the International Superhuman Federation. All abilities and weapons are permitted, but each participant must use items that clearly belong to them. Weapons acquired within the past week must be declared now. Do either of you have any new items? I do not. Neither do I. Next, regarding consumables. You may only use consumables that you've personally crafted here on site. What consumables will each of you use? Oduzik tapped the handle of his war hammer. With the old father by my side, I will not be using any consumables. Understood. Warrior Kim, what about you? I'll be using quite a few. I opened my golf bag and started pulling out the items I'd prepared. First, I'll use 3 potions. The potion of Iron Body, the potion of Lightning Reflexes, and the potion of Dragon's Mana. These 3 potions, you say? Yes. I'll prepare them right now. I quickly spread out the potion ingredients and my tools on the floor. I didn't bring a full workbench, but I set up a small folding table and lit a miniature magical furnace. The lawyers watched with interest, occasionally checking their watches. There's a 10-minute limit per potion. If you exceed that, it will be considered lack of proficiency, and the item will be disallowed. That's more than enough time. With my traits in potion making, crafting, and modification, I finished in no time, producing the 3 potions. 3 potions confirmed. Is that all? One more. I'll be crafting an enhancement catalyst. You truly seem well versed in alchemy. This time, you have another 10-minute limit. I pulled out 3 special magical catalysts from my golf bag: Celestial Gold, Infernal Silver, and World Iron. I mixed them in a ratio of 1:3:16 and heated them with black flame. Whoosh! A mystical fire blazed, producing an eerie, iridescent glow. Oduzik's face went rigid when he saw the color. The Slayer's Metal. Li Jiyeol's eyes widened. Slayer's Metal? Is that Slayer's Metal? Yes. Humph, you've certainly come well prepared. But victory will belong to the old father. Our leader will win for sure. Slayer's Metal Alloy. This enhancement catalyst replicates the metal used to forge the sword that pierced the old father's heart during the War of Divine Annihilation. Since the old father was felled by a blade of this alloy, all his followers now carry a vulnerability to it. The entire process took exactly 10 minutes. I emptied the rest of my golf bag, letting my equipment spill out. 4 grenade launchers clattered onto the floor. They were all identical models, loaded with the same rounds I'd brought specifically for this duel. Anti-personnel grenades only. I'll modify these grenades as well. The time limit's the same, right? Heh. You have quite the skill with your hands. Yes, 10 minutes. You'll need to finish modifying each round within that time. I opened the grenade casings and carefully added enhancement catalyst. This was something I'd practiced extensively, and thanks to my relevant traits, it was possible. Oduzik chuckled and shook his head, while Seo Wujin and Baeksorin clenched their fists, watching me with anticipation. After finishing the modifications on the grenades, I coated my holy sword with a mixture of the enhancement catalyst and a magical oil. With the grenade launchers and holy sword now emitting a faint resonance, I was ready. The lawyers conducted a final check. 3 potions, 1 enhancement catalyst, and enhancement oil. Are these all the consumables? Yes, that's all. Any unapproved consumables, especially poisons or drugs, will result in a forfeit. I agreed to the terms. I hadn't prepared any mana potions or healing potions. After all, I'm facing a paladin. In the game, you can drink a potion with just a single tap, but reality isn't so forgiving. I won't have time to drink anything. This duel will be an all-out assault, with no room for hesitation. So, I downed the 3 potions in succession. A rush of heat, a tingle, and a chill spread through my body. I could feel it. My body was strengthening, my senses sharpening, and mana was surging from my heart. Let's begin. Everyone except the participants, please move to the spectator area. My allies approached. They all wore anxious expressions. They knew I'd prepared extensively, but the level difference was no small matter. And my opponent wasn't some pushover, he was a seasoned, well-equipped knight with a renowned reputation. Warrior Kim, you must win. Of course. Show them what you're made of. You even beat Park Daeyeop. What's one paladin to you? Thanks. You can do it, teacher. I believe in you. Thank you. Just watch and see. Teacher, you have to win. Don't you dare lose here. Right. Watch closely. You might learn something valuable. The lawyers, serving as the official witnesses, also moved to the spectator seats. Now, only Oduzik and I remained in the arena. Click. Click. I slung 2 grenade launchers over my shoulders and held the remaining 2 in each hand. They were already set to fire. Oduzik rolled his shoulders, glancing at his shotgun before tossing it aside. His chosen weapons were solely his shield and hammer. Oduzik spoke in a resonant voice. Warrior Kim, offering your body and soul to the old father is a blessed and joyous act. Even now, why don't you reconsider and join us willingly? If you do, I'll personally request the Sane Task to grant this man a fitting punishment. See Captain. Li Jiyeol looked shocked and called out to Oduzik. Oduzik fixed his gaze on me, but my answer was already decided. Offering myself as a sacrifice to some god? Not a chance. Stop spouting nonsense. Humph. If that's your answer, then I have no choice. I will deliver you to the old father. It may hurt a bit, so brace yourself. Oduzik assumed his combat stance. I leveled the grenade launcher at him. Pop! The ceiling lights flashed brightly once. The number 10 appeared, and the AI's voice echoed throughout the arena. 10, 9, 8. Our eyes met. Sparks flew. His hair bristled, like that of an enraged lion, and the mana radiating from him. My limbs tingled. Even beneath my protective suit, my skin prickled. My heart felt as if it were shrinking under the pressure. My vision narrowed, the periphery blurring until all I could see was one thing. Oduzik, lifting his hammer and shield. Those 10 seconds felt like an eternity. The entire arena was bathed in red as the countdown reached 0, 0, begin. A battle cry, and then a charge. In an instant, Oduzik closed the 10-meter gap. It was as if he'd warped through space. Reaching right in front of me, he swung his massive war hammer. His eyes, blazing with madness, whispered their fanatical promise. You will become a god. Lion Knight Part 2. Just as I'd anticipated. As soon as the duel began, the Lion Knight activated Dash. Dash is one of the fastest traits in Arcane Seoul, ranked among the top for sheer speed. But I was faster. Of course. No matter how quick Dash is, it can't beat the speed of pulling a trigger. Thunk, thunk, the grenade launcher vibrated. A heavy, resounding noise filled the air. Oduzik's eyes widened. Are you trying to take us both down? He quickly retracted his sword, raised his shield. Smooth, fluid movements. Dark light radiated from the shield, and an invisible aura shimmered around his body. The combination of his holy shield and holy barrier. I was the same. I had already swapped my traits just before the duel and deployed my own barriers. Domain shield, mana barrier. A triple-layered defense. Between my mana shield and his holy shield, the grenade erupted in a silver explosion. Boom, guh. Ugh. Both Oduzik and I let out groans. The grenade had exploded right in front of us. Even for superhumans specialized in defense, this was hard to withstand. The impact and shrapnel hammered my triple-layered barrier. Parts of the barrier cracked, and mana surged out of control. A bitter sensation burned my insides, and I tasted blood, but I forced it down. If I backed down here, it was all over. The Lion Knight I knew from Arcane Seoul could withstand this much. Even under the blinding silver flash of Slayer's metal, he would push through, advance, and crack my skull with his hammer. If I hesitated even a moment, I'd be nothing but a slab of well-tenderized meat. Die. I pulled the trigger again. Thunk, thunk, the grenade launcher's cylinder rotated. Boom, boom, the shockwaves and hail of debris tore into my body like a raging storm. But I ignored it. Again and again, I squeezed the trigger. The grenade surged out with each recoil, battering the unstable triple-layered barrier from the front. My mana had already drained completely. Before exhaustion could overtake me, I activated the ring. The stored mana flooded through my body like a tidal wave. A revitalizing surge. Clink. I had fired all 6 rounds in the grenade launcher. I discarded it without hesitation. Then, grabbing the grenade launcher strapped across my shoulders, I fired again. Boom, 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 boom. This lunatic. Oh my god. Teacher, this is too dangerous. Be careful. Ha, what a ruthless man. Wait, isn't he still level 3? How is he using a triple-layered barrier? A level 3 superhuman with this much mana. The murmurs of the spectators reached my ears as mere background noise. My focus was entirely on the battle in front of me. A dark shadow loomed ahead. The dust kicked up by the explosions obscured my vision. I kept firing grenades into that darkness, targeting that pitch-black shield, one round after another. The world shook with each explosion. But rather than falter, the tremors only sharpened my concentration to a razor's edge. Click, click. I'd exhausted all the grenades. I dropped the grenade launcher. Then I saw Oduzik's face emerge from behind his shield. He looked ragged. His holy shield and holy barrier were in tatters, frayed like rags. Several shards were embedded in his armor, leaving dents and gashes. But his eyes were still alive. Blood trickled from his mouth, his eyes bloodshot, yet his fighting spirit was as strong as ever. I launched the next attack. I drew my axe with my left hand and kicked off the ground. A surge of powerful mana propelled me forward. It was like being thrown by the force of my own mana flow. Dash! I charged at him with the force of a raging boar. With my body lowered, I barreled into Oduzik with full force. Ugh! A groan escaped Oduzik. He couldn't help it. I had switched my traits the moment I discarded the grenade launcher. Smash, dash, toughness, strength, mighty strength, endurance. An entirely different setup, designed for an offensive warrior, not the pure tank combo I'd used earlier. Even the ironclad fortress that was Oduzik staggered momentarily. But I didn't stop there. My hand axe gleamed with an ominous light. Fury activated. All of the magical gear on my body began to glow, granting me more strength. I swung my sword in a crude but powerful arc. A wild strike, yet honed to a lethal edge. The blade glowed faintly as it aimed straight for Oduzik's heart. Ha! Even Oduzik gasped. He tucked his arm close to his body and angled his shield. Unfortunately, my holy sword was blocked by that maneuver. But my attack didn't end there. I slammed my left-handed axe with all my might. Bang! Oduzik blocked the axe with his shield again. As expected of a paladin, it felt like attacking a massive wall. But I hadn't survived this long just to be stopped by one paladin. I hadn't fought tooth and nail to die to a mere level 4 superhuman. Grinding my teeth, I pressed forward. My brain felt like it was boiling. My head throbbed, heat coursing through it. Yet my focus remained painfully sharp. The world moved in slow motion, my attacks flowing out in a frenzy. I slashed downward with my sword. Mountain-breaking sword art, swordsmanship, slash. Einherjar cultivation technique, mana stabilization, focus. My silver holy sword danced. Its shimmering trails filled the air, blooming like flowers in the void. Clang, 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 clang. Oduzik deflected the flurry of sword strikes. I pressed even closer. close enough to feel his breath against my nose. I swung my hand axe with every ounce of strength I had. Strength, mighty strength, toughness. Smash, chain attack, endurance. The hand axe pummeled Oduzik in a relentless barrage. Explosive sounds filled the air each time it struck his shield. His shield quivered violently with each block. His gleaming eyes, reflected in Oduzik's pupils, I saw myself grinning like a berserker. Ha, impressive. Oduzik twisted his body. From behind his shield, his warhammer shot forward, its head gleaming. It traced a deadly path straight for my abdomen, just as I'd swung down with my axe. Dodging was impossible, but I had no intention of dodging. I blocked it. Turning slightly, I braced my left arm and extended my shield. The shield unfurled with a whisper. A black ore-covered warhammer crashed into it with brutal force. Boom! For a second, I thought the shield would shatter. The deafening impact seemed to rip through my eardrums. I nearly lost my balance, but I held firm. I tightened my core, drew upon the support of 6 traits, and forced myself upright. Defense, toughness, endurance, resolve, vigor, vitality. Ra! I thrust my sword. A fierce counterattack. In that brief opening, I managed to land a solid blow on Oduzik. Ugh, but it was shallow. Even a well-placed strike couldn't penetrate his holy armor. Not enough. Perhaps lost in the heat of battle, Oduzik dropped his formal speech and swung his shield at me. A shield bash at point-blank range? I met his attack head-on. Like a true defense warrior, no becoming a defense warrior, I struck back with my own shield. Bang! Ugh! GRRK. An unbelievable result. A level 3 warrior against a level 4 paladin. By all rights, I should have been thrown far back. But the result was completely different. I took 3 steps back, while Oduzik, the level 4 paladin, staggered a single step. A result that defied all expectations. Oduzik's eyes wavered, and even the spectators who had been sitting now jumped to their feet. This can't be. Impossible. The captain, he took a step back. Kill him? Don't hold back. Captain. I ignored all of it. No, it didn't even register. Whether the crowd was in an uproar or not, my focus was solely on Oduzik. I poured all my strength, all my potential, into him. Rhea. Oh, old father. We charged at each other. Like runaway trains. Crash. We collided. Neither of us lost our balance. Even as blood sprayed, even as our torn muscles trembled, we clung to each other. A close-quarters brawl ensued. Sword and hammer, axe and shield, clashed with unrestrained fury. The air itself grew hot. Beads of sweat evaporated from the mana surging through me, filling the air with a dense mist. My mind was ablaze, nearly blank with the intensity. It felt as if my sanity might dissipate at any moment. I was moving almost entirely by instinct, switching traits countless times. Not even every second. It was like I was swapping traits every 0.1 seconds. When I thrust and slashed with the holy sword, I became a warrior. When I struck with the hand axe, I turned into a berserker. Blocking with my shield and defending with the holy sword, I was a defensive warrior. And whenever there was a slight distance between us, I became a charging warrior, rushing forward. I shifted forms like a chameleon, a combination that would have been impossible to coexist in a game. Completely different classes. Completely different forms of warrior Kim. It was as if 4 different versions of me had possessed this body. I was a one-man party, pounding down on Oduzik. Relentless attack after relentless attack. Gradually, Oduzik's defenses began to crack. The holy sword and the axe left scratches on his enchanted armor every now and then. Finally, he took a step back. Once he retreated, it was only a matter of time. 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, he was pushed further and further back. Gra. With my momentum fully charged, I stuck to him like glue. I attacked from point-blank range, close enough to feel his breath. The clang of metal resounded over and over. With each impact, Oduzik's face twisted in pain. Damn it. Finally, he erupted in fury. Oduzik swung his shield in a wide arc to push me back. His warhammer glowed a menacing crimson. Earthquake strike? I had to dodge this. Mobility, I twisted my body. Dash, I ran at full speed. Agility, my pace quickened. Leap, I stumped down and jumped with all my might. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as if it had been lying in wait. The shockwave caught me, slamming into my back. For a moment, I couldn't breathe. My torso felt like it was folding in half. The taste of blood crept up my throat, bitter and metallic. My mind grew hazy, nearly breaking. But I held on, swapping traits as I went. Resolve, endurance, toughness, focus, vigor, vitality. I rolled once on the ground and sprang back to my feet. Oduzik was watching me. His shoulders rose and fell heavily with each breath. Sweat evaporated from his body, reacting to his mana, creating a hazy mist. We were both at our limits. Both Oduzik and I. Damn it. But I would refuse to accept that. I would deny it. I wouldn't acknowledge that this was my limit, my final point. I pressed forward. Even though it felt like my body might shatter, I charged. Ignoring the agony of my bones grinding together, I rammed into Oduzik. Oh, old father. Oduzik did the same. Blood poured from his nose, mouth, and eyes as he raised his shield. His massive figure seemed to swell as he lunged forward. A head-on collision? Shield against shield, superhuman against superhuman, warrior against warrior? Boom! The sound was like a thunderclap of steel. It tore through the air like a temple bell being struck. My eardrums rang, and my inner ear rattled. The impact jolted my spine, sending both of us sprawling to the ground. But like a jack-in-the-box, we both sprang back up. I thrust my holy sword. It was blocked by his shield. His war hammer, blazing with dreadful light, swung towards me. I barely deflected it. My left arm snapped, pain radiating through my body. Grinding my teeth, I rammed my torso into Odazik. Odazik bit his lower lip, bracing himself. Relentless strikes, again and again. Neither of us backed down. We both knew, if either of us took even half a step back, the duel would be over. Our bloodshot gazes locked onto each other. Both of us were drenched in blood. Limbs bent at unnatural angles, indicating broken bones. Our mana reserves were nearly depleted. At this point, it wouldn't be strange if one of us collapsed and lost consciousness. Only sheer determination kept me going. Then, at a certain moment, a crazed glint flickered in Odazik's eyes, a manic intensity. Let's finish this. With a thunderous cry, he threw his war hammer. From the center of his shield, an explosion of pitch-black light surged out. It became a wall. No, it was a wave stretching all the way to the horizon. The Lion Knight's ultimate skill as a dungeon boss, Dark Tide, overflowed and filled the world. Doubt crept into my mind like a viper. Could I break through this? Just with a few days of preparation? Just because I'd gotten a bit better with my sword? I didn't know. I couldn't know. But instead of despair, I tightened my grip on my holy sword. I trusted in myself. In the time I had built up. In the traits I had accumulated as Warrior Kim. Whoosh! My sword flared to life. A brilliant white light burst forth. I poured everything I had into this single strike. The mountain-breaking sword art I had diligently trained. The swordsmanship I honed while getting pummeled by Seo Wujin. The Einherjar cultivation technique I'd nurtured with care. The mana core that had grown with me. The dash I chose with desperate resolve. And the flash that had taken Park Daeyeop's life. My entire body glowed. Not just with my remaining mana, but with the sacrifice of a part of my mana circuit for this one blow. All my enchanted gear flared up, lending me their strength. I became a shooting star. Flash. Light pierced through darkness. Darkness shattered before the light. I passed Odazik. He stood there, shield raised, frozen in place. In the stifling silence. Guh. I was the first to fall to my knees. Blood, and bits of shredded organs, gushed from my mouth. Ah, teacher. Cries of alarm rang out. I knelt, coughing up blood repeatedly. But I didn't collapse. Using the holy sword as a crutch, I rose and turned to look at the motionless Odazik. Ah, Captain. Odazik stood there for a long time, silent. He turned slowly. It was like watching a broken tin robot. Empty eyes stared back at me. Drip. And then blood started flowing. A dark stream poured from the hole that had appeared in his chest plate. Clang! Odazik's shield fell to the ground. Right in the center of the shield was a round hole. Exactly the size of a blade's passage. No, this can't be. Despair-filled voices echoed around us. But Odazik didn't look at the spectator seats. With fading eyes, he searched for me. That was a splendid strike. What do you call it? A grave, weighty question. I couldn't answer lightly either. Flash. But why? As I started to reply, a certain man's face flashed in my mind, wearing a look both disappointed and satisfied. No, meteor sword. Meteor sword. The faint light returned to his dimming pupils. Odazik staggered. He gathered the last of his strength. His remaining mana straightened his spine one final time. Then, in that state, Odazik bowed his head to me. It was an honorable duel. And his final words. Warrior. Lion Knight Part 3. After that, he could never lift his head again. Blood pooling and spreading. A body slumping, lifeless. Skin turning pale and ghostly. The notary lawyers announced the end of the duel. The duel is over. The victory goes to Warrior Kim, the superhuman. Victory? A murmur of shock swept through the secret dueling arena. All of Lee Jaeyeol's people wore expressions of disbelief. Eyes wide, bodies trembling, they stared only at Odazik, at the corpse of Odazik. This can't be. No way. Tell me it's a lie. Our captain, lost? The captain. A refusal to accept reality. But the truth was brutally clear. On the other side, cheers erupted. Whoa. Seo Wujin came rushing over, ecstatic. He hugged me so tightly it knocked the breath out of me. Damn it, that hurts. Teacher? You're amazing, teacher. I knew you'd win. You're the best. Haha, look at the faces of those cold bastards. Serves them right? Ha ha ha. Though I was the one who won, Seo Wujin was more thrilled than anyone. He hugged me, lifted me up, and started spinning and dancing in sheer excitement. Teacher. Baek Soren came running over, not to be outdone. You were incredible. Wow, how did you do it? I thought you were insane. Are you even human, teacher? Be honest. You're not human, are you? That was insane. Baek Soren bounced up and down, her eyes brimming with awe and admiration. Others started approaching as well. Manager Choi clapped his hands loudly. Superhuman Kim? I knew we could count on you. To think you overcame such a level gap. I believed you could do it, but what a spectacular fight. You'll go down in the annals of superhuman history, no doubt. I'll even bet you'll be in the textbooks someday. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Superhuman Kim. Kim Chul-kwon was there as well, his expression slightly complicated. A mix of awe and admiration, but with a faint hint of bitterness. There was a time when I had been weaker than Kim Chul-kwon. But now, even if he brought his entire Iron Fist gang, they wouldn't stand a chance against me. We may both be level 3, but clearly, we are not the same. I, Kim Chul-kwan, am truly in awe. It is an honor to know someone like you. Honor? Please. Didn't I rely heavily on your help this time? We're just helping each other out. To be honest, I thought it was reckless. But to think you'd win so overwhelmingly. If you ever need anything, just call me. I'll drop everything and come running. At novel bin at. The CEO of Jailbowen and other company heads came to offer their congratulations. Their eyes were gleaming. Think about it. A level 3 had defeated a level 4. Not with a surprise attack, but in an open duel, where every ounce of power was exposed. And the opponent wasn't an assassin or a sniper, but a paladin. Among superhumans, paladins were renowned for their toughness. And I had defeated such a paladin? Then, what if I reached level 4 or level 5 someday? Or even set foot into level 7, the realm of transcendence? They could hardly imagine it. The representatives clapped me on the back. Haha, congratulations. As expected of Warrior Kim. I knew it ever since you treated my son. Surviving divine fever alone is proof enough of your heroism, isn't it? Indeed, that's right. Warrior Kim, you're the greatest superhuman of our time. Mr. Kim, is there anything you need? If you require support, just say the word. I'll pull up the foundations of my company if that's what it takes to back you. The atmosphere was that of a full-blown celebration. On the other hand, the opposing side was in mourning. Captain, it's too late. He's already gone. How could this happen? He survived even that hellish crusade, only to die here like this. This must be a dream. This is just a dream. The paladins who had served Oduzik clutched their heads, pounding the ground and wailing loudly. The most devastated was Li Jaeal. He had stood there, face pale as a ghost, staring blankly since the duel ended. But then, suddenly, a glint appeared in his eyes. You, Li Jaeal, gripping a hammer, charged at me. This bastard. Seo Wujin reacted swiftly. Without even drawing his sword, he simply extended a fist. A surge of mana shot from his fist, slamming into Li Jaeal. Guh. Li Jaeal flew back, coughing up blood. Our notary lawyer called out in a stern voice. Are you refusing to accept the results of the duel? Remember the magical covenant? Any rash actions will make the covenant rupture the crusader's heart. Li Jaeal clutched his chest, his face contorted. He glared at me with murderous intent, his eyes narrowed like knives. You, it's all because of you. What did I do? It's your fault the captain is dead. Because of you. His voice cracked as he practically spat out the words. The other paladins lifted their heads. As if on cue, they all glared at me. Their eyes were filled with resentment, anger, and hatred, crossing in their gazes like a web of malice. Humph. I snorted. Accusing me like a thief crying foul. Don't spout nonsense. I didn't kill Oduzik. What kind of crap is that? Li Jaeal. I took a step forward, limping slightly. Slowly, I approached Li Jaeal. I was completely drained, both of mana and stamina. I felt like I could collapse at any moment, but I kept walking, unsteady but determined. Seo Wujin and Baek Sorin followed behind, gripping the hilts of their swords tightly. Eventually, I reached Li Jaeal. What do you want? Li Jaeal backed away, practically crawling on the ground. His rage over Oduzik's death had lasted only a moment. Now, fear overtook his face. Despite the fact that I couldn't even swing a sword right now, he was terrified. This was the true nature of Li Jaeal. The second son of a Seungchan Group affiliate, a member of his late father's crusade team, just a facade to mask his cowardice. I stood tall, looking down at him, and declared my judgment. Oduzik died because of you? Lies. Isn't that the truth? I locked eyes with him, glaring with a gaze as sharp as glass, radiating a fierce, brutal aura. Oduzik had been my enemy, but even with that brief encounter, I could tell. He might have been a fanatic, but he was a man of honorable character. A man too worthy to die in such a way, which made me even angrier, because a scoundrel like this had caused Oduzik's death. If you hadn't sent an assassin after me, would he still be dead? Do you think Oduzik would have died if you hadn't? That has nothing to do with this. If the truth had come to light and you'd apologized to me if there'd been no duel in the first place, would Oduzik still have died? Or would he still be alive, Li Jaeal? Oduzik's death is on you. He died because of your mistakes. Li Jaeal's eyes wavered. The other paladins walked up, gripping his shoulders and lifting him to his feet, casting hostile looks my way. Enough. This is nonsense. Is it truly nonsense? No matter who started it, or how things unfolded, it was your sword that pierced the captain's heart. We, and the cult, will not forget this day. Oh, so because you tried to kill me and then lost in a fair duel, it's all my fault? You people really are shameless. Do you expect me to just roll over and die because you want me to? How dare you insult the old father? I'm not insulting him, I'm just stating the facts. You know, facts. And I'm criticizing your actions, not your god. Why drag your god into this? If you don't want people to curse your god, maybe you should act better. Does it sting, getting hit with facts? Just like a gang of hypocrites. The paladins glared at me, fury blazing in their eyes. They reached for the hammers at their waists, neck veins bulging with rage. The notary lawyers stepped in. That's enough. The duel is over, and Warrior Kim, the superhuman, is the victor. Do you intend to defy the magical covenant? Ugh. Li Jaeal clutched at his heart. Since my victory had been declared, the magical covenant was now active. If the paladins lost their temper and attacked me, the magic would immediately trigger. His heart would explode, and Li Jieyal would die. Damn it. Damn it all. They couldn't let Li Jieyal die. Grinding their teeth, the paladins reluctantly dropped their hands. Seeing this, I almost regretted not letting Li Jieyal try to attack me earlier. But Seo Wujin couldn't have just stood by. He's not the type to stay calm and consider every angle before acting. The notary lawyers reminded them of the covenant terms. According to the dual covenant, Crusader Li Jieyal must deliver a handwritten apology letter and a compensation payment of 1 billion won to Warrior Kim within the next 24 hours. The content of the apology will be analyzed by Magitech AI, and if it is found lacking, it must be rewritten within 24 hours. We urge you to write it sincerely to avoid any further issues. Fine. With this, we officially declare that the duel between superhuman Warrior Kim and Crusader Li Jieyal has concluded with Warrior Kim's victory. The paladins retreated, faces etched with humiliation. Oduzik's body was covered with a white cloth. It was stained with blood. But strangely enough, his face, eyes closed in death, looked almost peaceful. Was that just my imagination? Once Li Jieyal's party had completely left the dueling arena, I finally let go of my tension and collapsed. Cough. Teacher. Superhuman Kim? Are you all right? People rushed over in alarm. I waved them off, still lying down. I'm fine. I'm fine. Just feeling a bit dizzy. Teacher, please take this. Huh? Ah, thank you. Seo Wujin handed me a top-grade healing potion. It was worth an astronomical sum per bottle, but I didn't refuse. I uncorked it and drank, feeling a warm, soothing energy spreading throughout my body. My injuries healed rapidly. Broken bones knit back together, and my blood replenished itself. My hazy mind cleared, and the pain vanished like it had never been there. Thank you. I'll repay you for this someday. It's nothing. I'm just glad you weren't seriously hurt, teacher. But I was still a bit dizzy. The effects of the potion had worn off, and I had expended an excessive amount of mana during the duel. I'd even sacrificed part of my mana circuits. It was no wonder I felt so drained. Still, there were gains from this. After colliding shields with my opponent hundreds of times, I had acquired the shield bash skill. And after fighting with every ounce of spirit I had, I'd unlocked fighting spirit. I flexed my right hand experimentally. The leather glove that had been draining my blood this whole time. I didn't need it anymore. I had fully integrated its power in that duel. Now that I'd acquired the fortitude trait, it would be better to sell it off. I stood up, swaying slightly, and bowed to the others. Thank you all for your hard work. I couldn't have won without each of you. Teacher, it was your skill that made the difference. I just gave a slight push. You were truly incredible. To overcome such a level gap. It's a shame this wasn't a public duel. This could have been on the front page of every newspaper, the headline of every news channel. Ugh, I'd hate that. I just want a quiet life. Haha, Superhuman Kim, for someone who says that, you live quite boldly, don't you? It's not like people around me let me stay quiet. You're like a needle in a pocket naturally bound to poke through. Even if this doesn't hit the news, those who need to know will hear about it. Just the thought is horrifying. Seo Wujin and Baek Soren suggested we go for a celebratory drink, but I declined. I felt like I might actually die if I tried to party right now. We agreed to celebrate another time and parted ways. I also caught a ride home with Manager Choi, my beloved home. As soon as I sank into the mana-enriched bath, I fell asleep as if knocked out. While Warrior Kim was asleep, a certain rumor began to spread quietly. In the back alleys. Is it true? I'm telling you, it is. How does a level 3 beat a level 4? It's him? The one who wiped out the Cleaner Association's thugs single-handedly? If it's him, it's definitely possible. Over phone calls. Huh, incredible. His growth rate is impressive. Wasn't he certified as a superhuman just recently? Yes, it's been less than 2 months. Defeating a high-ranking paladin in under 2 months. It was wise to remember him. Keep monitoring him closely. Yes, sir. In taverns. When that paladin died, do you know what the cult bastards did? They tucked their tails and ran like dogs. Huh? This soju is sweet tonight. Look at those cult scumbags slinking away. A toast to the Great Warrior, enemy of the cult. To the Great Warrior. Posts started appearing online. Is this real? Not some fake story. The Paladin Corps just posted an announcement. The funeral is in 2 days, so anyone who wants to pay respects has until then. Wow, holy shit. Seriously. Lion Knight Odazik? I've heard of him. And someone beat him. He survived the divine fever and took down a paladin. At this point, he's basically a cult slayer. LOL, cult slayer indeed. Even among the higher UPS. The younger generation these days is terrifying. Did you hear? Of course. Isn't he the dark horse we've been waiting for? How high do you think he'll rise? He survived the divine fever. At the very least, he'll reach level 7. Who knows? Willpower and potential are 2 different things. Shall we test his potential? Perhaps. Now, don't get greedy. Someone's already laid a claim. Tisk. That person is always so possessive. Warrior Kim had no idea what people were saying about him, or what was happening around him. Unaware of all this, Warrior Kim spent the next few days in a deep, exhausted sleep. He only started moving again a few days later. Superhuman Kim? The magical armor is ready. The call came from Manager Choi. Sun Mage Tower Part 1. This is it, Superhuman. At Choi Sunsu's labor office. With the doors locked and hired mercenaries guarding the waiting room, Manager Choi opened a large box. A glow of mana shimmered like a mirage. Gradually, the armor came into full view. No, it was more of a protective suit. Wow. A gasp escaped my lips before I could stop myself. The design looked straight out of an SF movie. In stark contrast, intricate magic circles were meticulously engraved on the armor plates. A soft aura radiated around it. The three elements combined design, engravings, and aura left a powerful impression. This looks fantastic. How's the performance? It's top tier. According to Master Jeonsa, it should withstand sniper rounds and grenade shrapnel. Although it might struggle against anti-materiel sniper rifles. It can handle that much. Yes. Master Jeonsa described it as armor fit for a paladin commander. While it's a protective suit, so it can't be compared to full-plate armor, the defense is remarkable. I voiced a small concern. Jeonsa wouldn't have played any tricks on this suit, would he? He didn't seem particularly fond of me the last time we met. Well, I actually used an emotion-detecting spellbook on it, just to be safe, and found no issues. The suit's performance and the abilities granted Giant's strength and endurance were both flawless. Besides, Jeonsa may belong to the Old Father's cult, but he's a renowned craftsman. His pride wouldn't let him tamper with his own work. That's true. I looked at the protective suit, feeling exhilarated. Manager Choi grinned and urged me, try it on. I've prepared a little gift for you as well. A gift? It wouldn't be any fun if I told you now. Go put it on and you'll see. I went into the adjacent room to put on the protective suit. The suit I wore today could be discarded. It was the one I'd taken from the human hunter's house. After the battle with Oduzik, it was all beat up, torn, and practically falling apart. You look splendid, superhuman. Manager Choi clapped as he saw me emerge in the new protective suit. Then he took out a luxurious-looking box and handed it to me. Go ahead, open it. Oh, you didn't have to. Hehe. It's a congratulatory gift for your victory. Thanks to how well you performed, my business has been booming. I've upgraded my car, hired private mercenaries and a secretary, and I even bought the building right across the street. Wait, really? You're a building owner now? Hehe, yes. I'm even planning to move the office soon. It's a 10-story building on the main road. You've really made it. Congratulations. That's why I'm giving this to you. Consider it a bribe. Seems like he managed to secure plenty of new contracts by dropping my name. I opened the box. Inside, under the dim glow of mana, was a set of clothes. A tracksuit. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary black tracksuit. Manager Choi proudly explained. This is a handmade, luxury item crafted stitch by a superhuman artisan and high-level mage. It won't stop rifle rounds, but it can block pistol bullets easily. Plus, it has self-repair and cleaning enchantments. You can wear it carelessly, and even if it gets torn, it'll fully restore itself within a day. 2 enchantments? That must have been pricey. It was, but I'm not so impoverished that I can't afford this for you. It's much cheaper than magical armor anyway. Besides, I've been dropping your name left and right, so I owed you at least this much. I gratefully accepted Manager Choi's gift. I layered the tracksuit over the protective suit. Manager Choi clicked his tongue in admiration. The top-of-the-line ones come with additional enchantments for environmental adaptation and even more durability, but unfortunately, I couldn't get my hands on something like that. This is more than enough. Honestly, I'm just relieved I won't have to keep buying new clothes every time my gear gets shredded in a fight. Haha, I figured you'd say that. Superhuman Kim, you do hate hassle, don't you? It's the worst. Ha ha ha. Manager Choi chuckled heartily. Then he gestured for me to sit and brought over a cup of coffee. He even poured one for himself, though this time, unlike before, he didn't add his usual pink milk and blue sugar cubes. Not adding the extras today. I noticed and asked, making him flinch slightly. Truth is, I quit. I realized after all that trouble with the meds and alcohol that I couldn't keep going down that path. I've stopped both. I'm even going to a support center now. That's a good decision. Every now and then, when it's really hard to bear, I'll put a splash of brandy in my coffee. You know how it is living in this damned world sober isn't easy. I understand. We paused, enjoying the silence. I savored the aroma of the coffee, with nothing added, just its pure, nutty, slightly burned fragrance tickling my nose. Superhuman Kim. Yes. There's actually something I'd like to ask of you. Go ahead. Well, although we signed a contract, you haven't actually taken many requests through me, have you? Aside from CEO's Awakening Commission, that is. Oh, was that true? Looking back, he was right. I'd been running around, fighting left and right, but I hadn't accepted any formal commissions through Manager Choi. Really? I'd completely forgotten about it. Well, you've been busy, and there have been bigger things going on. Would it help if I took on a commission now? That would be wonderful. Although, honestly, you don't have to. Just having you on contract has already boosted my business immensely. The only problem is that some people are starting to doubt whether we're actually in contract together. That makes sense. Given all the support I'd received from him, and all the favors I'd pulled, I figured it was time to return the favor. After taking a sip of coffee, I nodded. All right. I'll take on a reasonable commission. Really? Thank you so much. Is there any commission you'd recommend? Maybe something simple? I've shortlisted a few. It doesn't have to be easy. I'd rather take on an official commission. Even if it's a bit challenging, I'd prefer it as long as the reward is good. Just nothing that'll drag on for too long. I'd prefer something quick. Just a moment. A well-paid, short-term commission. Manager Choi turned one of his monitors to face me so I could see. His inbox was overflowing with emails. No wonder he was able to buy a car and a building after just a few months. He scrolled through the commissions, carefully selecting a few. Western Army Liaison Office. GMO Information. Sun Mage Tower Research Department. Gaia Cult, Incheon Branch. Even the 4 major powers are sending commissions. Yes. Ever since the recent duel, they've shown sudden interest. Even though it was a secret duel, it seems everyone knows the outcome. Of course. There were plenty of observers. And the notary lawyers likely leaked information for a profit. Manager Choi filtered down the 4 major powers commissions. There were quite a few. Combining offers from the army, corporations, the Mage Tower, and the cult, there were over 10 options at novel bin at. The conditions are all reasonable. The Western Army is offering 10 billion won just for a few sparring sessions. That's not bad, but I'd prefer magical equipment over cash. That makes sense. You've made plenty of money already. There was a time when I'd struggled with hospital bills in the millions. Not anymore. Just the loot Manager Choi sold on my behalf was enormous, not to mention the 10 billion won in compensation I received from Lee Jae-yeol. Magical equipment, magical equipment. How about the commission from the Gaia Cult's Incheon branch? They recently discovered a coastal cave where traces of a demon were found. They want to explore and purify it, but they're short on paladins, so they can't enter. They're offering a holy relic as a reward, plus first pick of any loot found. I think I know what that is. It's the coastal cave dungeon that appears in the game. The place where you can get a pretty good magic sword in the early to mid stages. I stroked the holy sword at my waist and shook my head. It doesn't sound bad, but I'm not particularly interested. What other options are there? I'd prefer something quick with magical equipment or some unique perks. If there's nothing else, I'll take the Gaia Cult commission, and I don't mind if it's dangerous. There's a commission from GMO Information, but the reward is cash, and Shinhwa Securities' offer is also just cash. Many are just offering money as compensation. Here's something different. How about this? It's a commission from the Sun Mage Tower's research department. What's the reward? A membership. They're offering unrestricted access to the Sun Mage Tower for you and one designated representative. Is that any good? Seeing my doubtful expression, Manager Choi added some explanation. Only invited guests or members can enter the 4 Great Mage Towers. You need at least an invitation or a membership card. And only by entering the tower can you access the tower's shop or participate in the tower-sponsored auction house. A shop and an auction house. Yes. And as you know, the 4 Great Towers jointly operate a financial institution. Their auction house is a part of that. For premium equipment, the Legion's auction house is the best, and for holy relics, the Cult's auction house is the place to go. But for general artifacts, consumables, and magical materials, the Mage Tower auction house is the top choice. I even got the Danger Sense ring I found for you through the Mage Tower auction. Since I didn't have direct access, I had to pay a hefty brokerage fee. Manager Choi clicked his tongue, clearly wanting access to the tower himself. I chuckled but seriously considered it. Gaining access to the Mage Tower? Not a bad deal. There are limits to what I can obtain through the Shinhwa market. That's the so-called dark route. Light and dark paths are different. It might be a good opportunity to open a path in the light. The Sun Mage Tower. It's also where I can find that tutorial character I haven't met yet, Mage Kim. What do you think, Manager Choi? Do you think I should take this one? Ahem. Well, Manager Choi looked at me and then spoke honestly. If you're not particularly drawn to any other commission, I'd recommend getting the tower membership. Really? Yes. Once you have access, it'll be incredibly convenient. You could even get memberships to other towers by putting down a small deposit. Normally, even paying billions won't get you a membership. True, it would be convenient. So, what's the commission? It's a magic research project. Specifically, they're trying to achieve Supreme Flame. Supreme Flame? I know what that is. It's the unique trait of an SSR mage character from the Sun Mage Tower. Trying to implement Supreme Flame? That sounds good, but aren't they asking the wrong person? I'm a warrior. They're interested because of your Black Flame. There are plenty of paladins with Sacred Flame, but hardly any superhumans possess Black Flame. As far as I know, you're the only one. Black Flame. Would Black Flame be part of Supreme Flame? No, it shouldn't be. To create Supreme Flame, you need a combination of Hellfire, Sunfire, Sacred Flame, Demonic Flame, Spirit Flame, and Dragon's Flame. I thought back to when the SSR character was released. That character was introduced in Episode 5, Gates of Hell. Considering their age in the game lore, they'd probably be in elementary school right now. I can contribute my Black Flame, but I can't guarantee it will complete the Supreme Flame. Yes, the Sun Mage Tower is mainly interested in having you participate. This is just the initial stage of research, so they're gathering various flame attributes. Could Black Flame become a component of Supreme Flame? In the game, it couldn't. But in this world, it's unlikely. It's a different type of flame trait. For me, just getting the membership would be enough of a win. Still, I should verify. If I contribute to the creation of Supreme Flame, what would I get? They said that if significant progress is made, they'll renegotiate. The tower doesn't seem to think it's very likely, though. Understandable. After all, I wouldn't be able to use Supreme Flame anyway. It's a unique trait restricted to mages. But as for Absolute Flame, it's a trait designed for mages and priests. There are no class restrictions, but it doesn't suit warriors or reinforced types, since it consumes an enormous amount of mana. Not that it matters for me. I can just swap traits to use it. Is that overkill? Honestly, I don't use Black Flame much, so I don't know if I really need Absolute Flame. But there's a difference between being unable to do something and choosing not to. If I collect it now, it might come in handy someday. Just like how I pulled out my domain shield in the duel with Oduzik to create a triple-layered defense for the first time in a while. I'll take the Sun Mage Tower commission. A wise choice. I'll contact them right away. Manager Choi, thrilled, made the call. By the next day, arrangements had been made for me to go to the Sun Mage Tower. The objective, Supreme Flame. Or rather, its component traits. More specifically, the Sunfire that can only be found in the Sun Mage Tower. Sun Mage Tower Part 2. A strangely shaped tower. That was my first impression upon seeing the Sun Mage Tower. Is that a tower? Yes. Quite unusual, isn't it? It looked more like a floating sphere than a tower. A massive golden orb, floating midair, seemingly supported by some kind of anti-gravity or levitation magic. The golden sphere was enormous, easily hundreds of meters in diameter and encircled by red magical arrays rotating around it like Saturn's rings. It looked like an artistic attempt to recreate the sun. They must have spent a fortune on this. Even the superhuman tower isn't on this level. That's just how mages are. The other mage towers are just as extravagant. How do they keep it floating like that? What? Haha, it's not actually floating. Then, you'll see when we get closer. Manager Choi accelerated, and the luxury sedan sped down the road. As we approached a certain distance, the true form of the tower revealed itself. It looked like a giant desk fan. It turned out that the golden orb was held up by a sharp, cone-shaped pillar. The structure reminded me of the Hanbit Tower from my original world. I clicked my tongue inwardly. Is it using some kind of perception distortion magic? Yes. They combined it with invisibility magic and a few other effects, but I don't know the exact details. That's an obscene waste of money. Well, you know how mages are with their need to show off. They'd rather die than look less impressive. Plus, there's competition between the 4 great towers. Now I was curious about what the other mage towers looked like. I'd have to visit them someday if I had the chance. Our car finally reached the tower's main entrance. Instead of guards, robotic golems stood watch. The golems looked like medieval knights. The axe in their hands burned with magical flames, and on the opposite arm, a small missile launcher gleamed with explosive spells. A golem approached and emitted a laser from its eyes. Soon, a mechanical voice echoed out. Vehicle number ABCD-, carrying level 3 superhuman warrior Kim and his escort. Purpose of visit, cooperation with Mage Tower Research. Destination, Research Department. Verification complete. Welcome to the Sun Mage Tower, Warrior Kim. May your visit be fruitful. With a low hum, the gate opened, and a magical road extended over the cliff before us. The Sun Mage Tower had been built atop a cliff, with the surrounding area dug out to create a steep drop. Is all of this really necessary? A remnant from the World War. Back then, it was an era of everyone fighting against everyone else. Even on this narrow peninsula, the battles were brutal. True, World War I and II in this world had played out very differently from those in my original world. Before I had time to dwell on these thoughts, we arrived at the Sun Mage Tower. A magical spirit appeared, floating in front of us to guide our way. Welcome, Warrior Kim. Head researcher Yu Myung-sok is waiting for you. What about the car? Please leave the keys inside, and we will take care of it. We exited the car. The magical spirit shot a soft beam at both of us and the car. A magic circle formed beneath our feet, and the car drove off on its own toward the parking area. The magic circle lifted us into the air, guiding us into the tower. You could call it a magical platform. As expected from a mage tower, they were on the cutting edge of technology. Even compared to what I'd seen in Seoul, this was advanced. You've arrived. Upon reaching the research department, a mage was already waiting to greet me. An elderly man, with hair as white as snow, looking to be in his 70s. But the subtle mana radiating from him was no joke. Likely a level 6. He was the head researcher overseeing the Supreme Flame project. I bowed respectfully to the head researcher. Thank you for the invitation. I am Warrior Kim, level 3 superhuman. Haha, I've heard much about you. Not only did you survive the dreaded curse of the Black Flame, but you also defeated that thunderous cat knight in single combat. And on top of that, you're the world's only bearer of the Black Flame. You flatter me. I've heard of you as well, Mage Yu Myung-sok. Oh, you know of me? Of course. You're the creator of the Sunfire and the apprentice of the Tower Master himself. To think you know this man's reputation. Warrior Kim, your network must be quite impressive. The head researcher chuckled, pleased. In reality, I'd only remembered his name after hearing it from the magical spirit. Come, let's get started. There's much to do. All I need to do is demonstrate the Black Flame, right? Indeed. However, due to its nature, capturing data on Black Flame can be challenging. As you know, holy power and magic are often at odds. So it doesn't show up well on magical measurements. You're absolutely correct. I'm not sure we'll be able to finish this today. I came prepared to stay a few days, so don't worry about it. That's very generous of you. The head researcher led me deep into the research department. Since it was uncertain when we'd be finished, Manager Choi left, and I proceeded alone. The facility was a mix of magical circles and scientific labs. Screens on the walls displayed complex data in constant motion, and magical spirits flitted about, analyzing research material. While I watched the activity, the head researcher excused himself briefly. Warrior Kim, would you mind waiting here for a moment? I need to make a few preparations. Of course. Take your time, I'll be here. Thank you. In the meantime, feel free to introduce yourself to my assistants, and we'll begin with some basic measurements. The head researcher's assistants remained behind. Despite their title, they weren't to be underestimated. Though called assistants, they held titles like senior researcher or lead researcher, and their levels ranged from 3 to 5. One of them, a level 5 mage, a man in his late 20s, extended his hand to me. Pleasure to meet you. I'm senior researcher Park Hyunjo. Warrior Kim. Pleased to meet you. Shall we get started right away? He regarded me with a dispassionate gaze. The kind of look one might give to a rock by the roadside. Quite the contrast from the friendly demeanor of the head researcher, but it was understandable. He was higher level than I was. And not only that, he was a mage superhuman. In this world, levels are king, and warriors and mages generally don't get along well. After all, we're natural counters to each other. Sure, it didn't bother me. I'd only be dealing with them for a few days, anyway. All I needed to do was charm the head researcher enough to secure the sunfire, and I'd be done here. I followed the senior researcher to the measurement device. A multi-focus three-dimensional magic circle took up the space. At its center stood a glass chamber, a measurement apparatus. I'd seen something like this before. A strange sense of familiarity hit me. An ultra-precise measurement device. In the game, this device only appeared as a single illustration. According to the lore, characters obtained through gacha would bring back the measurement data from this device. The summarized results were what you saw on character cards. Everything about the character was listed there. Height, weight, blood type, personality, starting traits, and even some hidden secrets. I didn't know if the ultra-precise measurement device in this world was exactly the same as in the game. But one thing was certain. It would be able to read all my traits and my growth potential. Perhaps even, my trait swap ability. There was no way I could enter that thing. You're planning to use that on me? Yes. It's for preliminary measurements. It's necessary for the Black Flame research to gather data on how it manifests and why it appears. It sounded plausible. But all of that, for a mere membership card? Like hell I'd do it? I folded my arms and spoke bluntly. I refuse. Alright, then please step in. Wait, what? I said, I refuse. Bring out the contract. Does it mention anything about ultra-precise measurements? I agreed to demonstrate the Black Flame and cooperate with the research, nothing more. I never consented to ultra-precise measurements. It's a necessary procedure for the Black Flame research. Then let's call it off. I'll be on my way. Who do they think they're fooling? The senior mage's face remained impassive, but deep in his eyes, I caught a glimmer of anxiety. It stank. Badly. Whether it was the head researcher or someone else behind it, someone here was clearly after my information. The senior mage quickly waved his hands in protest. Warrior Kim, I think you're misunderstanding. This is a necessary procedure. Without a full understanding of your abilities, we can't properly analyze the Black Flame. Then you should have put that in the contract beforehand, shouldn't you? I apologize for the oversight in the contract wording. But breaking the contract over this is excessive, don't you think? I'll personally compensate you. Let's not make a scene over this. We need to stick to the contract, as agreed. If we're not following the contract, what's the point of having one? If you're changing the terms now, what's to stop you from changing them again later? Can you take responsibility for that? Where's the head researcher? Huh. I raised my voice on purpose. With my warrior's enhanced lungs, I didn't need any special traits to project my voice. It resonated throughout the entire research department. The bustling lab suddenly fell silent. The senior mage clenched his fists, a faint red flush creeping into his face. He was furious. Here I was, someone who wouldn't stand a chance against him in an official duel, challenging him in his own domain. But if I didn't push back hard now, they'd bleed me dry. I glared, my hand resting casually near the hilt of my holy sword but not drawing it, my arms crossed as I continued to raise my voice. What is going on here? The head researcher returned just then. The senior mage stumbled over himself to bow to the head researcher. It's Warrior Kim is refusing to undergo the basic measurements. The basic measurements? Why? Warrior Kim, is there a problem? If it were just basic measurements, I'd have no issue. But they're trying to perform ultra-precise measurements. Am I crazy? Why would I expose everything about myself just because they ask me to? I gestured to the device. Anyone could see it wasn't an ordinary measurement tool but an ultra-precise one. The head researcher's eyebrow shot up dramatically. Then, without warning, he slapped the senior mage across the face, hard. A sharp, resounding slap echoed through the lab. Park Hyunjo, you bastard? You're at it again, aren't you? Head researcher, this is a misunderstanding. You little punk. A level 5, and instead of focusing on your magic research, you're sticking your nose where it doesn't belong? Poor Elder Joe, having you as a disciple. Should I cut off your hand this time? If you're so eager to sell data, why don't you do the research yourself and gather your own test subjects? How dare you throw dirt on my project? Do you realize there's only one human on Earth with black flame? If this falls apart, will you take responsibility? It's not like that. Not like that? Want me to pull up the CCTV? Huh? Should I call for a disciplinary committee in front of Elder Joe? I apologize. I let my greed get the better of me. The head researcher yelled at him at the top of his lungs. He definitely had a temper. No wonder he was a fire tribute mage. The senior mage couldn't hold out any longer. He bent at a 90-degree angle, bowing deeply, his head lowered in submission. But it seemed the head researcher's anger hadn't cooled yet. He grabbed the senior mage's ID badge and tore it off forcefully. For a man over 70, he had surprising strength. Get out. You're no longer a senior researcher, or anything else. Head researcher. I said, get out. The senior mage hesitated for a moment, then received another slap before fleeing. Even as the one who had instigated this, I was taken aback by the scene. As I stood there in a daze, the head researcher bowed to me. My apologies, Warrior Kim. You shouldn't have had to witness such a disgraceful display. Seeing this elderly man, with his hair completely white, bowing to me made me feel somewhat conflicted. This man was even older than my late father. And honestly, watching him slap the senior mage so decisively had helped alleviate some of my anger. I quickly helped the head researcher up. No, it's fine. Please, stand up. It's all my fault for failing to manage my team properly. I shouldn't have accepted him as a researcher, even though Elder Joe asked me to. Please forgive my lack of judgment. Really, it's all right. The head researcher reluctantly rose. Could this all have been an act? But when I looked into his eyes, they were too clear, almost like a boy's. Only guilt and regret shone there. Even with all the betrayals I'd seen in my life, I could tell his remorse was genuine. If this was acting, he deserved an award. That assistant, he has a history, doesn't he? Yes. The idiot once got entangled in gambling debts and tried selling off tower secrets. If not for Elder Joe, he would have been expelled long ago. He managed to restrain himself for a few years, but now he's back at it. So, what's going to happen to him this time? Well, about that. The head researcher's pupils trembled, as if shaken by an earthquake. Loyalty is indeed a powerful thing. He'd probably slapped the guy more to minimize the fallout than to actually punish him. Hurriedly, he made a gesture in the air, and his wristwatch began to glow with a magical shimmer. As an apology, I've upgraded your membership level. I wish I could offer something more substantial, but this is the best I can do. Upgraded membership. Yes, it should come in handy. You'll be able to receive benefits at our tower's facilities and partner financial institutions. Really? Not bad. It'd be useful for buying magical equipment and various materials from the shops. And switching my banking to the tower's institution wouldn't be a bad idea either. While I mulled over the offer, the head researcher finally mentioned a perk that piqued my interest. Oh, and you'll also have access to our tower's training facilities. Training facilities? You mean the mage training courses? At Novel Bin at. Oh, you're familiar with them. Of course I was. There were a few traits you could acquire through the mage training courses. I'd already secured several, but there were still plenty I hadn't obtained. The thought of picking up more traits made my mouth water. Of course. I'm well aware. Thank you, I'll gladly accept. Haha, I'm glad it pleases you. The head researcher chuckled heartily, giving me a meaningful look. He seemed to be suggesting we let this incident rest with this arrangement. It was a bit disappointing, but I couldn't push too hard. I was only a level 3 warrior, after all. If I pushed a bit too far with a mage from one of the 4 great towers, they could easily bury me in some back alley. As proof of this, I could feel the hostile gazes from the surrounding staff. Except for the head researcher, all of them were glaring at me coldly. Warrior Kim, shall we proceed? Yes, whenever you're ready. The head researcher personally oversaw the measurements, and everything went smoothly. Every step was in line with the contract. After finishing the measurements, I headed straight for the mage training area. Specifically, the lightning magic training room. The lightning resistance trait was within reach. The final piece among the 6 elemental resistances. TL note, I have no idea. Until now he has acquired cold, fire, water and earth resistances. Which means he still lacks wind. What's a warrior doing here? Isn't he the guy from the research department earlier? Had the rumor spread already? Ignoring the wary stares of the mages, I activated the training program. That's when it happened. BZZZZZT? My ring began to vibrate. A shiver ran down my spine, and the back of my neck tingled. Tower Part 3. What's going on? Why is my danger sense activating? Is someone actually trying to mess with me through the training program? I hurriedly equipped only insight and looked around. Red lines appeared all around me. Every mage I could see was shooting hostile glares in my direction. Well, this is awkward. With all these eyes on me, I couldn't even tell who might be plotting something. Fortunately, my danger sense settled down quickly. It didn't seem like they intended to act immediately. Let's focus on getting lightning resistance first. All I need is lightning resistance. Once I've acquired that, there's nothing they can do to me, no matter how they try to manipulate this training program. After all, I've already amassed 5 resistances: holy, dark, fire, ice, and earth. Begin training. As I voiced the command, elemental spirits whirled around me, initiating lightning magic casting training. From this moment, the elemental spirits will begin casting lightning magic. You must hit the elemental spirits with lightning magic. If you fail to hit them within the time limit, the lightning magic will target you instead. Woong. A low hum reverberated through my ears. Instead of voices, the spirits emitted a low-frequency vibration as they chanted their spells. I waited calmly. The standard method would be to use lightning magic, as the AI guidance suggested, but the Mage Tower's training ground had other uses beyond just casting magic. As I stood still, mages nearby started murmuring. What's he doing? Why isn't he using magic? He's a warrior, isn't he? Just standing there like that? I thought he was a magic swordsman or something. Is he a masochist? Maybe he came here just to get electrocuted. Haha, you're probably right. Typical warriors. Finally, the moment I was waiting for arrived. Crackle! The elemental spirits unleashed their lightning in quick succession. A jolt ran through me. It didn't hurt much. Just a slight prickling sensation. Compared to the searing pain of fever or the raw wounds I'd endured, it was almost cute. I gestured at the control spirit, and it floated closer. Set lightning intensity to maximum. Warning. Warning. Maximum intensity lightning may cause cardiac arrest or severe arrhythmia, potentially leading to death. We recommend stopping at the intermediate level. Once again, set lightning intensity to maximum. Responsibility for any consequences from maximum intensity lightning rests solely with the user. The Sun Mage Tower and its management bear no civil or criminal liability. Do you agree? I agree. Increasing lightning magic to maximum intensity. To lower the intensity, please raise both hands. I didn't even need to look to know. The gazes of the mages were turning colder. Maximum intensity? Is he trying to kill himself? Didn't someone get carried out last week? He's a warrior, right? Guess he's confident in his body's durability. Wanna bet? How long until he collapses? How long? I'll put 100,000 won on him lasting less than 30 seconds. How's he going to endure lightning magic with just his body? Lightning magic targets the nervous system. He won't even be able to stay standing with his muscles spasming uncontrollably. He'll probably wet himself as he goes down. Alright, I'll go with 20 seconds 100,000 won. I'm betting on 15 seconds. I'll say 10 seconds. 10 seconds? 15 seconds? They're betting so low? I chuckled internally, waiting for the chant to finish. The elemental spirits glowed red hot. The chant had already ended, as if giving me time to prepare. A warning sound pierced my eardrums. Firing maximum intensity lightning magic in 3, 2, 1. Fire. Bzzzzzt. A blinding flash engulfed me. White lightning seared through me, again and again. My entire body trembled. A violent shudder racked my muscles. I thought my heart had stopped. The sensation of my nervous system burning. My teeth chattered together, and my legs weakened. I nearly collapsed but forced myself to stay upright, my spine rigid. As I endured, I thought to myself, absorb the lightning, the pure elemental magic. Even as the electricity scorched my body, I could feel it breaking down. Some of it was converted into mana and absorbed by me, even if only a small amount. A reckless attempt. Anyone else would have been cooked alive from the inside. But the 3 traits I had chosen helped me absorb at least a portion of the mana. Einherjar cultivation technique, mana core, and mana absorption. Of course, these 3 traits alone weren't enough. That's why I selected another set of traits. Endurance, Resolve, and Resurrection. Endurance reduces all damage. Resolve specializes in mental defense while also shielding me from magic damage. Resurrection greatly enhances my healing ability when I'm in danger. With these 6 traits combined, I could withstand this. Though the pain was intense and my body trembled, I held my stance. Not for 10 seconds, not for 20 seconds, but for over 5 minutes. By then, the mages had begun to realize something was wrong. What's going on? Why hasn't he collapsed? Is that even possible? Is he using a mana barrier? No, he's just standing there. I tried the maximum intensity once, and I was out after 1 hit. Had it been nearly 10 minutes? I felt the furious electricity that had been frying me start to weaken. Strictly speaking, the magic wasn't weakening, it was my defense that had grown stronger. Lightning resistance? Finally, the missing piece? Should I stop now? No, that would be a waste. I called over the control spirit to adjust the training mode. Switch from casting training to defense training. Set the difficulty to maximum. Lightning intensity at maximum. Warning. Warning. Maximum intensity lightning. Okay. Skip the warnings. The elemental spirits rearranged themselves. Instead of floating around randomly, they lined up in front of me like a wall. The mages blatantly started gossiping again. Maximum difficulty? Oh, he's confident, huh? He must really not feel any pain from the lightning. Did he bring some lightning resistance artifact? That would make sense. So that's why, makes sense now, to pull a stunt like that in the sacred hall of magic. That guy needs to be taught a lesson. Their chatter was unending. I ignored them and focused my mind on the front. The elemental spirits began glowing red again, issuing a warning. 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 Lightning intensity has been readjusted. You are significantly exceeding the training program's limits. Reconfiguring training program. Warning system disengaged. Current selected magic, standard level 3 magic. Level 3 magic is enough to paralyze a superhuman. All other trainees must stop training and evacuate the facility. Lightning intensity readjusted? Standard level 3 magic? The elemental spirits subtly shifted their angles. They were all targeting me directly, and a strange chill ran down my spine. Alongside that, my danger sense ring started to buzz incessantly. I quickly equipped insight, and I saw it. Several of the elemental spirits, which had appeared to be chanting, were already glowing red. Ugh. I barely managed to throw myself to the side. Flash. A brilliant flash scorched the spot where I'd just been standing. This was on an entirely different level than the lightning I'd endured before. It was lightning magic capable of lethal force in real combat. A cold chill crept into my chest, mixed with burning anger. Which bastard did this? I rapidly scanned my surroundings. The mages were all rushing out of the facility. Then, I locked eyes with one mage through the glass wall outside. His hands were shoved into his pockets, concealing them. It was the senior mage who'd been slapped by the supervising mage earlier. That bastard. The mage grinned at me, slyly, like a hyena circling prey. He wanted to humiliate me. The power level was enough to paralyze even a superhuman. Paralyzed, what's the big deal, you ask? This was lightning magic. Lightning magic? If I collapsed under lightning magic, my sphincters would give out, and I'd end up soiling myself. A warrior pissing themselves during training at the mage tower? I'd be a laughingstock for a century. My head cooled. The rage surged up, yet my mind was sharp as ice. Should I just leave? I could, technically. The AI had already issued an evacuation order. But, just look at that pathetic mage sneering at me. If I run away now, wouldn't that mean I've lost to him? I straightened up. I'd rather die than show weakness to a lowlife like that. Besides, I had some insurance. No matter how much the intensity was ramped up, this was still just a training program. There was a limit to the amount of mana being supplied, and if my calculations were correct, it wouldn't be enough to truly harm me at novel bin at. The elemental spirits lined up in formation. They adjusted their angles slightly, aiming at me from all directions. There was nowhere to dodge. No matter which way I moved, I'd end up getting hit by a few bolts of lightning. The spirits began to glow, signaling they were about to attack. I clasped my hands together and swapped my traits. Holy resistance from my battle with the saintess. Fire resistance from scalding my body with boiling water infused with magic essence. Dark resistance gifted to me by the necromancer Karen of the Cleaner Association. Ice resistance earned amidst the freezing storm of the Wraith congregation. TL note, changed from cold to ice. Earth resistance awakened when I narrowly escaped a hunter's magical traps. And finally, the newly acquired lightning resistance from this very training session. I filled my entire trait slot solely with the 6 elemental resistances. My body trembled. My mana circuits, firmly rooted, began to resonate with the 6 traits, transforming into a new force. If this were a game, my character's trait slots would be shaking. The box itself would shatter, letters scattering, and new words would form from the fragments. In reality, it felt similar. My mana circuits broke apart and reassembled. A dull ache surged through my blood vessels, racing toward my heart. Gore. Just as a groan escaped my lips, the elemental spirits flashed. Bright white lightning hurtled toward me. Crack. The lightning struck me head-on. It was undeniably powerful. The me from a moment ago would have been sprawled on the ground, looking utterly pathetic. But not anymore. I stood tall, shoulders squared, letting the lightning course through me. Some higher tier trait was protecting me now. Magic resistance. With lightning resistance, endurance, and resolve added on top, it didn't even feel like I was being hit. It was just ticklish. Like the lowest intensity training magic I'd faced at the start. What the hell? What is he? Is that fake? It must be flash magic, not real lightning, right? Wait, oh crap? No, that's really level 3 magic. Is he blocking level 3 magic with his body? Is he even human? I smirked confidently in the direction of the senior mage. Did he take that as a taunt? But there was nothing he could do about it. He fidgeted with his hands in his pockets but refrained from tampering with the training program any further. If he did, he'd be crossing a serious line. The Sun Mage Tower is a prestigious institution with a legacy stretching back to the Three Kingdoms era. No matter how much they might protect their own, they wouldn't tolerate a disciple blatantly breaking the rules. In the end, the senior mage clenched his teeth and pulled his hands out of his pockets. Warning. Warning. All users must cease training and evacuate the facility. The training program was still going haywire. Lightning continued to shoot at me furiously. I could take the hits, but it felt like a waste. Who knows when I'll be back at the tower? Might as well get the most out of it, right? Besides, in Arcane Seoul, it's easier to acquire traits in real combat than in training. In terms of time efficiency, the gain is nearly 3 or 4 times higher. And thanks to the senior mage's meddling, this session counted as real combat. Magic resistance, lightning resistance, endurance, insight, mobility, sprint. I adjusted my traits slightly. I wasn't just planning to get hit, I'd be dodging as well. With insight, I could see the elemental spirits turning red, signaling their impending attacks. Zap! Lightning struck. A bundle of white electricity chased after me, but I was already gone from that spot. With mobility allowing quick shifts in direction, sprint propelling me forward, and swift assisting my movements, I dodged skillfully, weaving in and out. Level 3 magic was powerful, sure, but if it didn't hit, it was meaningless. After dodging dozens of times, the trait I'd been waiting for finally appeared. My body felt as light as a feather. The moment I became aware of it, I did a backflip, soaring gracefully through the air, widening the distance between me and the lightning bolts. It was the evasion trait. The very same one that a hunter had used against me. Finally complete. I cheered inwardly. A high-tier trait, Grand Escape? Now that I had gathered all the pieces, all I needed was to absorb the swift trait from my boots, and I could combine everything to complete the Grand Escape. Damn it. Was it because my senses were heightened? I could hear a low curse. At the same time, the elemental spirits, which had been firing lightning relentlessly, started to lose power. Reconfiguring training program. Reconfiguring training program? The training program has returned to normal. Current selected magic, basic level 0 magic. At this level, it will feel like a slight tickle to an ordinary person. You may access the training program at any time. The senior mage had already turned his back and was walking away. The other mages stared at him in stunned silence. Thanks to all of their supposed intelligence, mages were quick to catch on. They'd already pieced together why this whole ordeal had happened today. What's going on? Why is he acting like that? Isn't that Park Hyunju? Oh, him? Elder Joe's disciple, right? That privileged prick. He's always hated warriors, but, messing with the training program. This time, I didn't hold back. I marched straight up to the supervising mage and lodged a formal complaint about the senior mage's actions. After reviewing the training program logs, the supervising mage's face twisted in anger. That bastard. I didn't have to wait long. The next day, a disciplinary committee was convened. The charges? Breach of confidentiality, abuse of authority, and aggravated assault. The punishment? Expulsion. It was a sentence feared only second to excommunication among mages. Sun Mage Tower Part 4. No, I was wrong. It was my mistake. Master, please help me. The senior mage was dragged away, screaming like a wild animal. I watched him quietly as he was taken. Unexpected. What do you mean? To be honest, I thought Mage Park would just get off with a minor punishment. I had already heard about Senior Mage Park Hyunjo from Manager Choi. He was the disciple of one of the 9 elders of the Sun Mage Tower. Apparently, he was even his nephew by marriage. That's how he managed to stick around despite the mess he'd caused. This time, too, he'd relied on his connections, acting recklessly without fear of consequence. The head mage's expression was stern. I'm aware of how the outside world views our Mage Tower, but we are not a place that tolerates such behavior. I understand. There's no way an organization that's lasted over 1,000 years could be so lax. They say the Sun Mage Tower has been around since the Three Kingdoms era. Ho ho, you are well informed. Yes, that's correct. And the reason our tower has survived for so long is because of our strict discipline and unwavering pursuit of truth. No matter how skilled or well-connected one is, anyone who crosses the line is mercilessly cut off. Crossed the line, huh? The only reason Mage Park received only light reprimands up until now was that his troubles were contained within the tower. Elder Joe had to work hard to keep things under control. But this time, he sold classified information to outsiders and abused his authority to insult the superhuman I invited. If not for Elder Joe, he would have been expelled or worse, excommunicated. The head mage looked pleased, as though finally getting relief from a long-standing grievance. Just how much havoc had Park Hyunju caused? I subtly stroked the hilt of my holy sword. The only regret I had was that I couldn't plunge it into that bastard's belly. What happens when someone is expelled? A magical brand is placed on their brain, preventing them from learning any new spells. Taking on disciples would also be impossible. So, it's essentially the end of their life as a mage. Better than excommunication. Excommunication involves removing the mana circuits from the spine and entire nervous system. It's enough to turn someone into a cripple in an instant. With expulsion, they can still use the magic they've learned thus far. In martial arts terms, it's akin to destroying their danshin and severing their tendons. Seems like you've had this bottled up for a while. It was Elder Joe's fault for being too lenient. Personality training is as important as magic education and mana training. The disgraced mage was expelled wearing nothing but a single robe. The head mage leaned in and whispered to me. The tower master suspects there's a conglomerate backing that scoundrel. A conglomerate? Yes. Lately, our tower has been quietly focusing on magic research, and it seems some nouveau-riche thought they could take advantage of that. We plan to track him and make an example out of him. Seems there's a backstory here that I wasn't aware of. I nodded silently, and the head mage handed me a small box. And, superhuman, this is a small token of apology for the incident. A wooden box, small enough to fit in one hand. I opened it on the spot. Inside, a golden potion sparkled brilliantly. An elixir. In the game, it's a miraculous potion that restores you instantly, no matter how injured or poisoned you are, even if you're down to a single hit point. It's the same in this world. Even if you're decapitated or your heart is destroyed, as long as brain activity hasn't completely ceased, it can bring you back. A treasure among treasures. An extra life, so to speak. I accepted the gift happily. Thank you. You've given me the gift of life. Ahem. It's only fair, considering a tower member caused trouble within our walls. The head mage gave me a meaningful look. It was his way of saying not to blow this out of proportion. I agreed with that sentiment. The Sun Mage Tower had shown sincerity by taking responsibility, so there was no need to escalate matters further. The only downside was that this reward wasn't exactly what I wanted. I was hoping for the Sunfire rather than an elixir. Should I ask for the Sunfire? Unfortunately, that's not possible. The Sunfire is the signature spell of the Sun Mage Tower. It has a short casting time, decent mana consumption, and devastating firepower. Among the spells developed by the tower over its long history, it ranks among the very best. I have one wish. Well, this much should be fine to ask. Go ahead and speak. I've always had a wish, ever since before, to experience the 4 great spells of the 4 great towers. The 4 great spells. Yes. The head mage looked at me, surprised. Which made sense, considering he was the designer of the Sunfire. The tower master was the one who completed it, though. Aren't you still at level 3, superhuman? Not to underestimate you, but a level 3 superhuman wouldn't be able to withstand even a brief exposure to the Sunfire. A single second would be enough to burn you alive. How about coming back when you're around level 5? Given the recent events and my research responsibilities, I could use my authority to grant you a demonstration then. Level 5? Huh? Not a bad offer. Anyway, even with my mana combination, I'd only be able to use it effectively once I reached level 5 due to the mana drain. But here's the thing. If there's a way to obtain it now, why wait until then? I began to persuade him in a calm tone. As you may have noticed, I have a strong resistance to magical attacks. I did notice. I reviewed the training logs, and the defensive abilities you displayed would be impossible without some kind of magic resistance ability. Oh, don't worry, those records are confidential and won't be leaked. I figured. Your fair handling of this incident already earned my trust. Anyway, I believe I can withstand the Sunfire for a short duration. Maybe around 30 seconds. Ha ha ha, 30 seconds? Even a level 5 superhuman couldn't manage that. Only in terms of magic defense. Part of it is thanks to the Black Flame as well. Oh ho, the Black Flame. You're aware of its capabilities against fire-based magic. You may not have seen it in action personally, but you've heard the stories. Gulp. The head mage swallowed dryly. The power of the Black Flame was infamous. It devours all mana in its path, inflicting agony upon its target. Naturally, it also consumes fire-based magic. So, I wondered, how would it fare against a high-tier spell like the Sunfire? Would it devour it? Or would it be devoured? A spark of curiosity flickered in the head mage's eyes. As the designer of the Sunfire, he couldn't resist the challenge. His curiosity about the Black Flame added to it. Are you really certain? We would benefit greatly from studying the Black Flame's properties, but it could put you in serious danger. Don't be too surprised when you see it. Adat novel bin adat. Haha, you sound confident. But this is the Sunfire we're talking about. Well, I have the Black Flame. In that case, I'll get the Tower Master's approval. I'll personally oversee the procedure to ensure there are no accidents. Please, do your best to endure as long as possible. The head mage looked amused. Perhaps because he and the Tower Master were like brothers, approval came quickly. We moved to one of the most secluded laboratories in the Sun Mage Tower's research department. A completely empty lab. A cylindrical structure, reminiscent of a cannon, was aimed at me. Outside the lab, observers were gathered in droves. Among them was the Tower Master, a figure I'd seen tens of thousands of times in Arcane Seoul. Noticing the curiosity in his eyes, I took a deep breath. There are 3 ways to obtain the Sunfire. First, become the Tower Master's disciple. Second, defeat the Tower Master in a one-on-one duel. Both of which are impossible for me. They're routes exclusive to superhumans in the mage class. Then there's the third and final method. Complete the Tower's quest. And to unlock that quest, I need to raise the Tower Master's favor ability above a certain threshold. The procedure will now begin. The cylindrical structure was aimed directly at me. At its end hung a golden sphere, reminiscent of the sun itself. Whoosh! The mana concentration array supplied mana to the device. Air was sucked in, forming a vortex. A strange vibration rippled through the space, and the overwhelming mana waves pressed down on my senses. Even just the preparations radiated a crushing power. The head mage shouted into the microphone. Sunfire, initiating for 15 seconds. With a click, the lights turned on. There was a brief moment of stillness. Then, the world turned golden. Boom boom boom, flames burst forth. A blaze powerful enough to burn the entire world. The fire hadn't even touched me, but my skin prickled painfully. A primal fear gripped my brain, threatening to paralyze me. But I was fully prepared. Magic resistance, fire resistance, Black Flame. Mana shield, endurance, resolve. And the fortitude trait imbued in my protective suit's lower half. With all these abilities activated, I faced the onslaught of Sunfire. I narrowed my eyes and stared directly into the golden flames. I deployed the mana shield. Carefully, with utmost concentration, I extended it, merging it with my protective suit to form a cohesive barrier. Usually, a mana shield forms a spherical barrier. But thanks to countless uses in real battles, I'd learned to modify it. Following the smooth surface of my protective suit, the barrier wrapped around me like a second skin. The result resembled armor more than a shield. A mana armor. Unfortunately, with my limited mana reserves, maintaining a full mana armor would be difficult. Satisfied with achieving this much, I held the mana shield in place. Finally, the Sunfire engulfed me. Ugh! I almost screamed. Even with the shield, and even with my magic resistance and fire resistance, this was intense. My mind went blank. It reminded me of when I suffered from mana fever, that unbearable heat coursing through my body. In some ways, this was worse. With mana fever, I could at least keep my mind anchored to reality, but the Sunfire was so fierce it threatened to burn away even my consciousness. It's fine. I can hold out. Biting down on my lower lip, I endured. I bit my tongue several times just to keep my focus. Eyes bloodshot, I stared straight ahead. I could see the black flame spreading. Slowly, painfully slowly, like a grub chewing through pine needles, it expanded its reach. Could it be that? 15 seconds have passed. Sunfire ceasing now. Already 15 seconds? The golden light suddenly vanished. Maybe it was because I'd been staring straight into such an intense light, but my eyes felt sore and blurry. As I instinctively rubbed my eyes, a commotion erupted outside. No, no way. Sunfire. Is he really level 3? That's superhuman? Not level 6. How did he survive at just level 3? Was the mana supply faulty? What's going on with them? First, I checked my own condition. Thankfully, I wasn't hurt. My exposed facial skin and hands were fine. The only damage was some melted patches on the surface of my protective suit. And all the hair that had grown back a bit was now completely burned off. Considering I was exposed to sunfire for a full 15 seconds, this was an incredible outcome. The black flame had played a major role. If it had been any other tower's signature spell instead of sunfire, it might not have ended as well. A muttered remark from one of the spectators reached my ears. We'll need to accelerate the development of Perfect Flame. Is this a butterfly effect? Perhaps Perfect Flame, and the characters who possess it as their unique trait, might appear sooner than I expected. The spectators dispersed like the ebbing tide. Only a few lingered. An elderly man, whom I recognized, approached me with a group following behind. That was quite impressive. Warrior Kim. An old man with jet black dyed hair, dressed in a suit and tie. He looked every bit like a powerful corporate chairman. The Tower Master of the Sun Mage Tower. I bowed respectfully. It's an honor, Tower Master. You know who I am. Is there anyone in Korea who doesn't know the Tower Master? The four great powers. The Legion, the conglomerates, the towers, and the church. Among them, some are stronger than others. The Sun Mage Tower is clearly one of the strongest. In particular, the Tower Master is one of the 5 level 8 figures in Korea. A monster on par with the Saintess herself. Good thing I preemptively swapped my traits. You never know if he might have the same insight as the Saintess and see through my trait swap. The Tower Master smiled. Ho ho, you're quite the talker. Warrior Kim, would you spare a moment for this old man? I'd like to treat you to a cup of tea. It would be my honor. I'd be delighted to join you. I followed the Tower Master. There was an old mage glaring daggers at me, but I ignored her. In the game, she was a villainous character, so it seemed she played a similar role here. The Tower Master led me to the highest point in the tower. His personal office. This is incredible. The view was far more overwhelming than what I'd seen on my smartphone screen. The floor was clearly the ground, yet somehow I could see all of Seoul, Busan, and even Baekdusan and Halasan in one panorama. It was like looking down from outer space. The ceiling, on the other hand, was like the cosmos. If I looked at the sun, it seemed to rush toward me, exuding an overpowering presence. If I looked at the moon, I could see its cratered face in intricate detail. A place where the impossible was made possible by magic. This was the Tower Master's office. With a warm smile, the Tower Master poured coffee himself and handed me a cup. Here, drink up. It should be at least passable. Thank you. I'll enjoy it. I don't know much about coffee. To be honest, I think instant coffee tastes best. But just from one whiff of the aroma, I could tell this was high-quality coffee. It relaxed my body and cleared my mind. It's wonderful. Haha, it's this old man's only hobby. The rich aroma of the coffee hung in the air, filling the silence. For a long time, neither of us spoke. Then the Tower Master broke the silence. Today was most impressive. I never imagined, not even with the black flame, that you could withstand the sunfire so effectively. Now I understand why Mage Yu spoke so highly of you. You're too kind. Perfect flame development has been a long-standing goal of our tower, but there's another project we've been pursuing just as earnestly. The Tower Master let out a faint wave of mana. A side door in the office opened, and a young man in his early 20s entered. Grandfather, you called for me. A tall, lanky man with horn-rimmed glasses. I knew him instantly. There was no way I couldn't. I'd seen that face countless times on my smartphone screen. One of the tutorial characters in Arcane Seoul. The only true golden spoon among the tutorial characters. This was Mage Kim wielding Mage Kim Part 1. Introduce yourself. This is Warrior Kim, a level 3 superhuman. Mage Kim's mouth fell open slightly. Nice to meet you, Warrior Kim. Sir, I'm Kim Mabiab. A gaze filled with curiosity and surprise. It was like he was observing some strange animal. Kim Mabiab's eyes seemed to be saying this. How is someone's name just Warrior Kim? Hey, you're no better. How is someone's name Kim Mabiab? TL note, Mabiab means mage/magic in Korean. Pleasure to meet you, Kim Mabiab. I'm Warrior Kim. Oh, please, feel free to be casual with me. I'm just an apprentice mage. I'm only level 1. Still, you're part of the Sun Mage Tower, right? As the grandson of the Tower Master, surely you'll soar to high levels one day. Well, Kim Mabiab gave an awkward, faint smile. The Tower Master clicked his tongue. That's exactly the problem. It's our Mage Tower's long-standing concern. Pardon. I actually knew all the details. But sometimes, you have to pretend you don't know. The Tower Master began to explain. This boy is too dim-witted to become a proper mage. He somehow managed to awaken to level 1, but he can't progress beyond that. His potential shows he could reach level 5, but my heart aches knowing I've held him back at level 1 because of his limitations. The issue was simple: intelligence. True to his role as a tutorial character, and a naturally low-tier character, Kim Mabiab was missing a crucial screw. Among the 6 main attributes: strength, agility, stamina, intelligence, spirit, and mana, his intelligence was below that of other mages. His starting trait was Mana Bullet. Even though he's from the Sun Mage Tower, his skill wasn't even Fireball. The best we could do was send him to an academy, try to equip him with the magic trait, or push him to complete personal quests for an advancement. Considering that Warrior Kim had no starting traits and his stats were generally low, their situations weren't all that different. It's not like I was panting and struggling in the neighborhood park during training for no reason. He's not smart. No way. He seems sharp to me. It's just that my grandfather's expectations are too high. Kim Mabiab started to complain to me. I may look like this, but I'm a student at Seoul University's business school. But he's still disappointed in me. Bah, you should have joined the School of Magic. A guy who chose liberal arts has no right to talk. If you'd at least gone to pre-med or physics, I wouldn't be nagging like this. Good grief, with both your parents being mages, who on earth do you take after? I take after you, grandfather. If that were true, you little brat, you'd be ranked first in the entire country, not just the school. I got the gist of it. So he's a math-phobic mage. A mage who can't do math? There's hardly anything more disastrous. Looks like the low intelligence stat has manifested in this way here. I watched the entertaining banter between grandfather and grandson with interest before speaking up. Is Kim Mabiab's problem really that he's bad at math? Yes, this boy has such a liberal arts brain. The other day, he even threw a fit about wanting to write web novels, driving me up the wall. But didn't you write poems when you were young, grandfather? That was just a brief hobby. You can have hobbies too, I won't stop you. But only after you've raised your superhuman level to at least level 5. What am I supposed to do when magic just doesn't stick in my head? That's because you're not trying hard enough, you brat. Didn't you say it was my intelligence that's the issue? You little. When the Tower Master dramatically raised his arm, Kim Mabiab pretended to shield his head. They're quite the affectionate pair, it seems. As I smiled faintly, the Tower Master cleared his throat. HRM, we showed an embarrassing side of ourselves in front of a guest. Not at all. I'm envious of how close you are. He's my only grandchild, you see. Other people have plenty of grandsons and granddaughters, but I only have this one. That's the one thing I envy them for. My son should have put in more effort. Is quantity really important? Isn't it more about how well you raise them? Being in Seoul University's business school makes him part of the top 0.1% in Korea, doesn't it? Ugh, that's not the point. I'd still like to see him grow into a respectable mage, but that's where the issue lies. Honestly, he's not completely lacking in talent. It's just that he doesn't align with our mage tower. We were finally getting to the main point. The Tower Master downed his coffee in one shot and grumbled. Other mage towers are similar, but ours has it particularly bad. Our magic requires extremely precise mathematical calculations. If you make a mistake in the calculations, the spell can backfire or explode, leaving the mage disabled or worse. What if he used artifacts, magical spirits, or even computer-based artificial intelligence to assist? Couldn't he at least insert a terminal? There are limits to that. Up to level 3 or 4, you can rely on the tools you mentioned to grow quickly. But level 5, that's a different story. Once you reach that level, any barrier you barely crossed becomes an insurmountable wall. Not even nectar or ambrosia would help. As his grandfather, I can't sell his future to buy a shortcut for the present. That makes sense. So, what if you taught him magic that doesn't require mathematical calculations? I hit the nail on the head. The Tower Master nodded thoughtfully. That was precisely our Mage Tower's proposed solution. Actually, there are quite a few people with potential who can't become mages due to their lack of intelligence. My cousin, for instance, eventually gave up and became a priest. A problem you'd find anywhere. The most crucial stats for a mage are intelligence, mana, and stamina. Born into a family of mages but with a liberal arts brain? Nothing could be more tragic. Even if he becomes a superhuman, he'll never become a true mage. With the long history of the Sun Mage Tower, you must have researched this issue extensively. Why is it still a long-standing concern? Our Mage Tower only began taking this problem seriously relatively recently. In the Joseon era, or even during the Japanese occupation, they'd just write off someone's lack as a personal shortcoming. It wasn't until after World War II that people started acknowledging individual differences. I see. It's similar to how the noblemen of the Joseon era only studied Confucian classics. We did conduct research, but the results have been slow. We managed to develop a few mana circuits. But the power, it's just far too lacking. I mean, how can a level 3 mana circuit just produce a tiny flame and be done? How could anyone call that a mage? It's fine for a magic swordsman, but look at this frail body of his. Does it look like he can be of any use as a warrior-type superhuman? I glanced at Kim Mabiab. Indeed, he was slim and lacked any visible muscle. He could manage as a scholar or a mage, but a magic swordsman? Absolutely impossible with his physique. I understand why this troubles you, Tower Master. But why are you telling me all this? I'm a warrior. I wouldn't be of much help in developing mana circuits for mages. The Tower Master looked me straight in the eye. I may be a Tower Master, but that doesn't mean I don't hear things. He stared intently at me. You're the one who treated Mr. Seo's son, aren't you? You knew. Those in the know, no. And I saw the black flames with my own eyes today. I thought I'd mention it just in case. Even though I'm a mage, mages tend to be overly reliant on magic and get a bit narrow-minded. Given that you wield one of Earth's greatest flame abilities, you might have an incredible idea we haven't thought of yet. His eyes held a mix of hope and doubt. Fine, I'll shatter those doubts for him. I know exactly how this quest's final resolution will ease the Sun Mage Tower's concerns. What if we used spirits? Spirits. Yes. Not an artificial spirit, a real one. The problem is with casting spells, right? Since he can't handle the calculations, he can't use magic. So, why not let a spirit handle that part and simply provide the mana? That's impossible. The Tower Master looked openly disappointed. The gods are dead, and the gateway to the spirit realm is closed. Ever since the Meiji-tech revolution, spirits have become impossible to find in the natural world. Nowadays, only those with exceptional spirit affinity can barely become spirit summoners. And this boy here doesn't have even a sliver of spirit affinity. How could he ever become a spirit summoner? I'm not suggesting he make a contract with a spirit. I'm suggesting he use a spirit. Explain yourself exactly, and in detail. I understand that the Sun Mage Tower's mana circuits are designed primarily to replicate fire, heat, and the sun itself. That's correct. Then why not replicate a fire spirit? You engrave a single, dedicated spell into the mana circuit. Of course, it would need to allow adjustments in form and intensity. The user provides the mana, while the circuit handles the magic. This way, even a blockhead could use magic. The Tower Master fell silent, deep in thought. But isn't that not really a mage? No, it's not being a mage. Ultimately, the choice is yours, Tower Master. But think about it. Would you rather pour money into spirit artifacts and push your grandson to reach level 3, maybe level 4 if you're lucky? Or would you train him properly to become a level 6, possibly even level 7 pyromancer? Pyromancer? The Tower Master seemed struck by that word. It was indeed the right path for Kim Mabiob's growth. Though, honestly, instead of wasting nectar to turn him into a pyromancer, it would be far easier to just recruit a naturally talented pyromancer. 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 The Tower Master rolled the word around in his mouth, a pleased smile spreading across his face. After all, a pyromancer is still a mage-type superhuman. But soon, his expression turned serious again. There is one problem. What is it? With the gateway to the spirit realm closed, we can't summon a fire spirit. Currently, only one spirit summoner is known to the world, and even that person only deals with water and ice spirits. The spirit fossil that the Sun Mage Tower has preserved since the Goryeo dynasty isn't precisely a fire spirit, either. Don't tell me they expect me to open the gate to the spirit realm. Fortunately, I already had an alternative solution. It doesn't have to be a spirit essence. Not a spirit essence? Are you talking about a divine beast's essence? Yes. A divine beast, Of course. The phoenix. The Tower Master slapped his knee. If we capture a phoenix and replicate its heart, blood vessels, and neural system to create a mana circuit, this could work. Or, we could even directly implant the phoenix circuit. Pyromancy. Phoenix pyromancy? Ha ha ha. How did I not think of this before? Consulting you was a stroke of genius. Ha ha ha. What a blessing you are. Whoa, what's going on? What do you think? On a day like this, we have to dance. The Tower Master grabbed me and started to dance an awkward, jubilant jig. It was a sight that didn't fit his usual stern face or his strict, formal attire in the slightest. Watching an old man well into his 80s dancing like that made it hard for me to just stand still. So, reluctantly, I joined in, moving like a broken puppet alongside him. Kim Mabiob, too, let out a heavy sigh and joined us. Apparently, whenever the Tower Master was in a particularly good mood, he would drag his grandson into a private dance like this. Ha ha ha. The Tower Master burst into hearty laughter. I should have invited a warrior over for a chat ages ago. Warriors really do see things differently from mages. Bah, what's the use of 100 meetings among these stubborn old mages? They just keep going over the same points every time. In truth, that's not quite accurate. In the end, the Tower Master would reach the same conclusion, capturing a phoenix and implanting its heart, blood vessels, and nervous system. The result would be the phoenix pyromancy trait. While it's not quite on par with extreme pyromancy or solar flame, it's still quite effective. The Tower Master suddenly stopped laughing and put on a serious face. Then he looked straight at me. It was the same intense expression I'd seen on his face when he looked at his smartphone earlier. So, here's what I want to ask you. Please, go ahead. Could you capture a phoenix for me? It doesn't need to be an ancient, 1,000-year-old beast. Something that's been around for 50 years or even just 20 years would be ideal. That would minimize rejection and make it easier to implant into my grandson. You're asking me to find the Phoenix Valley. Exactly right. Phoenix Valley. Simply put, it's a nesting ground for phoenixes. A place where the great divine beast phoenix periodically comes to lay its eggs. Naturally, it's hidden by the phoenix's power, making it difficult to locate, even for high-level superhumans. I'm asking you this just in case. The Tower Master laid out his terms clearly. If you find Phoenix Valley, I'll reward you with whatever you want. Even if you ask for an honorary elder position in the tower, I'll accept. And even if you can't locate Phoenix Valley, I'll still reward you handsomely if you bring back a young phoenix, something suitable for implanting into my grandson. However, the difference in rewards would be substantial. A young phoenix? It's a rare creature, but not something the Sun Mage Tower couldn't obtain on their own. The real prize was Phoenix Valley. It seemed like a good time to strike a deal. I stood up straight and looked the Tower Master in the eye. You'll give me anything I want. If you find Phoenix Valley, yes. I wouldn't settle for just a young phoenix anyway. To repeat, if you succeed in locating Phoenix Valley, you can have whatever you desire. Even the solar flame. The solar flame. I want the solar flame. The Tower Master looked at me, surprised. Then he chuckled, as if amused by my bold request. Oh, sure, I can give you the solar flame. If, that is, you can actually use it. I want it stored in a memory chip. Don't try to stall by saying I have to learn basic magic or imprint the circuit myself. Fine. If you find Phoenix Valley, I'll give it to you immediately. What, don't you trust my word? No, I trust you? The Tower Master laughed, treating it like a playful joke. I laughed as well. The laughter came naturally. Because I already knew the location of Phoenix Valley. Flame-wielding Mage Kim Part 2. Here it is. I stepped aside slightly. Piercing through the thick veil of mist, a new world opened up before them. Wow. Kim Mabiob's eyes widened in amazement. An enchanting, vibrant world painted in all the colors of the spectrum. Between lush green trees, red, yellow, and blue blossoms bloomed in abundance, while fiery birds glided lazily among the flowers. Peep. Scree. The phoenixes danced in flocks, singing their clear songs. Oddly enough, it wasn't hot at all. Only a gentle spring breeze, like the memory of a first love, wafted through the air. Kim Mabiob's eyes were filled with trails of red streaking across the sky. It's really Phoenix Valley. Didn't I tell you? Still, I didn't expect you to find it this easily, or for it to be so close. It's always darkest under the lamp. At novel bin at. Actually, it was because of the barrier set up by the divine beast, Phoenix. Kim Mabiob hurriedly started recording a video. Once he stepped out of the barrier that blocked all signals and sent the video, the master of the Sun Mage Tower arrived via teleportation, surrounded by a flash of light. He wasn't alone. With him were the elders from yesterday's Sunfire demonstration. Warrior Kim, did you really find Phoenix Valley? As I said, I already knew about it. I didn't bother playing coy or pretending. When the Tower Master mentioned Phoenix Valley, I revealed that I already knew its location. So I brought Kim Mabiob along, and we came straight here. Unbelievable. The Tower Master looked at me with an expression of amazement. From now on, I'll have to pay attention to back alley rumors as well. Who would have thought a top secret like the location of Phoenix Valley would be floating around out there? With so much trash information, I wouldn't have believed it myself if I hadn't seen it. I wasn't lying. After all, I'd seen it plenty of times on my smartphone screen. I used the stealth magic chip I'd prepared in advance and guided the Tower Master. The Tower Master and the other mages used similar spells, while Kim Mabiob wore the cloak of concealment that the Tower Master had given him and followed behind me. Inside the barrier, the Tower Master reacted almost exactly as Kim Mabiob had. Ha ha ha. He laughed in delight, careful not to startle the phoenixes. Look at that. So many phoenixes. Ha, truly astounding. The elders looked on with expressions of wonder. The Tower Master clapped me on the back with a pleased expression. With this many phoenixes, we won't have to worry about our supply. We'll be set for 100 years. If you start capturing them openly, they'll notice and move their nesting grounds. The question is, should we catch them sparingly, or take as many as possible? It would be ideal if we could breed them. Are you planning to hunt the divine beast? That's impossible. I'm not a level 9. The Tower Master looked as if he could be satisfied just by gazing upon them. Tower Master, about the reward you promised. Rest assured, I'll see to it myself. As the master of the Sun Mage Tower, I don't go back on my word. You've solved one of our tower's greatest wishes. There may even be a new school of thought established within our Sun Mage Tower thanks to you. I wouldn't hesitate over one measly spell. The Tower Master was resolute. Waking up at dawn to hike up a mountain had paid off. Just as I was about to thank him with a smile, a sharp voice cut in. Tower Master? A spell? What do you mean by that? Elder Joe. A stern-looking elderly female mage stepped forward. She was the mentor of a mage who had once tried to manipulate me and had since been expelled. The Tower Master frowned slightly. I promised a reward for discovering Phoenix Valley. And what reward, exactly? The Sunfire spell. What? I promised that if he revealed the location of Phoenix Valley and we confirmed it, I would personally teach him the Sunfire spell. That's outrageous. Elder Joe immediately protested. Sunfire is one of our tower's signature spells. Even if you're the Tower Master, you can't simply give it away as a personal reward. A personal reward. The Tower Master's expression turned openly displeased. Calling it a personal reward is a bit harsh, don't you think? What are the Tower's two major research objectives? Perfecting extreme mana and designing a new mana circuit. Phoenix Valley is essential for the new mana circuit, and I offered Sunfire as a reward. Don't make it sound as if I'm using it for my own gain. Are you saying there's absolutely no personal interest involved, that you're doing this solely for the Tower? Is that really the case? Elder Joe, what exactly are you trying to say? The Tower Master's gaze began to heat up. Even if he was acting in his grandson's interest, no one would appreciate such a direct accusation. And it's not like he was doing it without any justification. Elder Jo opened her mouth to speak, but the Tower Master was faster. If you're going to bring up my grandson, then keep your mouth shut. Before I tear apart that bastard who leaked Tower secrets and tried to kill our guest along with his negligent parents and his damn mentor. Got it? You miserable old hag. Wow, talk about an explosive outburst. Typical fire mage, fiery temper, and all. The head researcher mage and the Tower Master really are a matched pair. The other elders quickly tried to calm the situation. Now, let's all settle down. Tower Master, why are we letting tempers flare on such a wonderful day? Elder Jo, you too. We understand you're upset, but confronting the Tower Master isn't going to help. His grandson isn't the only one who couldn't learn magic, Elder Jo. Out of my 5 grandsons, 2 can't perform magic either. Do you know how many of our tower mages struggle with family issues? If it's true that the phoenixes could save so many, think of the potential benefit for the tower as a whole. Fine. Elder Jo, clearly stung by the Tower Master's words, turned on her heel, radiating cold disdain as she vanished with a spell. The Tower Master clicked his tongue openly. TCH Elder Jo wasn't like this when she was younger, but after tasting wealth, she's changed. It must be hard for her, having to expel a disciple she treated like her own child. Surely, Tower Master, you can understand. All her fault for failing to raise him right. Who else is there to blame? TCH. The Tower Master looked around at the other elders with a cold gaze. In any case, I take it there are no objections to me awarding Sunfire to Warrior Kim as a reward. Hold on a moment, Tower Master. We should at least set some limitations. Limitations? Like what? If the spell were to leak to another tower or to the GMO group, it would be a huge issue. They're already eager to steal any spell they can from us. We even went to great lengths to secure spells against the recently expelled Mage Park. The Tower Master cleared his throat, clearly seeing some validity in the point. I stepped forward. Please don't worry about that. I'll use the memory chip in front of the Tower Master and the elders here. If necessary, I'm even willing to make a magical pact. A pleasant offer. What terms would you agree to for the pact? No usage, no disclosure, and no duplication. Oh ho. The elders nodded approvingly. Of course, these terms were meaningless to me. Sunfire was already a spell restricted to mages, so it was bound to them by default. The restriction on duplication was important for my own sake too. Otherwise, someone could kidnap me and try to extract the Sunfire spell from my mind. That should be more than satisfactory. How refreshing to meet a warrior who's so reasonable. I'll admit, when I heard he was a warrior, I half expected his brain to be made of muscle. Elder, you thought so too? So did I. Ha ha ha. The atmosphere turned cheerful. One of the elders asked curiously. Wait a moment. I'd like to ask the superhuman a question. Go ahead. If you don't plan to use it or sell it, why do you want the Sunfire spell? Wouldn't it make more sense to take a few magic stones imbued with Sunfire instead? A reasonable suspicion. I quietly conjured a wisp of black flame. Just a small one, only on the tip of one finger, like a tiny candle flame. The attention of everyone elders, the Tower Master, and Kim Mabiob focused on my fingertip. I want to enhance this. I'm a warrior, but I've found black flame to be very useful. Then, when I came to the Sun Mage Tower and heard about extreme mana manifestation, I became intrigued. I wanted to create my own version of it. Ha ha ha. Good heavens. You think it's that easy? We've already invested over a decade into this project. I know it might not work. I'm well aware it's no simple task. But wouldn't a warrior's intuitive approach differ from the analytical approach of mages? Who knows, maybe my manifestation will surpass that of the Sun Mage Tower. The elders burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho. What a joker. Do you really think some improvised technique of yours will be better than the one our tower has spent years perfecting? I didn't say that for certain, did I? And improvised? I assure you, I won't be doing this haphazardly. Their faces made it clear they thought it was absurd. I could see the faint derision and sense of superiority in their gazes. I even heard someone mutter, typical warrior. Interesting, very interesting. The Tower Master's eyes sparkled as he interjected. How about a wager, then? A wager. Let's compare your manifestation with the one we've created at the tower and see which is superior. Now that sounds fun. There's no inherent superiority between extreme mana manifestation and ultimate mana manifestation. Extreme manifestation has more raw power, but ultimate manifestation is better in terms of mana consumption and casting time. Right? Excellent. So, what shall we wager? Are you serious about this wager? Of course. What kind of wager doesn't involve stakes? What's the matter? Afraid? The Tower Master grinned slyly. I spread my hands slightly. But I have nothing to wager. Yes, you do. The Tower Master looked straight at me, his smile unwavering, though his eyes were deadly serious. It felt playful, yet he was looking at me with a grave expression. Yourself. Pardon. If you lose, you'll come work for our Sun Mage Tower security division. Oh, don't worry, it won't be free labor. We'll offer you top-tier compensation, the highest salary, the best benefits, and an ideal work-life balance. A recruitment offer disguised as a wager. The elders chuckled. Haha, isn't the Tower Master being a bit too direct? It seems the superhuman has really impressed him. With good reason, no doubt. After all, he's done a lot for the tower. The elders' reactions were positive. It seemed I'd earned a lot of points from the Sunfire demonstration and finding Phoenix Valley. But honestly, isn't it a bit presumptuous to celebrate when I haven't even agreed yet? All right. I nodded coolly. I accept those terms. Good decision. The Tower Master was genuinely delighted. Then let's draft the contract right. If I win, I'd like the Sun Mage Tower to grant me a wish. The Tower Master stopped mid-motion, one hand reaching into his robe. He looked at me, as if he couldn't believe what he'd just heard. I must have misheard. What did you just say? I said, if I win, I'd like the Sun Mage Tower to grant me one wish. If you win? You're saying you actually think you can win. We won't know until I try, right? I smiled confidently. The elders shook their heads, and the Tower Master chuckled. Haha, what an amusing notion. Fine, I'll make it official. If your manifestation outperforms ours, no. If it even comes close, I'll acknowledge defeat on behalf of the tower, and we'll grant you one wish at the tower level. Master, isn't that condition a bit harsh? Close would still count as a win. If he even scores 80 points or, heck, 70 points, it'd be an impressive feat. Come on, let's be reasonable and set it at 70 points. I couldn't help but laugh. They're going to be in for quite the shock when they see the final result. It's going to be a perfect tie, 100 points. What do you say? We'll judge based on 5 categories: destructive power, range, mana consumption, casting time, and difficulty. If you score 70 points or higher, you win. If not, you'll be joining our Sun Mage Tower Security Division. Agreed. Agreed. Ha ha ha, smart choice. Our future head of security. Or perhaps the president of Sun Security? This might be our chance to enter the private military contractor market. Congratulations, Tower Master. Indeed, the Tower Master's judgment is unmatched. The deadline was set for 2 years. Within that time, we'd each create our own manifestation to be evaluated. If we were ready before then, we could start earlier by mutual agreement. 2 years should be more than enough. I might even achieve ultimate manifestation before the Sun Mage Tower completes their extreme manifestation. After all, I've already secured the hardest part, Sunfire. Alright, I'll raise the stakes. The goal is 120 points. I'll knock the Tower Master down a peg or two. Are you alright, superhuman? Did my grandfather rope you into something you didn't want? Kim Mabiob, who'd been quiet until now, asked me. Of course not. I accepted because I wanted to. Oh, are you really confident? I told you, yes. I'm already looking forward to that day. I should start thinking about my wish from the Sun Mage Tower. Whether it's an 8th level magic sword, an extravagant airship, or even a building in Gangnam, anything is possible. Let's get to the verification. The Tower Master extended his hand. Using intangible mana, he pulled a young phoenix closer. This was the true purpose behind our exploration of Phoenix Valley. It was time for Kim Mabiob to advance to the rank of Flame Wielder. Me wielding Mage Kim Part 3. Right after returning to the Mage Tower, Kim Mabiob immediately underwent the Phoenix Circuit transplant surgery. The head surgeon was none other than the Tower Master. He mentioned that the procedure would take quite a while, especially since it was the first time attempting such a surgery, so they'd be moving cautiously. You've certainly stirred up a lot of things while I wasn't looking. The head researcher mage who had invited me approached. Well, things just sort of ended up this way. Haha, inviting a superhuman was worth it after all. I thought just acquiring the Black Flame data would be a great success, but who knows, a whole new school of magic might emerge from this. That seems a bit far-fetched. Rumors are already spreading. They say the path to flame arts has been opened. Do you know how many people here at the Mage Tower are born with mana but can't pursue magic because they struggle with calculations? All of them are now hoping for the success of the Tower Master's grandson. It would be nice if they could just use a computer for assistance. One hit from an EMP bomb, and that's the end of that. Besides, to go beyond level 5, you need to do all the calculations yourself. If you can't, level 4 is the limit. The head researcher mage rambled on about this and that. He mentioned, somewhat regretfully, that he has a granddaughter, too. Great mana, but her mind can't quite keep up. This news had lifted a huge worry from his heart. Then, after checking to ensure no one else was nearby, he leaned in and whispered to me, "Superhuman, I'm telling you this because of my granddaughter. You remember that incident not too long ago? That mage who was expelled?" "Ah, yes, I remember." I discreetly investigated and found out that he was secretly funded by the GMO Group. The GMO Group, one of the top 5 conglomerates, second in the industry. They're notorious for their aggressive, almost predatory business expansions. In the game, they're practically depicted as villains. The GMO Group, you say? Yes. If they were stealing Mage Tower information, we would have issued a formal warning. But strangely, they only asked for information on you. Not only did they approach that mage, but they also offered my disciple money to sell information about you, specifically targeting me. Yes, you, and you alone. I felt my expression harden slightly. A conglomerate secretly gathering information from the Mage Tower? It's possible. That's what industrial espionage is all about, isn't it? But specifically wanting to buy information about me? They're probably trying to recruit you. You're a talent everyone would want. Didn't the Tower Master also extend an offer? Yes, he did. Haha. In 2 years, we'll be sharing the same table. Well, let's wait and see. Ha ha ha. The GMO Group. So, it's them. I'll just keep that in mind. For now, it's best to avoid them. The head of that group is an extremely authoritarian figure. If you reject his recruitment offer, he takes it as a declaration of war. I have no intention of joining any organization, but GMO Group and Old Father's cult? Absolutely not. If it comes to that, I'd rather join the Sun Mage Tower. Bang! As soon as our conversation ended, the door to the operating room swung open. The Tower Master emerged with a beaming smile. Ha ha ha, it was a massive success. He saw me and strode over, slapping me heartily on the back. Superhuman? It's all thanks to you. My grandson has finally become not just a mage, but a superhuman. Congratulations, Tower Master. Congratulations. Congratulations. Ha ha ha, superhuman, you've truly done a great service. Doesn't it feel a bit silly to wait 2 more years? What do you say, shall we hold the inauguration right now? Don't act like you've already won. You're bound to get a harsh reality check if you're not careful. Ha 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 ha, that spirit? It's like looking at myself 50 years ago. Ha ha ha. The Tower Master laughed so heartily, the entire tower seemed to shake with the mana-infused sound of his voice. Mages who heard the commotion started flocking toward us. They all parroted their congratulations like a chorus, while even the elders celebrated, setting off magical fireworks. There was only one mage who couldn't seem to muster a smile. Elder Jo. She glared at the Tower Master, then at me, with a face like she'd bitten into something sour before retreating to her laboratory. Bang! The sound of her door slamming echoed through the hall, as if she wanted to make her discontent known. Hey, you brat. Get out here if you're feeling steady. Yes, I'm coming. Kim Mabiob, pale as a sheet, staggered out. He looked as if he might collapse any second, but something about him had changed. A faint wave of mana could be sensed emanating from him. If visualized, it would be a subtle red, like a sunset. I felt my hair stand on end. This sensation, this sense of threat. He wasn't that much weaker than me, but he wasn't so strong that I couldn't gauge his power, either. The Tower Master called out proudly. Mabiob, let out a big flame. As the first fire mage in the history of the Mage Tower, you have to give a demonstration. Here, right now. Yes, actually. Superhuman, how about you try blocking it? Sounds good. I'll take it on. I activated my magic resistance and fire resistance, maintaining my black flame. Extending the shield strapped to my left forearm, I stepped forward. Kim Mabiob looked at me with an awkward expression. My apologies, superhuman. My grandfather can be a bit insistent. It's understandable. After all, this is the historic moment when superhuman Kim Mabiob made his transition. Ha ha ha. Give it everything you've got. You know, right? I even withstood the sunfire for 15 seconds. No matter how powerful Phoenix Flame is, I won't die. Alright, here goes. The Mage Tower's spacious hallway instantly transformed into a makeshift fire demonstration arena. Kim Mabiob took a deep breath. He had no staff, no mana amplification device. Instead, his entire body heated up, with the mana circuit glowing red. It was as if the energy would burst through his skin. Whoosh! Flames erupted between his hands. The heat was intense. A wave of scorching air engulfed me. The blazing heat, the fierce flames, lunged toward me, as if to consume me. Sizzle, crackle. My skin felt singed, and my hair faced yet another ordeal. Calmly, I evaluated the power of his flame art. Not bad. It was comparable to a flamethrower or an incendiary bomb. A proper level 3 superhuman. He could massacre ordinary soldiers, no matter how many, with ease. But there was a flaw. Impressive. Congratulations on becoming a level 3 superhuman. Ah. Kim Mabiob shivered slightly, caught in the wave of emotions. Then, his face fell into a crestfallen expression. But it doesn't work on you. Of course not. I'm rather strong against magic. Still, you have to keep working hard. Is there no elixir for fire attributes? Chugging those would be the best. No need to worry about balancing mana, body, and mind like a mage. Really? Of course. Kim Mabiob's eyes sparkled. He looked like he was ready to sprint to the elixir storage immediately. The Tower Master let out a hearty laugh and then guided me to his office. This time, we weren't alone. Kim Mabiob and the elders joined us, gathering around. First, let me express my gratitude. The Tower Master began. Thanks to you, one of our Mage Tower's long-standing dreams has been realized. You didn't just help my grandson, you've also lifted a burden from the parents of our talented youth. It was just a job I was commissioned to do. Ha ha ha. So humble. How can someone be both so skilled and so noble? It's a gift I was born with. A perfect fit for our Mage Tower. I can't wait for these 2 years to pass. Ha ha ha. The elders chuckled along, offering kind words. The Tower Master paused his laughter and turned serious. With a wave of his hand, a crystal box materialized, bathed in light. Inside the crystal box, a small memory chip, resembling a transparent USB, floated within. As promised, here is the sunfire. Thank you. I still don't understand. Why ask for something you don't need? It's essential for me. While I appreciate you giving us the foundation for Phoenix Flame Arts, I can't just hand this over freely. As we originally agreed, you'll need to make a magic pact. Non-usable, non-leakable, non-copyable. With a satisfied heart, I completed the magic pact. When I shattered the memory chip, a golden sun materialized in my mind. A sun composed of numbers, magical symbols, and geometric shapes. I could equip it, but I couldn't actually use it. Because of that mage restriction. The tower master watched me intently. How does it feel? Do you understand any of it? Not at all. I didn't even attempt a trait swap. I still remember vividly when the Saintess forcibly baptized me. Since the tower master is on par with the Saintess in terms of power, it's best to avoid switching traits right in front of him. He may seem friendly now, but who knows when his attitude might change. If you're interested, I can arrange for you to enroll at the Academy of Magic. How about transferring to a magic swordsman? I appreciate the offer, but I'll have to decline. My brain isn't exactly cut out for that. What a shame. He said it, but he didn't seem particularly disappointed. It was probably just an offhand remark. Isn't the Sunfire alone a bit lacking? I did give it to you because you wanted it, but in the end, you can't use it immediately, can you? I'm more than satisfied. No, I'm not satisfied. I received something from you, so I should at least repay you properly. Bring it in. Creak. The door opened, and 4 mages struggled to carry in a large golf bag. It looked similar to the one I carried around, only far more luxurious. Made from woven black mana fibers, with intricate golden embroidery forming magical patterns on the surface. It looked too precious to carry around casually. Something felt odd. It was just a golf bag, and yet it looked soft and almost empty from the outside, but the 4 mages were struggling to carry it. Thud. When they set the golf bag down, the ground shook. The tower master grinned, pointing at the golf bag. Go ahead, try lifting it. What is this? A trap? I grabbed the golf bag with one hand and tried to lift it. It was heavy. Heavier than the golf bag I usually carried, stuffed full of guns and grenades. If I were only level 1, I wouldn't be able to lift this without considerable strength. What on earth did you put in here? Who knows? What could it be? The tower master just smirked mischievously. Even when I felt around the outside, all I could sense was a peculiar texture. I couldn't feel anything inside. The surface was soft like clouds, yet squishy like slime. Could it be? I had heard of this before. I hurriedly opened the golf bag to check inside. Inside, the golf bag was filled to the brim with bundles of 50,0001 bills. The interior wasn't like a regular golf bag, it was as spacious as a car trunk. Not just 20 or 30 stacks, but at least 100, if not more. Oh my god. My jaw dropped. A magic bag? And not just ordinary everyday magic, but one enhanced with spatial expansion magic. Among magic spells, the ones for imbuing bags with time or space magic are notoriously difficult. I wasn't certain of the exact capacity, but this golf bag seemed to have about 4 times the space. This alone would be worth a fortune. It's practically like carrying around an entire car trunk. Though it didn't have weight reduction magic, this was more than enough. How is it? Do you like it? Yes. I really like it. Am I really allowed to have this? It's only fair. I've been bothered by that old golf bag you've been lugging around. How can a level 3 superhuman walk around carrying such trash? Well, it was free. The owner of the gun shop had given it to me as a bonus. It was sturdy and handy, so I didn't mind using it roughly. And what's with the cash inside? Are you giving that to me as well? Oh, sure. Consider it pocket money. Pocket money? Haha, it looks like it's almost 5 billion won. TL note, around 3.7 million US dollars. Sounds about right. 5 billion won, just as pocket money. Of course, pocket money. Buy yourself a snack when you're in the mood. The tower master responded casually. Is this what life is like at level 8? Before, President CEO of Seongshin Security had given me 1 billion as pocket money, but the tower master is on a whole different level. I heft the golf bag onto my shoulder with one hand. It weighed close to 100 kilograms. I bowed and expressed my sincere thanks. Thank you. I'll make good use of it. Yes. If you ever run into trouble or need assistance, feel free to call me anytime. The tower master pulled a business card from his wallet and handed it to me. A plain, rectangular white card with no symbols of gold or sun. The elders around us watched with gleaming eyes. It seems the tower master has really taken a liking to the superhuman. To think he'd give him that. Isn't that his private number? At novel bin at. My word. Even the president doesn't have that number. This single business card might be worth more than the Sunfire, the spatial expansion golf bag, or even the 5 billion won in cash. After a whirlwind of a business trip, I returned home. Fatigue finally caught up with me. I soaked in the magic bath and stared blankly up at the ceiling. Level 8, The tower master, who acted like a friendly neighborhood grandpa. Yet, the glimpses of mana he occasionally showed were real. If he unleashed his wrath through magic, he could topple mountains and fill rivers. I want to reach level 8, too. To go beyond level 8 and rise to the pinnacle of the world level 9. But first, I need to reach level 4. I looked at my reflection in the mana bathwater. This is the perfect moment. My body was fully developed. My mana circuits were firmly established. I had ample battle experience. Physically and mentally, I had no issues whatsoever. Every indicator was signaling that it was time for a level up. Then it's time to drink it. The nectar I'd been saving. And take that leap. To level 4. Tiger Hunt Part 1. Did you say you're going to drink nectar? Yes. It's time to advance to level 4. Manager Choi stared at me, dumbfounded. Superhuman. Didn't you just reach level 3 not too long ago? It's been about a month. And now you're planning to reach level 4. There's no reason to delay, is there? Oh my god. His jaw dropped open. Then, his expression shifted to one of concern. Isn't that too fast? I've heard that leveling up too quickly can lead to side effects. It doesn't necessarily have to. If you take the right measures and manage things properly, it should be fine. Didn't Woojin awaken straight to level 5? Well, yes, but isn't Director Seo a bit different? I heard that he even had another round of reinforcement training and berserk resistance treatment after drinking nectar last time. I'm only planning to go up by 1 level. In the game, side effects weren't a major issue. Drinking nectar consecutively would rapidly fill the experience bar, with only a mana addiction debuff as a trade-off. Even that would eventually wear off if I just stayed in the mana bath and forgot about it for a while. But this world is different. This isn't just a game, it's another reality. In fact, I had a bit of a hard time last time because my mana wasn't stable. I'm not just charging forward recklessly. I learned a lesson from the trouble I had last time with the nectar. Ugh, I feel bad that you went through that because of me. It's fine. It was my choice. Anyway, this time, I plan to do it by the book. By the book. That is, drinking nectar after processing it properly. There were several ways to go about it. You could brew it with certain special ingredients, drink it after vaporizing it through a special process, or even refine it with magic and inject it directly. These are commonly called attribute elixirs. I already have everything prepared for that, actually. Manager Choi opened a cupboard. Inside were a magic cauldron, catalysts, firestones, and various special ingredients, all neatly arranged. If you'd given me a heads up, I would have prepared the main ingredients in advance as well. It's a pity. Ingredients like the everlasting ginseng king, dragon heart, and angel wing. These kinds of materials contained unique properties that could enhance the effects of the attribute elixir. There's no need for all that. I only mention it because it's a bit of a shame. With the right ingredients, the nectar's effects would improve, side effects would disappear entirely, and you might even awaken a new ability. Really? Hearing that piqued my interest a little. Manager Choi noticed my reaction and added another suggestion. If we start processing it now, it'll take a few days to complete. It needs time to brew. In the meantime, why don't you try to acquire the main ingredient? Sounds good. Let's go ahead and gather the main ingredient, then. Manager Choi turned his monitor toward me. 4 types of elixirs were displayed on the screen. Heart of the horned tiger, spinal fluid of the monster gorilla, fruit of the world tree, core of the iron emoji. I've compiled a list. These 4 ingredients are the most popular among warrior-class superhumans. That's right. I'd seen these many times in the game. Not just seen them, Warrior Kim had consumed a lot of them, too. Let's go with the heart of the horned tiger. Each one grants a different trait. The horned tiger grants valor. The monster gorilla grants mighty strength. The world tree grants regeneration. The iron emoji grants iron skin. All 4 traits are incredibly useful for a warrior. In my case, I already have all but one. I have mighty strength and regeneration, and I'm working on increasing my proficiency with iron skin, which is imbued in my shield. As for valor, I'd already decided from the start. Valor is the final piece. The ultimate component for giant's strength. In other words, the heart of the horned tiger was the best choice. Manager Choi made a troubled face. Superhuman, does it have to be the horned tiger? Why? The horned tiger is a critically endangered species. There's almost no supply of it, and even when there is, it's mostly snapped up by buyers in China. I could probably manage to secure any of the other ingredients, but the horned tiger is very difficult to obtain. Aren't there plenty of them around the demilitarized zone? They're there, yes, but you'd need to get a hunting permit from the Eastern Army. So, I'd have to catch it myself. It's true that in the game, the heart of the horned tiger was unusually expensive. It would only appear occasionally in the Shinwon market. Then just get me the permit. I'll go catch it myself. I'm sorry for the trouble. I should be the one providing it. It's going into my own mouth, so don't worry about it. Do you need any funds for the permit? A hunting permit. In this twisted world, there's no way they'd just hand it out for free. Of course, I'd have to grease a few palms. Hearing my suggestion, Manager Choi waved his hands in protest. Oh, no, please. Superhuman? I make plenty of money, too. Let me cover the permit fees. I feel bad about it. Bad? Superhuman, I can't even tell you how much I owe you. You bought this entire building for me? And not just the building, you saved my life, too. I'm doing this because I want to, so please, don't feel burdened. Haha. Alright, then. I'll be a bit busy arranging things to make sure the permit is ready before the elixir is. I'll have it done by the day after tomorrow at the latest, so please be prepared. Oh, by the way, you don't have a car, do you? Manager Choi was indeed efficient. He handled everything at lightning speed. In just 2 days. Not only did he secure the hunting permit from the Eastern Army, but he also brought over a brand new car, gleaming under the sunlight. Looking a bit embarrassed, Manager Choi scratched his head. I would have driven you myself, but as I mentioned before, my work has been piling up. No worries. The more your business prospers, the easier my life becomes. Would you like me to assign a driver for you? I held off because warrior-class superhumans usually prefer to drive themselves. No, I'll drive myself. I heard it's better to drive on your own when going to hunting grounds. A superhuman's reflexes and dynamic vision are second to none. And since I'll be heading to the Cheonma plains, where the horned tiger roams, there's a chance I'll end up in a firefight while driving. There was even a shooting minigame in the game, where I'd have to whip the steering wheel around and shift gears like crazy. Bringing along a driver would be a bad idea. Be careful. I've heard there's been a surge in poachers around the Cheonma plains recently. That's a treasure trove out there. Tisk. With the northerners staying quiet, the poachers are running wild. And quite a few of them are level 3 superhumans. I'm sure you can handle them, but still, don't let your guard down. Of course. Without any defensive traits, a sniper's bullet could still kill me. Considering that many beast hunters, especially poachers, are level 3 or 4 superhumans, there's no room for complacency. Vroom. I climbed into the car and started the engine. It was an SUV with a bold, boxy design. It reminded me of the G-Wagon by Mercedes from the old world. Since it ran on gasoline, the engine revved with a sharp, powerful roar. I wanted to get you a Magitech vehicle, but they're just too expensive. Still, this one has bulletproof glass and special tires. It'll withstand rifle fire. Manager Choi looked a bit sheepish. I waved my hand dismissively. No need. I can't complain about a free ride. I'll buy myself a Magitech vehicle once I've made enough money. Oh, no, please. I'll get one for you? Well, I won't turn it down if you do. Magitech vehicles are outrageously expensive. To be precise, the engine is absurdly costly. Once you replace gasoline or diesel with a monocore, the car's price jumps tenfold. Even if level 1 or level 2 monocores are cheap, I'd rather stick to an internal combustion engine than pay that much. Or go all out and get a luxury flying car instead. Well then, I'll see you in a few days. Yes, superhuman. Take care, and watch out for poachers. Vroom. I pressed down on the accelerator. The SUV surged forward with surprising speed for its bulk, the engine roaring with a powerful growl. This was the kind of luxury SUV you don't see often around Sinlimdong. I could feel pedestrians glancing at me as I passed, their eyes lingering on the vehicle. But only for a moment. Once I left Sinlimdong and merged onto Superhuman Avenue, the road that replaced the Olympic Highway in the original world, the car quickly blended in with the traffic. Vroom! A supercar thundered past, leaving a trail of sound in its wake. Luxury sedans cruised by in heavy silence, and flying cars glided above, as free as birds in the sky. So many rich people. As the population grows, so does the number of cars. And the wealth gap is starkly visible in the gap between these cars. Supercars overtook beat-up compact cars as if threatening to crush them, while above, flying cars floated leisurely like celestial beings. I felt a bit of a bitter taste in my mouth. Ugh, don't get distracted. I increased my speed, driving down Superhuman Avenue. My destination was Cheonma City, the territory of the Eastern Army. Even by highway, it would take a solid 2 hours to get there. 2 hours later, in Cheonma City's government building, within the Eastern Army's jurisdiction, I got my hunting permit verified. You're here to hunt a horned tiger. Yes. Your stay is limited to 1 week, and you're only allowed to hunt one. If you hunt more than one, there'll be a fine. The horned tiger is a Class 1 protected species, so you'll get penalized even for self-defense unless absolutely necessary. You brought your vehicle, right? Of course. Attach this black box to your helmet, and another to your car. Keep your permit on you at all times. Strict regulations, huh? Didn't you know? The laws of the Republic of Korea don't apply here. The civil servant responded with a curt attitude. And he was right. Cheonma City-State. Paju City-State. These are personal territories controlled by the Eastern and Western Army divisions, who defend the border zone with North Korea. The heads of these two divisions played a huge role in the founding of the Republic of Korea, which is why they were granted these lands as personal fiefs. They're practically 21st century Margraves. It speaks to the immense power wielded by these two divisions. Without a word, I attached the small black boxes to my helmet and to the SUV. After leaving the Cheonma City government building, I drove for another hour before finally arriving. Phew, the Cheonma Plains. In the original world, most of this land was taken by North Korea, but here, it firmly belongs to the south. However, given its proximity to the northern border, the Eastern Army hasn't actively developed the area. They've put up access restrictions, leaving it as untamed wilderness. That decision turned out to be a stroke of genius. Now, the plains are a hunting ground teeming with rare and magical creatures, a goldmine for hunters looking to strike it rich. Of course, this also created conflict. If you venture just a bit further east into the Baekdudagan mountain range, you reach Monster Village, where natural mutants live in isolation. Under Korean law, mutants are classified as humans. But social perception hasn't quite caught up to the law, and there are occasional incidents where they're mistakenly hunted as monsters. I guess I'll have to check out Monster Village someday, too. That's for later. For now, I drove the SUV into a nearby grassy area. Flap. A flock of birds hidden in the grass took to the sky. A flock of ducks with silvery wings and tail feathers that shimmered in the sunlight. Silverlight ducks. I've heard their meat is quite delicious. Leap. Then, a herd of deer bounded away. These deer had 2 pairs of antlers, with a faint rainbow-colored mana glow radiating from their backs. Rainbow deer. Their hides fetch a decent price on the market. They can't match the productivity of synthetic leather, but there's still demand for handmade luxury goods. I reached into my golf bag to pull out a hunting shotgun, then stopped myself. My permit only allowed for a single horned tiger. If I hunt any other protected species, I'd be fined immediately. TCH. Should I join the Hunters Association? I've heard that just by joining, you're allowed to hunt up to Class 2 protected species. Forget it. I barely have enough time to collect traits and combine them for higher attributes as it is. I parked the car in a suitable spot. Then, I climbed onto the roof and settled down to switch traits. Treasure Hunter, Bright Eyes, Sensitivity, Insight, Focus, Track. It's been a while since I used the Treasure Hunter trait. Bright spots sparkled everywhere. From the sky, from the bushes, from the ground, between the trees, and under rocks blue lights shimmered like a river of stars. This place is a treasure trove. With the addition of the detection trait from my helmet goggles, no treasure or magical creature could escape my sight. The problem is, I still need to find a horned tiger here. Treasure Hunter doesn't have a filter function. It's great that I can see the locations of all these magical creatures, but to actually find a horned tiger, I'll need to take a different approach. Good thing I came prepared. I opened the golf bag. First, I took out a pair of wireless earbuds, connected them to my smartphone, and played some music. Loud rock music. First, I turned the volume up to the max, then back down to the minimum. I repeated this dozens of times at novel bin at. My ears felt numb, and then suddenly, they cleared. Acquired the trait, keen ears. The second item I took out was a can of preserved food. My face wrinkled up just looking at it. I really don't want to do this. But what choice did I have? You have to suffer a little if you want to gain traits. Clenching my eyes shut, I opened the can. Ugh. The stench assaulted my nostrils, stabbing directly into my brain. I felt the urge to gag. I wanted to cover my nose immediately, but I equipped the endurance trait and took a deep breath. Ugh. Even with a big inhale, it wasn't enough. Fighting tears, I equipped the deep breath trait as well. Taking a long, slow breath, I felt the stench fill my lungs, reach my heart, and even seep into my intestines. My stomach churned so violently it felt like it was flipping over. Just as I was about to throw up, it happened. Keen nose. The trait appeared. Awaiik. I couldn't hold it back. I immediately tossed the can aside and jumped out of the car, retching onto the ground. Isn't this just too much? Why did the condition for acquiring the trait have to be smelling this canned filth? Honestly, the smell of fermented skate would have been better. This is practically surströmming. TL note, look it up on YouTube. Tiger Hunt Part 2. The worst stench in the world, that's what it is. I'm gonna die. I swear, this is killing me. Is this what it would smell like if you snorted human excrement? I could still feel that rotten stink lingering in my nose and lungs. I started the car and fled. I opened every window, even the sunroof, and drove a full 5 kilometers before the stench finally started to fade. I stepped out of the car and took a deep breath. If I ever open one of those cans again, I'm the son of a dog. Ugh. I shuddered from head to toe. Surströmming? Just wait and see. I'm not coming within 100 meters of that cursed can ever again. What was an F rank condition in the game, completed with a single tap, became SSS rank in reality. After wandering around for a while, breathing in the fresh air and watching the magical creatures frolic, I finally calmed down. Time to get started? My permit only allows me to stay for a week. If I want to catch a horned tiger in that time, I need to hurry. Let's see. I took a neatly wrapped box out of the golf bag. Inside the box was a piece of animal hide. Untreated, looking almost freshly skinned, with dried blood still clinging to it, it emitted a powerful smell. The combined odor of carnivore musk and blood assaulted my nose. It was disgusting, but compared to that surströmming assault on my senses, this was nothing. Sniff sniff. Using deep breath and keen nose, I inhaled deeply, letting the scent embed itself in my memory. After several sniffs, I climbed onto the car roof and scanned the surroundings. I focused my mind, looking for any blue glints of magic, but nothing seemed to stand out. Horned tigers live around the mountains, right? Ori Mountain. In both the original world and this one, it's North Korean territory. Horned tigers usually make their habitat on Ori Mountain. But when they're having trouble finding prey, they sometimes come down to the Cheonma plains. They especially like to stop by the Hantan River for a drink. Vroom. I drove toward the Hantan River. Concentrating hard, I sniffed, letting my sense of smell flood my brain with information. The fresh scent of the river. The pheromones of insects dancing in the summer air. Bird droppings. The faint scent of a roe deer that had recently been hiding in the bushes. And then, a familiar musk mixed with a faint hint of blood. Found it. It was nearby. Without bothering to get back into the car, I dashed forward. A bit away from the riverbank, under a sprawling tree with dense branches. There were bloodstains pooled in the dirt and scattered animal bones. Looks like a horned tiger had been feeding here. Where did it go? Equipping deep breath, I inhaled deeply, letting the scent of the horned tiger fill my nose. With detection, insight, and even track activated, I focused on the footprints near the bloodstains. At first, it was hard to get a clear reading. But after a while, by zeroing in on the horned tiger's paw prints, track finally kicked in, and a clear arrow appeared. Got it? You're as good as dead. I climbed back into the car. Then I pulled out the equipment I'd need for the hunt. An anti-materiel sniper rifle, a high-caliber automatic shotgun, a set of earth elemental magic traps, and a box of specially modified bullets. Clearly overkill. But that's exactly what's necessary. Horned tigers are at least level 3 creatures. They can easily withstand regular rifle rounds. Most of the time, an anti-materiel rifle is enough, but older specimens are known to charge through even that, so I have to be prepared. After tapping the holy sword and magic revolver at my belt for good luck, I grabbed the steering wheel. Vroom! I took off immediately. Nothing could stop me. The arrow pointed south, away from Ori Mountain. The terrain was perfect for a horned tiger to hide, with tall grass providing ample cover. Keeping my eyes on the arrow, I drove forward, watching the road ahead with insight and detection. Then I saw it. Up ahead. A few SUVs were parked among a cluster of trees. Coincidentally, the arrow pointed right toward the center of those SUVs. Could it have already been caught? As I drew closer, I saw hunters standing up with guns at the ready. Hello there. I parked my car and showed them my empty hands to indicate I wasn't a threat, and the hunters lowered their guard. Is something going on here? The hunters exchanged glances. They must have decided it wasn't worth hiding, because one of them answered frankly. We were attacked. Attacked? By who? Who else? The Mountain King. Mountain King? Who's that? As I searched my mental character cards, a thought struck me. It wasn't a person. It was a magical creature. The most infamous horned tiger on the Cheonma plains. Known for its advanced age and cunning, as well as its peak physical condition. Not quite level 4, but it's a monster known to have reached the extreme limit of level 3. You're saying the Mountain King came down here? Doesn't it usually stay closer to the DMZ? Some idiot must have messed with it. Our youngest saw it, there was a wound on its side. Moron. If they're going to kill it, at least finish the job. We almost got killed for nothing. Sure enough, one of the SUVs had taken heavy damage. The rear door on the driver's side had been ripped nearly in half. They were lucky. If the Mountain King had torn up the wheels instead of the door, the SUV would have flipped, and the hunters wouldn't have survived. You're all superhumans, and you couldn't take down the Mountain King. Ha! One of the hunters scoffed at my question. First time hunting magical creatures? Just because we're superhumans doesn't mean we're invincible. Sure, we're superhuman, but the Mountain King's a magical beast. And one that could evolve to level 4 any day now. If you fight it one-on-one, a human will lose. And trying to fight it while stuck in a vehicle? We're lucky to be alive. If our driver hadn't been driving like a madman, 3 of us would have been dead. We're heading back. Hunting while the Mountain King's on a rampage is suicide. It's bad enough losing our game to some poachers, but now the Mountain King's gone berserk too. Forget it. Let's go get drunk back in Cheonma City. Sounds good? Booze time. Newbie hunter, you should call it quits and head back too. Looks like you came alone, but if you run into the Mountain King by yourself, you'll be dinner. Even if you're lucky enough to bag something and avoid the Mountain King, poachers might take it from you. Thanks for the advice. The Mountain King and poachers, doesn't matter to me. Actually, this works in my favor. Instead of an ordinary horned tiger, I'll be going after the Mountain King's heart. This won't be easy. The Mountain King, as a magical beast, has all 6 trait slots filled. Valor, Leap, Smash, Danger Sense, Stealth, Roar. The first reason it's so hard to take down the Mountain King? Danger Sense. What's the point of aiming an anti-materiel rifle at its head? No matter how perfect the timing, it'll dodge, and at best, I'll hit its torso. It's on a rampage now because someone tried to take it down, only to half-ass the job and leave it wounded. There's only one way to do this. Same as in the game. Setting a trap and luring it in is the best approach. But I'll need bait. And ordinary bait won't work. Whether it's a carcass or a live animal, the Mountain King will sense the trap immediately and turn the tables on the hunter. Which means I'll have to be the bait myself. Bang! First, I shot one of the many deers roaming the plains. After loading the carcass into the car, I continued following the arrow. At some point, the tracks I was following veered east. They led toward a valley along the Hantan River. This looks like a good spot. The forest had grown dense around here. It was getting difficult to drive any further. This area was pure wilderness, with no paved roads. I shouldered the deer carcass, grabbed the golf bag, and stepped out of the car. Finding a suitable spot deeper in the forest, I set the carcass down and raised a rock over it. Thud! The gunshot wound around its neck. It's been dead for a while, but the blood hasn't fully clotted. The thick scent of blood wafted strongly into the air. I set up about 100 meters away, up in a tree. Concealed behind branches, I had a clear view of the deer carcass I'd laid out as bait. It'll find me anyway, but I'll do my best to stay hidden. I laid down a dense array of magical traps around my position in the tree. On a nearby branch, I set up an automatic shotgun, ready to fire. I needed at least this much preparation to fool the Mountain King. If it sensed anything off, it would bolt immediately. Mana Core, Stealth, Disengage. Keen Ears, Sensitivity, Insight. I deliberately equipped Mana Core. Though I was cloaked in stealth, a sensitive beast like the Mountain King would still pick up on my mana scent. To a superhuman, a magical beast is a valuable resource. Likewise, to a magical beast, a superhuman is a great source of mana. And it has a wound on its side, doesn't it? When it catches a whiff of a level 3 superhuman like me, it won't be able to resist. Come on. I brought my eye to the telescopic sight, keeping a close watch on the deer carcass. But that was just for show. At the same time, I was channeling mana into my danger sense ring and sharpening my focus on my hearing. The faint rustle of the wind, the cicadas chirping, buzz buzz buzz, the soft brushing of grass blades against each other. I barely breathed, waiting for a single sound. Tisk. This one sound. The sound that always preceded the Mountain King's arrival in the game. Soft, almost imperceptible, but after hearing it dozens of times, there was no way I could miss it. It's here. At the same moment, danger sense triggered. I swallowed instinctively. My heart raced, and my palms grew damp with sweat. But I didn't react outwardly. I remained perfectly still, only peering through the scope. Yet all of my attention was on the space behind me, on the branches just beyond my back. Rustle, rustle. The faint sounds of a magical beast moving through the trees. Reality overlapping with memory. I began counting silently in my head. 1, 2, 3, now. Game knowledge and danger sense aligned perfectly. Just as I'd trained. Just as I'd been warned. I activated disengage at precisely the right moment. Graya! A thunderous roar erupted. The sound waves tore through the air, vibrating so fiercely it felt like they were shredding everything in their path. But thanks to disengage, I was already moving almost automatically. Flipping and twisting midair, I evaded the attack. The Mountain King saw me. A creature larger than an SUV, it glared at me with deadly intent, murderous energy radiating from its form. I looked right back at it. Instinctively, almost by reflex, I brought my sniper rifle to bear, aligning my sights on the Mountain King. Shoot, aim, focus. Resolve, gunplay, rapid reload. The world slowed to a crawl. Its gaping maw, the uvula quivering in its throat, swinging like a pendulum. Watching it intently, I pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun roared with a flash. The bullet tore through the air toward its target. The Mountain King leaped, kicking off one tree and bounding to another, as expected of the Mountain King. But my attack didn't end there. I pulled back the bolt. With a satisfying ping, the brass shell casing ejected, gleaming as it flew out. The sharp scent of gunpowder hit my nose. Then I pushed the bolt forward, chambering the next round, and fired again. Bang! All of this happened in a single breath. A beautiful combination of gunplay and rapid reload. The Mountain King jerked its head to the side. The modified bullet, mixed with a monosealing catalyst, lodged squarely in its shoulder. Graya! It howled in fury, but I wasn't done. Bang! 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 I emptied the 5-round magazine. The Mountain King took 3 hits, blood now oozing from its wounds. But it wasn't enough. It hadn't taken any fatal injuries. The Mountain King was still very much alive, its whiskers trembling with rage. Graya! Time snapped back to normal. The Mountain King roared, leapt toward me, and swung its paw in a violent arc. Its front paw gleamed as it slashed down toward my head. Smash! A basic attack skill, but when combined with valor, it was deadly. Mountain Breaking Sword Art, 1 point, Resolve. Einherjar Cultivation Technique, Mana Core, Evasion. I steeled myself, swallowing the roar with resolve. Then I dodged, sliding to the side, slipping past its reach, into the Mountain King's chest. It had left its chest slightly exposed in its leap. I thrust forward. A perfect execution of the Mountain Breaking Sword Art's piercing the mountain technique. Grah! The Mountain King swiped, trying to crush my head. But it leapt back as my holy sword aimed for its heart. In the end, I only managed to stab its belly, not its heart. And I didn't escape unscathed, either. The Mountain King twisted in midair and struck my shoulder with its paw. Ugh! If it had hit me directly, my shoulder would have been pulverized. But I managed to block it just in time with my shield at novel bin at. Einherjar Cultivation Technique, Mana Shield, Defense. Iron Skin, Endurance, Toughness. Even with all that, I still got pushed back. I skidded across the ground, leaving deep furrows as my feet scraped the earth. The distance between us widened. I narrowed my eyes and drew my magic revolver. In my left hand, unburdened by any mana rings, I poured all my remaining mana into the gun and pulled the trigger. Take this. No time for a trait swap or anything fancy. At a range of barely 5 meters, a black beam shot toward the Mountain King, who had just landed. Grayarg. A pain scream. How does that taste, Black Flame? My mana drained like a receding tide, but the effect was significant. The Mountain King thrashed in agony, going into a frenzy. Crash, smash, crack. It rammed into trees violently. A massive tree snapped in half. Then it slammed its head against a boulder. The explosion of sound was followed by a cloud of dust rising like volcanic ash. I watched the Mountain King's berserk display with calm detachment, then retrieved my fallen sniper rifle. Clack. The metallic sound of a fresh magazine locking into place. The berserk Mountain King stopped dead. Slowly, it turned its head to look at me. Its blood-soaked face, its eyes filled with anger and hatred, glared at me intensely. But that was all it could do. It couldn't move. It stood tall, exuding the dignity of a king, but that was its limit. Both the Mountain King and I knew. This time, it couldn't dodge the attack. The 3 bullets lodged in its body, the black flame searing its nerves from within. The king of the Cheonma plains. The beast that turned the tables on superhuman hunters. A legendary monster that had roamed these lands for over a century. A single mistake proved fatal. Choosing me as its prey had sealed its fate, leaving it awaiting death. It must have been in agony. Each second must have been unbearable. It must have been filled with fear and dread. And yet, the Mountain King maintained its regal composure to the end. It was time to release it. I pulled the final trigger. Bang! And so, the Mountain King, the ruler of the Cheonma plains, died standing tall. Tiger Hunt Part 3. Thud. The Mountain King collapsed. A creature about the size of a rhinoceros, weighing close to 1.5 tons. When that massive body fell, the ground shook for a moment. Phew. I exhaled, finally able to release the tension. The Mountain King was not an easy opponent, even for me. If I hadn't known its patterns, if I hadn't acted exactly as I would in the game, this fight might have been a lot harder. I picked up my holy sword, which I'd tossed aside to wield the sniper rifle. There was a tingling sensation lingering in my fingertips. The scene from earlier replayed in my mind. The Mountain King charging at me, sliding under its paw with my shield, then driving in a pinpoint strike. The sensation of that moment? Acquired the trait, counter. This joins the basic combat traits, alongside smash, chain attack, defense, and evasion. Up until now, I'd mostly been on the offense without delivering a clean counterattack, so it took me this long to acquire it. It made me realize how much more experienced I'd become in combat. What to do? I looked at the Mountain King's corpse and pondered for a moment. Should I just take the heart? Or bring the whole body? What am I even debating here? This isn't just any ordinary horned tiger, it's the Mountain King. The Mountain King. Every part of a horned tiger's body, not just its heart, is considered a rare magical ingredient. Its blood, marrow, organs, claws, bones, muscles, hide, sensory organs, nothing goes to waste. Even on the low end, it would be worth several billion won. Leaving this behind would be unthinkable. I'll take it all. The issue is the weight limit. Can the SUV handle it? Well, I'll just have to trust Meiji Tech. These vehicles are sturdier and more powerful than cars from the original world. I approached the Mountain King's body. Gripping it tightly, I tried to lift it onto the SUV, but it was much heavier than I expected. Despite putting all my strength into it, the corpse barely budged. Wow, what is this? Even a superhuman isn't invincible. This thing weighs nearly a ton. Considering that the world record for a deadlift in the original world was 505 kilograms, just imagine how strong you'd have to be to lift a 1-ton corpse. To load this whole thing onto the car, I'd need a crane. Or I'd have to cut it into pieces. The standard method would be to cut it up and stack the pieces neatly, but that felt like a blow to my pride. Plus, this was the car manager Choi gave me, and I didn't want to cover it in blood. Spitting into both palms, I braced myself. I focused my strength into my core and stood in front of the body again. Strength, mighty strength, toughness. Einherjar cultivation technique, mana core, deep breath. Let's see if it can resist this. I squatted down, gripping the Mountain King's body as if preparing for a deadlift. Hoof, hoof. Long, deep breaths. The metallic scent filled my lungs as I inhaled deeply. My chest expanded, growing broad. My protective suit began to glow, amplifying my physique. My belt sparkled, concentrating mana into a single point. And then release. With a single explosive breath, I hoisted the Mountain King's corpse. Arg. It lifted. The massive bulk, the heavy slab of meat rose into the air, almost defying gravity. I felt a powerful surge of mana release, accompanied by a rush of exhilaration. Mana amplification trait activated. The thrill lasted only a moment. Practically throwing it, I managed to heave the Mountain King's body onto the SUV. It looked a bit ridiculous. The Mountain King was so large that its legs hung limply out the windows, and its tail was dragging along the ground. Maybe I should have brought a driver. Doing all this grunt work on my own was annoying. I took out the ropes I'd prepared and tightly secured the Mountain King's body to the SUV's roof rack. I gave the SUV a little shake to test it. It was holding up, albeit barely. Getting it all the way to Seoul might be a stretch, but I should be able to make it to Cheonma city-state. Vroom! I set off. The car moved sluggishly under the weight, but it was still running fine. Following the route I'd taken to get here, I drove southwest, heading toward where Cheonma town would be in the original world. Caw, screek, bark, bark, bark. Was it because I had the Mountain King's corpse tied to the car? Just by driving, I was sending magical creatures scattering in fear. It was like witnessing Moses parting the Red Sea. I spotted some valuable magical creatures along the way, making me salivate. If they weren't protected species, I wouldn't mind taking down a few. If I weren't transporting the Mountain King's body, I might have hunted a couple of them just for pocket money. Stop, stop. As I left the hunting grounds, I reached a checkpoint. Eastern Army soldiers rushed out to block my path. They gaped at the Mountain King's corpse in shock before asking me, "What is this? It looks like a horned tiger, but why is it so big?" "It's the Mountain King. The Mountain King. The real Mountain King. Lieutenant, judging by the size, it must be. Yeah, only the Mountain King could be this big. Wow, how did you manage to take down the Mountain King?" "I heard that thing's so smart it can dodge sniper shots. I got lucky. If I hadn't heard it sneaking up on me, I would have been the one getting hunted." Wow. The checkpoint officer, an Eastern Army lieutenant who looked to be at least level 3, hadn't even glanced at me when I left for the wilds. But seeing the Mountain King's corpse, he rushed over, awestruck. He kept looking back and forth between me and the Mountain King's body before finally pulling out his smartphone. "That's incredible. You took it down alone." "Yes, I hunted it by myself. The Mountain King has eluded even the top-ranked hunters from the association." "Haha, well then, I just need to complete a quick procedure. Could you show me your permit?" "The horned tiger is a Class 1 protected species, so you need a permit to hunt it. Here it is. Level 3 warrior class superhuman, Warrior Kim." "Huh? The permit was issued today? And it was registered today too? Don't tell me, is this your first hunt?" "It's my first hunt here, yes. I figured as much. You're clearly not a total beginner, but, still, that's impressive. Your first hunt here, and it's the Mountain King. The lieutenant shook his head in disbelief. I have a feeling we'll be seeing more of you. Pardon me, but could I take a photo with you? If I say the Mountain King was taken down, none of my buddies will believe me. Go ahead. We took a photo with the Mountain King's body on the SUV as the backdrop. One with the lieutenant, and a few with the other soldiers. The lieutenant and his men were all smiles. I've never seen one this big during my service. Same here, and I've been here for over 5 years. This is gonna blow up if we post it on social media. What, so you can pretend you took it down? Tone down the bragging, you punk. Isn't that what social media is for? I passed through the checkpoint. Beyond it was Cheonma city-state territory. Finally, I was driving on smooth, paved roads. Thud, thud. Maybe it was the 1.5-ton weight pressing down, but the SUV shook violently. At last, I reached the heart of Cheonma city-state. All eyes turned toward me. A couple stepping out of a cafe with coffees in hand froze in place. The guy, who'd been laughing while looking at his girlfriend, turned to look at me and went stiff. Thunk. His coffee fell, the lid popping off as it exploded like a geyser. Appa? Why did you? Oh my. The girl was no different. Upon seeing the Mountain King's body, she froze and dropped her coffee too. Others reacted similarly. A woman crossing the street stopped in her tracks, gawking. An old man, squatting down to rest, blinked, then took off his glasses, put them back on, and stared in shock. Kids jumping up and down, shouting, "Tiger? It's a tiger." A middle-aged man stood with his mouth hanging open wide enough for a fly to fly in. Even dogs on their walks cowered, tail between their legs, some even peeing themselves in fear. It felt like the entire population of Cheonma, every living thing, was watching me. Vroom! The SUV sputtered out black smoke as I turned onto Exchange Street. True to its reputation as Korea's largest monster hunting market, the street was lined with huge exchange centers. Whoa! Hunters chatting by the roadside gasped when they saw the Mountain King's body at Novel bin at. Isn't that the Mountain King? Hey, aren't you the guy I saw a few hours ago? The hunters who had warned me about the Mountain King while tending to their injured companion between the trees had gathered around. I nodded politely at them. Yes. How's the injured person doing? They're up and about. They got treated by a priest from the association. But, weren't you alone, Hunter? Did you really take down the Mountain King all by yourself? I got lucky. Ha. The hunters looked at me in amazement. Luck doesn't really count in monster hunting. It's all skill and capability. Thank you. Director Kong is going to be so jealous he'll lose his mind. He's been going on and on about how he'd be the one to take down the Mountain King. Director Kong? Was there a Director Kong in the Hunters Association? I remember that the chairman's last name is Kong, but I don't recall the director's. I just shrugged my shoulders. Then I started untying the ropes and spread out a tarp on the ground. Hunter, are you planning to sell that carcass? If you are, would you consider selling it to our exchange? No, sell it to our exchange. The exchange managers, catching on to the situation, rushed over like lightning. I do plan to sell it, but not right now. I activated my traits again and lifted the Mountain King's body. Even with the mana amplification trait, it was still heavy. Thud. When I dropped the Mountain King's body, the ground shook with a deep, muffled sound. A cloud of dust rose around us. Silence fell. The onlookers who had been chattering noisily, the exchange managers who'd been shouting at me to sell, and the hunters who'd been whispering to each other all closed their mouths and stared at me. Wow, Hunter. One of the hunters who had been speaking with me gave a wry smile. I already figured you were no ordinary person after seeing you take down the Mountain King, but, did you really load that onto the SUV by yourself? Of course. I thought you used some sort of artifact. You should be an officer in the Eastern Army, not just a hunter. I pulled a butchering knife out of my golf bag. As I brought the knife to the Mountain King's chest, the hunters looked alarmed. Wait, hold on. You're going to butcher it here. Sell it whole? Sell it whole? If the carcass gets damaged, you won't get full value. Who's going to clean up the mess after? I ignored them and drove the knife in deep. My goal was the heart. Making a little money is enough. I've already prepared disposable supplies to handle the cleanup. I tore open the chest roughly. Warm blood, still fresh, gushed out. As I cracked ribs and shredded muscle, a chorus of dismayed gasps sounded. Aga, what a waste. Is he serious? He's a beginner, isn't he? Just because you're good at hunting doesn't mean you're good at butchering. He should pay a bit for a professional to do it. Why do it himself? Maybe he doesn't trust anyone. That's exactly right. I don't trust anyone. A heart like the Mountain King's is worth at least $1 billion. Who can guarantee someone won't pull a trick on me? And as always, treasure attracts flies. If I don't process and retrieve it quickly, someone might try to steal the heart from me. Rather than let that happen, I'd rather get a bit bloody myself. Damaging the heart would be a huge loss. Someone muttered to themselves. Too bad for them, but they're wrong. The rest of the body may end up damaged, but I can pull the heart out perfectly, because of the extraction trait. Click. The butchering knife, which had been slicing smoothly, suddenly hit something hard. It wasn't bone. The texture was even harder, coarser, something like stone or a gemstone, transmitted through the blade. I withdrew the knife and reached in with my hand. Then I activated the extraction trait. VRRR. With a vibration only I could feel, the heart separated cleanly. Half mana core, half heart, a fusion of magical core and mystical creature. I carefully pulled it out. It was so large that it was difficult to extract. I had to use the knife again to widen the wound and finally pried it out with both hands. The heart I extracted was enormous. It was roughly the size of a child's head. Half mineral, half flesh, it pulsed with a faint red glow, as if still alive even after the Mountain King's death. Oh, it's perfect. There's not a single scratch on it. What a strange guy. He's a top-tier hunter but a third-rate butcher, yet he managed to pull out the heart flawlessly. I wrapped the heart tightly in a tarp and placed it in my golf bag. With that, I could see faint lines running across the Mountain King's body. Guidelines appeared, showing where to make cuts and what to avoid. A new sense had appeared, almost like a visual guide. Acquired the trait, Butcher. I'm not sure how often I'll use it, but it can't hurt to have it. I got a lot of use out of the crafting, modification, and repair set of traits, so why not? Hunter, are you planning to sell the rest? Of course. There's no way I'm dragging this heavy carcass all the way back to Seoul. Even if I get a lower price, it's best to sell it here. The hunter I'd been speaking with licked his lips. Then how about selling it to me? To you? Yes. Since it's missing the heart and was roughly handled, its market value has probably dropped. If you sell it to a dealer, they'll definitely try to lowball you, but I'll buy it at market rate. And market rate would be, a full horned tiger carcass sells for around 2 billion won. Since it's the Mountain King, that value is tripled, then minus the heart's price, which is 1 billion. So, 5 billion won in total. How does that sound? 5 billion won? As far as I know, that's a fair price. In fact, it's very good. The final auction price after a perfect butchering would be around that amount. This hunter was offering to buy the Mountain King's body without taking any cuts or fees. 5 billion. Is he crazy? He has no sense of business ethics. At that price, there won't even be enough profit to cover labor. The exchange managers cursed under their breath and dispersed. A few lingered nearby, hoping the deal would fall through, but they didn't seem interested in making a better offer. With such a good deal on the table, there was no reason to refuse. All right, let's do it. How would you like to pay? I'll transfer it to you right now. Right now? Yes. Just give me your account number. A moment later, a notification popped up on my smartphone. Legion Bank. Balance, 5,102,136,711 won. Total balance, 5.1 billion won. After splurging on this and that, my empty bank account was suddenly full. The hunter grinned and offered his hand for a handshake. Here's my card. I hope you'll reach out to me sometime. So that's his angle. Not a bad idea. The Hunters Association is a good source of high-grade magical materials and various quests. He looks familiar. There was something about his face I recognized, but I couldn't place it right away. If he was a character from the game, I should remember him, but I couldn't match him to anyone specific. An extra, maybe. Still, I usually remember even the extras' names. Strange. If he was important enough to appear in Arcane Seoul's mobile game, he should have had at least a character card or an illustration. I don't know. Probably not someone important, so I'll let it slide. Sure. I'll reach out when I have some time. We shook hands, exchanged contact information, and parted ways. By now, dusk was settling in. I drove back toward Seoul. A few days later, the attribute elixir was finally ready. Colosseum Part 1. The completed elixir glowed with the color of molten lava. A vivid, bright orange just like the kind you'd see on TV. Its thick, syrupy texture bubbled, exuding an intense heat of its own. I reached out to the crystal bowl with reverence. Be careful, superhuman. This is already your second dose. They say taking too much can be dangerous. I could picture the worried face of Manager Choi. It's fine. I'd gone all the way to Cheor 1 and hunted down the Mountain King to remove any side effects. After all, I'd even adjusted the trait selection to add some safeguards. Mountain Breaking Sword Arcane Herjar Cultivation Technique. Potion Dependency Potion Addiction. Mana Stabilization Purification. 2 traits to guide my growth. 2 more to maximize the nectar's effects. The last 2 were dedicated solely to controlling side effects. That should be enough. Phew. The moment of truth. I lifted the crystal bowl. Scalding heat seeped into my palm. Ignoring the sensation of my skin cooking, I swallowed the elixir in one gulp. This was nothing like the times I drank only nectar. An energy as fierce as a volcanic eruption slid down my throat. My throat, esophagus, and stomach burned, yet simultaneously regenerated. It had begun. Lava surged through me. It felt like throwing myself into the heart of the sun. A blistering, unbearably hot, scorching heat surged within me as if it would burn me alive. But then, from within that blaze, something began to bloom. A coolness. A refreshing, crisp power. The sensation of raw mana followed the burning heat and flooded my entire being. I let out a sigh of awe inwardly. Is this what it would feel like to escape a cramped coffin and awaken atop a mountain peak? An overwhelming sense of liberation and exhilaration surged through me, rekindling my spirit. My body was evolving. It felt as though even my soul was ascending, as if leaving behind this narrow, earthly realm and swimming toward paradise. Crack, crack. A subtle metamorphosis was taking place. Within it, my mana circuits expanded. At level 3, the mana circuit had reached the tips of my limbs. Now, it grew tougher, thicker. Furthermore, the circuits began connecting with one another. Previously, they had extended vertically toward my extremities, but now, they overlapped, creating layers of bypass circuits. Naturally, it was more efficient and exhibited even greater power. And there was more. A warmth surged up from deep in my lower abdomen. The energy pulsed up to my head, then settled into my heart. And there it waited, ready to be called upon at any moment. The Valor trait. A gift from the Mountain King. It was a trait on PAR with Fortitude, somewhere around a tier 1.5. What made it unique was that it only activated during combat, never at rest. But when it did, it provided significant boosts to both strength and stamina. If measured in numbers, it would even surpass Fortitude. I clenched my fist. Power surged through me. My whole body felt light. An omnipotent confidence, as if I could accomplish anything. An overflowing self-assurance. I was itching to move. And the side effects were non-existent? Perfect. I was glad I'd made this elixir, glad I'd included mana stabilization and purification. I cycled my mana, and there was nothing obstructing the flow. No matter where I focused within my body, mana reached there instantly. Thanks to the Einherjar cultivation technique, my mana was as fierce as a storm and as resilient as steel. And yet, it placed no burden on my body. Ha ha ha. I let out a soft laugh. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. My laughter grew louder, echoing through the training room. Level 4, Level 4. If reaching Level 3 meant being recognized as a true superhuman, then Level 4 was even beyond that. Anywhere I joined, I'd be treated as a mid-level operative. The value of the jobs I'd take, the pay they would all ascend to another realm. To modern military forces, I would be akin to a walking attack helicopter. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I laughed for a long while, then gradually stopped. Looking over at the magic tub in the corner, I chuckled. With this, I didn't even need mana transference. Maybe I should have chosen mana absorption and mana core instead of mana stabilization and purification? No, if there had been side effects, I'd be coughing up blood by now. This was the right choice, especially now that I'd reached Level 4. For a character born with grade and potential, that's the limit. To reach Level 5, I'd need a breakthrough, and I couldn't afford to be held back by side effects. How much more will it take to reach Level 5? Just drinking nectar wouldn't be enough for a breakthrough. I'd need to find additional elixirs, something similar to the trait elixir. I'll have to secure more nectar. What I had now wouldn't be enough. With these thoughts, I poured myself a cup of coffee. Cheap instant coffee mix. Drinking it from an expensive teacup, I muttered a single word. Strength. The third trait I'd acquired since coming to this world. It was also a basic trait for a higher tier trait I planned to assemble. Mighty Strength, Fortitude, Valor, Intimidation, Mighty Body. Combine these 6, and you obtain the trait known as Giant's Strength. A high tier trait exclusive to the warrior class. Only a warrior could obtain and wield it. And the conditions for acquiring it were notoriously difficult. You had to complete a challenging special quest or consume the Giant King's heart after defeating it in a raid. Still, I often gave Warrior Kim this trait. The combination difficulty was relatively manageable. Just the fact that it required strength, a tier 3 universal trait, as a base was already a blessing. I grabbed the protective suit hanging on one side of the training room. And from the hidden safe, I took out the diamonds I'd collected from the Shinue Market's junk shop. Should I switch my armor? I'd acquired the protective suit's trait by chance. No. Giant's Strength and its lower tier traits stack with each other. Mighty Body is a valuable trait, so it's worth keeping. Plus, the protective suit itself offers excellent defense. Until I can secure an SSR grade protective suit, I'll stick with this one. Slowly, I put on the protective suit. I slipped my legs into the pants, pulled the top over my body, moving sluggishly, like a caterpillar. Each time the protective suit brushed against my skin, waves of happiness thrilled through me. My heart pounded like a hammer. The magical resistance alone, with its combination of 6 different resistance attributes, was incredible. So, how much more could Giant's Strength, a trait coveted by every superhuman warrior, showcase? My heart thumped with excitement, like the night before a journey. Once I had the suit on, I took a seat in front of the full-body mirror, clutching the diamonds. Taking a deep breath, I tried to calm myself. But my racing heart refused to settle, so I borrowed the powers of deep breath, mana stabilization, and meditation. Then, I applied it. I embedded the diamonds into the chest of my protective suit. The moment they made contact, they melted away like snow. A spectrum of light caressed my protective suit, leaving a faint glow. I could feel a new power seeping into my body. There were no immediate visible changes. So, I stripped off the protective suit's top and bottom. Now, only in my underclothes, I noticed there was no further change. Which meant the Mighty Body trait from the suit had fully transferred into me. Now, the final step for today. I methodically assembled my traits. The basic strength trait, which enhances strength. Mighty Strength, which temporarily boosts strength explosively. Fortitude, a trait that combines strength, resilience, and vitality. Mighty Body, which enlarges the body while increasing both strength and stamina. Valor, which provides steadfast support during combat. Finally, Intimidation, which instills fear in weaker opponents. Thump, thump. My heart roared. My entire body tingled with electricity. I focused my mind. It was similar to when I assembled the magical resistance trait. The mana circuits shattered and reconfigured, coursing toward my heart. Meanwhile, every muscle in my body tore. My bones were being dismantled. The combination for Giant's Strength was far more dramatic than the magical resistance one. It didn't just impact my mana circuits and heart, it directly affected my entire musculoskeletal system. I gritted my teeth, enduring the rising pain at novel bin at. Just as I felt my spirit was about to flee my body. After what felt like an eternity, the trait combination was complete. A powerful energy surged through me. Steam evaporated, rising in thick clouds. The white mist billowed like a cloud around me. The sweat I'd shed had vaporized, reacting with my activated mana circuits. I stood up. Clearing all my traits, I equipped only the Giant's Strength trait and looked at myself in the full-length mirror. Originally, Warrior Kim had a lean frame, but the reflection staring back at me was completely different. A perfect physique, rippling with muscle. A body reminiscent of a professional bodybuilder. I'd grown taller too. From just under 180 centimeters, I now easily exceeded 190 centimeters. And if I equipped additional lower-tier traits, Giant's Strength, Strength, Mighty Strength, Mighty Body, Fortitude, Smash, my muscles swelled even more. My height increased further. Now, I stood almost 2 meters tall, a massive figure. My muscles had grown so large that I resembled a certain green-skinned mutant hero from the movies. This is like a full-on mutation. With mutant muscles and a mutant body, I had looked similar when I had the mutant trait equipped too, though I looked a lot more human now. In actual combat, it might be better to use Valor instead of Smash. The reason I'd chosen Smash right now was a bit different. I clenched my fist tightly, focused on the empty space before me. With all my strength, I threw a punch. Boom! A shockwave erupted from the sheer force of my muscle-driven strike. The air trembled violently. Even without using mana, the impact generated a shockwave that threatened to shatter the mirror. But I looked at the cracked mirror and gave a wry smile. Was that a bit too much? That was a serious punch. Even just striking the empty air, a sharp pain ran through my hand. A tingling shock spread up my entire right arm. Even with the stamina boost provided by Giant's Strength, it still hurt. Maybe using Valor alongside Smash would help mitigate the pain? No, what I needed was Vajra Body. If I used Giant's Strength and Vajra Body together like a set, it would prevent my body from taking damage from my own attacks. As things stood now, if I kept throwing punches like this, my fists would break before the target did. I have all the materials I need. The ingredients for Vajra Body were Resilience, Iron Skin, Fortress, Endurance, Resolve, and Fortitude. All I needed to acquire were the Fortress from the shield and Endurance from the lower part of the protective suit. The problem was the diamonds. The ones I'd been buying up from the Shinue market had all been consumed transferring the Mighty Body trait. It seems I used more diamonds than expected, likely due to the high-grade nature of the trait. Any new stock available? I texted the junk dealer, but his response was disappointing. Not until next month. As you know, it's difficult to secure the supply. Understood. Wouldn't it be nice if a diamond mine suddenly appeared somewhere? I sighed, but then a thought struck me: there was another high-tier trait that was almost complete. The healing necklace. Didn't I get this from Kim Sage? It combines regeneration, revival, wound recovery, healing, vitality, and valor to create the higher-tier trait known as Undying. A combination of Giant's Strength and Undying wouldn't be a bad choice either. The ideal setup would be the holy trinity of Giant's Strength, Vajra Body, and Undying. Just 1 or 2 more diamonds would be enough. Unlike the game, there was no way to check my proficiency percentage. But since it only took a few days to embody Fortitude, healing should also be complete soon. There's no need to rush. It's only a matter of days, at most a few weeks. Until then, I can fill the gap with other traits. Giant's Strength, Mountain Breaking Sword Art, Einherjar Cultivation Technique, Resilience, Fortitude, Valor. With that setup, I put on the protective suit and slipped on the blood-sucking glove, which I'd set aside. Losing the Fortitude trait was painful enough that I was willing to endure the curse of blood-sucking. Or, superhuman. Just as I was mulling over alternative plans, my smartphone buzzed again. How about coming with me to mine some diamonds? Mining diamonds? You can mine diamonds. Well, technically, yes. The official name of the cleaners is purification workers, you know. We just call it cleaning. Diamonds are the same. This wasn't something that appeared in the game. I blinked at the message on my smartphone. Mining diamonds? Was that even possible? After all, diamonds were produced by superhumans who shaved off parts of their own mana. In theory, it was said to cause a level down, but that was rare. In the game, diamond acquisition mostly came from grinding character cards. Sounds good. I'll join you. Good choice, but there's a bit of risk involved. Like with cleaning out the corruption, right? Come along and see for yourself. If you don't like it, you can always just watch. We won't force you into anything dangerous, superhuman. What is this exactly? It's not something I can discuss over the phone. It's a highly confidential area. Let's talk in person. All right. I set the meeting with a sense of curiosity. Late that night, we met at Shinue Market. The junk dealer, Kim Chunbok, bowed deeply in greeting. Hop in, superhuman. Do I need to be blindfolded? Oh, come on. We're not strangers here, are we? No need for that. Though I'll ask you to be discreet once we arrive. There are quite a few superhumans where we're going. Level 3, level 4, and even some level 5. Level 5? Where exactly are we going? You'll see when we get there. The junk dealer clamped his mouth shut. Instead, he simply sped up, heading westward. Whoosh, We weren't far now, about 40 minutes out from Sillimdong, a city connected to Seoul, but administratively distinct. Around this point, I started to put two and two together. Buchan, right. Yes, Buchan. In Arcane Seoul, there's one facility that comes to mind when you think of Buchan. The largest fighting arena in the metropolitan area. A place where superhumans battle each other to the death. In the game, it's where the ranking matches take place. The Colosseum. Colosseum Part 2. I've got my money on you. Take him down. Kill him. Finish him off. The familiar roar of the crowd. A chant I'd heard tens of thousands of times. It brought back old memories. Back then, after assembling my arena party, I made a name for myself as a newbie slicer. Of course, I couldn't hold a candle to the big spenders with their pay-to-win gear. This is the underground arena. It's the largest in the metropolitan area. The junk dealer spoke with a sense of pride. We usually call it the Colosseum. There was something suspicious in his tone. I gave him a pointed look, openly displaying my skepticism. Are you affiliated with this place? Haha, you caught me. Thought so. There had been clues in the game as well. The NPC description. Kim Chunbok, junk dealer. Real name unknown. Young pioneer of Shinue market. Sells magical items of dubious origin, occasionally offering high-grade magical items at absurdly low prices. Items of dubious origin, absurdly low prices. I'd thought those were just details added for flavor, but maybe not. It was strange when I thought about it. Selling a diamond for 100 million won? And on a regular basis? As I glanced back at him, the junk dealer raised his hands in a gesture of reassurance. I would never pressure or threaten a superhuman like yourself. I value my life, you know. I'm well aware of how you handled things in Sillimdong, with the Cleaner Association, and with the Lion Knight. You think I'd be crazy enough to set a trap? My organization might survive it, but I'd be dead for sure. 100%. Still, let me ask you one thing. Yes, go ahead. Was this your plan from the beginning? The junk dealer gave a sly grin. Well, yes. Nothing in this world is free. If it bothers you that much, you're free to leave right now. I'll still keep selling you diamonds, so don't worry. I expected you to say you'd stop selling diamonds. This is unexpected. Even just having a connection with you is valuable to me. If I think of it that way, selling a few diamonds a month is nothing. The junk dealer led me into the Colosseum. Despite the name, this place was nothing like the original Colosseum. For one, it was underground. The corridors were cramped, and people emanated heat as they moved beneath the dim glow of mana lamps. The humidity was so high that my vision blurred. The air conditioning and purifiers were running, but they couldn't keep up with the heat. And below all that, after descending dozens of steps, we arrived at the main area. Rows of seating, tiered like a stadium, all centered around a focal point. A cage was set up there. Inside, two hulking figures faced each other down, both stripped down to nothing but their briefs, exposing their muscular bodies. Ryuk. Oh, the two fighters clashed. They engaged in a close-range slugfest. Their oil-slicked bodies, coated to prevent gripping, glistened under the mana lights. Thick, sticky blood began to trickle down their bodies. Soon, a victor emerged, standing over the defeated opponent and letting out a triumphant roar. I won? Hell yeah. Woo. You made me rich, man. Take it all. Kill him, kill him, kill him. The crowd's cheers erupted loud enough to shake the entire arena. Clank. The cage door rose, and the announcer hurried onto the stage. He held a few small multicolored crystals in one hand and a contract in the other. The Butcher of Hell is defeated? Butcher, will you sign the contract, or will you make a sacrifice? God damn it. The defeated fighter spat curses as he lay trampled under the victor's foot. The winner ground his foot into the loser's back. Hey, stop stalling. If you don't decide, I'll start breaking bones. I can shatter your mana circuits too, you know. Damn it. Fine. I'll do it. You'll sign the contract. I'll make the sacrifice. Sacrifice? Hell, I'd rather lose some mana than become a slave. The defeated fighter, still lying prone, accepted a crystal. He coughed up blood as he channeled his mana into it. With my goggles on, I could see it clearly. Not only his mana, but parts of his mana circuits deeply embedded, innate structures within his body were being fragmented and infused into the crystal. Can you actually make diamonds like that? Of course. The key is voluntary dedication and sacrifice. That counts as voluntary. It's his choice. If he doesn't want to give up his mana, he can sign the contract. Or he could just pay the penalty fee. Must be a steep penalty fee. Oh, it's steep? Alright. It varies depending on the superhuman, but for a level 3 to create 3 or 4 diamonds, they'd need to fork over at least 10 billion won to recover. And diamonds, as you know, are impossible to come by even if you have money. Before he even finished speaking, the defeated fighter began to wail. No, I can't. Not my mana. I can't give up my mana. This was the mana he'd built up over a lifetime. In gaming terms, it was his stats, his experience. For a superhuman, their power was their greatest asset. It was understandable that he'd react this way, now that it was being taken from him. This bastard. The victor frowned, kicking the loser and pressing the crystal against him. You little shit. Do it? Make me my diamond. I can't. I won't. You're really asking for it, huh? Please, gentlemen. Let's keep things civil. The announcer stepped in skillfully. As you well know, Spine Extractor, you can't produce diamonds through coercion or threats. Damn it, Ugh, fine. We'll compensate you for the diamond. Now, why don't you head down and enjoy your rewards? Today's winner is in for some excellent games and breathtaking beauties. Heh, alright. I'll let it go for your sake, old man. Let's go. The victor turned away with a laugh. Then, superhuman guards climbed up to escort the defeated fighter out. One of the staff members following him held a contract in their hand. The junk dealer clicked his tongue. What an idiot. He should have just coughed up a little mana rather than ending up with his signature on that contract. A non-superhuman wouldn't understand. Mana is everything to a superhuman. That's true, but still. This wasn't the only arena. They explained that this arena was exclusive to superhumans of the warrior class. Naturally, there were separate arenas for reinforced types, mages, and priests. And they fought with no equipment whatsoever. This here, though, this is the real deal. The Colosseum's innermost chamber. The place where team battles took place. This part resembled the original Colosseum. The ground was covered in dirt, with stone pillars placed at irregular intervals. There were hills and mounds that offered tactical advantages at novel bin at. This is the ranking match arena. Do you see that scoreboard over there? A giant, multicolored electronic scoreboard. Amidst the constant barrage of advertisements, the arena rankings were displayed. From the 1st to the 100th place in each class. Individual rankings, as well as team rankings. Janet's not here. One of the top 3 warriors. In the game, she made her first appearance here at the Colosseum, but her name was nowhere to be seen. Could it be because this was set a few years before the game's starting point? She was probably still in her late teens, so maybe she wasn't registered yet. Or perhaps she was somewhere else entirely. The junk dealer looked at me and spoke. In this area, all equipment and consumables are allowed. Unlike the upper-level arena. Even poisons, berserker consumables, and healing potions. Heh. Money is power, and connections are power. This is the unlimited arena. There are no restrictions here. It's a place where you fight without regard to level or class. If you don't think you can win, you can always surrender. If you surrendered, that was the end after paying an entrance fee. It was a rule unique to the unlimited arena, something that didn't apply upstairs. But the real jackpots also happened here in the unlimited arena. If you won, you could take your opponent's diamonds as well as their equipment. Sounds like each match would involve billions at least. Only billions? Tens, even hundreds of billions change hands here. There was even a time when level 7 superhumans fought here. Level 7? Why wouldn't they just hold a legal duel with a notary present? A grudge match. They were both originally from here. Who won? Heh. They both died. One of them even tried to pull out an elixir, but he couldn't drink it in time before he died. The Colosseum management made a killing that day. Even I got a little something out of it. Of course. The ones who profit are always the organizers and sponsors. I crossed my arms, gazing down at the arena. So, if I participate in a match and win, you get a cut as well. Absolutely. A level 3 superhuman typically generates 2 or 3 diamonds. At level 4, it's 3 or 4. For level 5, it's 7 or 8. Right. Half of that goes to you. A quarter goes to the organizers, and the remaining quarter goes to whoever introduced you. The split seems off, doesn't it? You're not just going to fight once and quit, are you? If you don't make enough in your first match, you'll get more in the next one. And what if I win just once and lose the next? Heh. That's why you need a good eye for people. From what I've seen, you're not someone who would stop after just one win. You could probably dominate the upper-level arena, if not the innermost depths. The junk dealer gulped nervously. I've watched the videos of you taking down the Poison Gang and the Naked Gang. Not to mention, you beat Park Dae-yeop and the Lion Knight in one-on-one fights? There isn't a single superhuman in this arena who could stand a chance against you. If this doesn't appeal to you, you're free to walk away. But think about it. This is easy money, superhuman. Diamonds will practically fall into your lap. Look around, do you see those people? They're all just fodder for you. You could earn those diamonds and hit level 5 in no time. Then, on to level 6, and maybe even level 7. I looked around at the superhumans lounging nearby. They were drinking and smoking, surrounded by beautiful men and women. Honestly, they were unimpressive. They flexed their muscles and flared their mana, but it was trivial. Most of them were only level 3 or 4. All weaker than me. To be frank, I couldn't imagine losing to anyone under level 4. If anyone wanted to take me down, they'd need to be at least level 5. This was practically free money. Or rather, free diamonds. After a moment of consideration, I made my decision. Alright, I'll participate. A wise choice. That's the spirit. Wipe them all out. The junk dealer practically jumped for joy. How about a little warm-up? I'll do a few matches in the upper-level arena today. In the worst-case scenario, I could just drink the nectar I'd saved. Even if I had to use up the nectar, earning dozens of diamonds in return would more than make up for it. Giant strength, Vajra body, and undying. Those 3 traits together would form the ultimate trinity build. Adding in mobility with aerial assault, evolving mana stability with mana soul, countering status ailments with indomitable, and swapping in swordsmanship or gunplay as needed would make me unstoppable. I'd have to leave 2 slots open for my sword technique and cultivation method, though. It's about time I got a new sword technique and cultivation method. The mountain-breaking sword art and Einherjar cultivation technique were effective up to levels 3 and 4. Beyond that, I'd need advanced techniques and cultivation methods. These two could still carry me to level 5, but it wouldn't hurt to upgrade sooner. To push my growth to the limit, I need to work even harder. If I wanted a breakthrough, preparing nectar was essential, but so was upgrading my sword technique and cultivation method. All set. The junk dealer, who'd stepped out briefly, returned with a wide grin. Already? Of course. I had everything prepared in advance. You were confident I'd agree? Huh. Haha. You're a smart person, superhuman. I could tell from the first time we met. By the way, when did you reach level 4? I was stunned. It hasn't been long. That's great news for me. The odds are going to be incredible. You defeated a level 4 superhuman while you were level 3, so what could stop you at level 4? We returned to the upper level arena. In the waiting room, I changed clothes. All I wore was a single pair of shorts and a robe. Bikini-clad women approached, offering to oil my body, but I declined. There was no need. Half of the oil's purpose was to protect from minor injuries, the other half for the visual effect of gleaming skin, but it was meaningless for me. I was aiming for a 1-second knockout. Giant's strength. Mighty strength. Smash. Resilience. Fortitude. Valor. Power surged within me. As my frame expanded, so did my confidence. Blue corner, the super rookie, known as the Master of the Sword, who conquered the Knights of Silimdong and defeated level 4 superhumans in succession, making his debut in the arena, entering now. Whoa, the super rookie. What's this about him beating level 4 superhumans back to back? That's him, the guy who took down the Lion Knight. What? Really? The crowd's cheers were deafening, so loud it felt like my bones were vibrating. I walked forward, casually swinging my fists. Eyes full of anticipation and suspicion rained down on me like a downpour. Across from me, my opponent, a hulking figure who looked at least 2 meters tall, scowled as he glared in my direction. Red corner, the muscle monster, with 3 consecutive victories in the upper level arena, it's the one and only muscle monster. Super rookie versus muscle monster versus super rookie. Who will Lady Luck favor tonight? Thud, thud. The giant walked toward me. With every step, he pressed down on the ground, channeling his mana to make each footfall echo loudly as he approached. Haha. The giant sneered. You're the super rookie, huh? Word is, you're pretty famous. You know me. Oh, I know you. You're famous for taking down the Lion Knight. They say you used both sword and axe with amazing skill. But you know, the giant clenched his fist. Crack, crack. The sound of bones grinding was menacing. The arena's different from the duels you have outside. Out there, you slap on restriction after restriction. Those aren't fights, they're children's play. Heh, just don't cry and spit out your mana. Your mouth's running a bit long. What was that, you punk? The giant's expression twisted. I was going to go easy on you out of pity, but forget it. You're going to have to say goodbye to that muscle of yours, piece by piece. Just go ahead and admit you're dead. You're the one who's going to die. The moment we finished our exchange, it was time. Clank. The cage dropped down. A narrow, 4-meter wide and high cage. There was nowhere to run. The only option was to stand and fight. Die. The giant charged forward. Despite his taunting, his face was calm, his eyes cold. He moved with precision and sharpness like someone trained in boxing. Thud. A perfectly executed liver blow. The giant's fist dug into my abdomen. A considerable impact. But with giant's strength, resilience, and fortitude, I could withstand it. I looked at the giant, my expression unchanging, acting as if I felt no pain whatsoever. The giant's eyes wavered. What the? My turn, isn't it? Bam! Just one punch. That was all it took to knock the giant out. And it wasn't just him. The second, third, fourth, and fifth opponents all met the same fate. 5 consecutive wins. The way people looked at me started to change. And then, a challenge arrived. The Sender, King of Destruction. At the beginning of the game, he was ranked number 1 and was the NPC who handed out the ranking quests. As far as I knew, he was an SR grade warrior type superhuman. Colosseum Part 3. Amazing, absolutely amazing. The junk dealer grinned, practically bouncing with excitement. As I thought, my eyes weren't wrong. Ha ha ha, 5 straight victories? 5 in a row. Did you earn some diamonds? Not just diamonds? I've multiplied my money several times over. Haha, though some people recognized your talent and started betting on you, so the payout wasn't as high as I hoped. But still, it's a jackpot, a complete jackpot. I, too, pocketed a bit of extra cash. I'd already made more than enough to not worry about money, but it had become a habit. You never know when you'll need it, so it's best to earn while you can. Maybe it was because of the 5-win streak? They assigned me a private waiting room. When some bikini-clad beauties tried to cozy up to me, I chased them out in irritation. The junk dealer gave me a strange look. Are you not interested in women, superhuman? No, not really. Then should I send in some handsome guys instead? Huh? What did he just say? At novel bin at. A chill ran down my spine. I instinctively shook my head vigorously. Absolutely not. Never. I mean it. Oh, my bad. So you're not interested in women or men? I guess you're just not into that kind of thing. That's right. I'm not. To ignore life's greatest pleasure. Maybe that's why you've become so strong. It was because of what I'd experienced in my original world. It wasn't just the housing scam or the endless trouble at construction sites. I'd been the king of suckers, the sucker of all suckers. It felt like the whole world was out to screw me over. That's why I'd started to think like this sometimes. Do I really have to go back to my original world? I had money and power here, life wasn't so bad in this world. The problem was the series of crises waiting to unfold. The resurrection of the ancient gods, nuclear war, dimensional rifts. If I could just stop those, living in this world wouldn't be so bad. While I was lost in thought, the junk dealer's smartphone rang with a cheerful tune. Oh ho! He chuckled, as if he'd just witnessed something interesting. A challenge has arrived. For whom? For the number 1 in the level 4 ranking, and number 10 overall. Have you heard of King of Destruction? Of course, I knew him. I've heard of him. As expected of you, superhuman. It seems King of Destruction watched one of your matches. He's contacted us, saying he wants to have a special match with you. He must be confident. Heh, you'd better not underestimate him. Just as you've been taking down opponents with one strike, King of Destruction used to be a one-shot, one-kill type too. Lately, though, he's been putting on a show, dragging out fights for the crowd. King of Destruction. An NPC and an SR grade character. At the start of the game, he was level 5. Seeing as he's now at level 4, he's not quite as fully developed as he was back then. What were his starting traits again? Close combat mastery, giant's strength, combat techniques. Can you see it? He's got 2 high-ranking traits. Especially close combat mastery. It's a versatile combat trait that combines strike, chain attack, defense, evasion, counter, and grapple. It applies to both unarmed and weapon-based combat. This could be a bit tricky. The problem was his joint locks. If King of Destruction didn't have giant strength, I could just brute force my way out, but if he caught me, the match would be over in an instant. I fiddled with the pouch containing my diamonds. I'd earned exactly 7 today. A bit disappointing. If just one more person hadn't given up on making diamonds, I could have had 9. So I felt a slight greed creeping in. There's no reason I have to lose. I had my own advantages. My blank body and trait swap. In a pure hand-to-hand fight, I'd be at a disadvantage, but in terms of raw stats, I was superior. And there was one more thing. What if I combined close combat mastery here? It's definitely possible. The final piece of the close combat mastery trait, grapple. I recalled the conditions to acquire that trait and nodded. All right. I'll accept. Are you sure? You don't have to take this special match. Your opponent is King of Destruction, after all. The organizers would understand. There's quite a rank gap between you. I'm confident. Well then, just make sure you win. The match was set. The arena was prepared almost immediately, as if they'd been waiting. Whoa, a super rookie going up against King of Destruction. I heard King of Destruction personally challenged him. Classic King of Destruction. He can't stand seeing anyone else on the rise. Our King of Destruction needs to crush every budding sprout. Before the iron bars came down, I faced King of Destruction. Both of us were towering, muscular giants. Each of us stood a head taller than the average person, with rippling, intimidating muscles. It was thanks to our shared giant's strength. Heh. King of Destruction, wearing a pro wrestling mask, sneered at me. For a kid to accept my challenge. Aren't you getting a bit too cocky? If anyone's cocky, it's you? Heh. Talk all you want. Soon, you'll be crying like a baby after I beat you senseless. Right back at you. You must think that just because you have a strong body, you're invincible. But I'll show you stats mean nothing before true technique. I silently started stretching. I did some on-the-spot jumps to warm up, bringing heat to my muscles. Then, I switched my traits to the most crucial set. Giant strength, mighty strength, power, iron skin, endurance, counter. Forget about balance. This was a risky set that could lead to my own injury, but I was willing to take that chance. Clang! The iron bars dropped down. The bell rang, signaling the start of the match. Prepare to die. King of Destruction launched himself forward like a bolt of lightning. Quick movements. He seemed to be going for a punch, but as I twisted my body, he immediately shifted into a tackle. Just as I expected, I knew he'd go for a joint lock. Thud. I didn't even have time to react. The perfect synergy of close combat mastery and combat techniques. By the time I registered his approach, King of Destruction had already wrapped his arms around my waist and lifted me upside down. It's over. King of Destruction shouted in ecstatic joy. Whoa, he's doing it. Slam him down. The crowd roared with excitement. This was King of Destruction's signature move in the game. As a fighter, specifically classified as a wrestler, whenever he faced human-shaped enemies, he'd always go for a head slam. But you know what? If you know the attack method and timing, even the most formidable joint lock can be easily countered. I had been swinging my fist from the start. With mighty strength activated and counter ready. I had anticipated this from the moment he feinted that jab. Bam! My fist landed squarely in his abdomen. The trio of giant strength, mighty strength, and power. Plus, a perfectly executed counter. GUH. King of Destruction staggered. I took that moment to regain my balance and slip out of his grasp. But King of Destruction wasn't going down that easily. An SR grade fighter by birth. He quickly grabbed my arm, attempting to lock me into an arm bar. But I had already foreseen this. His second attack in the sequence, a 3-hit combo of joint locks. The second move was always an arm bar. Bam! I countered again. And again, with mighty strength. I drove my elbow into his already bruised abdomen. I didn't need to look to know. King of Destruction's face was contorted in agony. Ayek. Most likely, his internal organs had taken severe damage. If he were an ordinary person, his guts would have been pulverized. But King of Destruction endured even that. Though he released my arm, he extended his thick forearm to wrap around my neck. A chokehold. But he was too slow. The double hit to his upper abdomen had created a small opening. Ta! I swapped out my traits and darted away. Mobility, leap. His fingers grazed my neck as I dodged. It was a paper-thin escape. I stopped just before hitting the iron bars. King of Destruction glared at me. You. His eyes were filled with unmistakable surprise. As if he couldn't believe how I kept countering and dodging without any foresight ability. But what can I say? The real surprise is just beginning. Phew. I let out a deep breath, the power I'd been holding back finally surging through me. As I focused on King of Destruction, I instinctively knew where and how to grab him to bring him down. Even if this wasn't exactly reality, the new trait I'd acquired offered me undeniable insight. Acquired the trait, grapple. But that wasn't the most important part. I swapped my traits in an instant. Strike, chain attack, counter, defense, evasion, grapple. 6 basic combat traits that needed no further explanation. King of Destruction hesitated. It must have looked strange to him. I had shrunk from my previously towering physique, dropping from 190 centimeters to 180 centimeters, from a hulking mass of muscle to a leaner, wiry frame. And that hesitation was his fatal mistake. If he'd charged at me the moment he noticed something was off, who knows? This match might have ended in his favor. But that brief, fleeting pause sealed his defeat. Crack! The mana circuit shattered. The power flowing through me fractured like broken glass, disassembling piece by piece. An agonizing pain tore through my entire body, grinding down my mana circuit, my nervous system, my cardiovascular system, all of it. And then, the pain transformed into a euphoric release. A sensation like soaking in a hot spring surged from my spine to my brain. Whoosh! It felt as though a trigger had been pulled inside my head. The world looked different. Especially King of Destruction standing before me, I could suddenly sense just how much grueling training lay behind his naturally poised stance. My close combat mastery trait had finally awakened. King of Destruction stared at me like I was some incomprehensible monster. What are you? What do you mean? I mean, what the hell are you? What did you do? How did you get so strong in such a short time? Giant strength, close combat mastery, strike. Iron skin, regeneration, vigor. His gaze was shaking. Instinctively, he must have realized that I had acquired the close combat mastery trait. Before, without that trait, I was just a big, strong rookie. But now, I was a full-fledged warrior. In pure hand-to-hand combat, I might still be at a disadvantage against him, but I had my own trump card. I took a step toward him, slow and steady. King of Destruction raised both fists. A boxing stance. He didn't seem to want to attempt another wrestling move. After I'd dismantled his prized triple joint lock combo, it made sense that he wouldn't want to try it again. That suited me just fine. If the fight devolved into grappling, I'd be at a severe disadvantage technique-wise. Die. Whoosh! He threw a punch. I blocked it with my forearm. This time, I had switched my strike trait to defense. The heavy impact rippled down my arm, but it wasn't overwhelming. Swoosh! I countered with a punch of my own. Under the reactivated strike trait, my fist tore through the air with terrifying force. King of Destruction ducked, narrowly avoiding the blow, and then, still crouched, he rushed in like a thunderbolt, throwing another punch. Thud! This time, he landed a clean hit on me. The brutal impact pierced through my upper abdomen, but it was manageable. Thanks to my defense trait and close combat mastery, I'd effectively mitigated the damage. Bam! Crack! Thud! We traded blows in a flurry of relentless attacks. Punching, getting hit, punching back. It was a brutal back and forth. King of Destruction's attacks were sharp and precise. His fists would shoot up from my blind spots, aiming to smash my jaw or hammer into my temples. Every time I landed a single hit, it felt like I'd taken at least 3 in return. But the fight remained evenly matched. It was the synergy of close combat mastery with the other traits that was making the difference. My basic strikes carried the power of strike, while defense automatically kicked into block damage, with close combat mastery boosting every combat action. What if I used defense when taking hits, strike when attacking, and counter when retaliating? The results were showing. Grr. King of Destruction gritted his teeth after taking a punch. His face was swollen like a beaten dough. Even though I'd taken far more hits, I had trait swapping on my side. Defense and iron skin reduced the damage. Regeneration and vigor healed my injuries and restored my stamina. Could King of Destruction beat me under these circumstances? Not a chance. Aiaic. My final blow landed. King of Destruction collapsed, sprawling on the ground. Not yet. It's not over yet. He clawed at the floor, trying to pull himself back up. Just like the warrior I had seen when I first entered the Colosseum, I stomped on his waist, pinning him down. Guh. Surrender. Unless you want your spine broken. Damn it. I had already activated the grapple trait. Though it's most potent when using joint locks, it's still useful in situations like this. King of Destruction struggled, but finally went limp, clenching his teeth in frustration and banging his head against the ground. I surrender. A brief silence. Then, a thunderous cheer erupted. Woo-oh-ah. King of Destruction lost. Unbelievable? King of Destruction actually lost. Warrior Kim? Warrior Kim. He's the Warrior King. Warrior King? Warrior King. What? Warrior King? Just like with King of Destruction, what's with these corny titles? It sounds even cheesier than those 80s pro wrestling names. I was too embarrassed to even lift my head. As I averted my gaze, staring up at the ceiling, the iron bars lifted, and the announcer came in to raise my arm. The winner is from the blue corner. Warrior King from the blue corner? Incredibly, Warrior King, who debuted just today, has defeated the number 1 ranked King of Destruction? How far will he go? Once again, let me introduce you the number 1 in the level 4 warrior rankings, the Warrior King. Warrior King? Warrior King. You're the best. Warrior King? Crush them all. Whoa, Warrior King. Enough already. My HP is already down to 0. Now, as per the contract, we'll proceed with the diamond creation. The announcer held out a multicolored crystal. King of Destruction looked at it with a somber expression. He must have been reluctant. The thought of destroying the mana circuits he'd built up so painstakingly. But then, he surprised me with his response. I request to use the special clause. The special clause? You mean the clause in case of a loss? Yes. To invoke that, you'll need the winner's permission. King of Destruction turned his gaze to me. A special clause? I must have looked confused because the announcer explained calmly. When King of Destruction reached the number 1 rank, we signed a special clause. Upon his defeat, rather than creating diamonds or signing a long-term contract, he would receive an alternative option. What is it? It's simple. King of Destruction is level 4, and if he created diamonds, he'd only be able to produce 3 or 4. Under this clause, 1 diamond goes to the organizers, 1 to the intermediary, and the winner can negotiate with King of Destruction separately for a higher compensation instead of forcing him to make diamonds. The winner benefits by potentially receiving more diamonds. So he had a way out? Well, I guess it makes sense. Otherwise, the Colosseum wouldn't be able to retain its top fighters. A number 1 ranker isn't something you'd want to throw away after 1 loss. I'd bet quite a few fighters, not just rankers, have similar clauses in their contracts. I crossed my arms, eyeing King of Destruction. So, if I agree, what will you offer? King of Destruction's face twisted in humiliation. He had to avoid diamond creation at all costs. Without hesitation, he made his offer. I'll give you 10 diamonds. 10. Yes. Warrior. Warrior King, isn't that a better deal? Even if I made diamonds, I could only produce 4 at most. You'd only get 2, but with this, you're getting 5 times more. That was tempting. But was it really enough? King of Destruction possessed both Giant's Strength and Close Combat Mastery, 2 high-ranking traits. The mana circuit of an SR grade level 4 superhuman, is it really worth only that much? It would take months to recover if he wasn't guzzling nectar potions. It's not enough. What? Not enough? 10 diamonds aren't enough. One more thing. One more thing? 11 diamonds. I could give you. No, not another diamond. I looked him dead in the eye. His gaze trembled with humiliation, anger, and frustration. Hidden within them was a secret. Diamonds weren't the real issue for him. That's why I made my demand. I wanted the item King of Destruction valued the most. The item he always wore when he appeared in the game, the one he couldn't unequip until his personal quest was completed. The Iron Fist. Throw that in, and I'll accept the deal. An SR grade enchanted item. Iron Fist. King of Destruction's eyes widened in shock. Colosseum Part 4. The Iron Fist? What's that supposed to mean? King of Destruction quickly tried to mask his reaction. Too late. I'd already seen the shock on his face. If you don't have it, then you can just make the diamonds. If 10 diamonds aren't enough, I'll give you 20. No need. 10 diamonds plus the Iron Fist. That's my condition, or you can start creating diamonds. I couldn't afford to be swayed by the profit I'd get out of this. What mattered was the damage this would cause to him, King of Destruction. Unless he had a supply of nectar like I did, diamonds alone wouldn't be enough. Even if diamonds were known as mini nectar, they couldn't provide the same rebirth effect that nectar did. Once he shaved off part of his mana circuit here, he'd need a long period of recovery. Grit. King of Destruction ground his teeth. My firm stance left him with no room for negotiation. Are you sure? It really has to be that condition? No other offer. No other offer. If he were a petty person, he'd probably tell me to go to hell and just break off his mana circuit. But King of Destruction wasn't that type of person. He prioritized his own gains. Still, his pride was high enough that he'd add one condition of his own. Fine. But there's one condition. If you don't accept this, I'll make the diamonds myself, just as you want. What's the condition? At a time of my choosing, I want us to fight an unlimited match in the deepest part of the Colosseum, with the Iron Fist on the line. Just as I'd expected. He was behaving exactly like he did in the game. All right. But let's agree to decide the schedule together. I'm a busy man too. But don't worry, I won't keep putting it off. I'll promise that much. I'll hold you to it. King of Destruction staggered as he rose to his feet. His figure was bitter as he retreated off the stage. After spending a moment on the platform, I returned to the waiting room, where the junk dealer was practically vibrating with excitement. Superhuman? No. Warrior King? You were incredible. That flawless evasion, the electrifying back and forth? Rumors are already spreading like wildfire. They're saying a new superstar, the Warrior King, has arrived. That's fine, but don't call me by that nickname. Huh? Why not? It sounds cool. It's not cool at all. It's tacky. Never use that nickname in front of me. At novel bin at. But, it's really cool. If you call me that one more time, I'll find another broker. Gasp. I won't, I swear. Never, ever again. No way he'd let me go after investing so many diamonds in me. At my quiet threat, the junk dealer quickly lowered his head. Only for a moment, though. As soon as the door opened and a luxurious box was brought in, he accepted it and carried it over to me. It's from King of Destruction. He said you received it through the special clause, right? 10 diamonds and the Iron Fist. Whoa, the Iron Fist? Wow, superhuman, you really scored big. This is a high-grade artifact. With a Colosseum employee overseeing, I opened the box. After following the specific steps, dropping a blood sample, entering a password, plugging in a USB, and finally turning an analog key, the box opened. Inside was a single, rugged steel gauntlet. It was designed to protect from the hand all the way to the forearm. Thin steel plates were layered like fish scales, closely packed together. From the seams inside, a faint blue mana glow pulsed like a heartbeat. Clink. As I slipped it onto my hand, it automatically adjusted to fit perfectly. Its main ability was Iron Fist. I activated it once to try it out. Shwa! The steel plates unfolded, and a mana glow enveloped my entire body. It was like looking at a medieval knight clad in plate armor. Thus, Iron Fist. Under normal circumstances, it merely boosted my strength and stamina, but for exactly 10 seconds, it drastically reduced all incoming damage. Its drawback was that it required a full 24 hours to recharge, but considering it as an extra life, it was well worth it. Finally, I can take off these blood-sucking gloves. I handed them over to the junk dealer on the spot. Thanks for your service. The junk dealer looked at them with a nostalgic expression. I remember selling these to you. Shall I buy them back? That would be nice. Haha. Though it'd be even better if you just gave them to me. Let's settle this properly. Oh, of course. Absolutely. It feels a bit strange to receive them back like this. Do you remember how you went all out trying to sell them to me? Of course. I was just trying to impress you, superhuman. That's why he'd put on that act, scratching his skin with the gloves to prove their blood-sucking effect. It wasn't just about making a sale ultimately, he wanted to recruit me as a Colosseum fighter. Looking back, he'd certainly succeeded. Superhuman. So, when will you be back? Well, whenever I need more diamonds. I suppose. You earned 17 diamonds just today. I'll be in touch if I get more diamonds in stock. I have my own uses for today's earnings. The junk dealer glanced at a Colosseum employee. The employee grinned, probably indicating some debt he owed to the Colosseum. Too bad. If he had only 3 more diamonds, I could secure 2 full trait transfers. All right. Shall we head back, then? Haha, yes, back to your place. I'll drive you home. The sun was starting to rise. It was still before rush hour. We sped along the empty roads and returned to my home. Once in my training room, I laid the diamonds out on the table. Let's start with Undying. If I'd earned 20 diamonds, I might have made a different choice. But with only 17 diamonds, and after making such a flashy debut today, it'd be difficult to enter another match for a while. I needed to maximize efficiency. Whew, my heart pounded. The thrill of combining and assembling high-level traits one by one. Feeling myself grow stronger in real time sent a shiver down my spine. I carefully reviewed each trait as I equipped them. Regeneration, always working to restore my body. Resilience, growing stronger the more my body is damaged. Wound recovery, specialized in healing external injuries. Vigor, basic but reliable in restoring stamina. Vitality surge, greatly boosting and quickly recovering my stamina. Healing, a trait close to magic, using mana to repair my body. Crunch. As I combined the traits, my entire body convulsed. It was even worse than when I acquired Giant's strength. Not only did my bones and muscles shatter and reform, but my internal organs twisted violently, and every blood vessel in my body felt like it was boiling. Ugh. I barely managed to suppress a groan. Traits like endurance couldn't assist me here. I had to endure the sensation of my body being crushed, torn, burned, frozen, drained, and then replenished, all while fully conscious. The pain was nearly comparable to a high fever. Only after a long while did the trait combination complete. With an utterly clear mind, I looked at my reflection in the mirror, feeling a strange new sensation. No visible changes on the outside. But, how do I put it? Even I could sense an unusual aura about myself. My stance was solid as stone. My gaze, profoundly calm. When I deactivated Undying, I returned to my natural state. People will definitely notice. With my towering frame from Giant's strength, paired with this intense aura, I'd draw attention anywhere I went. Once I completed the Vajra body, forming the Trinity build, it would be quite the spectacle. The last step. I glanced at my armored pants and foldable shield, deep in thought. Indomitable and Fortress. TL note, changed the trait name to Indomitable. Indomitable, specialized in magic resistance, and Fortress, which greatly boosted my defense and resistance for a limited time. After careful consideration, I chose the shield. I'll transfer Fortress and just find a new shield. After all, I needed to use the armor for a long time. Finding something of equal quality would be challenging. The shield, though, was different. With my current funds, I could afford to find a suitable replacement. Ideally, an SR-grade shield with a unique trait, like the Iron Fist. I'd also like to replace my Holy Sword and Magic Gun eventually. Shwaya. The fortress trait seeped into my body. Just one more step to complete the Vajra body. One more step to finalize the Trinity Warrior build. I basked in a moment of satisfaction, letting the sense of fulfillment wash over me. The remaining diamonds were kept in reserve. My top priority was completing the Vajra body, followed by acquiring Grand Assault, and then Mana Soul. Aside from those, Indomitable, Gunplay, and Swordsmanship Expert were also queued up. Should I make Sixth Sense while I'm at it? The ingredients for Sixth Sense were 6 traits: sensitivity, bright eyes, keen ears, keen nose, God's tongue, and sensitive skin. The hardest to acquire was keen nose. It required me to press my face up against a can of surströmming. As for God's tongue and sensitive skin, those were easier. A bit of salty licorice candy would do for God's tongue, and applying cosmetics tailored for dry, oily, combination, and sensitive skin would satisfy the conditions for sensitive skin. Ugh, I don't feel like going out. No need to leave the house when I have a smartphone. I ordered the licorice candy and the men's skincare products in various types. They'd probably arrive by tomorrow. Between training sessions, I'd munch on the licorice candy and apply the skincare products. Nice, this is good. I sank into the mana-infused bathwater. While relaxing, I started experimenting with optimal trait combinations. Mountain Breaking Sword Art, Einherjar Cultivation Technique, Mana Core, Giant's Strength, Undying, Endurance. This setup seemed suitable. Now, what if I replaced Endurance with Vajra Body, Mana Core with Mana Soul, and upgraded the Sword Art and Cultivation Techniques? That would be the ultimate build. Of course, it's not like I'd use this setup all the time. Time for some sleep. At the end of level 2, I remembered how pushing myself without rest had led to side effects. I'd stayed up all night again today, so I'd better catch some sleep while I can. I submerged myself in the enchanted bath and closed my eyes. About 4 hours later, I woke up around noon. Time to start training. Swoosh, whoosh. The sound of the sword cutting through the air was crisp and vigorous. As I practiced one point and slash, I let my thoughts wander. I should aim to get Swordsmanship Expert as well. I had the bare minimum required traits, namely, Swordsmanship. I owed a lot to Seo Woojin for that. With 1 point and slash already in my arsenal, all I needed were drawing, parry, and deflection traits to complete Swordsmanship Expert. If I added mastery traits for other weapons, I could combine them into the Weapon Master build. But for me, Sword Master is the better path. Sword Master was more of a nickname. The official name was Master of the Sword. The Weapon Master trait was a combination of 6 different weapon masteries, and its stat bonuses were monstrous. In terms of raw stats, it ranked as a 0-tier trait in all of Arcane Seoul. The problem was with its unique trait. Everyone agreed that the top trait was the Heavenly Demon God Art. Then came the big 3 sword arts. Everything else fell below these 3, whether it was spear arts or fist arts. No matter how much Weapon Master boosted Warrior Kim's stats, it wouldn't be enough against the Heavenly Demon. There was only one way to defeat the Heavenly Demon. Master all 3 of the big 3 sword arts, and assemble a specialized trait set based on the Master of the Sword. Let's start by acquiring Drawing. I adjusted my stance. I shifted my body slightly, gripping the sword sheath with my left hand and pulling it back. Then, I grasped the hilt of the holy sword with my right hand and infused it with mana. As soon as I felt the mana accumulate inside the sheath, I unleashed it in an explosive drawing slash. Boom! The mana erupted, reverberating like thunder. A flash of vivid blue light shot out menacingly. But it wasn't sharp. The sound was intense, but the energy scattered in all directions, only producing a light show. Damn it! On top of that, part of the mana had even struck my face. Thanks to the Undying trait, I healed quickly, but the sting was still annoying. This isn't easy. The only reason I could attempt this was because of my blank body. For other characters, learning drawing through self-training was nearly impossible. It would either require real combat experience or finding an NPC master to teach it. Huff, huff. I kept practicing drawing without rest. Using drawing in real combat would increase the acquisition rate by 10-fold, but that also risked getting skewered mid-fight. It was better to invest enough time and effort, even if it was tedious and time-consuming. Especially for Warrior Kim. Boom, boom, boom. By my calculations, this should take about 3 days. The real challenge wasn't drawing, it was parry and deflection. There was no way to acquire them through solo training. I'd need a teacher or a sparring partner. I don't want to owe another favor. Seo Woojin's help with swordsmanship was already within reasonable limits. I'd done some favors for him, after all. But asking him for guidance on parry and deflection as well, for free, that would clearly be crossing a line, putting me in his debt. It'd be far better to hire a superhuman mercenary for sparring sessions. Let's go with that plan. First, I'd focus on acquiring drawing. Hup, ha. I swung the sword again, splitting the air with a thunderous crack. 2 days later, my silent smartphone suddenly chimed. Yoongjin Young, Hunter. The hunter who had bought the Mountain King's corpse from me at a high price. What could he want now? Hello. Do you remember me? We met in Cheonma 1. Yes, I remember. You purchased the Mountain King's corpse, didn't you? Haha. I'm glad you remember. I wanted to ask if you'd be interested in becoming a full member of our association. Our president was quite impressed after seeing the Mountain King's corpse. The Hunter Association? Not bad. As a full member, I wouldn't need individual hunting permits from both armies. I could simply present my membership card, hunt, and report back afterward. access to countless creatures that could be used for trait potions, various missions offering magical items, potions, and rare materials as rewards. There was no reason to refuse. Sure, I'd be happy to accept. Great. Could you spare a moment to come by the association? The president would really like to meet you in person. It'd be an honor. I'll head over right away. I had a guess as to who it would be. Round-faced, friendly, generous with rewards. An old man commonly known as the easygoing president. But I was wrong. Instead, a completely unexpected figure stood before me, eyes sharp with a piercing gaze. Pleased to meet you. I'm Byung-jin Yoon, president of the Hunter Association. You're not the Hunter Association president. In my memory, and on my screen, this man was recorded under a completely different title. A member of parliament and a boss of an assassination organization. Hunter Association Part 1. In the game, this character wasn't an ally NPC but rather a villain. So why was he here? It's an honor to meet you. I'm Warrior Kim. Ho ho, the honor's all mine. The Hunter Association president chuckled softly. But the more he laughed, the sharper his eyes became, giving him an increasingly snake-like impression. Outwardly, I returned the smile while recalling the character's background. With over 10,000 hours in the game, I had committed every piece of information to memory. The Hunter Association president, who was the boss of an assassination organization, wasn't a major villain, so it took me a moment to remember. Right. He was originally from the Hunter Association. He had caused some sort of incident within the association, which eventually led to him being pursued by the current, or rather, future Hunter Association president. But what exactly was that incident? Unfortunately, Arcane Seoul didn't go into those details. Back then, I'd simply moved on without giving it much thought. Huff, huff. Sorry I'm late. Director Kong, how many times have I told you to be punctual? Haha, apologies, President. While we were chatting, the door swung open. A familiar face entered. A round face, with hair starting to thin at the forehead. An ever-smiling, cheerful demeanor at Novel bin Adat. He was known among players as the easygoing president, an NPC who handed out easy, profitable quests like flowing water. Currently, he was Director Kong. Director Kang's face lit up when he saw me. You're the one who hunted the Mountain King, right? Oh, this is a pleasure. I'm Director Kong Kisuk. Feel free to call me Kisuk. Haha, you have quite a sense of humor. I'm Warrior Kim. Ha ha ha, thanks to you, I've been strutting around at home lately, acting like a big shot. Please, if you catch any more creatures like the Mountain King, make sure to sell them to me. Ahem. The Hunter Association president cleared his throat, interrupting. Director Kong smacked himself on the back of the head. Ah, where are my manners? Shall we sit down and talk? Oh, President, did you tell him yet? I was just about to. And Director Kong, weren't you supposed to be in China? As important as hunting the emoji is, they'll manage just fine without me, don't you think? Deputy Director Song and Chief Sung are going. Those two can handle it. Yes, I suppose. So, I decided to return to see the Mountain King's hunter and to participate in the team-building event. Is that so? Good thinking. Yes, Director Kang's participation will add some flair. There's been no end of complaints that I've only been favoring the Yinkan faction lately. Well, you should have paced yourself, don't you think? Ahem. Yinkan faction? While I mentally noted this unfamiliar term, Director Kong grabbed my hand enthusiastically. So, superhuman. You're joining our association, right? I'm considering it. Oh, come on, don't hold back. Just join us, like a real man. Do you know the benefits of joining our association? What benefits are those? First of all, hunting permits. Once you're a member, you can hunt up to level 2 protected species freely. Of course, that excludes rare creatures like the horned tiger, but still, just keep an eye on the numbers to avoid extinction. Don't forget the tax benefits. Of course, tax benefits? You're aware that hunting permits come with a hunting tax, right? We cover all of that. Association members receive discounts, and the association even takes care of any remaining hunting tax for you. They cover the taxes too. Absolutely, as long as you sell your game to us. It's not a bad deal, we purchase at fair prices. And if you know how to butcher the game yourself, even better. Director Kong rattled off an endless list of benefits. Doesn't his mouth ever get tired? Even in the game, he had a reputation for being a chatterbox, bombarding players with dialogue. If I didn't stop him soon, I felt like my eardrums would start bleeding. I raised both hands, giving him a weary look. All right, I'll join. Haha, wise decision. That's what I like to hear. Now, about the application form. Director Kong, there's no need for you to handle that personally. Just leave it with the Management Bureau. Oh, right. Of course. Welcome to the association, Hunter Kim. Though the paperwork isn't finalized, I'll approve your membership right now under my authority. Thank you, Hunter Association President. And thank you, Director Kong, for explaining everything. I'll work hard. Can I leave now? I'd love to relax with a cup of coffee, but it didn't look like Director Kong had any intention of letting me go. So, Hunter Kim, you will be attending our team building event too, right? Team building event. Yes? Our Hunter Association president has been pouring his heart into organizing this association event for months. We're departing today. Do I really have to go? I barely have enough time for my training as it is. Even the Hunter Association president looked slightly reluctant. The attendees have already been confirmed, and the schedule's all set. President? It's just one more person, what's the harm? A team-building event is all about group hunting, feasting on meat, and drinking. If we don't take him along, he might feel left out. This is why people keep saying you only care about the Yunkan faction. Ugh, fine. Fine. What do you say, Hunter Kim? Since you're a member now, why not join us? We'll be going to a hunting ground known only to our association, so you'll have the chance to encounter some rare game. Ah, so that's the main point. A secret hunting ground. Rare game. I nodded willingly. Sounds good. I'm interested in hunting. Rare game sometimes granted traits if consumed, after all. But can I ask one question? Go ahead. What's this Yunkan faction you keep mentioning? Doesn't sound like a gang. The Hunter Association president's face twisted into a sour expression. Director Kong chimed in, clearly delighted to have caught him off guard. It's the Hunter Association president's faction. A faction? Well, I suppose any group of people tends to form cliques, but isn't it unusual to give them official names? Let me explain. After giving Director Kong a sharp look, the Hunter Association president spoke. It's not named after me. It's called the Yunkan faction because we're aiming to establish an exclusive hunting zone in Yunkan. An exclusive hunting zone. Yes. Frankly speaking, our association's position is precarious. If the two armies revoke their permissions, we could be dissolved in an instant. That was true enough. Most of Korea's monster zones were near the DMZ. Jirizan, Tbaeksan, Halasan, those areas were cleared long ago. To hunt high-level monsters above level 5, you'd have to venture into China or Russia. So, securing an exclusive hunting ground for our association is the goal of myself and my supporters. The Western Army controls Pajio and the Yellow Sea, while the Eastern Army oversees Jeorwan and the Tbaek Mountain Range, making Yunkan the most feasible location for us. Sounds like a reasonable objective. Come on, President. That's not the real goal, is it? Director Kong interjected with a playful smirk. Listen, Hunter Kim. Our Hunter Association president's true aim isn't just to create an exclusive hunting zone. He wants the association to be recognized as the Third Legion. Just like the Cheorwan state or the Pajio state, he envisions forming a Yunkan principality. A Yunkan principality? A Third Legion? I was speechless, staring at him in shock as the Hunter Association president defended himself. It's not impossible. There are already plenty of officials who support the idea. With their help, it could become a reality in 10 or 20 years. Well, I don't mean to overstep as a new member, but don't you think the two armies exist because their commanders are just exceptional? They're war heroes and independence activists, the most dedicated supporters of the government back in the day. And most importantly, they're both level 8. I acknowledge the Hunter Association is an impressive and vital organization, but comparing it to those two commanders might be a bit much, don't you think? The two commanders are still alive. They might have partially withdrawn from the front lines, but their legend remains. It's no exaggeration to say that the legions, the two armies, exist because of their charisma and abilities. If the goal is simply to establish a third legion and form a principality, I get it. After all, there's that saying, aim high to achieve at least a small part. But listen, Hunter Kim. The problem is that instead of improving his own skills, he's busy currying favor with politicians. Director Kong, how many times do I have to tell you? Realistically, this is the only way. Gathering support from influential figures. What other options do we have? Improve your skills? If you could reach level 8, everything would be solved. There it is again, that obsession with raw strength. Do you think leveling up is easy for either of us? I'm not exactly Leviathan, am I? Both of them belong to the reinforced superhuman category. The Hunter Association president's blood-red eyes and razor-sharp fangs marked him as a biologically mutated reinforced type, while Director Kong was a more common cyber-implanted reinforced. Though they appeared human, the magical glow in their eyes and the reinforced, thicker-than-normal arms were clear indicators. The downside of reinforced types. They level up quickly at first, but progress slows drastically later on. They have to find and synchronize with the right mutation factor or implants, which requires both immense effort and a lot of luck. In the game, this was represented by the massive experience requirements. The key is to secure as much support as possible. Of course, as you said, it would be ideal if I was able to get to level 8, but that's just not possible. Isn't that exactly why we're recruiting Hunter Kim here? The Hunter Association president looked me over intently. I have high hopes for you, Hunter Kim. I did some digging and discovered you have quite a remarkable track record. Rising from level 1 to level 4 so quickly, among ordinary hunters, there's no one like you. Only someone with the talent and pedigree of Director Seo, whom you may have heard of, could accomplish something like that. If you were to reach level 7, or even level 8, the position of Hunter Association President would be insignificant. I'd make sure you become the third commander. His eyes gleamed. The light of ambition simmered, tinged with bloodlust. Under the Hunter Association President's gaze, I recognized that familiar emotion. Greed and self-interest. Promising me the presidency? Declaring he'd make me the third commander? As if this man would never settle for being a second in command. He's the type who'd need to trample over others and look down on everyone from above to feel satisfied. So this is it. Now I understood why the association had split. Why the current Hunter Association president eventually became the boss of an assassination organization in the future. why Director Kong ended up sitting in the Hunter Association president's chair. And perhaps, could it be, this team-building event is the turning point? Originally, Director Kong was supposed to be in China, but he altered his plans to come back just to meet me, likely to keep the Hunter Association president in check. If someone like me, a rapidly advancing superhuman, aligned with the Hunter Association president, it could spell trouble for him. If some kind of incident was supposed to happen here, what if Director Kang's unexpected presence altered the course of events? Damn, whatever happens, it's unlikely to be good for me. What if I just sit back and watch, and then something happens to Director Kong? He's the easygoing president who showered players with easy quests and rewards. People like him are worth protecting. Even while I was furiously calculating in my head, I kept a pleasant smile on my face. Level 7, huh? Just the thought excites me. I'll do my best to reach it. Thank you. Honestly, within our association, you have the greatest potential, Hunter Kim. After all, you're a warrior type, aren't you? Indeed. If Hunter Kim were to reach even level 6, let alone level 7, our association's status would soar. And if you were to reach level 8, a third legion would no longer be a mere dream. Make sure to give him plenty of support, Director Kong. You know how I am with these things. I'll focus on what I do best. Please, sir, just don't do what you think you do best. The conversation ended there. When I stepped outside, the atmosphere was buzzing. It seemed everyone was excited about the upcoming team building and hunting event. After I finished filling out my membership form and stepped out, Director Kong waved me over. Hey, Hunter Kim, over here. Do you need something? I was hoping to catch a ride. Pardon. Hey, I didn't bring my own car. I was in such a rush to get here that I ended up taking an air taxi. Almost missed everything. The hunting grounds were located in the plains near Cheonma. Most of the other cars had already departed. I started the engine and pressed down on the accelerator. You seem to have quite a few grievances with the Hunter Association president, though he does seem like a passionate individual. Oh, I won't deny that. Our president is certainly capable and dedicated. But the problem is that he's neglecting his own level advancement and focusing all his efforts externally. Superhumans are defined by their combat prowess, aren't they? If he strengthened his own skills and ours along with it, everything else would fall into place. It's not that simple, you know. Once people reach level 5, they tend to leave the association. Ah, exactly, that's the issue. At level 5, a superhuman is universally acknowledged as a high-ranking individual. They don't need to hunt monsters for money or accumulate mana anymore. Most start their own businesses or join one of the 4 major forces. Some choose to become guardians by entering large dungeons or great rifts, but that's rare. The Hunter Association is a profit-driven organization. It's not a military institution. Without offering tangible benefits, growth will be challenging. Exclusive hunting grounds? Well, unless level 5 monsters start spawning out of nowhere, there's a limit. Exactly, that's what I've been saying. The president's the only one who doesn't see it. Vroom! The car sped down the road, with Director Kong rambling on in the passenger seat. He alternated between criticizing and praising the Hunter Association president, lamenting that he wasn't always this way, that his personality changed after injecting some peculiar mutation factor, and then went on to talk about his family, the weather, and even ancient history. My eardrums were about ready to burst from all the chatter. With an exasperated expression, I opened the center console between the driver's and passenger seats. I pulled out a plastic bag. I tore it open with one hand and brought the contents to my mouth. A small, round, black object that looked a bit like a chunk of tire. What's that? It's a licorice candy. Known as a Finnish delicacy, it was the acquired taste necessary to unlock the god's tongue trait, just as smelling surströmming was essential for the keen nose trait. After hesitating for a moment, I popped one into my mouth. This candy was rumored to taste terrible. Gah! As soon as I bit down, a horrifying taste flooded my mouth. What is this taste? What on earth is this flavor? The first sensation was saltiness. Then, as the salt faded, a bitter, astringent aftertaste crept up. And the stench? It stabbed at my tongue and nose like a putrid spear. When I was a kid, I'd once chewed on raw licorice root. It had tasted like bland grass. But this was like someone had doused it in chemicals, piled on salt, and added a hint of ammonia from a public restroom. You're just going to eat it alone? Give me one too. Director Kong reached over and grabbed a handful of the licorice candy. He looked at the candy, tilting his head in curiosity, then tossed the whole handful into his mouth. No, don't do it. You'll regret it. Sure enough, his face contorted like a crumpled piece of paper. With a creak, he slowly turned his head to look at me. Why you? Are you trying to kill me? Hunter Association Part 2. What are you talking about? You took it yourself. You should have stopped me. There wasn't even time. Why do you even have something like that? Are you trying to poison people? I was curious about the taste. They say some people actually like it. They must have broken taste buds. Director Kong went on a rant, hurling insults at the licorice candy. It seemed he was completely fixated on it now. He kept going on about it all the way to Cheonma, while I just kept popping one licorice candy after another into my mouth. Do you actually enjoy those? Not at all. Then why do you keep eating them? I bought them, so I have to finish them. Why don't you just throw them away? You don't waste food, it's bad luck. Why would that bring bad luck? There's no shortage of food here. I guess they don't have that saying in this world. Then again, with all the abundance created by magical science, it makes sense they wouldn't. While driving, I forced myself to chew down more of the licorice candy. Each bite was torture. Every breath brought that ammonia stench to my nose. Why won't my sense of smell just numb to it already? Normally, if you smell something long enough, it stops bothering you. At least there was some progress. By the time I saw the sign for Cheor 1 state, my tongue was practically numb, and the saltiness, sourness, and bitterness jabbed my taste buds even more harshly. Ta. I quickly rolled down the window and spat out the chewed licorice candy. As I tossed the candy bag onto the back seat, Director Kong let out a chuckle. Giving up now? Yes. I'm done. I'll just throw them away. Good call. Those aren't fit for human consumption. Who makes something that tastes like that? If I offered you a trade in exchange, you'd be shoveling these down with a backhoe. There's just one more trait left to obtain with this. The licorice candy came with a set of cosmetic samples. They were stashed in my golf bag for now, but I plan to use them soon to gain the sensitive skin trait. We finally arrived at the location for the team building event. This is the place. Yes. It's been a while since I was here. It must have been years. It's supposed to be an exclusive hunting ground for the association. That's true, but the Yunkan faction mostly controls it. Just approaching the area usually makes them scowl at you. Look, there are already plenty of them here. The place was filled with SUVs. It seemed like they'd gathered every SUV in existence. Most of them looked like regular SUVs from the original world, but a few stood out with unusual designs. There was one SUV covered in steel spikes. Another was decorated with the spine of a massive beast. And yet another had what looked like a rocket launcher mounted on it, though I couldn't tell if it was a model or functional. I took a good look at the 3 SUVs, intrigued. They must have magic-powered engines installed. I can feel the mana fluctuations. It's a ridiculous waste of money. Adding that stuff doesn't actually increase speed, it just makes them prone to flipping over. People in the Yunkan faction are always so flashy. If it were me, I'd get a flying car instead. Those are expensive, aren't they? Oh, very. Honestly, even I can't afford one easily. There were plenty of hunters around. They were armed with heavy sniper rifles and shotguns. Most of them were reinforced types, though there were a few warriors scattered among them. One hunter, who had been wandering around the campsite, quickly approached us. A familiar face. He was the same hunter who'd bought the Mountain King's corpse from me. Hunter Kim, I heard the news. You joined the association. Hello. Thanks for the referral. It made joining much easier. It was your skill that made it possible, really. I didn't do much. Director Kong, it's been a while. Ah, Hunter Young. Long time no see. The hunter seemed somewhat distant with Director Kong. They exchanged only a brief, awkward nod. Director, would it be alright if I borrowed Hunter Kim for a moment? I have some things to discuss about his branch membership. You need privacy just to talk about branch matters? Nothing shady going on, is there? Nothing like that? Do as you please. It's not like it's the first time the Yunkan faction has tried to exclude me. Director Kong whistled nonchalantly and turned away. I followed the hunter a short distance, and he leaned in to give me some advice. Hunter Kim, I'm saying this because you're someone I referred and you've got a lot of skill, but it'd be best if you don't get too close to Director Kong. Why not? There are reasons. The hunter held back, glancing briefly toward Director Kong before asking me a question. I've heard there are factions within the association. That's understandable, of course. I take it you're worried I might align myself with Director Kong. So, you're aware. I heard it straight from the Hunter Association president himself. That damn Director Kong. The hunter looked at Director Kong with a look of contempt. He's the type who gets caught up in the process and misses the big picture. What's a few illegal activities here and there if they serve a greater purpose? You mean the exclusive hunting zone? Of course. And that's just the start. A third legion? Isn't that an exciting vision? I admit it's a long road ahead, but if we keep walking, one step at a time, I believe we'll get there. The first step is securing an exclusive hunting zone. As if that's actually going to help. Even if the association gets an exclusive hunting zone, that won't suddenly make it skyrocket in power. Just then, my eyes fell on something unsettling yellow irises. The pupil was black, but the sclera was tinted yellow. When I'd sold him the Mountain King's corpse, I'd thought he looked familiar. Seeing him up close now, I finally understood. Add a prosthetic arm, cover his face with scars, and he'd be someone I know well. Our Wolfclaw, one of the key figures in the assassination organization. He was even a recruitable character in certain quests and summons. Now it all made sense. The exclusive hunting zone was just a front. The real objective was to secure a region that the Hunter Association, or more precisely, the Yunkan faction, the precursor to the assassination organization, could freely exploit. They could do anything there. Manufacture illegal drugs, trade slaves, produce implants. They could even bury high-ranking officials' secrets there. Just like how the Cleaner Association had hidden their secret base in the Forbidden Zone of Jinwubong Mountain. Still, he seems like a good person. Well, he is a good guy. He's got a pleasant personality, and, most importantly, I don't get the sense he'd stab anyone in the back or hide any dark secrets. Wait, you, like him? Yes. The more I talk to him, the more genuine he seems. If it weren't for his chatter, I'd honestly consider him a brother. I showered Director Kong with praise. I described him as family-oriented, humorous, and a man's man. The hunter's face twisted with discomfort. When he bought the Mountain King's corpse from me, when he first made overtures, he definitely wasn't expecting this. But isn't it obvious? Every character affiliated with the assassination organization is deeply flawed. In the game, I could use character cards to make use of them, but these people would betray me without hesitation in real life. How could I trust people like that? Even if it ruptured my eardrums, I'd rather stick with the easygoing president, the real one, anyway. Sigh. I understand. It seems you've already made up your mind, Hunter Kim. I just joined today, it's not like I know much. But at the very least, he doesn't seem like the type to stab someone in the back. Fine. Do what you want. I've done my duty as the one who referred you to the association. With those words, the hunter turned and walked away. Watching his retreating back, my expression hardened. Something felt off about all this. No way, could something actually be happening today? What did he say? He told me not to side with you. My side? Haha. After trying to poison me with licorice candy, you're saying you're on my side? Even an ant passing by would laugh at that. If anything, I should be trying to side with you, not the other way around, Hunter Kim. What are you talking about? Hey, I already know. You're going to reach level 5 soon, then level 6, and eventually soar to level 7. Just don't forget me when that happens. Oh, right. They say the meat of a spirit deer around here is especially delicious. Care for a taste? VRRR, clack. Director Kong raised his arm and twisted his wrist. His right hand folded back, revealing a muzzle. Then, a barrel extended out from his arm, and a crossbow bolt gleamed inside, ready to fire. Boom! With a loud explosion, he fired, sending everyone around into a frenzy. What the? That scared me. There he goes again. Can you at least give us a warning before you shoot? The bolt vanished into a trail of smoke. Director Kong squinted through his magical eye, scanning the distance, and then clenched his fist. Bullseye? Haha, this thrill is why I can't give up hunting. Mind if I borrow your car for a minute? I'll just bring the deer over. Go ahead. This guy really is something else. Just in case, I grabbed my golf bag from the SUV. With a moment to spare, I pulled out the cosmetic set and started slathering it on, drawing curious stares from nearby hunters. What's he doing now? No idea. They say he's taking Director Kang's side. Apparently, he's a promising superhuman from the backstreets. They say he's the one who took down the Mountain King, and now he's joined up with Director Kong. So I heard. Birds of a feather, huh? First, they snipe a deer with a cannon, and now he's putting on cosmetics. Maybe it's sunscreen. No way. Can't you tell by looking? Glad he didn't join our side. What's his deal? It's because of you guys. If you all didn't seem so suspicious, I wouldn't have to do this. At novel bin at. I piled on the dry skin products, wiped them off with cotton pads and cleansing water, and repeated the process. Of course, there was no way I could remove it all properly. But I didn't have time to care about appearances, nor did I have enough time to do it thoroughly. I quickly cycled through all 4 types of skincare products: dry skin, oily skin, combination skin, and sensitive skin. Hunter Kim, what on earth are you doing? Director Kong returned with the deer loaded into the SUV, looking baffled. I'm taking care of my skin. What? What kind of skincare is that? It looks more like torture than care. It's definitely care. Because with that, I finally acquired the last trait. Acquired the trait, sensitive skin. My face was red and swollen as if I'd broken out in a rash. In the game, sensitive skin helped detect toxins and contaminated mana. It also provided bonuses to tracking related traits. Though, aside from being a high-level trait combination ingredient, it wasn't used all that often. Sensitivity: bright eyes, keen ears. Keen nose, God's tongue, sensitive skin. As Director Kong busied himself butchering the deer and preparing sashimi right on the spot, I slipped back into the SUV. It was time to combine the traits. I split and reassembled my mana circuits. My entire body, especially my eyes, nose, ears, and tongue, heated up like they were being scorched. My skin felt hot too, but not as intensely as those senses. It was like my face was being seared with a hot iron. Fortunately, it didn't last long. Electric sparks began to race from my senses, traveling along my mana circuits, igniting my skin in flames that surged toward my brain as an entirely new power. A new level of perception opened up. It was like the whole world had been stripped bare, exposing all its secrets to me. A godlike omniscience, as though I could sit in a room and view the entire world, piercing through hidden truths. I couldn't hold back a sigh, intoxicated by the sensation. A figure approached, a bright, clear aura shaped like a human, offering something fresh and clean. This is rainbow deer sashimi. Care for a taste? Thank you. I'd equipped the God's Tongue trait on purpose before tasting the deer sashimi. It was delicious. Lean, tender, and bursting with umami. The texture was so soft it practically melted on my tongue like ice cream. If I paired this with soju, I could easily down a few bottles. But I couldn't fully enjoy the delicious sashimi, because through my heightened senses, I could perceive the entire team-building event headquarters. It was seething with a sinister, blackened malice. A stark contrast to the bright and clear aura of Director Kong. And it wasn't just the headquarters. The hunters around us. The event staff preparing things over there. They were all in on it. Their hearts, their intentions, their very souls were pitch black, blackened with deceit and malice. Director? Is it only Yinkan faction members here today? Of course not. There are quite a few people I know. Hey, Chief Choi, Chief Park, Chief Lee, Come have some sashimi. Haha, we've been waiting. We were wondering when you'd call us. Several hunters who had been lingering nearby rushed over. They were likely members of Director Kang's faction. On the surface, they looked overjoyed, smiling from ear to ear. Director Kang was all smiles too, slicing the deer meat into thick pieces and handing it out to the hunters, who accepted it with glee. But even as I watched this cheerful scene, I couldn't bring myself to smile. Chief Choi. Here, he seemed to be ranked just below Director Kang. A level 4 reinforced type superhuman. Unlike the other chiefs, his aura was completely black. With insight equipped, the truth became even clearer. There was a stench. A revolting odor so vile it made me want to gag just thinking about it. The unmistakable scent of betrayal. Hunter Association Part 3. What should I do? Telling Director Kang the truth would be difficult. We'd only met today. If I claimed his subordinate was a traitor, would he believe me or his own man? I needed a natural way to slip out of this situation. I could just leave by myself easily. The problem was that Director Kang was in high spirits. He was handing out deer meat, shimmying around, and belting out songs. And he hadn't even been drinking. Why was he so hyped up? Chief Choi, who was highly likely a traitor, and the two other chiefs were all grinning as well. It's been a while since we've seen him like this. We haven't been in touch much lately. He's had a lot on his mind. And the fun hasn't even started yet. Save some energy, the main event is coming up soon. How exactly was this team building event supposed to go? In the game, it was an open world hunting competition. The team that hunted the most rare monsters would win. When I asked, Director Kang answered confidently. Of course, it's hunting. Whoever catches the most rare game wins. Like the Mountain King, for example. I see. Woo woo woo. A massive monster horn sounded from the headquarters of the event. All eyes turned to a man holding a microphone, likely one of the organizers. We will begin the team building event shortly. All participating members, please form your hunting teams. You're free to organize teams from solo to duet, squad, or quadra squad. However, keep in mind that larger teams will face penalties in the scoring. Director Kang looked around at me and his three subordinates. How about it? Shall we hunt together, just like old times? With Hunter Kim joining us, of course. Sounds good. It'll be nice to relive the old days. Chief Choi agreed immediately. On the other hand, the other two chiefs looked slightly disappointed. Apologies, I already have a prior engagement. I'm also committed to another group. Some of the Hunter Association president's people asked if I'd hunt with them. They mentioned they'd found some good game. My sixth sense wasn't sending any special warnings. Were they just going off to bond? But if I let them go, who knows what could happen later? If they were swayed by the Hunter Association president, that would actually be the best case scenario. The worst would be if they got killed. Fortunately, I had a good excuse. That's too bad. I was hoping to hunt with you both. Agreed. It's a shame. We'll have other opportunities, I'm sure. Missing the chance to hunt a dragon, though, it's a pity. A dragon. A dragon. The word I threw out casually immediately caught their interest. Well, it's not exactly a dragon. But, while I was out hunting the Mountain King, I spotted a thunder emoji. It looked to be around level 4, but back then I was level 3, so it was too tough to handle. An emoji? Are you serious? A real emoji? Are you sure you weren't just seeing a big snake? It was definitely an emoji. It even had horns on its head. At the far northern edge of the Cheonma Plains. In the original world, this area would be in North Korea's Pyongyang County. A small, secluded pond lay hidden between the mountain slopes. A restricted area completely isolated from the outside. That's where the thunder emoji lives. In a Korea without dragons, it's considered one of the most prized game animals. Director Kang's eyes sparkled with excitement. What are we waiting for? Let's go. We're hunting an emoji. I was hoping the two chiefs could join us, but unfortunately, they already have prior commitments. It's a rare chance to hunt a native emoji, though. Such a shame. Well, that is. The chiefs hesitated, their mouths opening and closing as if unsure what to say. Director Kang clapped them on the back. What are you waiting for? Make a quick call and apologize. You're going to let an emoji slip through your fingers? Came all this way just to bag a few tigers and bears? You can hunt those anytime. With Director Kang pushing them, the chiefs quickly made up their minds. I'll just make a quick call. Alright, I'm in. When else will we have the chance to hunt an emoji? And a native one, no less. Yes, that's the spirit. You both made the right choice. Even Chief Choi stepped aside for a moment. I actually had arrangements with other people too. Let me go clear things up. Of course. Who exactly would he be calling? I activated sixth sense, sensitivity, keen ears, and insight. I could probably combine this setup with tracking skills to create another high-level trait in the future. While I was thinking about that, I saw Chief Choi covering his mouth as he made a call. A familiar voice came through his smartphone. Chief Choi, what's going on? It's about Hunter Kim. He claims to know the location of a thunder emoji. A thunder emoji, huh. Looks like Director Kang will win. No matter. It won't affect the bigger plan. However, it seems Chief Park and Chief Lee will be going along with him. That complicates things. It was the Hunter Association president's voice. As expected, my sixth sense was right. Chief Choi had sided with the Hunter Association president. The question now was what exactly were they planning? If it was just some minor interference, I could pretend not to notice. But if they crossed a line, there's no other way. We'll have to eliminate them all. Such a waste. They were competent assets. That's unfortunate. They were the only reasonable ones among Director Kang's people. Nothing we can do. You have the drug ready, right? Of course. Director Kang is bound to start drinking soju and beer. That man only drinks soju mixed with beer. Make sure he drinks as much as possible. Even at level 5, it won't affect him unless he has a significant amount. Understood. A drug? Was Chief Choi planning to spike Director Kang's drinks? No, that wouldn't work. He's a level 5 reinforced type. If Chief Choi tried something right in front of him, there's no way he wouldn't notice. Most likely, the soju and beer were already spiked in advance. In that case, the drug Chief Choi was holding wasn't the poison, it was the antidote. I'm going to grab some drinks. I just realized I don't have any water in the car. Shall I come along? Sure, that'd be great. With the call ended, Chief Choi and Director Kang followed me. The headquarters was stocked with snacks, drinks, and an enormous amount of alcohol. I focused on the alcohol. There were plenty of high-end whiskeys, brandies, and wines. The soju and beer, by contrast, were in much shorter supply. But Director Kang licked his lips and picked up one of each. How about we enjoy a little drink while we hunt? Chief Choi smoothly helped load the cases of alcohol. Hunting while drinking again. That's the real thrill. Nothing like firing a gun with a bottle in hand. And washing it down with soju and beer while we feast on the meat. Heh, you know me well, Chief Choi. We've been working together for almost a decade. Has it really been that long? Haha, that's enough time for mountains to change. It's been quite a while, indeed. It certainly has. They loaded cases of soju and beer onto the car. We also grabbed some mineral water and a soda that looked like cola from the original world. With the other two chiefs rejoining us after finishing their calls, we set off. Vroom, the SUV sped across the field. Director Kang cheerfully popped the top off a beer bottle and took a swig. So, where are we headed? Is there really a thunder emoji around here? Yes. The exact location is a bit of a secret. How has it stayed hidden all this time? Association hunters know every inch of the Cheonma plains. It's hiding in a restricted zone. A restricted zone. If it had lived longer, maybe it could have actually become a dragon. The mana of the Cheonma plains would never be enough. To ascend, a dragon needs a large lake or a tall mountain. You're absolutely right, Hunter Kim. That's why we never even suspected there could be an emoji here. We regularly check Baekdusan and Halazen, but at the mention of a restricted zone, Chief Choi's expression shifted, betraying a hint of unease. It was subtle, something you'd only notice if you had a heightened intuition. Of course, he needed to inform the Hunter Association president of the location, but once we entered the restricted area, communication would be cut off, making it impossible. He could have used a tracking app, but they'd hardly be close enough to install a tracking app on each other like some lovesick couple. I kept my foot firmly on the accelerator and continued chatting non-stop. I felt like I'd turned into a chatterbox. Director Kang, sensing my enthusiasm, joined in eagerly. On the way here, he'd looked bored out of his mind, but now that I was engaging with him, he seemed pleased. Meanwhile, one of the chiefs sitting in the back noticed a piece of licorice candy rolling around on the floor. What's this? Jelly? Candy? Oh, that. Director Kang's face lit up. That stuff's delicious? It's the most famous candy in Finland. Practically a national snack over there. Is that so? Well, I'll give it a try. As if on cue, Chief Choi, Chief Park, and Chief Lee each put a licorice candy in their mouths. Naturally, their faces twisted in disgust. Director Kang burst out laughing. Pohaha. During this amusing scene, we arrived at the target restricted zone. As we drove in, a flicker of defeat crossed Chief Choi's face. Oh ho. Director Kang let out an exclamation of wonder the moment he stepped out of the car. So there was a place like this. The landscape was distorted by spatial magic, creating a strange terrain. In the center lay a massive lake. A lake so vast that it stretched to the horizon. The water was so clear you could see the lakebed dozens of meters below. Fish of all kinds swam freely within, most of them radiant spirit creatures in shimmering hues. Director, over there. And in the middle of it all, a massive snake could be seen. Its body stretched at least several dozen meters, adorned with a horn on its head and blue scales crackling with magical lightning. Though it was underwater, the lightning didn't dissipate. Instead, it circled around the emoji like a protective barrier. Director Kang was practically drooling. Hunter Kim, you'll be the one taking it down, right? After all, you were the one who discovered it. Oh, I'm fine with you taking it down, Director Kang. Really? Are you sure? It'd be difficult for me to shoot it underwater. In that case, I won't hold back. Director Kang twisted his wrist. Just like when he'd hunted the deer, a gun barrel extended and locked into place. The hunt ended in an instant. As expected of a reinforced type superhuman and a long-range hunter, he poured his full power into a single attack. The magical arrow ignored the resistance of the water and pierced straight through the thunder emoji's neck. As expected of you, Director. You haven't lost your touch at all. That was a clean kill. Ahem, ahem. Director Kang gave an embarrassed chuckle. I'll haul the emoji out. Why don't you all get things set up for a celebration here? Let's have a drink. Right here? Not back at headquarters. Of course right here? Why else would I have brought drinks? You know it's only a true feast if it's held on the hunting grounds. At the very least, shouldn't we double check first? Just leave the head intact? There's no problem with us having a bit of the gall and meat. Grinning ear to ear, Director Kong jumped into the lake. The chiefs started setting up a portable burner and a frying pan, pulling out the alcohol as they bustled about. Chief Choi, however, stood there looking uncomfortable before slipping away. I'll be back in a minute. Just have to take care of something. He didn't leave the restricted zone entirely. That would have been too obvious. Instead, he disappeared behind a nearby tree. Why? Obvious he needed to take the antidote in advance. Feigning disinterest, I kept a close eye on Chief Choi. He glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then adjusted his pants as if to relieve himself. To the casual observer, it looked like he was about to take a piss. But a closer look showed that his hand was reaching into his pocket, not his zipper. Finally, he pulled out a small, gold-wrapped pill. Just as he was about to pop the antidote into his mouth, I pulled out my magic pistol and fired. A black beam shot out and struck Chief Choi directly. Ayak! Chief Choi screamed as black flames ignited across his entire body. The dark fire was as painful as a fever, torturing his nervous system with its malevolent, searing heat. Naturally, the pill he held fell to the ground. Huh, what the? Chief Choi, the chiefs and Director Kong, who just emerged from the lake carrying the emoji, reacted immediately. They rushed over, but I got there first. I secured Chief Choi and pocketed the fallen antidote pill. What the hell do you think you're doing? Director Kong stepped in front of me, practically spitting fire. What grudge do you have against Chief Choi to attack him like that? Cancel that spell this instant. At novel bin at. Director Kong was already in combat stance. A high-frequency blade extended from his left hand, while crossbow bolts protruded from his right. Sure. I reached out to where Chief Choi lay on the ground. Equipped Black Flame. Using mana absorption, I drew the black flames into my hand, extinguishing the fire that had engulfed Chief Choi. Huff, huff. Chief Choi gasped, looking up at me with wide eyes. But he couldn't move. I was pressing down on his spine with the grapple trade I'd learned in the Colosseum. I held him down at a spot directly behind his heart. A solid blow would be enough to burst his heart. Chief Choi was a level 4 superhuman, but unfortunately, he was a reinforced type specialized in ranged attacks. The moment he let a close-range warrior like me get this close, he was done for. Especially after having just been tortured by the black flame. All he could do was squeeze out a few words in protest. Why are you doing this? What did I do? Director Kong and the chiefs raised their voices in protest as well. Hunter Kim, release Chief Choi at once. Did you lure us here just to set a trap? Do you have some personal grudge against Chief Choi? Unlike Director Kong, who looked ready to pounce, the two chiefs kept their composure. They didn't seem to think Chief Choi was a traitor. Instead, they assumed I had some personal vendetta against him. I'll explain everything. Once you hear me out, you'll understand my actions. If I don't, you'll have to answer for it. Director Kong aimed a barrage of magical arrows at me, each one loaded into his arm like a deadly Shinkaijin. The sight was intimidating, but I didn't flinch. Instead, I turned to the two chiefs and made a request. I'm sorry, but could you bring me some soju, beer, and a tumbler from the car? I'll need them to explain. Soju, beer, a tumbler? What are you planning to do? All right, we'll get it. I mixed the soju and beer together right there. I shook the tumbler well until it foamed. At that moment, Chief Choi, realizing what I was about to do, began to scream. Director Kong? Director Kong Kisuk? He's trying to frame me. He's going to poison the soju and beer. I'll end up coughing blood and dying. Poison? When did he poison it? I don't know. He must have some sort of ability. Oh, so he's going to play it like that? Without hesitation, I tossed the tumbler full of soju and beer aside. You're absolutely right. The drink is poisoned. What? The drink is actually poisoned. But I didn't poison it. The soju and beer were already tainted from the start. It's a compound poison. If it's a problem for me to mix it, why don't you or the chiefs mix it yourselves and drink it? Though, from what Chief Choi just said, it sounds like you'll end up coughing blood and dying if you do. Director Kong gave me a look of disbelief. But as much as he liked him, he was a high-ranking director in the association. He'd surely encountered his fair share of schemes and conspiracies. At first, he'd been furious that I was restraining his subordinate, but now he was starting to sense that something was wrong. I'll do it myself. Director, please help me. I'm going to die if this goes on. All you have to do is take a sip of the soju and beer mix. Don't worry, I've got you. No matter how skilled Hunter Kim is as a warrior, he can't overcome the level difference. Trust me. Director Kong personally mixed the soju and beer. I held Chief Choi down, forcing him to sit up. He struggled, but it was pointless. I had the giant's strength trait equipped. Director Kong held the tumbler filled with the soju beer mixture up to him. Come on, drink up. I prepared this soju and beer myself. No matter what kind of abilities Hunter Kim has, there's no way he could have poisoned it. So go ahead, drink up. Chief Choi, you like soju beer cocktails, don't you? Chief Choi clenched his mouth shut. No matter how insistently Director Kong tried to push the tumbler to his lips, he refused to drink. He even turned his head away, thoroughly resisting. The truth was obvious. Director Kang's face twisted in fury. You bastard. Trinity Build Part 1. Who the hell do you think you are? Chief Choi screamed. After all these years of exploitation, treating me like cheap labor just because I owed you a favor 10 years ago, you have the nerve to call me a dog? You're the real bastard, you son of a bitch. Director Kong was momentarily stunned. Chief Park glared at Chief Choi, looking as though he wanted to strangle him. Owed him a little favor? Did you forget that your mother nearly died back then? If it weren't for Director Kong, she wouldn't be alive today. That damn woman would have been better off dead. What did you just say? Are you insane? Yeah, I'm insane. And you idiots need to open your eyes. Don't you get it? He's just using you? If we'd joined a security company instead, all of us would be living the high life with cushy salaries by now. Instead, we've been exploited for over 10 years on this pitiful paycheck, and you still don't see the truth. Chief Choi, is this who you truly are? Both you and I owe Director Kong our lives. Have you forgotten everything he did for you? I haven't forgotten. So what are you gonna do about it? Ha! Director Kong let out a hollow laugh. The other chiefs looked like they couldn't believe what they were hearing. Chief Choi's eyes gleamed as he shouted, Director Kong? If you had treated me right, I wouldn't have turned on you? What was that you said? I don't have the qualifications to be a director? What am I lacking, huh? Just because I'm level 4? When it comes to hunting, I'm better than you? This is the Hunter Association. Why should level matter more than skill? So that's what this was about. It seemed even a solid-looking relationship could have underlying cracks. Director Kong sighed, looking genuinely disappointed. Chief Choi continued to shout, undeterred. It's all over? Do you think you still have a place in the association? Other than Chief Park and Chief Lee here, everyone else is aligned with the Hunter Association president? We're all part of the Yunkan faction now. Just step down quietly and go back to being a free agent. If you don't, the Hunter Association president will make sure you're taken out. There was nothing more worth hearing. Swing. I drew my sword. The silver blade of the holy sword gleamed brightly in the sunlight. Wadash. Chief Choi's eyes went wide as he felt the blade pressed against his neck. I looked over at Director Kong calmly. Shall I take care of it, or would you like to do it yourself, Director? Director Kong sighed heavily without a word. Chief Choi, desperate now, began to beg. No, Director, please spare me. We've worked together for so long. Sir, please, tell him to let me go. I made a mistake. I was briefly tempted by the Hunter Association president's offer of money and a director position. I made a mistake. Chief Choi's pitiful cries continued until the end. The two chiefs exchanged looks and shook their heads at Director Kong. Finally, Director Kong let out one last sigh and turned his back. I'll leave it to you, Hunter Kim. No, Schlick. There was no need for further words. In a single motion, I slashed his throat. His carotid artery severed, blood sprayed out in a fountain. Chief Choi grabbed at his neck, but it was no use. He soon slumped down, lifeless, in a pool of his own blood. Life is full of surprises. Director Kong muttered softly, almost to himself. I knew Chief Choi was ambitious, but I didn't think he'd betray me just to get a director position. I think he felt you were holding him back. Holding him back? Why would I hold him back? I was the one who supported the proposal to promote him to director. I heard you opposed it, actually. Who told you that? Hunter Jung. It seemed Director Kong had been subtly undermined, bit by bit, without realizing it. He gritted his teeth in frustration. The Hunter Association president, no, that bastard Byung Jin Yoon. So he's been setting me up all this time. That's not the important thing right now, I interjected urgently. We need to get out of here immediately. Once the Hunter Association president realizes Chief Choi is dead, who knows how he'll react. Should we act as if nothing happened and return to headquarters? If we bring back the thunder emoji, that might buy us some time. As long as we avoid drinking anything, we should be safe. The Hunter Association president will likely try to contact Chief Choi. If he doesn't respond, that'll raise suspicion. Then let's just make a run for it. Chief Park made a quick decision. As soon as we enter Cheor 1 state, what can they really do to us? Director, don't you have contacts in the state? It might be best to lay low with them and wait for the heat to die down. Or we could take the fight directly to the Hunter Association president. If we eliminate him, then, do you really think he'll go down that easily? And to be honest, Director, you're weaker than the president. Oh, come on. That's just a matter of compatibility. Byung Jin Yoon's a shapeshifter, and I'm a sniper. And if you kill the Hunter Association president, do you think the other hunters will just stand by? We can't do anything until Deputy Director Song and Chief Sung return from China. Sending them to China was a mistake. No matter how we looked at it, escape was our best option. Despite everything, Director Kong insisted on bringing the Thunder Emoji's corpse, but he was overruled. In the end, we only extracted its heart and loaded it into the SUV. Vroom! The car roared to life as we sped off. We left Chief Choi's corpse behind in the restricted area. Once this was all over, Director Kong could come back to deal with it if he wanted. The two chiefs sat tensely, constantly scanning our surroundings. I unzipped my golf bag, which I'd kept next to me, and pulled out a rifle and an automatic grenade launcher. Director Kong raised an eyebrow. Are we going to war? I have a bad feeling about this. I'd had a similar thought while hunting the Mountain King. That maybe, just maybe, we'd end up in a car chase. Was it the intuition of a seasoned player, or just paranoia? Either way, if there was ever a time for a chase, it'd be now. Vroom! As we drove south, another SUV appeared in pursuit. It was a familiar vehicle. Hunter Jung, the hunter who'd bought the Mountain King's corpse from me, was driving it. Hey there, Hunter Kim, Director Kong. His SUV pulled up alongside ours. Did you bag anything? I heard you went after some prime game. We sure did. Let me take a look. Hunter Young gestured for us to pull over. Director Kong looked at me, flustered. He's asking us to stop for a moment. That's not happening. Got it. Hey, Hunter Young, if you want to see the game, meet us at headquarters. We'll unveil it there. Victory is ours. Director Kong pointed forward, signaling me to speed up, while discreetly hiding the grenade launcher I'd pulled out. I pressed down on the accelerator, and our SUV picked up speed. Dust clouds kicked up behind us as we left Hunter Young's SUV trailing. I checked the rearview mirror, watching Hunter Young's reaction. Using all my sensory traits sensitivity, bright eyes, keen ears, insight, sixth sense, and focus I observed his expression harden. He must have noticed Chief Choi's absence, as well as the fact that there was no game corpse in our vehicle. Then, he pulled out his phone and started making a call, murmuring into it. Thanks to keen ears, I could faintly make out his voice. We have a problem. It looks like Chief Choi is. Damn. He caught on fast. Vroom. I pressed down harder on the gas. The SUV rattled violently as we sped up, but I ignored it and kept going. Director Kong glanced back, frowning. They've realized, haven't they? Yes. Let's hurry. God damn it. How did I end up in this mess? The Cheor-1 plains were vast. As long as they hadn't set up a blockade, we should be able to shake off the hunters and make it to Cheor-1 state. But it seemed the Hunter Association president's forces were more determined than I'd anticipated. Bang! A gunshot echoed from behind us. Hunter Young had leaned out of his SUV and was shooting at us. What the hell? Is he crazy? He's shooting at us. Director Kong and the chiefs shouted curses. You bastard. Director Kong leaned out of the window and fired the grenade launcher. But it was way off target. Even for a superhuman, hitting something accurately with a grenade while driving over 100 kilometers per hour was no easy task. Damn it! Can you slow down a bit? Frustrated, he dropped all formalities and yelled. Why don't you do it properly? Should I show him how it's done? I gripped the steering wheel tightly with my right hand. After making sure there were no obstacles ahead, I switched my traits. Shoot, aim, sniper. Insight, sixth sense, focus. Holding the rifle in my left hand, I turned just halfway around. Chief Lee, sitting in the back seat, ducked down in panic. The sights on the rifle wobbled wildly from the intense vibrations, making it seem like I'd missed the tires, let alone the entire car. But the combined effects of my shooting, aiming, and sniping traits provided me with an incredible accuracy boost. My concentration was heightened to its absolute peak. I used insight to read the SUV's movements and sixth sense to pinpoint the critical moment. When my mind was crystal clear and fully locked on, I pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 only 3 shots. The bullets whizzed out with a thunderous roar, each trailing a flash as they sliced through the air. Screech! Hunter Young's SUV, which had been speeding in a straight line, suddenly skidded at an angle. A quick glance in the rearview mirror told me the result. Only 1 tire remained unscathed, the other 3 had been blown out. From a moving vehicle, I'd shot out 3 tires on a speeding SUV with just 3 bullets. What the hell was that? He's a complete monster. This guy's insane? Totally insane. Without level 4 strength and mana, shooting a rifle one-handed would have been impossible. I quietly focused back on driving. Vroom! The SUV held up surprisingly well. Even as we pushed past 100 kilometers per hour and approached 150, it kept going. Chief Choi must have given us one hell of a car. The ride was rough, and the car bounced wildly, but it was holding together. Of course, that was probably thanks to our superhuman bodies. If we were ordinary people, we'd be puking our guts out by now. Enemy at 9 o'clock. There's another one at 3 o'clock. Damn it, they're in front of us too. Hunters were closing in to surround us. When Director Kong reached for the grenade launcher, I stopped him. Use the machine gun in the golf bag instead. Huh? There's a machine gun in there. Director Kong rummaged through the golf bag. As he looked at the assortment of bombs, heavy weapons, and firearms, his expression turned incredulous. Then he pulled out the machine gun and started firing out the window. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Take this, you bastards. But he wasn't hitting anything. Not a single shot landed, the bullets scattered into the air. The hunters shooting back weren't any more accurate either. None of them managed to hit anything, either. One SUV, however, caught my eye. An SUV equipped with a rocket launcher. It stopped in place and loaded a rocket, aiming straight at us. Sixth sense and insight sent out intense warnings. From that distance, they could actually hit us, even though we were moving at 150 kilometers per hour? That was the danger of a reinforced sniper. I couldn't afford to forget the rocket-propelled sniper attack I'd faced against the Dagger Gang. Sensing the threat, I grabbed my rifle immediately. I ignored the shaking of the car and the jarring impact up to my head. Trusting my instincts, I pulled the trigger. Bang! I was just a split second faster. The bullet hit the rocket just as it was leaving the launcher. The impact fuse activated, and the rocket exploded on top of the SUV. Boom! Was it equipped with high-explosive rounds? The explosion tore through the SUV. The Arcane engine was caught in the blast, setting off an even bigger explosion. Mana waves and fire surged outward, and nearby SUVs toppled like turtles as the blast sent shockwaves and shrapnel flying everywhere at Novel bin at. Whoa-ho! Look at that! Hunter Kim, what the hell did you just do? It's like a weapon straight out of a movie. The 3 of them were bouncing around inside the SUV, like overexcited kids. By that point, most of the pursuing SUVs had given up on closing in. All but two. One was adorned with steel spikes, and the other had a monstrous backbone decoration. Both were equipped with arcane science engines, weaving in a zigzag pattern to avoid my shots while keeping up with us. Bang, bang. I fired my rifle, but they were no easy targets. Even when I was sure I'd hit, they instinctively braked or swerved right before I could pull the trigger, dodging the bullets. Director Kong gritted his teeth as he watched the two SUVs. It's Director Kim and Director Jang? Those two love driving more than hunting? We're not going to lose them easily. Their vehicles were far superior. Ours was just a regular SUV, while theirs were custom-built off-road vehicles with arcane science engines and various upgrades. Whoosh boom! To make matters worse, they started launching rockets. At 200 kilometers per hour, those shots should have gone wide, but somehow, they were hitting alarmingly close. The rockets were exploding just 10 meters away, shaking our SUV and sending shrapnel clinking against the windows. It's got bulletproof windows and special tires. It can take rifle rounds no problem. Chief Choi's proud words echoed in my mind, and I felt a surge of gratitude. I pushed my concentration to the limit and switched my traits once more. Sensitivity, keen ears, bright eyes, insight, sixth sense, focus, and danger sense, which had been kicking in non-stop. I abandoned any thought of counterattacking and focused entirely on driving. With bright eyes, I watched the rearview mirror. With keen ears, I listened for any changes, and with sixth sense, I adjusted the wheel to dodge. Ugh. Oh god. I pressed down hard on the accelerator. The diesel engine roared as it pushed itself to its limits. The car jolted and bounced, launching into the air every time we hit a rock before slamming back down, but our speed kept climbing. We hit almost 200 kilometers per hour. The driving got harder, and I could feel the nausea creeping in, but the distance between us and the pursuers began to widen. Whoosh! Then, a dark shape flew past my head, triggering my sixth sense. A grenade. It was arcing down toward the road just ahead of us, aiming to explode right in our path. Not gonna happen. Time seemed to slow down. It felt like my head was on fire. My heart pounded, overloaded with adrenaline. I instinctively turned the wheel and yanked the handbrake. Screech! The tires screeched as they scraped across the ground, slowing us down. Drifting? But I didn't actually reduce speed. We were still barreling ahead at nearly 200 kilometers per hour. Yet I managed to execute a nearly 90-degree turn. A strange sense of freedom washed over me. I felt unusually light. It was as if the SUV had become an extension of my own body. I could feel the rough terrain, the flying dust, the searing heat, all coursing through me. Even a slight adjustment to the wheel had the SUV responding instantly. The vibrations seemed to settle, and our speed climbed higher. It was all thanks to the driving and riding traits. Even an ordinary vehicle could feel like an R-grade mount with that combination. And it was thanks to that combination that we finally managed to shake off the hunter's pursuit. After a long drive, shooting all the way, we finally crossed into the territory of Paju State, safe and sound. Trinity Build Part 2. A checkpoint came into view. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted from behind us. Ignoring it, I floored the gas. Crack. A bullet hit the side mirror on the driver's side, shattering it. Pop. One of our tires blew out. The SUV swerved violently, but I kept a tight grip on the wheel. After managing to slow down just enough, the SUV screeched to a halt right in front of the checkpoint. Soldiers of the Eastern Army rushed out, clutching their rifles, mana waves surging around them. I rolled down the window and presented my hunting license and superhuman ID. I'm Warrior Kim, a level 4 superhuman affiliated with the Hunter Association. I'm returning from a hunt. Oh, aren't you the guy who took down the Mountain King a few days ago? Coincidentally, it was a familiar face, the officer who had inspected me when I passed through after hunting the Mountain King. The officer took in the battered SUV, my dust-covered face, and the hunters speeding up behind us. Looks like something happened out there. Cheonma state doesn't get involved in disputes over hunting grounds, but causing a disturbance within our borders would be seen as a challenge to the authority of the commander, so keep things quiet. Of course. I have nothing but respect for the commander. I won't cause any trouble. Glad to hear it. You may pass. The soldiers moved aside to let us through. From behind, the Hunter Association president shouted in protest. That man is a criminal? He's killed someone. Cheonma state does not involve itself in disputes over hunting grounds. You're well aware of that, Mr. Hunter Association president. I believe you were present at the treaty renewal last year, were you not? That's. Or would you like to try causing a disturbance here? The officer drew his sword. Though only a level 4, he was an officer of the Eastern Army. One wrong move, and he'd have the entire Eastern Army behind him. The Hunter Association president lowered his voice. No, of course not. I was just expressing my frustration. If it's a murder case, take it up in Seoul. Here in Cheonma, the Eastern Army is in charge. Of course. I know that well. It was a clear display of hierarchy. The Eastern Army officer, only level 4 but full of authority. The president of the Hunter Association, a level 5 superhuman, forced to defer. The Hunter Association president and the hunters behind him were also subjected to inspection before passing through. After hours of a high-speed chase, they caught up with us in no time once we were past the checkpoint. With a punctured tire, our speed was limited. Thankfully, the special tires allowed for low-speed driving, or we'd have been stranded. Ki-suk Kong? You're like a rat, scurrying away like that? Did you hire some race car driver or something? The Hunter Association president was the first to break the silence. Director Kong shot back, unwilling to back down. Oh, that? It's because your boys can't shoot for crap. If they'd hit the tires sooner, I'd have been dead by now? And where were you hiding, Mr. All-Important Hunter Association president? Didn't see even a glimpse of your ugly mug for hours, and now you finally show up. You bastard. How's Director Ju doing? He hasn't kicked the bucket yet, has he? Our very own Hunter Kim here hit his rocket launcher head-on and sent him flying to the afterlife. It was like a scene out of a movie, I tell you. Skilled at hunting, driving, and shooting. If I had a daughter, I'd want him as a son-in-law. Not sure about that. Being Director Kang's son-in-law? Just imagining it made me feel like my ears would start bleeding from all the non-stop talking. The Hunter Association president turned to glare at me with a sour expression. This is why I tried to recruit you, Hunter Kim. A hunter's intuition, perhaps. Both the Hunter Association president, who tried to invite me through Hunter Young, and Director Kong, who had cancelled his trip to China upon hearing the news, had certainly acted quickly. I turned the SUV towards City Hall. We planned to seek help from one of Director Kang's contacts, but the Hunter Association's SUVs raced ahead of us, blocking the road completely. Honk, honk, honk. Only the poor citizens of Cheonma were suffering for it. What's going on? Why are they blocking the road? Move it. Who rented out the road to you guys? Citizens shouted and honked their horns in frustration, only to be met with glares from the hunters. Shut up. We're in the middle of something here. What were they thinking, acting like this? What if the Eastern Army got annoyed and intervened? The hunters surrounded us entirely. They circled their SUVs around us like a barricade and stepped out with grim expressions. I had nothing to fear. Neither did Director Kong nor the two chiefs with him, who all stepped out, letting their mana flow freely. At least none of the hunters had drawn their weapons. Drawing a weapon here would mean openly defying the authority of the Eastern Army. Even with their tempers flaring, they didn't dare cross that line. Director Kong. The Hunter Association president spoke, his face hard. Why don't you come quietly? Does it really have to end in blood? Oh, we're way past that, don't you think? I know all about your little trick. Poison in the soju and beer mixed toxins, huh? Only person in the association who drinks soju and beer like that is me, so I nearly ended up dead without even realizing it. And you dare talk about avoiding bloodshed? You're the one who manipulated Chief Choi into betraying me? After what happened to him, there's no turning back. One of us has to die here. Director Kong shouted, his voice echoing. The mention of Chief Choi's death didn't seem to faze the Hunter Association president. He just glared at Director Kong, occasionally glancing over his shoulder toward Cheonma City Hall. Was he waiting for someone? But the unexpected happened. Someone else showed up from behind. What's all this noise? Boom, bang, boom. SUVs were tossed into the air. They soared like fireworks before crashing down and exploding into oblivion. Flames erupted, and even metal dissolved away in an unreal display. Cheonma citizens watching nearby cheered loudly. It's the former division commander. He's as fierce as ever. Serves those bastards right, blocking the road. Commander, get rid of these guys for us. They're blocking the way, and we're in a hurry. A path opened up, and a man strode forward. In his 40s, clad in an Eastern Army uniform. Tall and muscular, with fierce, piercing eyes. At his waist hung a rugged sword with a tiger engraving on the scabbard. One of the 4 great division commanders of the Eastern Army. Ku Hyun-Gwon. A level 7 warrior class superhuman. The mana waves radiating from him dominated the surroundings with a visible intensity. And he wasn't alone. He was accompanied by dozens of disciplined superhumans, standing at attention. Greetings, Commander. We were just having a little chat, but I suppose it got a bit noisy. My apologies. Both the Hunter Association president and Director Kong bowed deeply. Division Commander Ku, a level 7 superhuman, held that much authority. Though the Hunter Association was a powerful organization, the Hunter Association president and Director Kong would both be easily outclassed by him. Commander Ku gave the two of them a sharp look. I came out in a good mood to have a gathering with my subordinates, and you're ruining it. Of all places, you decide to pull this nonsense in Cheonma. My apologies. We're very sorry. I don't care if hunters shoot at each other day and night, and I don't give a damn what stunts you pull, just don't do it here. Do you think Cheonma is your playground? My apologies. We have no excuse. People who claim to know better. Veins bulged on Ku Hyun-Gwon's neck as he prepared to unleash a verbal assault. But then he paused, his gaze shifting to a tall skyscraper behind City Hall, the headquarters of the Eastern Army, also known by the nickname the Tiger's Palace. He moved his lips slightly, as if murmuring something to himself. A trait common among warriors sending messages through sound transmission. What's going on? Ku Hyun-Gwon's face hardened. His expression was one of clear incomprehension. But when he finally spoke, his voice was firm and unyielding. The Eastern Army will mediate your conflict. Tomorrow at noon, you'll settle this with an honor duel in the plaza in front of City Hall. However, no outside fighters are allowed. Only one of you present here may step forward. It was a sudden decree. The Hunter Association president immediately protested. Commander, I respect and honor you, but this is strictly an internal matter of the Hunter Association. Not even you, sir, have the authority to interfere in our affairs. Ku Hyun-gwon scoffed. This is an order. You do not have the right to refuse. An order? Commander, with all due respect, you don't have the authority to command the association. It's not my order. This command comes from above. From above. Meaning, the commander of the Eastern Army himself. The air grew cold. Everyone's faces showed varying degrees of shock. Director Kong muttered with a look of unease. But, why would the commander? Silence. Perhaps even hearing the title spoken aloud bothered him. Ku Hyun-gwon shot a fierce look at Director Kong. Tomorrow at noon. Don't be late. I'll serve as the official witness myself. The losing side will offer their life to the victor without resistance, even if their death is demanded. Anyone who refuses will answer to me directly. In Cheonma State, the commander's authority was sacred. With a wave of his hand, Ku Hyun-gwon turned and left. Only the Hunter Association president's side and our group remained. The Hunter Association president and Director Kong locked eyes. This is actually perfect. Justice always prevails, after all. The Hunter Association president's face was already smug, as if victory was certain. We won't know until it's over. In contrast, Director Kong looked visibly anxious. A duel between a biomutant shapeshifter and a cybernetically enhanced sniper. The outcome seemed obvious without needing to say it. If they started with distance between them, it might be uncertain. But in a straightforward honor duel, the shapeshifter would undoubtedly have the advantage. The Hunter Association president glanced between Director Kong and me, his mouth twisting into a sneer. I won't kill you. But prepare yourself to serve me until you drop dead. I'll work you to the bone like a dog. Don't be so sure of yourself. I won't leave you alive. If you don't want to die, come at me with everything you've got. Ho ha ha, talking like you've already won. Fine. See you tomorrow. With that, the Hunter Association president turned and left. The road cleared, and their SUVs began to drive off. I parked our SUV in a safe spot. Ha. Seeing no one else around, Director Kong let out a deep sigh. Director, will you be okay? The chiefs looked worried. The outcome of the honor duel was, after all, painfully clear. Why would the commander give us such an order? Did the Hunter Association president manage to curry favor with him somehow? That's impossible. He's the commander, after all. The Hunter Association president isn't someone who could even get close to that level. Then why would the commander suddenly side with the Hunter Association president? There was only one reason. Because of me. I was already tangled up with 2 level 8 superhumans. The Saintess, who'd performed a forced blessing on me, and the Tower Master of the Sun Mage Tower, who claimed recruitment rights over me as a wager. Word of that would have surely reached the commander's ears. This was undoubtedly his way of verifying me in person. Fine. So he wants to check me out? I'll play along this time. It's better to resolve things here than to keep up a never-ending battle of wits with the future leader of an assassination organization. Since I've already caught the eyes of the Saintess and the Tower Master, what's one more big shot? The real question was whether I could actually defeat the Hunter Association president in a duel. It's possible. It won't be easy, but, at novel bin at. I was the one who defeated Park Dae-yeop at level 2 and taken down Oh Dazik at level 3. Now, at level 4, it wouldn't be unreasonable for me to challenge a level 5 opponent like the Hunter Association president. But I couldn't afford to be careless. Unlike warriors, enhanced superhumans often had some unexpected tricks up their sleeves. And the Hunter Association president was the ultimate example of that unpredictability, being a shapeshifter. Director, be honest with me. My life's on the line here. Can you truly win? If you had to put a number on it, what would you say your chances are? I stared at Director Kong, my gaze unwavering. He cleared his throat awkwardly, his lips twitching as he finally spoke. Realistically, less than 5%. In other words, almost no chance of winning. At least he was aware of his limits, which was a relief. If he'd insisted on going through with it out of sheer stubbornness, I'd have been dragged down with him. Director. The chief's faces contorted with despair. After a moment of silence, I spoke in a low voice. Then I'll go. Hunter Kim, you? But you're only level 4. The Hunter Association president is level 5. I defeated president of the Cleaner Association when I was only level 2, and I killed the Lion Knight at level 3. My chances of winning are higher than 5%. The Hunter Association president is not someone to underestimate. I know. He's a vampiric shapeshifter, right? The eyes and fangs gave it away. You're confident? Yes. I'm confident I'll win. SR vampiric shapeshifter. He wasn't an easy boss in the game. But when I compared the Hunter Association president's shapeshifter traits with the build I was about to complete, I was sure I had a good chance. At the very least, it was definitely better than 5%. However, I'll need something. Just say the word. Time is tight, but I'll do whatever it takes to get it. I need diamonds. Diamonds. Yes. As many as you can get. That evening, Director Kong managed to gather 8 diamonds. It was more than enough. Using traits like resilience, iron skin, fortress, endurance, resolve, and fortitude, I combined them to forge the Vajra body. And thus, the Trinity build was complete. Trinity build part 3. Don't you think this is strange? That evening, one of the hunters spoke up. What's strange? It's about the Legion commander. Suddenly ordering a duel? He's someone who stays silent no matter what happens. It was strange indeed. The Hunter Association president nodded. Haha, that just means our president is impressive. Exactly. It's clear that the Legion commander is backing the president. Otherwise, there'd be no reason to issue a duel. Isn't Director Kong nothing more than child's play for the president? Once he crushes him, the path to glory is wide open. President, once you become the 3rd Legion commander, you won't forget about us, will you? Ha, these guys, already drinking kimchi soup before the rice is cooked. Although the flattery was obvious, it wasn't entirely unpleasant. After all, it was nearly impossible for Director Kong to beat him in the duel. The Hunter Association president took a sip of his drink, pleased, but the hunter who spoke first spoiled the mood. Maybe it's not because of the president. Huh. If not because of the president, then who? Well, it's just my opinion, but there's a chance Director Kong might not be the opponent tomorrow. That's nonsense. Who else besides Director Kong could face the president? Do you think Manager Lee or Manager Park, both level 4, stand a chance? Everyone wore incredulous expressions. They shook their heads and clicked their tongues. But the Hunter Association president narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. He found some truth in what the hunter had said. It's possible. Hunter Kim, you mentioned Warrior Kim defeated the president of the Cleaner Association and the Lion Knight alone, didn't you? Yes. When he took down the Cleaner Association, people thought the rumors were exaggerated. But after defeating the Lion Knight, nobody doubted it anymore. The Lion Knight is only a level 4. No match for the president. That's not true. The Lion Knight is someone we've all at least heard of. And when Warrior Kim fought him, he was still a 3rd level, not a 4th. It wasn't clear what level Warrior Kim had been during the fight with the Cleaner Association. After all, Warrior Kim had jumped straight from level 1 to level 3, skipping level 2 entirely. So he was likely level 3 at that time as well. At least, that was the Hunter Association president's thought. According to survivors from the Cleaner Association, the black flames caused by divine fever weren't visible at that time. A level 3 warrior defeating a level 4. The Hunter Association president felt an instinctive sense of caution rising. If a level 3 could defeat a level 4, then a level 4 could potentially defeat a level 5 as well. No way. If the Legion commander had noticed this. If the duel had been arranged for that very reason. The Eastern Army Legion commander was a highly combative individual who revered strength. He particularly favored promising warriors. If he saw potential, he wouldn't hesitate to take them as disciples or pass down his martial arts. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the Eastern Army itself was made up of those disciples. It's not impossible for the Legion commander to act that way. But would he risk turning our association into an enemy just for one level 4 warrior? I agree. Why would the Legion commander back some warrior Kim he barely knows? Unless they're related by blood. Director Chun stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening. It made sense. A blood relation. The surname was different, but what if they were connected through the maternal side? Or, what if Warrior Kim was an illegitimate child? That makes sense, doesn't it? If Warrior Kim is the former Legion commander's grandson or disciple, it's possible. In that case, he could overcome the level difference. Perhaps he's learned the invincible Black Tiger swordsmanship. The invincible Black Tiger swordsmanship. The most famous swordsmanship in all of Korea. If Warrior Kim had heard this, he would have scoffed, saying he'd rather learn one of the 3 great sword arts. But these men were dead serious. The Hunter Association president's face turned somber. We can't let our guard down. The hunters exchanged uneasy glances. President, perhaps it's best to withdraw now. Withdraw? Don't be ridiculous. Canceling an already established honor duel would only enrage the Legion commander. He'd see it as an insult to his honor. There's only one solution. The Hunter Association president clenched his fist. An overwhelming victory. That's the only way. Veins bulged in his hand. As he focused his eyes, the world turned red. On the crimson world, a web-like magical pattern emerged. The mutated gene implanted in his body was reacting. True blood. The Hunter Association president recalled the mutated gene he'd acquired years ago after great difficulty. Although it had been implanted, he hadn't dared to awaken it. The fear of losing his reason and becoming a mutant had held him back. But maybe, just maybe, today might be the day to awaken that mutation. The next day at noon, the Hunter Association president stood face to face with Warrior Kim in the plaza in front of City Hall. The weather was gloomy. Heavy clouds hung low as if rain might fall any moment. Before we begin, I'll brew a potion. You must make it solely with your own abilities. If you fail, it won't be permitted. Of course. Warrior Kim skillfully used his alchemy tools to craft a potion. No one could argue that it wasn't his own ability. The Legion commander's kin knows alchemy too. Someone like the Legion commander wouldn't normally allow such trivialities. Regardless, Warrior Kim drank the potion and prepared his equipment. Begin. As soon as Division Commander Ku unleashed his mana, the fight commenced. Crack. He immediately activated his mutation. Not true blood, just the existing mutation. His blood circulation sped up. Magic-infused blood surged from his heart. His muscles toughened, keratin spread across his skin, his nails grew into steel-like claws, and his fangs became saber-tooth-like. Gasp. A vampire. He's a mutant. The onlooking citizens were startled and began murmuring. Of course, they were. Vampires were an extinct monster. Acquiring their mutation gene was extremely rare. With his transformation complete, confidence surged within him. Vampires were strong. Even superhumans with outstanding physical abilities couldn't match their strength. He'd personally defeated dozens of warriors before. With overwhelming strength, With reflexes surpassing human limits, tack, Warrior Kim kicked off the ground. In an instant, he closed the distance like lightning, swinging his shield. How laughable. Swinging a collapsible shield instead of a solid steel one? Sure, it glimmered with magic, but so did his own fully enchanted gear. From head to toe, he was outfitted with magical equipment. Foolish wretch. He swung his arm with all his might. A force strong enough to bend steel. Claws sharp enough to pierce iron plates. And a surge of dark mana rising ominously? He planned to shatter the shield and inflict a fatal blow in a single strike. The image of Warrior Kim's twisted expression was vivid in his mind. But at the moment when his claws collided with the shield, boom, at novel bin at. He felt it. Something had gone horribly wrong. Ugh. The world flipped. The sky became the ground, and the ground became the sky. He spun several times before darkness overtook him. Though he only blacked out for a moment thanks to the vampire's incredible regenerative power, what he saw upon regaining consciousness was a holy sword glowing with a silvery radiance. Guha. He barely managed to deflect it. The dark mana in his claws was shaved away in chunks, and cracks formed in his once proud steel-like nails. The Hunter Association president couldn't believe his eyes. His claws, which had remained unscathed even against magic swords, were damaged. He couldn't understand. What he didn't know was that in the previous clash, Giant's strength, close combat mastery, smash, and slash had all activated simultaneously. Even the initial charge was the result of Giant's strength, close combat mastery, dash, and shield bash combining to deliver an attack exceeding the power of a level 5 warrior. And thanks to Iron Skin and Undying, Warrior Kim suffered no recoil from his own strikes. Reality hit him like a brick. He's stronger than a level 5 warrior. It was far different from what he had imagined. Instead of elegant sword chi and godlike movements, Warrior Kim was pressing forward with raw, brutal physical strength. Even now, that shield of his was glowing as it came flying at him. The Hunter Association president barely managed to block it by crossing his arms. The terrifying impact that followed tore through his arms as though he'd been hit by a cannonball. Gah! At this rate, he would lose for sure. He's been hiding his level. But how? He had only been certified as a level 4 a few days ago. Even during their encounter at the Hunter Association, and just yesterday, Warrior Kim had undoubtedly been radiating the mana waves of a level 4. But that was the only explanation. The fundamental gap in power between levels was not something that could easily be overcome. Unless you were a natural-born titan of strength or equipped with mythical-grade gear from head to toe. Riah! The Hunter Association president let out a savage roar. Blood burst from his veins, spraying everywhere. He had no choice but to awaken the mutation True Blood. Once a warrior got the upper hand, a reinforced had only one way to turn the tide. Crack, crack. His body began to transform. While his lower body remained the same, his upper body stretched and grew unnaturally. His spine curved forward, turning him into a grotesque hunchback. His already bloodshot eyes elongated vertically, splitting into narrow slits that ran almost an entire span of a hand, transforming into something utterly inhuman, no longer the eyes of a creature, but fissures ripped into reality itself. Monster. He's a mutant. The citizens who had gathered to watch screamed in terror. From the corner of his eye, the Hunter Association president saw Division Commander Ku unsheathing his sword, prepared to intervene. The Hunter Association president muttered a mantra to himself over and over. I am Byung Jin Yoon. I am Byung Jin Yoon. The most critical thing for a reinforced when awakening and mutating was to retain their sanity. Without control, the rampaging mana would spiral out of control, turning them into nothing more than a mindless mutant beast. I am Byung Jin Yoon. I am Ga. Smash. A massive blow slammed into his temple. Even as his mutation and awakening were still in progress, Warrior Kim had rushed in and struck him with his shield. The Hunter Association president let out an inhuman wail. I'm in the middle of awakening? Don't attack me. What kind of nonsense is that? If you didn't want to get attacked, you should have finished awakening before the duel started. Warrior Kim showed no mercy. He kept up his relentless assault, just as he would in a game. The Hunter Association president's SR vampiric shapeshifter traits were vampire, mutant claws, mutant muscles, and evolution. If his evolution completed and he entered his second phase, the difficulty of defeating him would multiply several times over. Even a full party of level 5s would be annihilated. The synergy between the traits vampire, mutant claws, and mutant muscles was simply unmatched. I have to finish this before that happens. Warrior Kim's eyes gleamed with deadly intent. His holy sword slashed across the Hunter Association president. His shield slammed into his chest, and his hand axe swung toward his head. Each time, black flames erupted. Flames so cruel and unrelenting they seemed anything but divine, burning his entire body. The Hunter Association president's dark mana was devoured mercilessly, and his nervous system screamed in agony. Gah! He howled in pain and lashed out, swinging his massive arm. His arm, now elastic like a rubber whip, struck Warrior Kim with a thunderous blow. Ugh! Even though his mutation wasn't fully stabilized yet, the power was overwhelming. The combined strength of his mutated genes and his hulking size sent Warrior Kim, who stood over 2 meters tall, flying several meters back. But Warrior Kim got up immediately. Like a roly-poly toy, he bounced back to his feet. Raya! And then he charged again. The Hunter Association president, still in the middle of his awakening, had no way to stop him. He tried to extend his grotesquely swollen arms, but it wasn't enough. The holy sword, wreathed in black flames, pierced through his palm and came within inches of his face. Arg. He swung his arms wildly. The force of his attacks could shatter boulders. But no matter how many times he struck, Warrior Kim didn't falter. On the contrary, Warrior Kim only pressed closer, launching counterattacks with increasing ferocity. The Hunter Association president was sure his blows were connecting, yet Warrior Kim's only visible reaction was a faint twitch of his eyes. Gaya? Die? Just die already. How was this happening? How was this even possible? Even a level 5 warrior would have their bones shattered by such attacks. The situation was utterly unbelievable. The mutated gene True Blood, once fully stabilized, would allow him to reach level 7 and beyond. And yet, here he was, losing to a mere level 4 warrior. At first, he thought Warrior Kim might be a level 5. But the weak mana waves he radiated clearly indicated he was still just level 4. Rayah. He unleashed what he thought was a decisive strike. Just as Warrior Kim swung his hand axe into his shoulder, the Hunter Association president retaliated with a powerful blow to his temple. Warrior Kim didn't dodge. The attack landed squarely on his temple, which should have knocked him unconscious on the spot. But it didn't. Clang! With the sound of metal, Warrior Kim endured. His entire body briefly hardened into something resembling solid steel. It was the unique activation effect of Iron Fist. On top of that, Warrior Kim had swapped traits, layering 6 defensive traits all at once. As a result, Warrior Kim withstood the Hunter Association president's desperate strike, and with that, the outcome of the duel was decided. Warrior Kim adjusted his stance. He rotated the holy sword slightly behind him and shifted his weight. Abandoning his hand axe entirely, he gripped the holy sword with both hands. The dense, radiating waves of mana made the Hunter Association president realize the end was near. I won't go down like this. The Hunter Association president's evolution was nearing completion. The sense of impending doom helped him regain control over his reason. He managed to stabilize his mana. The monstrous transformations of his body began to revert to normal. If he could just hold on through this moment, the tables would turn. If he could survive this one attack, then the world would be his. At minimum, he'd reach level 6. Perhaps even level 7. No longer would he remain the Hunter Association president, he could even become the 3rd Legion commander. A vivid dream of triumph unfolded before his eyes. But then Warrior Kim thrust his sword forward. The moment mana bloomed from Warrior Kim's body in a brilliant white light. The radiant energy coalesced into the shape of a meteor. When that meteor, now a sword, began its devastating descent, the Hunter Association president realized there was no stopping it. He reached out with trembling hands, as if to grab hold of something. But it was futile. The world turned blindingly white. And then, his consciousness faded. Forever. Black Tiger Sword Part 1. His hands trembled. His breathing was ragged. It felt as though his heart might stop, overwhelmed by the utter depletion of his mana. The flash still consumed an enormous amount of mana. Even now, at level 4, just using it once left him drained. Perhaps only at level 5, once he had equipped a mana core, would he be able to wield it freely. You're incredible. Ku Hyun-gun exclaimed with admiration. Are you really just level 4? No wonder the Legion commander has taken a keen interest in you. Ku Hyun-gun extended his hand for a handshake without hesitation. I clasped his hand firmly. Ku Hyun-gun grinned broadly, and then tightened his grip. This guy? I responded by adding force to my own hand. Muscles twitched and surged as we subtly engaged in a test of strength. To be honest, I was slightly outmatched. Even though I had used giant's strength, mighty strength, and toughness, it wasn't enough against a level 7 superhuman. If Ku Hyun-gun had been serious, he could have easily crushed my hand. But instead of breaking my hand, he patted me lightly on the shoulder in a friendly manner. You're really something? For a level 4, your potential is incredible. I can't wait to see how strong you'll become at higher levels. Catch your breath and follow me. To the Tiger's Palace. That's right. There's someone who wants to meet you. Refusal is not an option. It was probably the Legion commander. I glanced down at the Hunter Association president's corpse. The monstrous, deformed body still lay there. A walking treasure trove. The mask on his face, the red silk attire, the boots engraved with magical runes, the enchanted ring, and the necklace, I carefully gathered them all. Is there anything I can actually use? While the Lion Knight's equipment was bound to the Old Father's cult, the Hunter Association president's gear had no such restrictions. I stuffed all the magical items into a golf bag. Director Kong approached me with a beaming smile. Warrior Kim, you're truly extraordinary. I knew you were strong, but I never imagined you were this strong. You flatter me. His tone changed again. Director Kong glanced nervously at the frozen officials of the association. What do you plan to do with them? I'm not sure yet. Whatever terms I set, they wouldn't be able to refuse. Even if I demanded their lives, they'd have no choice but to comply. Director, why don't you handle it? Me? Is that really okay? You know the Hunter Association better than I do. I have no interest in getting involved in its operations. To be honest, I was hoping to use them to nominate you as the next president of the Hunter Association, Warrior Kim. I refuse. Pardon? Why not? Despite the mess we've shown you, the Hunter Association is still a group with considerable influence. It would take up too much of my time. I'd prefer to only rely on the Hunter Association's help when hunting monsters occasionally. Director Kong gave me a peculiar look, as though he were assessing me. I just shrugged in response. Becoming the head of the Hunter Association? Are you insane? If I had that kind of time, I'd rather spend it hunting for new traits. What would you do in my position? Me? It's simple. I raised a thumb and drew it across my throat in a slicing motion. The nearby managers stared at me with blank faces. Director Kang's expression wasn't much different. Even so, killing them outright is a bit. Which is why I'm leaving it to you, Director. Kill the ones who deserve it, spare those you think can be useful. Personally, if I feel there's even a hint of a threat, I kill them without hesitation. But you're different, aren't you? It was certainly an extreme approach. But it was the survival method I had adapted to in this brutal world. And just like that, I dumped the bothersome task onto Director Kong. I slung the golf bag over my shoulder and nodded at Ku Hyun-guan, who then turned and started walking. Follow me. Oh, and as for the hunters, let them give their requests to my adjutant. Yes, Division Commander. Ku Hyun-guan walked confidently. Behind City Hall, a skyscraper towering over all of Cheonma State, like the Demon King's Tower. It was commonly known as the Tiger's Palace. Whir. The elevator shot upward at high speed. Ku Hyun-guan gave me a word of warning. When you meet the Legion Commander, show the utmost respect. Although the commander himself is a modest man, neither I nor my uncles are as forgiving. The same goes for the adjutants and aides. Even the slightest offense, and you'll leave Cheonma State in pieces. I'll keep that in mind. Come to think of it, Ku Hyun-guan was the youngest grandson of the Legion Commander. Over 40 years old, and still referred to as the youngest. It reminded me just how old the Legion Commander must be. Over 100 years, if I recalled correctly. Ding! The elevator stopped. The top floor of the Tiger's Palace. The entire floor was taken up by the Legion Commander's office. Aides with stern faces approached and inspected both me and Ku Hyun-guan. Then, they spoke into a microphone. This is Ku Hyun-guan, 4th Division Commander of the Tiger Division, arriving with Warrior Kim, a level 4 superhuman from the Hunter Association. Let them in. A low, commanding voice. The door opened. The iron doors, weighing several tons, were pushed open purely by the strength of the aides, revealing the interior. Bright and radiant. Sunlight streamed through panoramic windows that replaced the walls. It looked more like an observation deck than an office. At the far end was a desk. A man sat behind it. His hair was completely white, but his face was devoid of wrinkles, with a healthy flush that made him appear no older than his late 40s. In reality, he was over 100 years old. His frame was bear-like in size, and his sharp eyes gleamed like those of a tiger. Behind him hung a black sword, prominently displayed. Other superhumans with solid builds were lined up, seated before him, but the only one that drew my attention was the man himself. That's the Legion Commander. No trace of mana emanated from him. This meant his control was absolute. Instead, the sheer presence of the man weighed down on me like a hammer. Ku Hyun-guan stepped forward and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Legion Commander, I've brought him. Well done. The Legion Commander fixed his gaze on me. I, too, bowed politely respectful, but not subservient. It's an honor to meet you. My name is Warrior Kim. I watched your duel. Who is your master? For someone to train a warrior like you, I might know them. I don't have a master. No master. Yes. Surely someone taught you the basics of swordsmanship. Oh, the basics of swordsmanship were taught to me by Seo Wujin, the director of Jailboen. Seo Wujin. The Legion Commander repeated the name, intrigued. Ku Hyun-guan answered on my behalf. You remember when the heirs of Jaegamun and Iljiamun married to form Jailboen? Of course. It caused quite the uproar for a while, merging two rival families. The child born of their union is Seo Wujin. He recently turned 20. He caused quite a stir after being certified as level 5 on his first evaluation. Huh? So, those youngsters not only got married, but they had a child who's now over 20? I remember hearing about him from my aide. So, he's the one who taught you the basics of swordsmanship. Yes, Legion Commander. And you truly have no master? Your movements seemed far more experienced than that. I picked up a lot on my own to survive. So, you're self-taught. That's correct. The Legion Commander stared at me like a tiger sizing up a deer. The other superhumans seated in the room smirked bitterly. Some shot disapproving glances my way, making the back of my neck itch. Your movements did seem rather crude. Your swordsmanship is at a basic level, and your technique linkage was awkward. Wouldn't you agree? That's true. It lacked the polish of a noble family's training. With proper guidance, I could be much stronger. Your natural talent and mana control are impressive, but that's all. I have potential, but my swordsmanship is no better than a back alley thug's. Well observed. The Legion Commander stared at me, his gaze piercing through. An intangible aura probed me, inspecting everything, the fibers of my muscles, the structure of my bones, the thickness of my blood vessels, and the distribution of my mana circuits. Is this what it's like to be under the scrutiny of a level 8 superhuman? It was impossible not to feel tense. Though I hadn't shown my trait swap in front of the Sun Mage Tower Master, the Legion Commander might have witnessed it during the battle. No, he couldn't know about my trait swap. He was a warrior, after all. He wouldn't possess traits like insight or detection. So, I have a proposal for you. The other superhumans in the room collectively displayed expressions of exhaustion. All of them seemed to silently groan, not this again. I was beginning to catch on. After all, in the game, the Eastern Army's Legion commander always said the same thing. Warrior Kim, would you consider becoming my disciple? Disciple. The idea of becoming a disciple hadn't really mattered in the game. Accepting the offer would make you a member of the Eastern Army, allowing you to grow quickly. For warrior-class superhumans, it was an excellent way to learn the Legion commander's martial arts and battle the monsters near the demilitarized zone, guaranteeing rapid advancement. And if you refused, there were no significant penalties. The game world was overflowing with hunting grounds anyway. Sure, it was disappointing to miss out on the Legion commander's martial arts, but plenty of other swordsmanship and mana cultivation techniques could rival it. What should I do? After a brief moment of deliberation, I came to a decision. It was, without a doubt, a good offer. Perhaps even the fastest route to becoming level 9. But, if I truly wanted to achieve my ultimate goal, I couldn't take the easy way out. I had to choose the hard path. The path so grueling that others would question my sanity. I'm sorry. It's a great honor, and I'm deeply grateful, but I wish to follow my own path. I see. Then you should perform the formal disciple bow. Wait, what did you just say? The Legion commander, who had been nodding his head as if already expecting my answer, suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated my refusal. I spoke again, this time with even more conviction. My apologies, Legion commander. I wish to follow my own path. Wait a moment. Are you saying, you're declining my offer? You're refusing to become my disciple? Yes. I'm sorry. I stood up from my seat and bowed deeply. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the incredulous stares being cast in my direction. It wasn't just the Legion commander. The superhumans seated around us all had their mouths agape, staring at me as if I had gone completely insane. Has he lost his mind? How dare he? Does he even realize what kind of opportunity this is? We need to teach him a lesson. That brat. Some of them even rolled up their sleeves and began rising from their seats. The room grew chaotic, and the murmurs of discontent swelled until the Legion commander's voice roared out like thunder. Quiet. The room froze instantly. With his sharp, tiger-like eyes fixed on me, the Legion commander asked, "Why? Do you not understand what it means to become my disciple? Do you not realize that there are countless people in Korea, no, the entire world, who would sell their very souls for such a chance? And yet, you're rejecting it? Why?" I carefully chose my words. I have a dream. A dream. Yes. To become level 9. Level 9 at novel bin at. At present, only 4 people in the world had reached that pinnacle, the realm of the constellations. In the late stages of the game, level 9 superhumans would become more common, but for now, they were practically mythical. The Legion commander let out a short chuckle. To reach level 9, you need a proper teacher, don't you? Without guidance, relying solely on your physical talent, you'll inevitably lose your way. You're a warrior, not a reinforced soldier. For a warrior to grow stronger, advanced swordsmanship, mana cultivation techniques, and enlightenment are absolutely essential. With your crude swordsmanship and clumsy movements, you'll never reach level 9. In fact, you won't even reach level 8 or even level 7. Right now, you may be on a winning streak, but those bad habits of yours will eventually drag you down. He spoke gently, as though addressing a young grandson. For a moment, I felt a lump in my throat. No one had ever spoken to me like this before, except for my father, who had already passed away, and my mother, whose face I could no longer remember. But instead of changing my answer, I straightened my back. I've already found my path. Whether it's the right one or not, I intend to see it through to the end. And do you believe that path leads to level 9? To the constellation realm? I do. The Legion commander's gaze bore into me. The superhumans around us twisted their faces in frustration. To them, it was disrespectful for someone like me to stand tall before a figure as towering as the Legion commander. Look at this brat, acting like a big shot. How dare he? These youngsters today are absolutely reckless. Someone ought to teach him a lesson. But they all fell silent soon enough. Killing intent surged through the room. There was no mana emission. It was pure, unadulterated willpower pressing down on me like a crushing wave. The Legion commander was the only thing I could see. His blazing eyes filled my entire vision. The overwhelming killing intent materialized into a tangible blade, stabbing into every part of my body. It felt as though my skin was being pierced, my mind was fracturing, and my brain was being skewered by an invisible sword. But I endured. I called upon giant strength, Vajra body, undying resolve, fortitude, fighting spirit. The classic Trinity build. On top of that, I activated traits that bolstered mental defense. I didn't rely on magical equipment. I withstood it with nothing but my own strength. Locking eyes with the Legion commander, I held my ground. It felt like facing a tiger larger than a mountain. Though my mind felt like it was unraveling thread by thread, I refused to fall. I bit my tongue, clenched my bleeding lips, and dug my nails into my palms until blood flowed freely. The Legion commander, known for breaking men with just his gaze, couldn't bring me to my knees. Nor could he make me bow my head. Finally, he let out a brief chuckle and withdrew his killing intent. I immediately rose and bowed deeply. I apologize for my insolence. You know it's insolence, you little brat. Though I had rejected him to his face, the Legion commander seemed unexpectedly pleased. Here. He reached behind him with spatial manipulation and pulled the black sword from its mount, still in its sheath, before tossing it to me. Startled, I caught it, and he grinned widely. It's yours now. What? What did he just say? Did he just give me that? Did he just hand me the SSR grade sword, Black Tiger sword? The room went silent. And then, chaos erupted. Screams, shouts, and furious protests filled the air. Black Tiger Sword Part 2. Father, this is unacceptable. A wrinkled old man with veins bulging in his neck yelled furiously. How could you give the Black Tiger Sword to such a greenhorn? At least give him the White Tiger Sword. I wouldn't oppose that. The man was one of the division commanders of the Eastern Army, someone even I recognized. The previously quiet office had turned into an open market, chaotic with shouting voices. The Legion commander frowned. Then, like a thunderclap, his roar shook the room. Silence, you fools. His aura exploded outward. The pressure carried no mana, yet it struck like the roar of a raging tiger. I was still equipped with my mental defense traits, allowing me to barely hold on, but the other superhumans in the room were nearly on the verge of fainting. They bit their tongues and drew blood to stay conscious, struggling desperately to withstand the pressure. Seeing this, the Legion commander clicked his tongue. Pathetic. Look at you, so-called level 7 superhumans, and you can't even handle this old man. Unless the heavenly demon of Shinsan appears, no one can stand against you, Legion commander. Ha ha ha, you're not bad at flattery. The Legion commander chuckled heartily and finally withdrew his killing intent. The superhumans quickly straightened their postures, awkwardly avoiding his gaze. Right, one of the Legion commander's traits is might over will. In the game, it was a slightly annoying debuff. But in reality, it was outright terrifying. The wrinkled old man, the one who had been yelling earlier, now stepped forward and bowed his head. I apologize, father. I lost my composure for a moment. Tisk, you're over 70 years old, and yet you're still sulking over a single sword? If you had reached level 8, the Black Tiger sword would have been yours long ago. My apologies. The rest of you are no better, idiots. If even one of you had made it to level 8, I would have retired long ago to spend my days fishing. Instead, here I am, still stuck in this seat because of your failures. And now you dare complain? Saying it's unreasonable? Asking for the White Tiger sword instead? Bah, useless fools. It seemed the Legion commander had a lot of pent-up frustration. After venting for a while, he finally calmed down and drank a large gulp of water from his glass. Then, he opened his desk drawer and pulled out something resembling a USB memory chip, tossing it at me. Take this too. Legion commander, what is this? It's the Tiger King sword technique. The Tiger King sword technique? The superhumans in the room trembled as if struck by lightning, but none dared to object this time. They'd already tasted the Legion commander's wrath, and besides, the Tiger King sword technique was in a different league compared to the Black Tiger sword. The Black Tiger sword was the weapon that symbolized the Legion commander of the Eastern Army, and the invincible Black Tiger swordsmanship was the exclusive martial art that matched it. The Tiger King sword technique, on the other hand, was a high-level swordsmanship technique beneath that tier. To put it simply, the mountain-breaking sword art was a mid-level technique suited for levels 3 and 4, making it a great foundation for reaching level 5. The Tiger King sword technique was a step above that. It was regarded more highly than the techniques of Jaegamun and Iljiamun. You've been using the mountain-breaking sword art from Jaegamun, haven't you? Yes. The mountain-breaking sword art is a style that excels in dominance. The Tiger King sword technique also harmonizes dominance with speed, so it should suit you well. I'd have liked to give you the Tiger King cultivation method too, but since you've been practicing a European aura cultivation method instead of an internal energy technique, I'll leave that alone. I know nothing about aura cultivation, so you're on your own there. Thank you, Legion Commander. I didn't hesitate to accept both the sword and the memory chip. Inwardly, however, I was overwhelmed by the pressure of it all. If it had only been the memory chip, I would have taken it with a smile. But the Black Tiger sword? Seriously? Could this be his way of suggesting I become his successor? The Legion commander smiled meaningfully. You said you wanted to reach level 9? I'll be waiting eagerly. If you reach level 9 or even level 8 within the next 10 years, the Eastern Army will be yours. What? Legion commander. I doubted my ears. Why would he hand it over to me? He has so many sons and daughters, so many grandchildren, not to mention countless disciples. Nearly 10 of his disciples alone were already at level 7. Why not give it to one of them? The same goes for all of you. The Legion commander swept his sharp gaze over the gathered superhumans. If anyone here reaches level 8, I will pass this position to them. But if none of you manage it, there will be no inheritance. I'll dismantle the Eastern Army myself, give part of it to the National Armed Forces, turn part into a private security company, and return Cheonma state to the nation. Father. Master. That's too much. What's too much? You're the ones who've failed to reach level 8. I expected to retire before I turned 80. Think about it. Do you really think, for instance, that Junsu could keep all of you in line if he became the Legion commander? Would Junsu or Hyungju actually follow his orders? Father, if our eldest brother becomes the Legion commander, of course we'd obey him. We'd follow him without question. Empty words. Do you think I don't know what schemes you're all plotting behind the scenes? The elderly man and woman he pointed at looked visibly uncomfortable. Despite being over a decade younger than the eldest son, Junsu, their faces were noticeably more aged. The Legion commander drove the point home. The Black Tiger sword is yours now. I gave it to you because I see your potential and your courage. but you should think carefully. Follow the path you've chosen, but if you don't think you can reach level 8 or level 9 then return the sword. As long as I'm alive, these jackals won't dare challenge you. But in 10 years, I can't guarantee anything. And that was the 10-year deadline. The Legion commander likely believed he wouldn't live much longer than that. It was the same in the game. As the story progressed, the Legion commander would eventually pass away from natural causes, and the Eastern Army would collapse into internal conflict and destroy itself. I bowed deeply. I understand. I'll bring results within 10 years, no, within 5 years. I had no intention of inheriting the Eastern Army. It was far too troublesome. But keeping my options open wasn't a bad idea. After all, people's goals could change. And more than that, I couldn't bring myself to reject the generosity of a man over 100 years old who was offering me so much out of goodwill. Ha ha ha. The Legion commander laughed uproariously as he looked at me. You're quite the bold young man? Yes, that's how a warrior should be. If you're born with a pair, you ought to show that kind of spirit. Good. I'll be looking forward to it. Don't make me wait too long. With a wave of his hand, he gestured for me to leave. I bowed politely and stepped out. Ku Hyun-guan followed behind me, his previously cold expression now tinged with envy as he glanced at the sword on my waist. Do you want it? I asked, smirking. Ku Hyun-guan immediately shook his head, his face serious. Of course not. The Legion commander must have had a reason for giving it to you. If you ever reach level 8, I'll gladly hand it over to you. Really? No, wait. That's not right. It wouldn't be proper for you to give away a sword entrusted to you by the Legion commander. Then just give me a sword of equal value from the Eastern Army's armory in exchange. I know what the Black Tiger sword means to the Eastern Army. If you or anyone else reaches level 8, I'll gladly pass it on. I believe the Legion commander secretly wishes for that too. Well, I suppose that's true. Adat novel bin adat. Ku Hyun-guan chuckled bitterly. The gap between level 7 and level 8 was vast. Level 7 was often called the pinnacle realm, the highest state a human could reach. But level 8? That was transcendence. Even comparing the Legion commander, over 100 years old with no wrinkles, to his son, a wrinkled level 7 superhuman, the difference was obvious. Well, thanks for saying that. You're not as naive as I thought. You're someone I can have a proper conversation with. Thank you for the compliment. But are you really confident about reaching level 9? Ku Hyun-guan gave me a faint smile, but there was a shadow behind his gaze. Deep in his eyes, I caught a glimmer of something dark, envy and jealousy. Seriously? A man born with a golden spoon in his mouth feels this way about me? I pretended not to notice and shook my head lightly. To be honest, I'm not completely confident. But if you're born a man, you've got to try swinging the blade at least once, right? Besides, I have the body my parents gave me. At the very least, I'm sure I won't stop here. Well, I suppose that's true. When I was your age, I thought I'd reach level 8 before turning 30, and level 9 by 50. You're a hero of Korea, Division Commander Ku. The others we saw earlier are all impressive, but I think you're the one closest to becoming the next Legion commander. I'm certain you'll achieve level 8 soon. Haha, thanks for saying that. Well then, should I consider the Black Tiger sword as something you're holding onto for me until I get there? Of course. As soon as you reach level 8, just send me a text, and I'll bring the Black Tiger sword to you immediately. Then I'd better start thinking about a worthy sword to give you in return. It won't take long. Ku Hyun-guan patted me on the shoulder, clearly pleased. Yeah, sure. Like reaching level 8 is going to happen anytime soon. Even at the game's starting point well into episode 9, Ku Hyun-guan was still stuck at level 7. Still, a division commander is a division commander. It never hurts to stay on their good side. If anything comes up, be sure to contact me. Even though you're not officially the Legion commander's disciple, receiving the Black Tiger sword makes you part of the family. Yes, division commander. Hey, don't be so stiff. Oh, and you saw my eldest uncle earlier, right? Be careful around him. He's an ambitious man. He won't attack you outright, but you'll have people causing trouble for you in all sorts of ways. Ha, if only they spent that time training instead. The Legion commander has his reasons for entrusting you with the Black Tiger sword. I'll keep that in mind. And about that memory chip, use it now. I'll watch. The Tiger King sword technique memory chip. I snapped the transparent USB-like chip in half. Information surged into my brain. The memory unfolded before me, a younger version of the Legion commander, looking much the same as he did now, slashing, thrusting, and swinging his sword with the ferocity of a tiger. His movements were sharp, precise, and overwhelming. Ku Hyun-guan observed my reaction and gave me a faint smile. With this, you're now truly one of us. Congratulations on inheriting the legacy of the Legion commander. If anything happens, contact me immediately. While you may not have officially formed a master-disciple bond, you're essentially a part of the Eastern Army. Thank you for saying so. It's not just words. Don't forget it. Well, I'm busy, so I'll leave first. Take care. Thank you, Division Commander. Travel safely. Ku Hyun-guan waved as he left. No sooner had he disappeared than Director Kong and the department heads, who had been watching from a distance, rushed over to me. Their eyes were glued to my waist. Hunter Kim, what's going on? Is that the Black Tiger sword? Yes, it is. My god. Unbelievable. The Black Tiger sword? That Black Tiger sword? The Legion Commander's Black Tiger sword. Yes, that's right. Director Kong gaped in shock. Then, as if struggling to comprehend, he cautiously asked, "Are you, perhaps a member of the Ku family? Or maybe your mother or grandmother is from the Ku family?" "No, neither. The Legion commander must have taken a liking to me." No, who just gives their treasured sword to someone they like? He offered to make me his disciple." What? You mean you're his disciple now? Then, you're going to be commissioned as an officer in the Eastern Army." I turned him down. "Excuse me? Are you insane? Why, my dream is independence and self-reliance." Director Kong stared at me as if I'd lost my mind. What else could I do? It's impossible to collect the big three sword arts if you're tied to an organization. I've already established a connection with Baksorin and am waiting to awaken the Mars swordsmanship, but I haven't even met Janet or Kali yet. The same goes for the higher-level cultivation techniques of the Einherjar cultivation method. I'll need to go on expeditions soon, and if I became the Legion commander's disciple, I'd lose my freedom. The Eastern Army wouldn't let me continue the Einherjar cultivation method, instead forcing me to train in their exclusive techniques. Honestly, I can't tell if you're ambitious or just stupid. Well, I'd appreciate it if you leaned toward ambitious. Ha, unbelievable. Director Kong shook his head in disbelief, as though he couldn't even imagine making the same decision. He muttered that if he had been in my shoes, he would have performed the disciple's bow before the Legion commander had even finished his sentence. What happened with the Hunter Association affiliated hunters? Oh, I meant to tell you. We dealt with the most vicious ones, and the rest were let off with warnings. That's probably the right approach. If it were me, I'd have killed them all, but Director Kong had his reasons. After all, the Hunter Association was just that, an association. It's a profit-oriented group, not a unit bound by the strict cohesion of an army or a cult. Director Kong shook my hand earnestly. "We owe everything to you, Hunter Kim. Without you, I don't know what would have happened. If I'd returned from China to find my two department heads had sided with the Hunter Association president, the entire association might have split in two." The two department heads, Chief Park and Chief Lee, gave awkward smiles from the side. They seemed to agree with his assessment. And they were right. If Director Kong had come back to that scenario, a civil war likely would have broken out within the Hunter Association. Many hunters would have died in the process. Director Kong might have ultimately won, but at what cost? I was originally planning to thank you with a few enchanted firearms, but that won't cut it anymore. Director Kang's gaze fell to the black tiger sword at my waist. Of course. Receiving the black tiger sword meant I was no longer just a regular level 4 superhuman. I was now a rising star, a potential successor in the Eastern Army, personally acknowledged by the Legion commander himself. In the future, people might even start calling me the Lord of the Black Tiger Sword. Hunter Kim. Director Kong fixed me with a serious look. "Would you consider becoming a director in our association?" Black Tiger Sword Part 3. Why are you suddenly offering me a director position? Can we really keep someone who received the Black Tiger Sword from the Legion commander as just an ordinary member? From the perspective of the Hunter Association, it made sense. However, I firmly shook my head. "Apologies. I'm a bit busy at the moment. I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to take on the role of director." Not even willing to hear the terms. No, it would still be hard. A director position? It wasn't bad, but there was no particular reason for me to accept it. Frankly, being an officer in the Eastern Army seemed like a better option. After all, as the Legion commander's disciple, I'd benefit from that reputation and have the chance to learn the commander's exclusive martial arts. Director Kong furrowed his brows, while the department heads looked incredulous. It must have been a move they thought would surely work. A moment of silence passed before Director Kong offered a second proposal. "Well then, how about becoming an honorary director?" "An honorary director?" "Yes. We wouldn't assign you any responsibilities as a director. All we ask is that you attend the quarterly meeting once every 3 months. In return, we'll guarantee a net annual salary of 1 billion won, along with all associated benefits." 1 billion won? Even though I already possessed assets worth tens of billions, the allure of an ultra-high salary was undeniable. And the benefits for the position were no joke. Maintenance support for a luxury off-road SUV, expenses to hire up to 4 staff members, drivers, secretaries, or bodyguards. They'd even provide a 50 Pyong detached house near the association if I wanted. Additional perks like medical expenses, consumable purchases, and temple donations were also covered, but let's skip over the smaller details for now. Honestly, I was tempted. No obligations essentially, a dream job where I'd get paid without needing to commute or work. Director Kong sealed the deal with a final blow. "And there's one more thing, only if you accept the director position can we give you the Dasan guns." "What? Dasan guns? The Dasan guns? Are you saying you'll give those to me?" "Yes. A simple magical gun wouldn't suit someone of your caliber. At the very least, it has to be the Dasan guns, don't you agree?" Gasp, the Dasan guns. Wow, I'm jealous, Hunter Kim. Dasan guns. When first created, they didn't have that nickname, but as time passed, people began calling them that. The reason was simple. They were made by Dasan Zhongyakyang. In the original world, he was a renowned Silhage scholar. But in this world, he was an 8th level mage and a famed magical scientist of late Joseon. He especially excelled in crafting weapons, particularly firearms. "How many are you offering?" "Up to 2. Our association only has 2 Dasan guns in its possession. And they're giving both?" In the game, you had to hunt down hundreds of rare beasts and rack up significant contributions before the association would begrudgingly hand over just one. The influence of the Black Tiger Sword and the Legion Commander is enormous. At this point, refusing would just be foolish. All right. If you're going to such lengths for me, it would be rude to decline. I'll accept. You've made the right decision? Ha ha ha. The Hunter Association will never be a hindrance to you, Director Kim, only a source of support. Ha ha ha. Director Kong laughed heartily, his throat fully visible as he did. Chiefs Park and Lee extended their hands for a handshake. Looking forward to working with you, Director Kim. From now on, I'm following Director Kim. The only line worth joining is Director Kim's line, after all. Hey, now, you guys work under me? Why are you trying to jump ship to Director Kim's line? After nearly dying under your line, isn't that enough? I'm officially Director Kim's loyal supporter now. What did you just say? We immediately moved to the Hunter Association. The atmosphere was somber and heavy. It seemed the news had already spread. Amid the subdued mood, Director Kong led me to the association's storage room. The deepest part of the storage. 2 guns were mounted on the wall. The air was steeped in an antique charm. Both the barrels and bodies of the guns were crafted from luxurious ebony wood. Intricate gold patterns were inlaid throughout, and small gemstones, resembling constellations, emitted a subtle magical pulse. The design resembled muskets, like the single-shot rifles used by 19th-century infantry in films. However, the barrels were relatively short, and the stocks were distinctively well-made. There was even a magazine slot, something muskets didn't have. They looked more like modern firearms than 19th-century ones. Click. Director Kong went through biometric and magical authentication to unlock them. You're aware there are 5 types of Dasan guns, correct? Yes. 2 pistols, a shotgun, a rifle, and a sniper rifle. You're well informed. The ones we have are the shotgun and sniper rifle. They were donated by our founders after being used. You're really giving these to me? Well, not entirely. Consider them a permanent loan. You understand, right? That meant I could use them until I died, then they'd have to be returned. Given the founders had donated them, it was reasonable. The Hunter Association sure has a long history. Its origins trace back to the Chukho Gabsa of the Joseon dynasty. Not as old as the Mage Tower or the church, but still a deeply rooted organization. If you're already this far in, collecting all 5 Dasan guns wouldn't be a bad idea. There's a legend that if you gather all 5, you can uncover Dasan's magical book. That's not a magical book. It's a relic that unlocks advanced traits for the gunslinger build. Wait, gunslinger? Right now, I'm on the verge of completing the gunslinger build, too. All I need is to acquire the rapid fire trait, and my preparation will be complete. The gunslinger build excels at taking down people, so gathering the Dasan guns in advance wouldn't be a bad idea. I took the 2 guns handed to me by Director Kong. They felt noticeably heavier than modern firearms. For comparison, the K2 rifle I'd used in the military weighed a little over 3 kilograms. These each weighed over 5 kilograms. But with my strength, they felt as light as feathers. Click, click. As I pulled the bolt back, the metallic sound reverberated. The magic stones embedded inside the guns began absorbing my mana. Click, click. No bullets were fired. Dasan guns weren't mana-powered firearms that used mana as bullets. They were magic-enhanced guns. Director Kong rattled a box of bullets displayed next to the Dasan guns. The first guns Dasan made were flintlock rifles. Except for the shotgun, all of them were single-shot. But after several modifications, they were adjusted to use modern ammunition. The shotgun uses 12-gauge shells, and the sniper rifle and rifle use 7.62mm rounds. I supply the mana myself, right? Yes. The shotgun can hold 10 rounds, while the sniper rifle can hold 5 rounds. However, charging mana during combat could be risky, so you should consider getting a mana charger or mana storage artifact. Adat novel bin adat. I already have one. I lightly stroked the ring on my right index finger. A trophy I won after defeating Karen, a director of the Cleaner Association. Using my insight trait, I calculated that it could hold enough mana for 100 shotgun rounds or 50 sniper rifle rounds. I wouldn't necessarily need magic bullets. The Dasan guns were exceptional weapons on their own. The shotgun has the impact ability, and the sniper rifle has the phantom shot ability. And you're aware, right? Dasan guns share their abilities when used together. I'm aware. That's what makes them so overpowered. Impact shatters and repels whatever it hits. Phantom shot allows the bullet to pass through physical objects and hit incorporeal targets. With the Dasan sniper rifle, walls became meaningless. You could simply bypass them and attack directly. However, this type of attack hit the spirit rather than the body, meaning it wouldn't kill. Still, it could easily incapacitate ordinary people or even low-level superhumans. In some ways, that was better than outright killing. Too bad the abilities don't stack. If they did, these would be considered top-tier SSR items. Each Dasan gun was rated SR, but the full set was SSR. I'll have to collect the rest when the opportunity arises. Director Kong watched with a beaming smile as I placed the 2 guns into a golf bag. How about we hold an inauguration ceremony for you? No need. You're busy too, aren't you? Especially since you'll need to prepare to become the next association president. Huh? Haha, it's not confirmed yet. With the current disarray, the quickest way to stabilize things would be for you to take the position, Director Kong. The process is quite complicated. There's a lot of formalities, including holding a general assembly. You'll handle it just fine. Hurry up and become the association president. That way, you can hand me those sweet quests I've been waiting for. The ultimate pushover president. I'll be counting on you. After signing the contract for my directorship, I returned home. Starting today, I would enjoy all the benefits that came with the position, but I couldn't be bothered to focus on that right now. My attention was solely directed elsewhere. A low hum vibrated through the black tiger sword, which lay resting on my table. Its unique trait didn't offer any flashy effects. Instead, it had the indestructible trait, and its attack power far surpassed other SSR-grade weapons. It ranked among the top-tier weapons in all of Arcane Seoul. Unless the story reached episode 5 and the gates of hell opened, bringing an influx of demonic weapons, this sword would remain one of the best, always competing for the top spot. I slowly lifted the sword. Recalling the ceremonial stance I'd seen in my memories, I surged forward like a bolt of lightning. Crack! A sound like thunderclaps echoed as a blinding flash of light streaked through the air. Tiger King's Ascension. A name straight out of a martial arts novel. To put it plainly, it was a charging thrust. The key lay in the proper utilization of mana. If executed correctly, the moment the thrust connected, sword energy would erupt from the blade. This isn't easy. I repeated the movement a few more times before letting out a long sigh. Advanced swordsmanship revolved around the manifestation of sword energy. Even though I was already level 4 and possessed far more mana than the average warrior, attempting to use sword energy left my heart burning in pain. Let's master Tiger King's Ascension first. The Tiger King sword technique was comprised of 4 core moves. Tiger King's Ascension, Tiger King's Mighty Strike, Tiger King's Twin Slash, Tiger King's Flight. To summarize, a charging thrust, a charging downward slash, consecutive strikes, and the projection of sword energy. The charging thrust felt familiar. A flash, or perhaps, a meteor strike. That was essentially the same as a charging thrust. I adjusted my traits. Tiger King Sword Technique, Einherjar Cultivation Technique, Mana Core, Swordsmanship, Focus, Flash. I equipped Flash, but I didn't activate it yet. First, I needed to fully master Tiger King's Ascension. Once I did, activating it alongside those traits would yield devastating power. The cultivation technique feels like a bit of a bottleneck. If I could upgrade to an advanced cultivation technique and strengthen my mana core into a mana soul, I'd achieve an ultimate attack on PAR with or even surpassing the Trinity build. After all, when it came to raw offensive capability, a warrior surpassed a standard soldier. Shing! How many hours of non-stop training had passed? After draining my mana several times, I found myself repeatedly soaking in the mana spring bath. Finally, I succeeded in manifesting sword energy. Haha. Pure swordsmanship not relying on flash had conjured this sword energy. It was only achievable through the movement of Tiger King's Ascension, but to me, it was a significant milestone. Next up is Tiger King's Mighty Strike, the charging downward slash. This one seemed like it would take much longer. Unlike Flash, I didn't have prior experience with this type of movement. And I was right. It took me an entire week of training just to get a sense of it. Unlike the thrust, the sword energy it produced was pitifully weak. At this rate, it wasn't even viable in real combat. Phew. I doubled down on my training. After another week of relentless effort, making it 2 weeks total, I finally made progress. Crack! As I swung the black tiger sword downward with full force, a thunderous roar resounded. A crescent-shaped flash of white light appeared, sharp and radiant like the sliver of a crescent moon reflected on water. It was so precise and deadly that it seemed capable of slicing that very reflection apart. Simultaneously, a new trait settled within me. Severing Moon. A slash-based trait, similar to Flash. While I had earned Flash by fulfilling special conditions, Severing Moon was obtained through orthodox training. As for Tiger King's Twin Slash and Tiger King's Flight, I decided to postpone them. Both moves required consecutive manifestations of sword energy or projecting sword energy into a solid form, tasks that demanded far more mana than I currently had. It would be better to revisit those techniques once I acquired an advanced cultivation technique or combined it with a mana soul. In the meantime, I wrapped up my previous training. Shing! Boom! I sheathed the black tiger sword, then unsheathed it in a single motion. But instead of simply drawing the sword, I unleashed its full power in the process. With both Flash and Severing Moon traits equipped, it concluded much faster than I expected. At some point, I felt the blade slide smoothly from its sheath. A burst of lightning tore through the air in front of me. Drawing trait acquired. 2 more to go. Parry and deflection. Once those 2 traits bloomed, I could combine all 6 into the swordsmanship expert trait. What should I tackle first? Advanced mana cultivation? Mana soul? Swordsmanship expert? Gunslinger? There were so many options that it was hard to choose. But for now, I decided to rest. I'd been pushing myself non-stop since hitting level 4. From the Mountain King hunt to the Colosseum, the Hunter Association, and 2 weeks of grueling training. Even I needed a break. I made a strong cup of instant coffee and headed to the rooftop. Seated in a chair, I savored the sweet taste of my coffee. The beginning of autumn was upon me. In the time I'd spent relentlessly pushing forward, September had crept in. A cool breeze swept down from Junwubong Mountain, refreshing my senses. The cicadas, which had been endlessly chirping before my training, had now gone quiet. This is nice. How long had it been since I'd allowed myself to relax? My head throbbed slightly. Though my body didn't show any signs of strain, it seemed I'd been under more stress than I realized. I closed my eyes and let myself drift into a gentle sleep, feeling the sanctuary's protective energy envelop both me and my home. Honk, honk, honk. The loud sound of a car horn jolted me awake. What the hell? I opened my eyes irritably, spotting a beat-up, worn-out car with pieces falling off here and there. The driver's side door swung open, and a man practically tumbled out. Please, superhuman, save me. A familiar face, an urgent expression, and a missing right arm, severed cleanly at the elbow. His body was covered in wounds. I widened my eyes in genuine surprise. It was Kim Chul-kwon, a man who should have been quietly running his gang, now in complete shambles, desperately begging me for help. Reinforcing Kim Chul-kwon Part 1. I registered Kim Chul-kwon in the sanctuary and allowed him to come in briefly. In truth, he had shown up a few days earlier. Knowing that I had a sanctuary at my home, he had been lingering nearby, waiting for an opportunity. When he saw me head up to the rooftop, he had followed me. I offered him a warm cup of coffee. Kim Chul-kwon took the cup with trembling hands and drank it. What exactly happened? Kim Chul-kwon stared into the empty teacup. After a long silence, he finally responded. I was betrayed. Betrayed? By whom? Who else? My subordinates know, those sons of bitches. Those worthless punks. I picked them up when they were nothing but dregs of society, starving brats who couldn't even eat one meal every 3 days. I raised them into level 2 reinforced, and how do they repay me? By stabbing me in the back. I'll kill them all. Kim Chul-kwon ground his teeth and shouted. Level 2 reinforced. In other words, the executives of the Iron Fist Gang. I stared intently at Kim Chul-kwon. It struck me as ironic. Betrayed in the game and now betrayed here as well. To be honest, I thought the Iron Fist Gang's betrayal issue had been resolved after the last incident with Human Hunter. But apparently, the Iron Fist Gang's betrayal had been destined to happen. Previously, it was just a rogue act by a low-ranking thug. This time, it involved executives. Did all 3 of them betray you? I don't know. One is certain, but the other 2, who's the one that definitely betrayed you? Go Yoonbyum, that bastard. Go Yoonbyum? Who's that? I made a puzzled expression, and Kim Chul-kwon gave a bitter laugh. He's the guy who managed the Sinwon market. Remember? The one who sent a lackey to lure and kill you last time. Was he connected to that incident as well? I can't say for sure. Why did he betray you? He didn't seem like someone who'd betray so easily. He's not. Kim Chul-kwon shook his head. Loyalty and camaraderie mean nothing in this line of work. Backstabbing is just part of the daily grind. Only a fool or an idiot gets caught off guard. Well, that's true. I should have made a magical pact or implanted hacking codes, but I didn't. That's my mistake. I thought treating him like a younger brother would make him see me as an elder brother. I was too naive. Kim Chul-kwon clutched his chest as though trying to tear it apart. Especially that bastard Go Yoonbyum. He never liked my prohibition on human trafficking. Back alley profits often come from human trafficking. Even more so if you include body modification. Yes. After you gave me the Jinwubong facilities, that bastard Go Yoonbyum started strongly advocating for it. He wanted us to follow the Cleaner Association's example and sell modified kids for profit. And you opposed it, of course. Not just opposed, I strictly banned it. Actually. Kim Chul-kwon hesitated for a moment before instinctively glancing at his severed arm. Then, he spoke. My younger brother and I were sold as kids and forced to undergo body modification. The after effects left my brother unable to move properly, and I was only fortunate enough to survive and make a living with my modified body. That's right. This was revealed when you cleared Kim Chul-kwon's personal quest. When I nodded calmly, Kim Chul-kwon gave a faint, bitter smile. You already knew, didn't you? I had my suspicions. Anyway, because of those memories, I couldn't tolerate human trafficking or forced body modification. The Jinwubong facility was only used for our gang members. I suppose that wasn't enough for Go Yoonbyum. Honestly, Jinwubong is an incredible asset. Whether you use it to create sex slaves or take a commission for illegal body modification, it's a goldmine. Just that one facility makes as much money as all the protection fees collected from the other districts in Sinramdong combined. In the end, it all came down to money. Still, one thing didn't add up. Even so, you're a level 3, boss. How could you lose to just 2 level 2 executives? It wasn't just the 2 of them. There was a level 3 mercenary involved. A level 3 mercenary? How? Hiring a level 3 mercenary costs tens of billions of won, at the very least. It had cost Lee Jae-yeol 20 billion won to hire Human Hunter. While that included assassination and confidentiality clauses, even a regular mercenary hire would cost at least 10 of billion. A gang executive, not even the boss, wouldn't have that kind of money. Kim Chul-kwon lowered his voice. When I was attacked, I was poisoned, drugged, and subjected to mental assaults all at the same time. Huh? Don't tell me. Yes. It's highly likely the Poison Gang and Naked Gang were involved. That changes everything. The Poison Gang rakes in money through drug sales, and the Naked Gang amasses wealth through forced donations. Both had been under relentless attack from the Iron Fist Gang and must have been desperate to strike back. The picture became clearer. They must have struck a deal, eliminate Kim Chul-kwon and leave the Iron Fist Gang's current territory untouched. The Iron Fist Gang currently had 3 level 2 reinforced members, even excluding Kim Chul-kwon. The Poison Gang and Naked Gang each only had 2 level 2s, making an all-out war risky. Taking out Kim Chul-kwon alone would have seemed like a worthwhile trade to them. Superhuman. Suddenly, Kim Chul-kwon dropped to his knees. Please help me. I have no one else to rely on but you. If you don't help me, I'll die and so will my brother. That poor, innocent boy will die too. What are you doing? Get up. Please? I'm begging you. I'll do anything you ask. If you tell me to lick your shoes, I'll lick them. If you tell me to die, I'll die. Just, please. Kim Chul-kwon looked up at me with desperate eyes. To be honest, it was overwhelming. I preferred maintaining a cooperative relationship over taking full responsibility for someone. That's why I had turned down countless recruitment offers and chosen to act alone. Corporate life, organizational life, group life. In all my experiences, not once had I been left with good memories. But, if I didn't step in, Kim Chul-kwon would die. The network of back alley connections I'd painstakingly built would vanish. Go Yoonbyum? The other Iron Fist gang executives? It was highly likely that neither of them shared Kim Chul-kwon's straightforward personality. They might even come after me, just as they had taken down Kim Chul-kwon. Kim Chul-kwon, at the very least, wasn't someone who would betray me. The jackals who had already committed betrayal to prove their lack of integrity? The answer was already clear. It wasn't loyalty or personal connection, it was a decision made through cold, calculating logic. I quietly extended my hand. Not my right hand, but my left, so Kim Chul-kwon could grasp it. Fine. I'll help you. Thank you, superhuman. No, brother. Just call me superhuman. How could I possibly call you superhuman when you're my brother? Absolutely not. Then I won't help. Then, fine. I understand. I'll call you superhuman. Superhuman brother? No, superhuman. Kim Chul-kwon, who usually wore a cold, unyielding expression, at this moment resembled a fresh recruit who had just graduated from basic training. I turned away, pretending not to notice, and grabbed my golf bag. After glancing at his severed right arm, I asked, "Don't you have a spare prosthetic?" "It's in the car. It's the lowest grade, though. If I put it on, I'll be reduced to a level 1. Should I still use it? Oh, and superhuman, could you please speak casually to me?" "Fine. Put it on and, for now, use this." I handed him an old rifle I'd used before. It even had an underbarrel grenade launcher attached. We headed outside and climbed into the car. By then, night had fallen. The surroundings were quiet. If it had been me, I would have been keeping watch on my house, but it seemed the traitors hadn't thought to do so. Strangely enough. Click. Kim Chul-kwon attached the spare prosthetic to his right arm. A standard level 1 prosthetic. It was the same one I remembered seeing during the game's tutorial. Reinforced warriors like Kim Chul-kwon or Director Kong, who enhanced their bodies through mechanical prosthetics, shared a common characteristic. Their level depended entirely on the level of their prosthetics. This made it easy to raise their level, but also left them vulnerable to being overwhelmed by the mana produced by the prosthetics. "I'm ready. Let's go." Vroom. The old, beat-up car roared to life as Kim Chul-kwon, with a determined expression, took the wheel. We drove along the base of Jeonwubong Mountain. No ambushes lay in wait. The cool autumn breeze carried a faint stench with it. I tapped on the window of the passenger seat. This is strange. Why was it so quiet? And why had Kim Chul-kwon been hiding near my house for days? If the Iron Fist Gang, the Poison Gang, and the Naked Gang had truly joined forces, it made sense. No one knew them better than Kim Chul-kwon, after all at Novel been at. But he had mentioned that a mercenary had been hired. A level 3 mercenary. The kind of mercenary as skilled in killing as human hunter. Could this be a trap? I immediately swapped my traits. Sixth sense insight. I tested Kim Chul-kwon with a casual comment. "You said this happened 3 days ago? You managed to escape somehow. Phew, it was a close call, truly. God must have been watching over me. I'm even thinking about finding faith once this is all over." Kim Chul-kwon shuddered as though the thought itself was unpleasant. But his words were filled with nothing but respect and admiration for me. There wasn't even the faintest hint of malice or treachery in his tone. If that was the case, I pulled on my goggles. Kim Chul-kwon gave me a puzzled look but soon nodded in understanding. He likely assumed I was gearing up for battle since the Iron Fist Gang's headquarters was now visible in the distance. That wasn't it. Detection. The trait was why I'd bothered with the goggles. I focused on the Iron Fist Gang's base, a cluster of studio apartments arranged like a fortress wall around a single, towering 10-story commercial building. Dark energy billowed thickly from within. It wasn't mana. It was simply my sixth sense and insight warning me, visualizing the danger for me. It's a trap. Kim Chul-kwon was bait. The real target was me. But why? By whom? There were plenty of suspects. I had certainly stirred up enough trouble, drawing aggro from all directions. But I had no choice. There was no way to become stronger while living a smooth, peaceful life. Among the Poison Gang, Naked Gang, and Iron Fist Gang executives, who could be connected with, I drew upon all my knowledge from the game. I equipped every relevant trait and worked through the possibilities. My heightened sense, transcending intuition, soon reached a conclusion. Human hunter. Someone familiar with the back alley underworld. Someone with ties to gangs. Someone involved with me long enough to orchestrate such a plot. The only ones who fit all these criteria were human hunter's siblings. Bomber and demolition specialist. It was a delayed activation of the linked quest I had anticipated while pursuing Human Hunter. If that's the case, I had to end this here. If I let the two of them slip away, they would come at me with an even deadlier attack next time. I calmly observed the Iron Fist Gang's headquarters. I knew exactly what they were planning. I need a way to track Bomber. To do that, I'd have to walk straight into the lion's den. Feigning the appearance of having fallen into their trap, I would bait Bomber into dropping his guard and leaving behind his usual trail. Once I had that trail, I could track him down, just like I had with Human Hunter. Demolition Specialist would surely be guarding Bomber. Let's go in. You're going in just like that? I have a bad feeling about this. Shouldn't we gather more intel first? It's fine. Just trust me. I was currently a level 4. This was on a completely different scale compared to when I raided the Dagger Gang. Einherjar cultivation technique, Mana Core, Mana Shield. Shoot, rapid reload, insight. Bang! I kicked open the door and stepped inside. Click, clack. They were already prepared for defense. Behind reinforced steel barriers, Iron Fist Gang members aimed rifles, shotguns, and even mounted machine guns at me. There were easily over 100 of them. The gang executives were present as well. Among them, I spotted Go Yunbium and another individual. It was supposed to be 3 of them, but one was either absent or had not joined in the betrayal. Heh. Go Yunbium stepped forward with a sneer. He wasn't completely unguarded. A translucent shimmering barrier flickered in front of him. It had been a while since I'd last seen him, but now half his face was covered with a metal mask, and both arms had been exaggeratedly replaced with massive steel prosthetics. So, you're just going to charge in head first, huh? You punk? Do you think being a level 4 superhuman makes you untouchable? I'm a level 3 superhuman too. If you'd just kept to yourself, we might have let you go with a small cut, but now that you've sided with that old bastard, you're... What was this guy even going on about? There were probably some hidden circumstances or psychological shifts involved, but I didn't care. I raised my shotgun, the Impact Dasan shotgun, and aimed it at Go Yunbium. Go Yunbium burst into laughter. Shoot me, go ahead. This is a bulletproof barrier? Shoot me, I dare you. A bulletproof barrier. It was a shield capable of easily deflecting normal gunfire. I smirked and pulled the trigger. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was heavy and dull, completely distinct from that of a typical shotgun. I unloaded all 10 rounds at once. I could feel the mana depleting from my body and being replenished by the mana stored in the ring I was wearing. The bulletproof barrier trembled. With loud thuds, it was visibly pushed back. Impact had the effect of treating the bulletproof barrier as a tangible object, physically shoving it backward. After a few successive shots, the barrier finally gave way, and Go Yunbium himself was sent flying. His eyes widened in shock. Before he could activate the mana in his prosthetics, the 12-gauge shotgun pellets struck him head-on. Gaya. The combination of the shotgun and the impact trait was devastating. Each steel pellet carried the impact ability, forcefully repelling everything in its path. And if that path happened to be a human body, it shredded them, ripped them apart, piece by piece, as though being dismembered by a relentless force. So, you upgraded to level 3 with new prosthetics? So what? Without proper defensive traits, it's hard enough to withstand standard rifle rounds, let alone an SR-grade magically enhanced shotgun crafted by an 8th level mage. Ugh. What the? B-boss. The Iron Fist gang members were dumbstruck. Of course they were. Watching a level 3 superhuman who had been hiding behind a bulletproof barrier get torn apart like ground meat wasn't something you'd even see in a snuff film. Click. I used the rapid reload trait, completing the reload in just 1 second. As I aimed the shotgun at another executive, the man screamed desperately. Shoot. Fire at him. Boom. Bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted from all directions. Behind me, Kim Chul-kwan reflexively flinched and ducked, but it didn't matter. The mana shield I'd deployed had already blocked every single bullet. If it had been a typical mana barrier, it wouldn't have withstood concentrated fire for long. But the mana shield was different. Boom, boom, boom. While I kept unleashing bullets and mana, the shield held strong. Arg. Guh. Please. Please spare me. The bulletproof barriers and steel barricades were meaningless. As I swapped out magazines and continuously poured mana into my shots, the impact shells annihilated everything in my path. It took just 1 minute. That's how long it took to wipe out the entire Iron Fist gang. What the hell? Kim Chul-kwan looked at me like I was some kind of monster. TL notes. Reinforcing Kim Chul-kwan Part 2. The gun felt light. Despite weighing over 5 kilograms, it felt as light as a feather. By the time I emptied the last magazine, even the recoil felt faint. Acquired the trait, Rapid Fire. The final piece for a gunman was now in place. No need to waste time. I immediately combined the traits. Shoot, aim, sniper. Gunplay, rapid reload, rapid fire. It didn't take long, just a few seconds at most. It was similar to close combat in many ways. For a gunman, these traits were both powerful active and passive skills as well as character-enhancing perks. That's why the game developers lumped them into traits. Beyond the basic traits, they couldn't easily differentiate between skills and talents. As I nodded in satisfaction, a loud noise rang out. Ring, a classic, almost cliché, phone ring. The sound was coming from a small table positioned just behind where Go Yunbium had been standing. On it was a smartphone, vibrating and ringing noisily. I picked up the phone and spoke to Kim Chul-kwan. Let's go. Huh? Oh, yes. The lobby was a scene of utter carnage. What I had destroyed wasn't just the Iron Fist gang. I had also made sure every internal CCTV camera ate a bullet. This ensured that no one outside could learn about what had happened inside. After grabbing the smartphone, I headed not for the main entrance but the back exit. The Iron Fist gang's base served as the second stronghold in the game. While all 10 floors weren't fully realized, the first floor and the living quarters on the 10th floor had been meticulously designed. I was familiar with the layout, which allowed me to quickly reach the locked security door that served as the back exit. I'll open it. Boom! I fired the shotgun at the security door. The thick steel door stood no chance against the impact shotgun shells. It was torn apart, crumbling like sand. Kim Chul-kwon stared blankly at the destroyed door. You're quite direct. We don't have time. I stepped outside immediately. The area behind the building was a parking lot. Rows of luxurious cars and motorcycles stretched out before us. Oh, Kim Chul-kwon's previously lifeless face lit up with excitement. They're all intact. Is that so? Where are the keys? They're all biometric. Should I activate them? Just 2 motorcycles. We need to get as far away from here as possible. Kim Chul-kwon quickly activated 2 motorcycles. They were top-of-the-line models, screaming wealth even at a glance. Vroom! With the roar of the engines, we sped away from the Iron Fist gang's base through an underground escape route. The back exit doubled as an emergency exit and escape tunnel. Once we emerged back onto the surface, I came to a stop and pulled out the smartphone. It wasn't mine but the one I had taken from the Iron Fist gang's base. What's this? Feigning irritation in my voice, I waited. A sinister chuckle echoed from the other end of the line. Did you enjoy my gift? A gift? Yes. You must have received a very warm welcome earlier. Judging by the silence now, I assume you handled things quite decisively. The voice, low, grumbling, and unmistakably memorable. Bomber. I quietly swapped my traits. Track activated, and a red arrow materialized in midair. Who are you? Does that even matter? What matters is that by this time next year, you'll be dead. Say hello to your funeral day, you bastard. My brother will be waiting for you in hell. That was the last thing he said. With a near snarling tone, the call ended, and then, boom, the explosion erupted from the Iron Fist gang's base. Flames shot skyward, and the 10-story building was consumed in an inferno, sending shockwaves in every direction. The Iron Fist gang's headquarters was obliterated. The blast originated from the first floor, but the damage didn't stop there. The entire structure was compromised. Glass windows shattered, steel beams warped, and with a creaking, groaning sound, the building began to collapse. Kim Chul-kwon stared blankly at the crumbling structure. The Iron Fist Tower. My building. Snap out of it. Run. Yes, sir. Yes. Though we were a safe distance away, you could never be too sure. The collapsing tower might still reach us. I yanked the throttle on the motorcycle. Vroom! The bike surged forward, rapidly picking up speed as it zoomed onto the road. I followed the glowing arrow ahead, chasing it down at full speed. Sir? Superhuman? Where are we going? Kim Chul-kwon shouted from behind, but I ignored him. Using the driving and riding traits, I maneuvered swiftly through the dark streets. By now, Bomber should know we're alive. Smashing the CCTV cameras and using the underground tunnel to escape had thrown him off for a moment. But that victory would be fleeting. Now, he'd be focusing on me and Kim Chul-kwon, planning his next move. Whether to flee, counterattack, or both. As I reached this line of thought, a sharp tension gripped the back of my neck. Sixth sense, danger sense, and insight screamed warnings in unison. In an instant, I leaned low, pressing my body against the bike. The motorcycle practically hugged the ground as its engine roared at maximum output. Vroom! Swerving across the center line, I wove through the oncoming cars, narrowly avoiding collision. Honk! Honk! Beep beep! Car horns blared as something streaked toward me. A burst of fire. Or perhaps a white trail. The projectile struck the car I had just passed. Boom! The deafening explosion launched the car vertically, flames consuming it entirely. A moment later, the vehicle detonated, scattering fiery debris in all directions. A rocket. I lifted my gaze, scanning the area ahead. There, a 20-story commercial building loomed in the distance. The rocket had been launched from its rooftop. I squinted, activating bright eyes and sensitivity, while using the magnification function of my goggles. It felt like I was standing on the rooftop myself. 2 men came into view. The stout, round-faced man with a short build. And in stark contrast, the tall, scrawny man who looked as thin as a bamboo pole. Bomber and demolition specialist. Both were holding rocket launchers. Whoosh! The second attack came immediately. Once again, I swerved the motorcycle to dodge it. The third attack followed, then the fourth, and the one after that all dodged in the same way. A terrorist attack. Somebody help. Run, get out of here. The road had descended into chaos. People fled in panic, and cars began driving in reverse to escape. It was a good thing I had my goggles on beforehand. If my face had been recognized, it would have been a serious headache. Screek! Arriving at the building where the 2 were waiting, I pulled to a stop. Kim Chul-kwon, now wearing a mask, joined me as we headed up to the rooftop. Not by elevator, but through the emergency stairs. Using detection and insight, I noticed there were others hiding in the vicinity besides the brothers. Just as I was about to charge in, Kim Chul-kwon couldn't hold back his question. Superhuman, isn't this a trap too? Of course it's a trap. What? Then, is it really okay to charge in like this? Better than letting them escape. Oh, and you stay here. Wait until things quiet down before coming in. I'll be fine, but you could die. You understood. Boom! I blasted the rooftop door open and stormed inside. Immediately, searing flames and crackling lightning struck at me. It was similar to what had happened with Human Hunter. Back then, it had been an earth magic trap. This time, Bomber had set a fire magic trap, while Demolition Specialist had set an electric magic trap. Naturally, neither had any effect on me, thanks to magic resistance. Kill him. Die, you bastard. We've been waiting for this. Gunfire erupted from behind steel barricades. A mounted machine gun 12.7 mm caliber. The heavy rounds hammered against my mana shield as if trying to tear it apart. At the same time, a poisonous magical mist that even ignored flames spread through the air, and a bizarre shadow tried to suppress my mind. But I remained unharmed. Diamond body, poison resistance, resolve. If I had one more trait slot, I would have added drug resistance as well, but I needed the mana shield and Einherjar cultivation technique, so I couldn't spare it. Even so, this setup was more than enough. Since precision wasn't needed, I carefully aimed the shotgun and fired one shot at a time. Boom, 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 gah, ugh, gah. The screams of superhumans echoed as they fell. This time, I used enchanted ammo. The magically enhanced bullets pierced through the steel barricades and struck the superhumans behind them. While the enchanted bullets couldn't penetrate more than 2 walls, this was the perfect spot to use them. The poison gang executive who had been spewing poison collapsed on the spot, and the naked gang executive who had been trying to brainwash me foamed at the mouth. The regular gang members didn't even need mentioning. That's the Dasan shotgun. Bomber's eyes widened in alarm. At level 3, he was able to resist the effects of enchanted bullets. Click. In a flash, I replaced the magazine and switched out my traits. Gunman, Einherjar cultivation technique, mana shield. Magic resistance, insight, sixth sense. At that moment, a dark shadow descended from above. It came from the structure connected to the rooftop door, right over my head. Die. The elongated steel fingers gleamed sharply. It was a prosthetic I had seen before Poison Gang's steel scorpion. The same one I had yanked off after the idiot had dared to flip me off. Now it was painted a sickly green and aimed right at my face. Too bad I had already spotted it through detection before coming in. While it wasn't as perfect as X-ray vision, it showed silhouettes clearly enough. Without flinching, I swung my shotgun. The ebony stock struck the descending steel fingers, knocking them aside at novel bin at. Steel Scorpion's eyes widened in shock. With a precise half-spin, the barrel of my shotgun aimed directly between her eyebrows. Goodbye. Boom. Moments later, the headless corpse fell to its knees. Brother, run. Demolition Specialist lunged at me, wielding a sharp skewer. It glinted with a cruel, eerie light. A cursed magic blade imbued with a blinding curse. For a moment, I considered drawing my black tiger sword but decided it wasn't worth humoring him. Instead, I swapped out magic resistance for rapid fire, took advantage of both gunman and rapid fire buffs, and unloaded the shotgun. Boom, boom, boom. Demolition Specialist was reduced to nothing more than chunks of meat. In his last desperate act, he attempted to throw a magical vial, but even that shattered midair from the impact shells, spilling viscous liquid over the chunks of his remains. I watched as the liquid began to wriggle and transform, my gaze contemplative. Demolition Specialist was an expert in cultivating bacteria. Just like Human Hunter had specialized in drugs. The 3 brothers truly were a gift that kept on giving. Just as the eldest had provided me with numerous traits and loot, the youngest seemed set to offer me disease resistance and indomitable traits. But before that, I opened my golf bag and pulled out a sniper rifle. Not just any rifle, the Dasan sniper rifle. Around that time, Kim Chul-kwan finally made his way up to the rooftop, stepping past the shattered door. Is it over? No. I lifted my head, scanning the skyline between the buildings. A short, stocky figure clad in a wingsuit was fleeing, using a mana propulsion device to boost his escape. You'll see. Bomber shouted, clearly thinking he'd put enough distance between us. I swear, I'll get my revenge. By the fires of Shiva, I'll bury you in flames and bombs. I'll scatter your ashes before my brother's spirits and bring them peace. If it were me, I'd be using this time to get even farther away, instead of wasting it on threats. I raised the Dasan sniper rifle and brought the scope to my eye. Even at over a kilometer away, Bomber appeared small in the scope's view. This required something beyond simple sniping skills. Gunman, sniper, aim, focus, insight, sixth sense. My concentration soared sharply. Transcendent senses honed in entirely on the scope. The world within the scope seemed to expand, pulling me in. Bomber, who had looked like a mere dot before, now filled my vision, magnified as if he were the entire world. Did he sense something? Bomber turned his head, looking back. In that moment, even the strands of his eyebrows and the overly large pores on his face imprinted vividly on my mind. I held my breath and pulled the trigger. Kaboom! The signature report of the Dasan sniper rifle roared. The bullet cut through 1,500 meters of air in an instant. The projectile's trajectory, tracing a perfect line, intersected with Bomber's flight path. The result? Boom! The explosives Bomber was carrying detonated as they collided with the impact round, triggering a violent explosion. Flames painted the sky a blazing red. I wouldn't be able to collect any loot, but letting him live would have been far worse. With a cold expression, I packed up the sniper rifle. Ugh, where am I? Just then, the Poison Gang and Naked Gang executives began regaining consciousness. I didn't bother showing mercy, I shot them on the spot. This time, I used regular bullets, not impact rounds or enchanted ones. That was all it took. The dozens of superhumans who had ambushed me on the rooftop, lying in wait to fight me, were completely annihilated. Ha! Kim Chul-kwan, who had been observing, shook his head in disbelief. Superhuman, you are truly terrifying. Even a level 5 superhuman couldn't pull this off. Combat strength doesn't scale directly with level. Keep that in mind. I've learned that the hard way. To be honest, I got complacent after reaching level 3, and that's how I ended up in this mess. Complacency is the worst enemy of all. I took a moment to survey the area. The city was burning. Wee-oh-oh. Given this was within the jurisdiction of law enforcement, fire trucks and police cars were already racing toward the scene in the distance. If we got caught here, it would spell trouble in more ways than one. I hurriedly rummaged through demolition specialists' belongings and grabbed a few vials. Then, I turned to Kim Chul-kwan. Let's get out of here. Yes, superhuman. Vroom. We returned to the Iron Fist Gang's territory. A place outside the reach of the authorities, a neglected world. Even though a 10-story building had exploded, this was a zone where the residents of the studio apartments were left to clean up the mess themselves. Sigh. Kim Chul-kwan stared at the collapsed building with a conflicted expression. At least it had fallen straight down on its footprint. If it had toppled sideways, there would have been hundreds of casualties. What will you do now? What should I do? Kim Chul-kwan mumbled with a dazed look. After experiencing something like this, retiring would be understandable. But, just as in the game, Kim Chul-kwan would follow the path laid out for him and reach a conclusion. Soon enough, he let out a short cry. My brother. Fortunately, Kim Chul-kwan's brother was found in a hidden safe house. Each of the 3 executives had been given a different safe house's location. In this case, the one who hadn't betrayed him had hidden Kim Chul-kwan's brother there. Brother? You're alive. Minseok? Hey, are you okay? I'm fine, brother. Had the attackers focused all their efforts on Kim Chul-kwan? Or had they deliberately held back, intending to use his brother as leverage if things went south? Whatever the case, the final executive and Kim Chul-kwan's brother were unharmed. Kim Chul-kwan wept as he hugged the executive and his brother, who was still in a vegetative state. It's okay. It's really okay. Thank God. Thank God. That evening, Kim Chul-kwan came to see me. He knelt before me with a serious expression and asked, Superhuman, how can I become stronger? Reinforcing Kim Chul-kwan Part 3. You want to become stronger? Yes. I want to become stronger. He must have realized a lot through this recent ordeal. In the end, the only thing you can truly rely on in your final moments is yourself. No matter how large an organization you build, if your own strength isn't solid, it's nothing more than a house of cards. And I knew better than anyone how a reinforced type could become stronger. As I debated what to say in response, Kim Chul-kwan pulled out a magical contract he had prepared in advance. He knelt before me and offered it with utmost humility. Taking a look, I found the terms were exceedingly simple. First, Kim the warrior shall be referred to as Party A. Second, Kim Chul-kwan shall be referred to as Party B. Third, Party B shall obey Party A without question. Fourth, Party A shall have full control over Party B's life and death. That was all. A perfect example of an unfair, exploitative slave contract. Not even part-time workers would agree to such terms. I casually waved the magical contract. Are you serious? This is a bit much. I am serious, superhuman. Still kneeling, Kim Chul-kwan straightened his back with determination. I'm already as good as dead. If it weren't for you, I would have died long ago, and my brother would have met the same fate. Since you saved me, I'll dedicate everything I have to you. His eyes were filled with resolute determination. The recent events had clearly shaken him to his core. At the same time, it seemed like he was also wary of himself, perhaps afraid that he might betray me someday. Empty words of commitment can feel hollow. It seemed he wanted to bind himself like this to solidify his resolve. All right, I'll accept it. I respected Kim Chul-kwan's wishes. The magical contract activated. The paper ignited instantly, and a magic circle appeared in midair. Then, like a stamp, the magic circle engraved itself onto our hearts. It was an unfamiliar sensation linking heart to heart, soul to soul, and holding another person's life and death in your hands. From now on, Kim Chul-kwan couldn't even entertain the thought of betraying me. I could crush his heart anytime I wished. Strangely, rather than fear or dread, Kim Chul-kwan looked more at ease, as if a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders. I'm in your hands, my lord. Just call me superhuman. Let's not make this awkward. Haha, understood. Kim Chul-kwan laughed like a young boy, looking genuinely happy. After organizing my thoughts for a moment, I spoke. There are 2 fundamental ways for a reinforced type to get stronger. You know that, right? Through biological mutation and mechanical prosthetics, correct? Exactly. Biological engineering mutations. Mechanical prosthetic augmentations. In the game, reinforced types chose one of these 2 paths to level up. But that wasn't all. To truly become strong, truly ascend to the higher levels as a reinforced type, you needed to use both. You know Leviathan, right? Of course. Who doesn't know Leviathan? Especially among reinforced types. Leviathan, a being on par with the heavenly demon. One of only 4 level 9 superhumans. The pinnacle of reinforced types and their ultimate aspiration. Leviathan was the perfect example of a reinforced type who combined both biological mutation and mechanical prosthetics. To become stronger as a reinforced type, you have to follow Leviathan's example. Isn't that dangerous? I've heard of people who tried to emulate Leviathan but ended up as mutants or had mana outbursts. It's considered a taboo in public and even in the media. You just need to use mutation factors and prosthetic components that are compatible with each other. When properly matched, instead of causing rejection or suppression, they produce a synergistic effect. The mutation becomes more stable, and the prosthetic's mana efficiency increases dramatically. That's possible. That's why Leviathan was the first to reach level 9. Even the conglomerates in our country know about this. That's how they've climbed to where they are. Kim Chulkwon's eyes wavered. Do you know of any specific combinations? We're not going to have to resort to live experiments, are we? I know a few. Some of them can even be implemented using the materials in the Jinwubong facility. Then we should head to Jinwubong as soon as the sun rises. Exactly. Retaking Jinwubong was easy. As soon as they saw us, the guards at Jinwubong threw down their weapons and knelt. After all, the core members had all been wiped out the day before. The ones left behind were the lowest of the low. I assigned the remaining executive to handle cleanup and headed straight for the body modification facility. Get in. Is it going to be okay? Of course. It'll just hurt a bit since you're doing both biological mutation and prosthetic implantation at the same time. Arcane Seoul was filled with countless mutation factors and prosthetic components. The combination would depend on the type of mutation factor, the material of the prosthetic, and the attributes of the mana core embedded within it. I operated the computer to check the available materials. Starting from level 3 would be best. I chose the most standard occult build. Werewolf mutation factors, blood mithril, and a mana core extracted from the spectral amalgamation boss at the shopping mall Forbidden Zone. A combination of werewolf, vampire, and ghost. The key to a successful reinforced type build was ensuring the components were similar yet slightly distinct. Using identical elements would almost always result in a mana outburst. The magic circles, they're lacking? Here, the blood mithril would be used to engrave the magic circles onto the prosthetics. Blood mithril was a soft metal and extremely expensive, so crafting an entire prosthetic out of it was impractical. Instead, magic circles would be etched into it. But the number of pre-engraved magic circles was disappointingly low. What had they been doing with all their money? Why hadn't they hired a proper mage or at least a magical engineer to conduct research? I'd prefer something with elegance or a blood-draining effect. The options were limited to just 3. Strength, vitality, or dexterity. Basic traits among basics. Even among common traits, it was just a tier 3. I chuckled inwardly. It reminded me of when I had first been thrown into this world, scrambling to gather traits. Let's go with dexterity. The werewolf mutation factor inherently provides 2 traits. Strength and toughness. If Kim Chulkwon were purely a warrior or a close-quarters combatant, strength or vitality would have been good choices. Adding steel claws to his prosthetic arm would also work well. But Arcane Seoul's Kim Chulkwon was an all-around attacker. In close combat, he used his prosthetic arm, and at mid-range, he sprayed bullets with submachine guns. In that case, the choice had to be adjusted. Dexterity trait selected. Whir! The prosthetic manufacturing device roared to life. It was similar to a 3D printer from my original world. The sleek prosthetic arm began to take form in midair, its design sketched in glowing blueprints. At the same time, silver magic circles were engraved into the surface using blood mithril. Arg! Aiaiaiak. Next to me, Kim Chulkwon was screaming in pain. He was encased in a large glass chamber. Through a tube inserted into his neck, the werewolf mutation factor was being injected into his body. His muscles swelled, and black fur began sprouting all over him. It would be painful, but he would survive. After all, Kim Chulkwon had already reached level 3 before. In the game, the werewolf mutation factor suited him well. I pulled a magic box out of my golf bag. Inside was the mana core I had prepared, which I inserted into the prosthetic manufacturing device. The almost complete steel prosthetic arm was infused with the mana core at its center. The magic circles engraved on it activated, emitting a sinister energy. I checked the progress displayed on the monitor and nodded. It's working perfectly. Since I had used a wild mana core rather than a processed mana stone, an additional trait would be granted. The traits provided by the mana core from the spectral amalgamation varied, but it was most likely Chilling Touch. When the prosthetic is activated and brought into contact with an opponent, it would freeze them and drain their vitality simultaneously. Still feels like it's lacking. It didn't seem like the full potential of the materials had been realized. If things had gone perfectly, it might have yielded something greater, like Phantom Hand or Hand of Death. But even so, this was a solid start. Strength, toughness, dexterity, Chilling Touch. Adding in Kim Chulkwon's existing martial arts trait, that made a total of 5. Although his base grade was N rank, this setup placed him near the top among level 3 superhumans. Even an average R rank superhuman wouldn't stand a chance against him. Whir, click, arg. The completed prosthetic arm was implanted into Kim Chulkwon, who was still mid-transformation. The prosthetic fused with his severed arm and connected to his nerves, causing him to scream at the top of his lungs. That's when the prosthetic began to glow. A faint gray light spread from within, while the magic circles on its surface radiated an ominous red. The werewolf mutation accelerated rapidly. His face morphed into that of a wolf, and his entire body became covered in thick fur. But it only lasted for a moment. As the monolight enveloped his entire body, his form returned to normal. The wolf's head reverted to a human face, and the black fur that had covered his body vanished without a trace. All that remained was a patch of black fur on his chest. Though his physique had become slightly more muscular, the changes weren't dramatic. Hiss. Clunk. The glass chamber opened, and Kim Chul-kwon collapsed to his knees, gasping for air and drooling thickly. Huff, huff, huff. How do you feel? I feel like I'm dying. Focus on the prosthetic arm and try channeling your mana into it. Even in his dazed state, Kim Chul-kwon obeyed my instructions. The prosthetic began to gleam. A powerful mana vibration echoed through the air. As all the traits activated, Kim Chul-kwon's body swelled up. His muscles became even bulkier, and black fur sprouted all over him again. Kim Chul-kwon looked at himself in confusion. This. What's happening? It's the werewolf mutation factor. You only need to trigger it during battle. This feels strange. Of course it does. You're a werewolf now. Don't worry, you won't transform just by seeing the full moon or tasting blood. The werewolf, vampire, and ghost elements had been perfectly balanced. Each element counteracted and enhanced the others, creating an ideal golden ratio. And there's something you need to keep in mind if you want to level up from here. I'm listening. You'll need to hire a mage or a magical engineer. A mage, or a magical engineer. The mutation factor and mana core I picked are good. You'll be fine up to level 4. But the problem lies with the magic circles on your prosthetic. What is dexterity supposed to mean, huh? At the very least, you need something like elegance or blood drain. If you remake your prosthetic with those, you'll hit level 4 instantly. Kim Chul-kwon laughed in disbelief. Can leveling up to level 4 really be that easy? That's the privilege of being a reinforced type. The real challenge is level 5. With your current setup, you'll need the Master of Blood ability and a level 5 Ghost Mana Core. Finding a level 5 Ghost Mana Core is one problem, but implementing the Master of Blood ability into a magic circle is a whole other challenge. Master of Blood ability. Level 5 Ghost Mana Core. I recommend switching to a different combination entirely instead of sticking with this one. Kim Chul-kwon nodded, his eyes filled with trust. I'll do whatever you say, superhuman. For now, focus on reaching level 4. Gather as many magic circles as you can. The first priority is elegance, and the second is blood drain. Yes, superhuman. Blindly switching to a new combination wasn't an option. It would result in a 100% chance of side effects. The best solution would be to reset everything with a diamond-grade resource, removing the mutation factor and prosthetic entirely to start over from scratch. Even the pain and compatibility issues during implantation could be negated with a diamond-grade resource. Looks like I'll need to head to the Colosseum soon to earn some diamonds. Rumble? Just as we were wrapping up our conversation, the entire Jinwubong facility began to shake. The tremors were intense, reaching us even in the deep underground. The source of the tremor wasn't far. Kim Chul-kwon and I exchanged a glance before dashing out in a hurry. Gather up. What's going on? Kim Chul-kwon shouted, and the Iron Fist gang members quickly assembled. B-boss. Strangely, they were sweating profusely and looked visibly shaken. Kim Chul-kwon immediately sensed something was off. He drew the submachine gun he had recently recovered from his waist, pulling the bolt back with a loud metallic clack on purpose. What is it? Speak honestly. That noise just now, it came from inside the facility, didn't it? His face was as cold as a gang boss should be. The tension was palpable, as if he might pull the trigger at any moment. The gang members all lowered their heads deeply. Sorry? Actually, Boss Go Yunbium, I mean, that traitor, left something hidden here. No, not something, someone. Someone. Rumble? Another tremor shook the facility at Novel Bin Adat. The fluorescent lights flickered dangerously, and dust fell from the ceiling above. Judging by the state of things, this wasn't the first time it had happened. Kim Chul-kwon roared angrily, as if fire was about to spew from his mouth. What did I tell you? I said no human trafficking under any circumstances, didn't I? We didn't do it. It was all Go Yunbium's orders. He said he'd kill us if we didn't obey, so we had no choice. Kim Chul-kwon glared at his subordinates, his eyes blazing. The submachine gun was already aimed at them, and it wouldn't have been surprising if he pulled the trigger right then and there. I quietly raised a hand to stop him. Enough. What kind of power do they have to stop it? If a traitor like Go Yunbium orders them around, of course they'd follow. What were they supposed to do? Rebel and get themselves killed? Boss, I told you to call me superhuman. Anyway, who's locked up in there that's causing this? Did you capture some high-level superhuman or something? The gang members looked at one another hesitantly, as if silently urging each other to speak. When Kim Chul-kwon glared at them again, one of the older members stepped forward and spoke up. It's a witch. A witch. Yes. Go Yunbium said if we handed her over to the Mage Tower or the church, we'd make a fortune. He even said we might receive a high-level artifact. If it's a character with a witch trait, that's certainly possible. Could this be why Go Yunbium betrayed Kim Chul-kwon? Because of the potential profit from human trafficking? With a powerful magical sword or a level 5 prosthetic, ruling the Knights of Seoul wouldn't just be a dream. Let's take a look for ourselves. Yes, sir. I'll lead the way. It was well known that Kim Chul-kwon had sworn his loyalty to me, so the gang members quickly moved to guide us. The location wasn't far from the body modification facility. It was a prison previously used by the Cleaner Association to detain sex slaves. There she is. Rumble? The steel prison trembled violently. Blinding white beams of light shot out like laser cannons, striking the walls and ceiling. Every time the light struck, the steel bent, and the entire facility quaked. Inside the burning white light was a young girl. Her golden hair was matted with dirt, and her once bright blue eyes had dimmed to a dull, lifeless hue. She wore nothing but a single ragged cloth over her thin frame. The moment I saw her, I recognized her identity. I couldn't not recognize her. The girl, trapped in that cage-like steel prison. She was Janet, one of the big three warriors. Janet Part 1. Why is Janet here? Well, it's not all that strange for her to show up anywhere. In the game, her first appearance was in the Colosseum, but this is several years before the game's starting point. Her character description clearly said, Janet had suffered from congenital psychic powers since she was a child. She deeply despised mages and would even cause a commotion if she entered the Sun Mage Tower. It was one of the game's events. She was likely the victim of biological experiments. By none other than the Sun Mage Tower Master, the one who always seemed so kind and friendly. So this must be before she underwent those experiments. Using my insight trait, I observed Janet. There was only one visible and perceptible trait. Innate chi. It's officially referred to as a unique trait. It's akin to Baeksoren's Heavenly Killing Star. An irremovable and untransferable trait. Bang! Ugh! Watch out! A white flash flew past. As it narrowly threaded through the gang members, chaos erupted among them. The force was weak, likely due to insufficient mana being supplied at level 0, but for an ordinary person, even a glancing hit could break bones. This is supposed to be a witch. Kim Chul-kwon's face twisted in confusion. More like a psychic or some sort of congenital ability user, right? Where'd she come from? We don't know either. Go Yunbyum's the one who brought her here. Where did things go wrong? In the game, wasn't she discovered in the Dagger Gang's territory? The Dagger Gang, infamous for human trafficking without a shred of conscience. They sold her to the Sun Mage Tower, where she endured biological experiments, escaped, and entered the Colosseum, eventually becoming the Janet I knew. With these starting traits. Innate Chi Mana Soul Vajra Body Shield Technique. Kim Chul-kwon turned to look at me. Superhuman, that's not really a witch, is it? No, she's more like a congenital psychic ability user. Thought so. But what do we do? She seems out of her mind. I'm not sure if we should even let her go. I stared into her empty, blue eyes. Janet was blankly staring up at the ceiling. Even now, she sporadically emitted flashes of light, releasing energy. I knew why she was like this. Mana depletion syndrome. Instinctively activating her innate chi to protect herself, Janet had run into a serious problem. Innate chi consumed an overwhelming amount of mana. Although she had narrowly survived the immediate crisis, the mana consumption was so extreme that even nutrients meant for her brain were being converted into mana to fuel her ability. She was hanging on by a thread. If this continued for too long, she could die or worse, become a vegetable. Do we have mana potions? Bring me one. Pardon? Oh, yes. Right away. Yes, sir. The gang members scurried off to fetch a mana potion. It wasn't even a low-grade potion, but a bottom-tier one. When I gestured for them to open the prison door, the gang members hesitated, looking troubled. Well, the key to the cell. Go Yunbyum's the only one who has it. What about the spare? That too. Of course. Just my luck. Should I grab a cutter or ugh? Right at that moment, Janet unleashed a burst of innate chi. The gang member closest to the light projectile was struck, coughing up blood. Terrified, the gang members stumbled back, pale-faced. I waved my hand dismissively toward them. Step aside. When there's no tool, you make do with what you have. Giant strength Vajra body undying. Strength mighty strength toughness. My body began to grow, noticeably by almost 10 centimeters. The gang members stared in astonishment and fear, while Kim Chul-kwon glanced at me with a confused expression. I stepped forward decisively. Reaching out with my thickened arms, I grabbed the iron bars. And then, I pulled. Kriaok? The bars screeched in protest. The thick iron bars, almost as wide as an ostrich egg, began to bend. A scene straight out of a movie or a video game. The gang members stood slack-jawed, while Kim Chul-kwon's eyes widened in shock. It was then that white light flared again. Bang! Janet's innate chi struck me directly. Superhuman. Kim Chul-kwon called out urgently. Meanwhile, I spoke in a calm tone. Don't panic. I'm fine. Phew, that scared me. Kim Chul-kwon quickly regained his composure. After all, he'd seen me in action the night before, blocking a barrage of concentrated firepower and withstanding the attacks of other superhumans. Someone like me shrugging off a mysterious light like this wasn't surprising to him. In stark contrast, the gang members now looked utterly overwhelmed. Bending iron bars barehanded, tanking energy attacks with my body. I must have seemed like a monster, or a superhuman among superhumans. Pop. Inside the cell, I opened the cap of the mana potion. When I held it to Janet's lips, she drank it obediently enough. But nothing changed. If anything, she emitted light more frequently, forcing me to take a few more hits. This is a problem. It was clear that she needed mana replenishment. Only then would she regain enough clarity for us to talk. And the environment needed to change. The reason her innate chi was acting out was due to her self-preservation instinct. Leaving her in this grim, oppressive cell meant that any mana I supplied would be converted into innate chi and immediately discharged. Mr. Kim, get in touch with Manager Choi and ask for mid-grade mana potions. No, wait. That won't work. The mid-grade mana potion I used to treat Seo Woojin came to mind. It would be sufficient, but it also had side effects. Specifically, it could lead to potion dependency. I had managed to work around it for myself, but I couldn't risk giving Janet a dependency on potions. What kind of idiot would ruin an SSR character like that? Get me 10 liters of saline solution, 10 low-grade mana potions, 3 demon crocodile hearts, and a level 3 mana core. I'll cover the cost. What do you need it for? I nodded toward Janet. To treat her. Understood. Carrying Janet in my arms, I left the prison. Once we reached the top floor, I placed her on a bed in the executive quarters. Janet groaned faintly as she lay down. Her innate chi continued to pulse out, preventing anyone from approaching. I waited for Manager Choi to arrive. Superhuman. Thankfully, he didn't take too long. As Manager Choi spotted Kim Chul-kwan standing beside me, his eyes widened in disbelief. You're with President Kim? What on earth happened yesterday? The Iron Fist gang betrayed him. What? So, I lent him a bit of help. Ah, that explains it. Things outside are absolute chaos. A wanted notice might even be issued soon. A wanted notice? Well, I did go a bit overboard in the police's jurisdiction. As I frowned, Kim Chul-kwan bowed deeply. My apologies. This is all because of me. It's not your fault. They were after both of us from the start. A fight was inevitable. For now, I, along with Director Seo Woojin, am trying to resolve things. We'll do our best to prevent the wanted notice from being issued. I'll leave it to you. That aside, what are these materials for? I'm going to make an elixir. An elixir? You're going to grow even stronger here. It's not for me. Creating one by hand would require a lengthy and complicated process. Fortunately, that wasn't necessary here. The lowest basement level housed a body modification facility. All I had to do was feed the materials into the system, and it would produce the elixir. The standard approach would be to put Janet in the machine and inject it directly into her body, but that was out of the question. That would be biological experimentation. Considering Janet's relationship with the Sun Mage Tower in the game, this was absolutely unacceptable. The completed elixir was a transparent solution with a faint reddish hue. If this were the game, it would appear with a name like Mana Core Solution. It must be administered intravenously. Drinking it would dilute its effects. Carefully, I transferred the solution into an 4 bag and hooked it up to Janet. Flash. Only then did I realize my mistake. Janet's innate chi had targeted the 4 bag right next to the bed. If Warrior Kim had used the Mana Core solution, he would only need 1 liter, just a single 4 bag for a day to acquire a Mana Core. But Janet? It'll take 5 days. That's because she's an SSR tier character. With Baek Sorin, I managed to recreate similar conditions to unlock her traits quickly, but Janet was different. Since I wasn't resorting to biological experiments, I was following the normal acquisition conditions, which would take a standard amount of time. This meant I'd have to stay by her side for the next 5 days to ensure nothing went wrong. Not a problem. I wasn't the same person who used to collapse from internal injuries during training. With my Vajra body and undying traits complete, I could stay awake and active for 365 days straight if needed. Of course, I wasn't about to push myself unnecessarily. Clang! I drew my black tiger sword. At the same time, a red line appeared, slicing through the air. It was an attack signal revealed by my insight trait. I swung my sword carefully, like someone wielding a baseball bat. Bang! A loud crash echoed as a fierce impact shook my black tiger sword. Let's think of this as training. Where else could I find such easy training? All I had to do was watch and parry. In 5 days, I should be able to gain the parry trait. If possible, I wanted to go a step further and learn deflection to fulfill the conditions for becoming a swordsmanship expert, but that might be too ambitious. At my current level, I could parry innate chi, but deflecting it was another story. Bang, bang, bang. I focused entirely on training. Kim Chul-kwan, on the other hand, fidgeted nervously as he watched me. Superhuman, are you alright? Should I assist you? No. You've got your own job to do, President Kim. Excuse me, didn't Manager Choi mention that there's a chance a wanted notice might be issued? Take care of the aftermath of yesterday's events. Work with Manager Choi, get help from Woojin if necessary, and don't just clean up. Use this opportunity to expand your influence to all of Gwanak-gu and Doksan-dong. You're saying that's alright. What choice do we have? If you don't take it, the place will descend into chaos. It's better for you to take on the burden than to let things spiral out of control. The higher UPS of both the Poison Gang and the Naked Gang were wiped out. What happens next? The beginning of a new warring states period, with deteriorating public order as a bonus. If someone had to take over Gwanak-gu and Doksan-dong, it was better for Kim Chul-kwan to do it. After all, his territory was essentially my territory. Understood. I'll get started right away. Please, Manager Choi, I'm counting on you as well. Yes, superhuman. Manager Choi moved immediately, in stark contrast to Kim Chul-kwan's slightly hesitant demeanor. But then again, Manager Choi had seen enough of me to know that something like this wouldn't hurt me. Bang, bang, bang. I cleared my mind of all other distractions and focused solely on Janet. There was one slightly troubling issue, though. While I could handle defending against her innate chi, managing other tasks at the same time was difficult. Janet, who hadn't eaten in quite some time, would starve to death if left alone. So, I decided to call for backup. Teacher? It's been so long. It was none other than Baeksorin. She had changed quite a bit in the weeks since I last saw her. Much like me, she wore a tracksuit layered under a protective vest and carried a golf bag slung over one shoulder. That wasn't what mattered, though. The real change was hidden in her heart and her spine. Congratulations. The first thing I said to her made Baeksorin beam brightly. I knew you'd notice, teacher. Huh? Notice what? What's going on? Kim Chul-kwan, who had returned to give a progress update, looked utterly confused. Baeksorin cheerfully declared. I reached level 3 yesterday. What? Kim Chul-kwan's shocked gaze turned to Baeksorin. It was no surprise. He'd spent years managing the Iron Fist gang, only reaching level 3 after taking over the Jinwubong facility thanks to my help. Yet Baeksorin had reached level 3 in what felt like no time since her awakening. Manager Choi glanced between me and Baeksorin before letting out a dry laugh. The teacher and the student, what a pair of extraordinary people. Is this what they call being born with a silver talent spoon? Ahaha, a silver talent spoon? That feels weird to hear. I've been told my whole life that I have no talent. What's your secret? Becoming teacher's student. Ha ha ha, that must be the answer. Kim Chul-kwan burst into laughter as well. After all, his own situation was no different. Baeksorin joined in the laughter but soon stole a glance at Janet. And who's that? Janet, lying on the plush bed, still emitted intermittent bursts of white light. Flash. At that very moment, a rough beam of light shot toward the floor bag. I swung my sword and parried the beam. She's a candidate to be my second student. A candidate as your student. Baeksorin's eyes lit up with curiosity. That's right. Like you, she has innate talent but can't control it properly yet. I'm planning to accept her as a student and help her awaken her abilities. Like me? Yes, like you? Wow. Baeksorin let out a short cheer. But it's going to take some time. First, I need to provide her with a new ability, and that'll take about 10 days. That long. All of that has to go into her first. I pointed at the floor bag, and Baeksorin tilted her head in confusion. Doesn't that take just 1 day? When I had the flu and got in 4, it started in the morning and was done by evening. She needs to go through 10 of those bags. At 12 hours per bag, it'll take 5 days. Oh, isn't there a way to speed it up? Doing that could cause side effects. Ugh, then it's not worth it. Baeksorin nodded firmly. Now I get why you called me, teacher. You need someone to take shifts, right? No, then. I can manage the 5 days on my own just fine. The problem is feeding her and helping her wash. I can't exactly bathe the girl myself, can I? Couldn't you just have anyone? Oh, never mind. Exactly. Ugh, I could handle it though. You're not ready yet. Even though Baeksorin had reached level 3, getting hit directly by innate chi could still put her life in danger. Baeksorin pouted but then nodded enthusiastically. Alright, since she's my junior, I'll take care of her. Thank you. Oh, it's nothing to thank me for. It's just part of my job. Baeksorin immediately set off to bathe Janet. It should be fine for a little while. After all, Baeksorin had the 9 lives trait. It nullified death once, so surely she wouldn't get hit too many times in such a short span. Mommy. A sudden scream echoed from the bathroom. Then came a dull thud at Novel bin at. Grabbing the black tiger sword, I jumped to my feet and called out. Sorin, are you alright? I'm fine. Ugh, but this really hurts. I'll be out soon. Moments later, Baeksorin hurriedly carried Janet out, looking frazzled. One side of her face was already bruising a deep purple. I thought I was going to die. And so, 5 days passed. The final drop of mana core solution from the 10th floor bag fell. At that moment, I unlocked the parry trait. And Janet finally woke up. Janet Part 2. Hi there. Baeksorin greeted Janet with cheerful energy. Janet's blue eyes locked on to Baeksorin. Who are you? I'm Baeksorin. What's your name? Baeksorin asked with a bright smile. Janet stared at her for a long moment before looking around the room. Her gaze lingered on me, sitting quietly, then swept over the furniture in the room before finally settling on the outside view. The sun blazed brightly outside, and where there had once been poppy fields, there were now cosmos flowers swaying in a breeze, their colorful petals dancing in harmony. Are you my master? The question came out of nowhere. Baeksorin, flustered, repeated herself as if her mind had short-circuited. Huh? What? What did you say? Did you buy me? No. Her response was as confused as the question was sudden. But I had a sense of what was happening. The character description in the game only said that Janet had suffered since childhood, but it wasn't hard to deduce the details. She must have been unwanted by family, by friends, by anyone. Considering where she was found, it wasn't a stretch to assume she had been trafficked. And not just forcibly trafficked, but likely sold off by her own family. We didn't buy you. We found you locked up down there and decided to rescue you. I spoke in a low voice, and Janet turned her gaze to me. Then, are you my master? Sure, I might have looked that way in my old world, but Warrior Kim is in his early 20s. I shook my head. I'm not your master. Call me teacher instead. Teacher. You're aware of your psychic ability, aren't you? The mention of her psychic ability made Janet visibly flinch. Her expression twisted, and then a burst of light shot out. Mommy! Baeksorin screamed in surprise. Of course, the light was headed straight for me. She really couldn't control it. Clang! I drew the black tiger sword and struck the light. With a clean unsheathing and a practiced parry, I deflected the light, sending it arcing into the ceiling. The added power from her newly acquired mana core was evident. The ceiling caved slightly, and clumps of dust and debris began to fall. Baeksorin quickly drew her sword. Were you trying to kill teacher? Her killing intent flared as she pointed her sword at Janet, clearly thinking the attack was intentional. Janet shook her head quietly. I didn't mean to. Then what was that? I can't control it. You can't control it? Why not? I don't know. I've been like this since I was little, but it's strange. Normally, after one burst, I'd be too drained to stay conscious. She looked down at her hands in wonder. It seemed she'd always been left in a fully uncontrollable state after a single outburst. But not this time. It appeared mana core wasn't entirely ineffective, even if it didn't completely solve her issue. Occasional bursts would likely still happen, but at least she wouldn't collapse. I sheathed my sword, and Baeksorin did the same, though she still looked visibly confused. What's your name, little miss? Janet. My name is Janet. So you're not from this country, huh? And you're saying that earlier burst wasn't intentional? Yes. I don't know why it happens. My mom and dad took me to temples and mage towers, but no one could teach me how to control it. One mage tower even tried to capture me, and I barely managed to escape. The mention of her parents made Janet's face noticeably darker. Baeksorin, however, didn't seem to catch on. You have parents? Then shouldn't you go back to them? They're not around anymore. Huh. They died when I escaped from the mage tower. Oh, I'm sorry. Baeksorin's expression turned awkward. I shot her a reproachful look before turning back to Janet. Janet, was it? Do you have somewhere to go? If you have a place to return to, I'll take you there. Somewhere to go? I don't know. How do you not know? Well, Janet fidgeted with her small lips, mumbling. If her parents had passed away, she was likely left with relatives afterward. From what I could gather, she probably wasn't sent to an orphanage. Most likely, one of those relatives had sold her off to someone like Go Yunbium. And Janet herself was fully aware of it. If you have nowhere to go, you can stay here. Here. Janet glanced around, her expression clearly wondering where here was. Her guarded demeanor remained. How could I persuade her? While I was still pondering, Baeksorin jumped in. Come on, teacher. This place isn't suitable. How can you let a kid, and a girl at that, live here? That's asking for trouble. You have a point. Why don't you come live with me instead? I live alone. I used to live with my parents, but since they passed, I've been in this big house all by myself. Sometimes it gets scary at night. If you stay with me, it won't be so scary anymore. With you? Yep. Think of it like boarding. What if that light thing flies at you, like it did earlier? Do you think I'm some kind of scarecrow? That stuff doesn't even hurt. Baeksorin swung her sword through the air at Novel bin Adat. A radiant sword light lingered in its wake. Slash a trait. Not only had she reached level 3, but it seemed she'd also earned an offensive trait. She must have been working hard. Janet stared at the sword light, mesmerized. A superhuman. You didn't know? I'm a superhuman. A top-notch level 3 superhuman, to be exact. Even if you shoot bundles of light at me, I can block them all. She was showing off in front of her junior. This from the same person who came out of the bathroom with a bruised face every time she bathed Janet. If I became a superhuman, would I be able to handle it better? Of course. No doubt about it. Baeksorin turned to me. I nodded firmly. Becoming a superhuman and awakening power that complements your psychic ability will make it possible. Do you want to become a superhuman? Yes. And what about the price? Well, Janet hesitated, her lips trembling as if she wanted to say something but swallowed her words instead. She glanced at me, then at Baeksorin, clearly unsure of how to respond. She was flustered by the kindness being shown to her, but at the same time, wary of it. Janet, you know that if you become a superhuman, you'll be a very powerful one, right? Yes, I know. My terms are simple, payment comes later. After you've reached at least level 5 or higher, you'll repay me. Soren here trained under me with the same condition and became a superhuman. What do you think? How would I repay you? Money. Money won't be enough. I'll take something more valuable than money. We'll discuss the details when the time comes. Janet stared at me intently. So, I really don't have to pay anything right now. That's right. And if I want to refuse later, if I ask for something that would harm you physically or mentally, you can refuse. I have no intention of making unreasonable demands. In that case, okay. It's not easy collecting an SSR tier character. Baeksorin beamed brightly beside me. Welcome? Let's get along from now on. Yes, Uni. TL note, younger women refer to older women as Uni as a form of respect. It means older sister. Janet bowed her head politely. Flash. As she moved, a burst of light shot out in Baeksorin's direction. Whoa. Baeksorin barely dodged it, her reflexes almost animal-like. She glanced at the shattered window frame, then turned to Janet with a look of exasperation. You really are someone we can't take our eyes off of. Sorry? I didn't do that on purpose. I know. Baeksorin sighed and turned to me. Teacher, how are you going to train her? If you try that Spartan-style training you did with me, it'll be a disaster. I can't train her the way I trained you. Janet's situation was entirely different. She might actually die if pushed too hard. Her innate chi had drained so much mana and nutrients that her body hadn't developed properly. I had to stabilize her by helping her awaken her mana soul as quickly as possible. But how should I awaken it? There are several methods for awakening a mana soul. The first and most common method is through a special quest. The second is through trait synthesis. But neither option was viable for Janet. The first method was too dangerous, and the second was impossible because innate chi had already taken up one of her trait slots. That left the third option, inheritance. The method I used to pass sword techniques to Baeksorin could also be used to pass traits to Janet. The problem was that I didn't have the mana soul trait myself. I need diamonds. Specifically, 3. I had exactly 3 diamonds left. After receiving 8 from Director Kong of the Hunter Association and completing the Trinity build, these were the leftovers. But could I use these 3 to pull out a mana concentration artifact from the belt? It didn't feel like enough. Even with my insight and intuition fully active, it seemed like I'd need 2 or 3 more diamonds to make it work. Despite using the belt for quite some time thanks to the gift from Seo Woojin, it still wasn't enough. I messaged the junk dealer at the Shine One Market. Do you have any items in stock? A disappointing reply came back. Sorry. Diamonds are extremely rare. Should I check the special event market for you? Or perhaps consider participating in the Ultimate Unlimited tournament? Isn't the regular tournament easier? After your debut match was so impactful, it's been difficult to find challengers for you, superhuman. Well, there wasn't much I could do about that. If I couldn't solve the problem right away, I'd have to teach Janet something else first. I'm going to teach you 2 abilities. I spoke to Janet as she sat before me. You have 2 major weaknesses, your body is too frail, and your mana is insufficient. Frailty, and mana. Your psychic ability is called innate chi. Do you know what chi is? Teacher? I do. Baeksorin shot her hand up like she was in a quiz show. It's like sword chi, right? Sword chi. Close. If the weaknesses are addressed and she reaches a high enough level, Janet will be able to use a form of chi stronger than that of a sword master. Really? That's so overpowered. It's as broken as Baeksorin's heavenly killing star. Hehe. Baeksorin chuckled while Janet looked puzzled. Janet didn't yet know that Baeksorin possessed the heavenly killing star trait. If we're talking about raw attack power, Janet was the strongest among the top 3 characters in the game. The only downside was the lack of a mobility skill in her starting traits. However, instead of focusing on mobility, traits like Battle Cry or Lion's Roar taunts and War Cries suited her better. After all, Janet was a tank. A tank equipped with devastating offensive capabilities. First, we'll start with strengthening your physical body. That's the logical order. If your mana increases while your body remains weak, you'll face side effects like mana overcharge, mana addiction, or even a heart attack. Yes, teacher. Teacher, what about me? Baeksorin looked at me with an expectant expression, clearly hoping for something. She was capable of managing herself, but after thinking it over, I realized there was something I could teach her. Heavenly Killing Star Indomitable Rampaging Train. 9 lives /. What she lacked was Mars swordsmanship. While it was a trait that had to be earned through a personal quest, there was no harm in giving her something to use in the meantime. It might even help her acquire Mars swordsmanship. Alright, I'll teach you swordsmanship. Swordsmanship? Didn't you say your swordsmanship wasn't all that great? I've picked up a few things recently. Wow, I mean, it did seem like you were on another level earlier. I shrugged and swapped out my traits. Giant Strength Vajra Body Undying. Swordsmanship Expert Swordsmanship Insight. In the game, players could establish a teacher-student relationship between characters. After setting up the relationship, selecting the traits for inheritance, and grouping the characters in the same party, traits would naturally transfer over time. Of course, it took quite a long time, so spending diamonds to expedite the process was common practice. Unfortunately, I couldn't use diamonds for Janet and Baeksorin. I was barely scraping by with the diamonds I had for myself. How could I spare any for this? Teacher-student relationship setup, trait designation. Nope, doesn't work. It seemed my ability only applied to trait swapping and nothing more. Even when I focused on establishing a teacher-student bond or transferring traits between the two, no prompts or feelings emerged. Just like when I first arrived in this world and futilely tried calling out for a status window, there was no choice. For now, I'd have to stick close to the 2 of them. I'll teach you 2 abilities, Janet, Vajra Body and Mana Soul. Vajra Body. Mana Soul. Vajra Body strengthens both your body and mind, making them as resilient as diamond. It will help you withstand any external attack, physical, magical, or mental. That was probably what Janet longed for the most. In the game, Janet was someone who bore deep emotional scars and suffered through biological experiments because of her innate chi. Though I explained this to Janet, it was Baeksorin who brightened with interest. I want to learn that too. I don't know if it'll suit your abilities. It slows you down, you know. That was due to the fortress trait embedded within Vajra Body. This was why innate chi didn't mesh well with mobility traits. As for me, I could simply switch traits as needed. Oh, yeah, that's true. Baeksorin accepted the explanation with a sheepish look, while Janet barely stifled a small laugh before quickly straightening her expression. What should I do to learn it? Training. It won't be easy. I'm ready for that. Flash. Another burst of light flared. I waved my hand, deflecting the energy with ease. Baeksorin gave me a look somewhere between a laugh and a grimace. Until this settles down, how about we all stay here? I'll stick with Janet. That's probably for the best. If you take her to your place, your house will be destroyed. Sorry. It's not like you're doing it on purpose, so don't worry about it. It seemed we'd be staying at the Junwubong facility for the time being. Not a bad arrangement. I could use this opportunity to refine my traits or even unlock some new ones. I already had some materials on hand, thanks to the gifts from the dismantling expert. Alright, let's eat first. Eat. To learn Vajra body, you need a strong body. Just look at her. Doesn't it seem like she hasn't eaten properly? Now that you mention it, yeah. Janet, who was small and thin even for her age, looked undernourished. In the game, her character model was 180 centimeters tall, even as a woman. Clearly, her body needed to grow. Though Baeksorin had managed to feed her a little in recent days, it had mostly been a few spoonfuls of porridge. We started our lesson with a hearty meal. This is too much. Eat more. You need to eat a lot to grow taller. Isn't that right, teacher? That's right. Feed her as much as you can. As long as she doesn't throw up, it's fine. Come on, say AHH. I'm full. Baeksorin played the role of a drill instructor or, in martial arts terms, a senior sister. Janet seemed to have taken a liking to her as well. It probably helped that Baeksorin was a superhuman. Even when Janet accidentally released bursts of innate chi, Baeksorin managed to dodge or block them. Occasionally, she got hit, but she just laughed it off. And so, our days passed. We ate, trained, and repeated the cycle. Janet was growing rapidly. While Baeksorin's progress with her swordsmanship training was slow, Janet's progress with Vajra body was visible day by day. With insight, I could see the beginnings of Vajra body taking shape. It wasn't fully there yet, but I could make out something resembling the Korean letter, of the trait forming. Starting traits truly made a difference. An SSR tier character like Janet developing traits the way I did as Warrior Kim was practically magical. GUH. Teacher, are you okay? I'm fine. I wiped the blood from my mouth. While teaching them, I wasn't idle myself. I had been drinking portions of the medicine I'd received from Demolition Specialist. As a result, I acquired the disease resistance trait. Combining it with contamination resistance, curse resistance, poison resistance, drug resistance, disease resistance, and purification, I finally completed Indomitable. It would have been ideal to gain it the way Baeksorin had by getting bitten by a zombie, but that had only been possible because of her starting traits. For me, this was the best approach. Collecting top-tier traits like a true completionist. Once I completed Mana Soul and Grand Assault, I'd have little to fear. As I smiled faintly, watching Baeksorin and Janet train, someone approached. Boss. It was a member of the Iron Fist gang, hesitantly stepping forward. What is it? Well, it's just, someone from the Sun Mage Tower is here. The Sun Mage Tower? What do they want? They're saying, they bought her. My face hardened as I frowned. The Sun Mage Tower, huh? Could it be the real Sun Mage Tower? In the game, it hadn't been. Real or fake, it didn't matter. After all, I knew the Tower Master personally. Janet Part 3. Are you sure it's the Sun Mage Tower? Did you check their insignia? Well, I'm not entirely sure, but they were wearing Sun Mage Tower robes. Robes? I crossed my arms and let out a derisive chuckle. The mages of the Sun Mage Tower rarely wore robes. Most of the time, they preferred checkered shirts and jeans, casually tossing on a coat or gown over it. Even outside the tower, they either dressed for comfort or wore formal suits adorned with the Sun Mage Tower badge. It's those bastards. The con artist mages who appeared in Janet's personal quest. They were skilled in fire magic but otherwise unimpressive. Even their base of operations was laughably weak, so weak that Janet, back then, had managed to escape them on her own and flee to the Colosseum. Tell them to wait in the lounge. Yes, sir. I'll escort them right away. The Iron Fist gang member hurriedly ran toward the entrance. Janet, who seemed to have overheard the conversation, bit her lower lip. Meanwhile, Baeksorin gripped the handle of her sword tightly. Teacher, you're not thinking of handing Janet over to them, are you? Of course not. I knew it. I knew you wouldn't do something like that. Baeksorin's face lit up with a smile, but Janet still seemed uneasy. But, you said they're from the Sun Mage Tower. Don't worry. I know a lot of people in the Sun Mage Tower. Really? Yes. For now, just wait in your room. No, that wasn't the right move. It would be better for her to be present. Janet had trauma tied to the Mage Towers. She had already mentioned how her parents died while she was escaping from one. From what I knew, that Mage Tower was the very one responsible for conducting biological experiments on her, a fake Mage Tower whose true nature would be revealed later in her personal quest. Actually, you should come with me. Me too. Yes. Soren, hold her hand and stay by her side. If those mages try anything funny, feel free to draw your sword and swing it around. Just don't kill them. Seriously? But they're from the Sun Mage Tower, right? That's exactly why it's fine. I really do know people there. Okay, teacher? I trust you. We headed to the lounge on the first floor of the Junwubong facility. This was the same area where we had set up machine guns during the Cleaner Association's attack. As we waited, the doors burst open, and the mages strode in noisily. Huh? Who dares summon us like this? Sorry? Our boss is a bit busy, so, this is an insult to our tower. You fools? Perhaps you need a taste of the sun flame to understand your place. Master? We should teach these insolent fools a lesson. Please spare my life. 3 mages entered the room, all clad in pristine white robes. On their chests, golden geometric patterns were embroidered to resemble a radiant sun. To complete the illusion, golden energy radiated faintly from them, giving off an air of authority and grandeur. The intangible waves of mana they emitted were so convincing that anyone unfamiliar with the Sun Mage Tower might easily fall for it. But as I looked at them, I couldn't help but laugh internally. It's definitely them. Just one look at their faces confirmed it. The con artist mages from Janet's personal quest. What was their fake tower's name again? It had something to do with fire, but it wasn't worth remembering. I rose naturally and greeted them. Good afternoon. I'm Warrior Kim, a level 4 superhuman. I heard you wanted to see me. Now, let's turn up the intimidation factor. I released a surge of mana, radiating power throughout the lounge. My aura was deep and heavy, filling the room like molten steel. There was no need to activate an explicit intimidation trait. The intimidation factor embedded in Giant's strength, combined with the Einherjar cultivation technique and my mana core, was enough to create a suffocating presence. The mages flinched, their composure shaken. Among the three, one was level 4, likely their leader, while the other two were level 3. They were weaker than me. Even if I faced all three of them at once, I would win. The level 4 mage, who was likely the master of the other two, croaked like a crow. I am Jang Pilsu, senior research mage of the tower. I hear you've detained my apprentice. Wrong. No level 4 mage could possibly hold the title of senior research mage in the Sun Mage Tower. The 4 great mage towers required a minimum of level 5 to even be considered for such a title. Like the mage who once sold me out and tried to kill me, only to be banished. How could someone botch a lie so badly? Then again, to someone who didn't know any better, their appearance alone would be enough to sell the act. I kept my expression neutral, feigning slight confusion. An apprentice, you say? That child there. Jang Pilsu pointed at Janet, who grimaced at the attention. Her body began trembling, and Baeksorin quietly wrapped an arm around her shoulders to steady her. I tilted my body slightly, crossing my arms. What are you talking about? You're calling my apprentice your apprentice. What? I told you, she's my apprentice. Nonsense. That child is mine. Stop lying. I've already heard the full story. You haven't taught her anything, not initiation rituals, not mana resonance, not even basic magical knowledge. How can you call her your apprentice? Don't embarrass yourself. Just leave. Though my words were firm, I didn't expect them to back down so easily. And, predictably, Jang Pilsu's face turned red with rage as he shouted, "Are you mocking our tower? I don't see how this discussion is relevant to your tower's reputation. And if Janet really is your apprentice, show me proof. I've already accepted her as my apprentice, and I wouldn't have done so without verifying the basics of a teacher-student relationship. You must have forced her to become your apprentice, recognizing her talent for yourself. Look, just provide evidence. If you officially accepted her, she would be listed in your tower's records, right? She'd have a membership card as proof. Why are you yelling when something as simple as a membership certificate could clear this up? Adat novel bin adat. Of course, they couldn't provide such evidence. Falsely claiming to be part of the Sun Mage Tower and forging official documents were two entirely different levels of crime. Then again, they might not have even directly claimed to be from the Sun Mage Tower. Not once had they explicitly referred to themselves as part of the Sun Mage Tower. All they had said was our tower. Even Jang Pilsu had only introduced himself as a senior research mage of the tower. The robes? They could always argue it was just a fashion choice. After all, the robes didn't explicitly say Sun Mage Tower on them, even if their design was clearly inspired by it. Fine. Jang Pilsu narrowed his eyes coldly. Kyung-hoon, show him. Master? Do we really need to? He's demanding proof, so we'll show him. Do you think we can let him keep treating us like con artists? Understood. The mage, now identified as Kyung-hoon, reluctantly pulled a folder from his bag. A contract. The contents were simple enough. Fleming Verdier hereby permanently relinquishes guardianship over Janet. Jang Pilsu, Mage of the Sun, pledges to educate Janet with the utmost sincerity. Jang Pilsu, Mage of the Sun, will guide Janet to grow as a full-fledged mage. Janet will officially be affiliated with the tower where Jang Pilsu, Mage of the Sun, belongs. The tower will hold full authority over Janet's loyalty and her life or death. The tower will compensate level 3 superhuman Go Yunbium with 5 billion won, and Go Yunbium will transfer the compensation to Fleming Verdier. Fleming Verdier will ensure Janet is delivered to level 3 superhuman Go Yunbium without fail. A modified human trafficking contract. Nowhere in the contract was Janet's consent mentioned. All it bore was the signature of her legal guardian and biological uncle, Fleming Verdier. I let out a derisive laugh and waved the contract in the air. You think this piece of paper holds any legal power? Huh? A piece of paper? This document is officially notarized by a lawyer. Let's put aside the whole loyalty nonsense for a moment. Full authority over life and death? What is this? The Joseon dynasty. This is illegal. Personal contracts don't override the law. Unless this was signed directly with a god, the law always comes first. Jang Pilsu reached out to snatch the contract from me. Not a chance. The moment he presented it to me, it became mine. I swiftly tucked the contract into my coat, and Jang Pilsu scowled. Are you toying with me? You're the one playing games. Where's Janet's signature on this? Oh, look, it's not here. This contract was made with her legal guardian. And you think being her guardian gives him carte blanche? A guardian still can't infringe on the rights or body of their ward. You clearly don't understand. That child has serious health issues. We're the only ones who can provide the treatment she needs. Oh, so this was for medical purposes? Then we can annul the contract, since Janet's already healthy now. What a weak excuse. Con artists always excel at coming up with nonsense like this. Jang Pilsu's body trembled, but he didn't dare lash out. It was likely because of the overwhelming mana waves I'd been emitting since earlier. He must have realized that if he fought me head-on, he would lose. There will be no annulment? This matter has already been reported to the Tower Master. The administrative process is just delayed, but that child is already a member of our tower. So where's the official documentation? And how does someone become a member of the tower without even completing the initiation ritual? Are you saying your tower grants membership just through a report? Since when has the Sun Mage Tower become such a lax organization? Oh, wait a second. Now that I think about it, the tower's name isn't even on the contract. Are you sure you're really from the Sun Mage Tower? Or are you just a bunch of con artists? Con artists. Jang Pilsu shot to his feet, conflict flashing in his eyes. He was clearly debating whether to run or double down on his lies. Well, I'd give him a little push. I stood up as well, glaring at him as I let my aura explode outward. My hand rested on the hilt of the black tiger sword, gripping it as if I were ready to draw at any moment. Drawing. Switching to this trait, my presence became razor-sharp. Jang Pilsu's face turned ghostly pale, and his disciples were no different. All of them stood less than a meter away from me, a distance where mages were completely at the mercy of warriors. Answer me honestly. I lowered my voice to a growl. Are you or are you not affiliated with the Sun Mage Tower? Yes or no? Gulp. Jang Pilsu swallowed nervously. I am Jang Pilsu, Mage of the Sun. I don't care about your nickname. Just answer the question. Are you part of the Sun Mage Tower or not? Do I need to repeat myself? I drew my sword. Flash. A brilliant light flared as the blade cut through the air. The sound of slicing wind echoed, followed by the drip of blood. Jang Pilsu's eyes widened in shock. Blood trickled down his neck, a shallow cut made by the black tiger sword. His disciples cried out in panic. Master, this barbaric warrior. How dare you? Yet none of them dared act. Not a single one mustered the courage to channel their mana. Meanwhile, Janet was trembling violently. Teacher, what if they really are from the Sun Mage Tower? Don't worry. I grinned, baring my teeth like a predator that had just tasted blood. I told you, I know a lot of people in the Sun Mage Tower. I'm certain these guys aren't from there. If they really were, do you think I'd be acting like this? I would have called someone I know first. Ugh. Hearing my words, Jang Pilsu's face twisted, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. You say you know someone in the Sun Mage Tower. That's right. Finally, it seemed we could have a proper conversation. I sheathed my sword and gestured with my chin. Sit down. Jang Pilsu hesitated but eventually sat, though his eyes remained filled with doubt. He was clearly wondering if my claim about knowing someone in the Sun Mage Tower was just a bluff. If that's the case, I'd have to show him some proof. I pulled out my smartphone and scrolled through old photos. Thanks to the trend-savvy Tower Master, this will come in handy. I opened a selfie and tossed my phone to him. Jang Pilsu caught it reflexively, and the moment he looked at the screen, his eyes widened. His whole body began to tremble. Well, do you still not believe me? That's right. The Tower Master of the Sun Mage Tower. How do you think he'd feel if I told him there's a level 4 mage running around in ridiculous robes, calling himself a mage of the sun? Ugh. Jang Pilsu collapsed backward in shock. Master, are you alright? Snap out of it. The other mages hurried to help him back up. After some time, Jang Pilsu finally regained his senses. He looked up at me with a face full of despair before dropping to his knees with a heavy thud. I am sorry. We were wrong. And what exactly are you apologizing for? For daring to impersonate the Sun Mage Tower, for acting arrogantly in front of a superhuman who is acquainted with the Tower Master. You should apologize to her, too. I'm sorry? We have committed an unforgivable crime? Out of greed for a talented disciple, we tried to abduct your student and claim her guardianship for ourselves. Jang Pilsu bowed his head to the floor repeatedly, so hard that the ground echoed with dull thuds and blood splattered with each strike. The other mages followed suit, slamming their heads against the floor as if their lives depended on it. The mere mention of the Sun Mage Tower Master had sent them into a blind panic, driving them to grovel like their lives were on the line. But they didn't truly understand their crime. Just look at Janet's face. It was frozen in an expression of stone-cold anger. Her parents had died because of these people. Did they think banging their heads on the floor would earn her forgiveness? Even if these three and every single one of their so-called tower members came out and committed mass suicide, it wouldn't be enough to make up for what they'd done. Should I just kill them all? No. Revenge is Janet's right, not mine. This was the beginning of her personal quest, which would ultimately reward her with the Nephilim sword. The quest that would end with us delving into the great labyrinth to hunt demons. In a calm voice, I said, you didn't outright claim to be part of the Sun Mage Tower, and I'm not officially part of the tower myself, so I could let this slide. Thank you. Your generosity and mercy are beyond words. Thank you. Jang Pilsu's voice trembled as he practically screamed his gratitude. The other mages chimed in, chirping their thanks like desperate birds. But as the saying goes, you should always listen until the end. I looked down at Jang Pilso, my eyes glinting dangerously. But, you don't expect me to let you off for free, do you? Surely, you understand that. Of course. Absolutely. We'll compensate you. No, we'll make reparations. To your student, to you, we'll offer the best compensation we can provide. Good. You seem to understand me well. If you show your sincerity, I'll consider this matter resolved and let it go. Thank you. Thank you. But let's see if they'll still be thanking me after hearing what I want. Jang Pilso smiled faintly, the kind of weak smile someone gives when they think they've narrowly avoided drowning by clinging to a lifeline. My conditions are simple. Jang Pilso looked at me, his pupils shaking with nervousness. And then I laid it out. Hand over your diamonds. His eyes widened in shock. I grinned. By carving them out of your mana circuits. Janet Part 4. TTT that's. Looks like they didn't see this coming. Jang Pilso trembled violently. That's too cruel. Diamonds? You might as well kill me. Really? Do you really want me to kill you? I tilted the black tiger sword slightly. Its darkened blade gleamed with a sharp, deadly light, catching the sun's rays that streamed into the room. Gulp. His Adam's apple bobbed nervously. I looked directly at Jang Pilso and spoke in a low voice. I'm not asking you to completely destroy your mana circuits. Just shave a little off and make some diamonds. That won't even cause a level down. You'll maintain your current level, and you'll recover fully in a few months if you rest properly. But still, if you don't want to, get lost. I'll just make a phone call and forget about the whole thing. Jang Pilso's face twisted in conflicted agony. Logically, handing over a few diamonds and moving on was the safer option. But it was still a painful choice. He'd worked hard to build up his mana reserves, and now I was demanding he give up a chunk of them. A younger mage standing nearby suddenly burst out. This is unfair. What is? You can't just demand diamonds? If you want cash, magical artifacts, or rare materials, we'll gladly pay, but destroying mana circuits? That's too much. And why exactly is it too much? This is tyranny? The punishment is disproportionate to our mistake. Disproportionate, huh? I stared at the mages, unblinking. These guys still didn't get it. Then tell me, why did you do what you did to Janet? What mistake did she make that justified you trafficking her and planning to experiment on her? It wasn't trafficking. She was formally accepted as a disciple. Enough. Let's not lie to each other. You're from the Ilyang Mage Tower, right? The one in Guachen? Everyone knows what's on the 9th basement floor of your tower. It's no secret anymore. Jang Pilso flinched, his entire body going stiff. The other mages reacted similarly. They must have thought their secrets were impenetrable until now. I crossed my arms and glared at them. Experimenting on innocent people isn't unfair, but being blackmailed for it is? That's some convenient logic you've got there. Your options are simple. Either give me the diamonds by carving some mana off your circuits, or walk out of here. But if you choose the latter, be prepared to deal with the fallout. So, what's it going to be? You bastard? You're just as. Shut it, Chul Hyun. The young mage who tried to yell at me was immediately smacked on the back of the head by Jang Pilso. Good. I already knew what he wanted to say. He was itching to claim that I was no different from them. That if I were truly righteous, I'd kill them all and raid their tower to free their victims. After all, that's what the authority of a level 3 superhuman was for, wasn't it? And he's not wrong. I'm not righteous, nor am I virtuous. I'm doing this for Janet. And for the diamonds I want. But here's the thing. I'm not the one meant to judge or punish them. That's someone else's role. I unfolded my arms, clasped my hands together, and rested my chin on them. So, what's your decision? Make it quick, I'm a busy man. Ugh. Jang Pilso let out a long, heavy sigh. If we hand over the diamonds, you'll bury this matter, correct? Master. I nodded slowly. That's right. Let's not make things more complicated than they need to be. And one more thing, don't ever wear robes like that in front of another superhuman again. Korea's a small place. Who knows when you'll run into another superhuman with connections to the Sun Mage Tower. If that happens, you're dead for real. I'm a rare, generous, and merciful exception. Got it. Ha, ha ha. Jang Pilso let out a hollow laugh, as if he'd lost his mind. Thank you for the advice. Yes, I assure you, we'll avoid involving ourselves with any superhuman from now on. Ugh. Why did I let greed take over today? Why? That much was obvious. It was because of innate chi. A powerless level 0 girl who hadn't even awakened her mana was capable of releasing bursts of chi. It was enough to turn anyone's head. Blinded by greed, he lost sight of everything else. Jang Pilso raised his hands. Where's the crystal? Wait here. I'll have it brought over. I made a call to the junk dealer at the Shinwon market. He groaned at my request for a crystal but ultimately delivered. Considering how much profit he'd made thanks to me, he couldn't exactly say no, especially with the upcoming Coliseum Unlimited tournament and the massive cut he'd earned from it. Ugh. Jang Pilso stared blankly at the multicolored crystal in front of him. I tossed crystals to the other mages as well. What are you waiting for? Get to work. Can't I be the only one to create diamonds? Do you think that's going to happen? All of you need to do it. Damn it. Son of a. The younger mages glared at me with rebellious eyes. And? What were they going to do? I casually swung the black tiger sword in front of them. They might have been clueless about its identity, but if they had any real knowledge, they'd realize just how dangerous this blade was. But their ignorance was painfully clear. One of them muttered under his breath. The Ilyang Mage Tower will remember this. Sure, go ahead and remember it. What they really needed to remember, though, was this. Janet hadn't forgotten what they did to her parents. She wasn't just an SSR character. She was one of the top 3 warrior types, and a future guaranteed level 8 superhuman. If they weren't scared now, they'd learn soon enough. Had they known, they never would have dared experiment on her, kidnap her, or kill her parents in the first place. They did all those horrible things simply because they thought Janet was weak. Because they thought she was powerless. Wuong? Jang Pilso began injecting his mana into the crystal. I could feel his mana circuits fracturing and breaking. Through my insight and sixth sense, I could see it all unfold clearly. The other mages, cursing under their breath, also started pouring their mana into their crystals. The multicolored crystals slowly began to heat up, their rainbow hues growing more vivid and vibrant. I watched the scene with satisfaction. 6 diamonds in total. Less than I had hoped for. Maybe because they were just con artists pretending to be something greater? Typically, a level 3 mage could produce 2 or 3 diamonds, while a level 4 mage could produce 3 or 4. These guys, however, only managed 2 diamonds each for the level 3s and 3 for Jang Pilso, the level 4. Are we done now? Jang Pilso asked, blood dripping from his lips. Yeah, we're done. Now get lost. And you'll keep your word. Don't worry. I'll keep my promise. You've promised. It was an empty promise, of course. Jang Pilso had begged for a magically binding agreement, or at the very least, a written contract, but I refused. Why would I? Have I lost my mind? When he hesitated, I let out a lion's roar, telling him to leave if he didn't trust me. With tears in his eyes, Jang Pilso reluctantly accepted my word as the best he would get. Bleeding and exhausted, Jang Pilso and the mages stumbled out of the restricted zone. Baeksorin glared at their retreating backs with a face full of displeasure. Teacher, are you really just going to let them go? You said they even have a secret lab on the 9th basement floor. I could contact the Sun Mage Tower right now and put an end to them. But Soren, is that what you want to do? What? What do you mean? If I contact the Sun Mage Tower and deal with them, what happens to Janet? Huh? What does Janet have to do with this? I finally turned to look at Janet. She was already looking at me. Her clear, blue eyes were fixed on mine, completely unreadable, devoid of any emotion. On the surface, she appeared innocent and fragile, like a harmless child. But I knew better. I'd seen how Janet acted during her personal quest, or when she raided the secret labs of other mage towers. I knew the kind of lines she would say, the intensity of the emotions she would unleash, filling the screen like an explosion. I think killing those scumbags is Janet's responsibility. Sure, I could deal with them at any time, but I shouldn't be the one to do it. Janet, what do you think? I stared directly into her eyes as I asked the question. Finally, there was a ripple in the lake-like stillness of her gaze. This is ridiculous. Baeksorin wrapped Janet in a tight hug. She's just a kid. Teacher, what are you even saying to her? The choice is hers. Janet, if you want, I'll call the Sun Mage Tower right now and have them wipe out that tower. That alone would count as a decent form of revenge. Their entire mage tower would end up rotting behind bars. Rotting behind bars. Janet, who had been silent until now, repeated my words. I nodded slowly. Yes, behind bars. It's unfortunate, but they wouldn't be executed. Superhumans are part of a privileged class, and they're given preferential treatment in many areas. Trials are no exception. This is ridiculous. If they had experimented on a fellow superhuman, it might have been a different story. But they hadn't gone that far. Janet wasn't a superhuman. She was just an innate psychic, someone with natural abilities unrelated to mana. Janet clenched her fists tightly. Blood dripped from her palms. Her newly grown nails had dug into her flesh, piercing her skin. I don't want you to report them, Janet. If I learn from you, can I get strong enough? Strong enough to kill those mages and their entire tower on my own. Janet. Baeksorin looked at her with worried eyes. Janet's face, however, was set with determination. Of course. I met her gaze, my voice steady. It's absolutely possible. It'll be hard, and it'll take a long time, but I can promise you that much. Then I'll do it. Janet's eyes darkened. I'll get stronger, strong enough to kill those bastards, and all the evil mages like them. Janet. It'll happen. I'm sure of it. Janet walked out, saying she wanted to get some extra training in. Baeksorin chased after her, leaving me alone in the lounge. I looked down at the 6 diamonds in my hand. No need to pull out the one stored in my safe. I slid all 6 into my enchanted belt. The belt glowed a deep crimson and released a transparent light that condensed like a single droplet of water. Mana concentration. The orb of mana floating in the air sank into me. My mana circuits rippled, etching a new shape into their flow. I closed my eyes quietly. Mana core, mana recovery, mana absorption, mana stabilization, mana concentration, mana amplification. The 6 traits overlapped and fused, merging into one. The first sensation was heat and immense, molten force that melted my mana circuits as if they were liquid metal. Then came a cool, refreshing sensation, a clear and invigorating energy coursing through my body like a rushing river. Fire and water, heat and cold. The opposing forces struck me thousands of times, tempering me, until finally, the transformation was complete. Acquired the trait, Mana Soul. Ha! My entire body tingled. Even though I wasn't drenched in water, white steam poured from me like a locomotive. I quietly counted on my fingers. The traits I still need to transfer. Not many were left. The detection trait from my collapsible helmet. The swiftness trait imbued in my boots. The fury trait bound to my axe. The danger sense trait from one of my 2 rings. Just 4 more. The rest had already been mastered over time or brought over using diamonds. Of course, there were exceptions: the Holy Sword, Magic Gun, Iron Fist, Dasan Rifle, and the Black Tiger Sword. These were unique traits, inherently bound to their items, and couldn't be transferred. Time to upgrade all my gear. Level 5 wasn't far away. The magic weapons I used were more than sufficient for level 3 or 4 superhumans, but they felt inadequate for someone about to break into the ranks of a proper high-tier superhuman, level 5. Once I reached level 5, it would be time to start upgrading. Of course, the Dasan Rifle, Iron Fist, and Black Tiger Sword would remain with me indefinitely. Hyop, Hup, Huff, Huff, Ayek. Beksorin and Janet were training hard, even on their own. Beksorin wielded a real sword, slashing at Janet, who blocked her attacks with the heavy shield I had bought her. One would expect Janet to cry and complain, but instead, she grit her teeth and threw herself completely into the training. Janet, it's time for your endurance training. Yes. Teacher, what about me? You and I will spar. Yes, sir. I didn't know the exact mechanics behind the transfer of traits. I could only force them to practice over and over. For Beksorin, I acted as a sparring partner and teacher, just like Seo Woojin had done for me. For Janet, I made her eat until she couldn't take another bite and train her stamina until she was ready to collapse, followed by intensive mana control lessons. If any time was left over, I had them spar against each other. Perhaps it was their desire to grow stronger, but the results came quicker than expected. After just 2 weeks, Janet suddenly froze, her body trembling as if paralyzed. Huh? Janet. Quiet. This is a critical moment. Oh. Janet, clutching her shield, began to emit a white, radiant light. It spread out like fractured shards of glass refracting sunlight. I silently observed Janet's awakening. I could see it clearly. Her fragmented mana circuits piecing themselves together into a coherent shape. And I knew exactly what that shape meant. Innate Chi Mana Soul Vajra Body Shield Technique. The fully realized SSR version of Janet. Hey. Janet let out a long exhale. Had her body been restructured in the process? She seemed slightly taller now, her hair a bit longer. Even her previously childlike features had sharpened, her face becoming more distinct and refined. Flash. Janet flicked her wrist, and a burst of light shot out from her hand. The beam streaked across the distance, cutting a cosmos flower cleanly in half. Precise aim and perfect control of power. You did it, Janet. Beksorin jumped up and down in excitement before throwing her arms around Janet. But Janet wasn't the only one who had succeeded. I grinned and looked at Beksorin. Heavenly Killing Star Indomitable Rampaging Train. 9 lives severing /swordsmanship. Beksorin had also received swordsmanship from me as a transferred trait. Congratulations, both of you. It's all thanks to you, teacher. Thank you so much. As expected from SSR tier characters, Janet, in particular, had ascended to level 3 the moment she awakened. The combination of innate chi, mana soul, and Vajra body was simply overpowered. Beksorin, however, felt an odd surge of competitiveness. I'm not going to lose to my junior, she declared, storming out of the room to go hunting immediately. Wait, Uni, I'm coming too. At novel bin at. Janet hurried after her, following like a baby duckling chasing its mother. I could have taken Janet hunting myself, but it was better for her to learn practical combat from Beksorin. In real battles, few traits could rival the Heavenly Killing Star. I stood up, stretching. If I slack off, my students might catch up to me. Seo Woojin was able to surpass me, but that was inevitable. He was both a talent blessed from birth and a golden spoon. But Beksorin and Janet? No way I was letting that happen. I already had my next destination in mind. I pulled out my smartphone and checked my plane ticket. Aachen, a city once at the heart of the Divine Annihilation War. Its aftermath had left behind a great labyrinth, now one of the rare expedition zones in Arcane Seoul. It was also where the advanced version of the Einherjar cultivation technique was hidden. Roar! Early the next morning, my plane soared into the skies, heading straight for the Labyrinth City. Labyrinth City Part 1. Aachen. From the sky, it looked like an enormous snail. Its strange texture and fluorescent shell spiraled inward in a tight coil. Above it, a shimmering aurora rippled in vivid colors. If one looked closely at the aurora, they could see solemn divine symbols and profound magical runes drifting through it. That was the Grand Labyrinth. The giant snail-like shell visible above ground was merely the entrance. The true labyrinth lay deep beneath the earth. It was a dimensional space where the corpses of gods slain in the War of Divine Annihilation wandered, reanimated, and the phantoms of forgotten gods ruled unperturbed. These beings, now demons, launched relentless assaults. Thus, the Guardian Alliance continued to defend the Labyrinth City and launch expeditions into the Grand Labyrinth. Wasn't it somewhere around here? The Guardian Alliance, the strongest organization of humankind, with membership restricted to those of at least level 5. I scanned the headquarters of this powerful group. Unlike the bizarre Grand Labyrinth, the building itself was a thoroughly modern structure. But that wasn't my destination. After giving the headquarters a quick once-over, I headed into a back alley. What was the name of that place again? Not all members of the Guardians were flush with cash. If money were their primary goal, they'd have gone into business or found employment instead. Most guardians pursued one goal, leveling up. Fighting demons every single day drained immense resources and funds, so this alley was packed with relatively cheap bars. Of course, they didn't just sell alcohol. You could indulge in every kind of pleasure here. Diana. At last, I remembered. It was the name I recalled after pacing this alley of indulgence multiple times. I've said it before, but the real problem with Arcane Seoul as a mobile game is its limited interactivity. Just a single illustration and a few shop options to choose from. It's a miracle I found this place at all. It was still daytime. Luckily, Bar Diana was open for business. The moment I pushed open the door, a thick cloud of drug-laced smoke assaulted my senses: eyes, nose, mouth, ears, and skin all at once. What kind of drug was this? I instinctively equipped the indomitable and drug resistance traits. Only then did the queasiness in my stomach settle. It was likely some potent narcotic favored by high-level superhumans. Phew. A languid afternoon. The madam, casually smoking a drug-laced cigarette, exhaled a long plume of smoke. Within the cloud, flashes of light coalesced, creating a vivid scene of a man and a woman locked in a passionate kiss. Your face is new. Looking for something. She initially spoke in German but quickly switched to English at novel bin at. Good thing I understood English. Still, her face looked familiar. A face I'd seen in the game. However, in the game, her eyes were replaced with magical prosthetics, and she didn't have those metallic demon-like horns embedded in her temples. Without hesitation, I took a seat in front of the madam. A cocktail. Do you have Belphegor's diligence? Of course. First time here? Who told you about us? A friend recommended it. Hehe. Gentlemen are always welcome. With an elegant flourish, the madam mixed the cocktail and handed it to me. The drink was a faintly translucent blue. I downed it in one gulp, feeling a warm surge of energy ignite within my stomach. The madam watched me with a sly smile. You certainly know how to drink. I can't stand those people who just toy with their drinks. Isn't a cocktail meant to be savored slowly? It's up to the person who makes it. Well, you're not wrong. I slowly glanced around the bar. Besides me, there were only two other patrons, both old men. The two men weren't interested in me, quietly muttering to each other instead. The windows were dimly shaded, and most of the lights were off, leaving the interior dark and gloomy. Almost everything matched my memories except for one thing. Sigmund isn't here. The most secluded seat in the corner. Normally, a drunkard would be seated there, endlessly drinking. If you ordered Belphegor's diligence upon entering, he'd immediately ask you to buy him a drink too. In the game, befriending that drunkard and completing 3 specific tasks would allow you to inherit an advanced martial art technique. But it seemed I was off track from the very beginning. This is set a few years before the game's timeline, so things are a bit different. I calmly revisited my memories. What did the game's description of Sigmund's character say? Sigmund was once a promising guardian, both diligent and a devoted husband. But after a sudden tragedy claimed his wife, Sigmund fell into despair and turned to alcohol to drown his sorrows. Should you rehabilitate him and recruit him, Sigmund will become a formidable frontline fighter, pledging his loyalty to you. That was it. At this point in time, Sigmund hadn't yet lost his wife, which meant he had no reason to come here. How am I supposed to find him? This was a problem. The only thing I knew about Sigmund was that he always came to this bar. His home address? Of course, I didn't know that. Could I try asking around at the Guardian Alliance headquarters? That would be tough. The Guardians had such a high barrier to entry that you couldn't even step inside without proper credentials. If I were level 5, I could at least request a tour, but at level 4, I'd be turned away immediately. After racking my brain, I came up with one idea. Do you sell anything besides alcohol? Of course. What are you looking for? Drugs? I've got some top-notch stuff. Or maybe, this. The madam winked as she loosened the front of her dress, revealing a glimpse of pale skin. I pretended not to notice. I acknowledged that the madam was attractive, but I wasn't the type to be aroused by a woman with metallic horns sticking out of her temples. I'm looking for someone. Do you sell information? I sell information, and I sell unforgettable nights. I'm not interested. Cha. No fun. Well, fine. Who are you looking for? A drunkard. I mean, Sigmund Sigurdsson. A Nord, I take it? Judging by the lack of a surname. Exactly. Most likely a follower of Thor. He's a level 5 warrior class superhuman. Oh ho. In my original world, the Nordic region had splintered into various nations, but in this world, it retained much of its old identity. The reason was none other than Thor, a god still alive and well. The Thor cult was one of the 7 major religions, holding considerable influence, particularly in Europe and North America. The madam let out a seductive chuckle. I know who that is. Can you introduce me to him? I'll pay a referral fee. What's this talk of referral fees? He's my friend. Friend. Yes, we're connected through Jordis. Do you know her? They knew each other? Ah, that explained why Sigmund was a regular here in the game. First I've heard of her. She's Sigmund's wife. The two were so lovey-dovey. Sigh. The madam let out a long, heavy sigh. You've come at an unfortunate time. Jordis has been very ill lately. She's ill. Yes. Sigmund might refuse to see you because of it. As soon as she said it, I felt a deep sense of foreboding. This was that moment, the turning point in Sigmund's life when he fell from a superhuman into a hopeless drunkard. Whether by coincidence or design, I had landed at a pivotal moment in the fate of many characters. Almost as if someone had deliberately dropped me into this exact point in time. Could that really be the case? Setting the thought aside, I looked seriously at the madam. What about a priest? Surely they've brought her to the temple by now. Of course they have. Fellow priests have been in and out of Sigmund's house, trying everything they can to heal her. All of them failed. What's the illness? It's not an illness. If it were, they would have cured it ages ago. There were no illnesses that high-level priests couldn't heal. Except one, old age. Even ailments like dementia, strokes, and terminal cancer were treatable in this world. I remained silent for a moment, thinking. To my knowledge, Jordis was a superhuman herself and a member of the same Guardian faction as Sigmund. If that were true, there was only one plausible explanation. She must have encountered demons in the Grand Labyrinth. Wait a second, could it be? When demons came to mind, there was one specific debuff I associated with them. Is it a stigma? Yes, it is. You're familiar with it. A stigma. A debilitating curse caused by the remnants of divine power inflicting wounds upon the soul. Along with divine fever, it was one of the worst debuffs in Arcane Seoul. If your character got afflicted with it, it was often better to just delete the character entirely and start over. Most stigmas can be treated, can't they? Drinking nectar alone should be enough to recover. Oh, is it a demon lord level stigma? That would make things more complicated. The madam shook her head. It's a demon god level stigma. A demon god level. The Archbishop of the Thor cult and the Archbishop of the Gaia cult both tried to heal her, but even they couldn't. They said even the Pope himself might not be able to help. That made sense. Even though the demon gods were referred to as dead gods, they were still extraordinarily powerful beings. The wounds they inflicted on a soul were never trivial. But that only applied in the context of Arcane Seoul's main storyline. After the Episode 5, Gates of Hell update, there had been a revolution in demonology within the game. Among the new discoveries was a way to overcome even a demon god level stigma. As long as it's not from a high or supreme demon god. Sigmund was level 5, so Jordis must also be level 5. While that made them high-level superhumans in the outside world, they were still the lowest level within the Guardian Alliance. There was no way they could have ventured into the deeper parts of the Grand Labyrinth. In other words, the likelihood of encountering a high or supreme demon god was extremely slim. Do you know which demon god inflicted the stigma? I have some knowledge of demonology. If I know the name, there might be a way to help. Even the demonology professors at Arcane University gave up. And you're telling me you're an expert on demons? You don't look like a mage or a priest. It doesn't hurt to try. If it's a demon I don't know, I won't even bother seeking out Sigmund. Just tell me the name. Phew, fine. I guess it won't hurt. The madam hesitated for a long moment before finally speaking. It's Chimerus, the Black Abyss. Chimerus? Among the demon gods, Chimerus was categorized as a lesser demon god. Weak, relatively speaking still an 8th level being, and a catastrophe if it ever emerged from the Grand Labyrinth, but weaker compared to other demon gods. That's a relief. I spoke sincerely. I know how to overcome a stigma from Chimerus. What did you just say? You can cure the stigma, not cure overcome. After overcoming it, she'll need to rest for a long time and perform rituals. But once a high-level priest intervenes, full recovery should be possible. Are you serious? You're not lying, are you? Why would I lie about something like this? Lying about a person's life would just get me stabbed, wouldn't it? The madam narrowed her eyes. I could see a strange light swirling in her pupils. She was likely using some sort of detection trait. Was I really that untrustworthy? After a long pause, the madam relaxed her gaze. You're telling the truth. A way to overcome a stigma? It's hard to believe. I don't know everything. I only know a few, including Chimerus. It's pure luck that it turned out to be a stigma from Chimerus. Thor has blessed us. Thank you, Lord Thor. So she was a follower of Thor? The madam muttered a quick prayer on the spot, then suddenly stood up and grabbed my hand. There's no time. Let's go right now. Shouldn't you at least let someone know before you leave? It's fine. Once Sigmund understands the situation, he'll welcome you with open arms. Let's hurry. She really seemed to be in a rush. The madam didn't even bother to lock up her bar before sprinting toward the parking lot. Sigmund's house wasn't far from the bar. A distance that would take about 15 minutes at a decent jog was covered in just 5 minutes, thanks to the madam practically flying down the road with starlight trailing from her eyes. It felt like one of those over-the-top tales you'd hear about taxi drivers in Busan. Sigmund? Come out here, now. Beep 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 beep. The madam quickly deactivated the door lock. They were clearly closed. She even knew the password, and her fingerprint and magic pattern were registered in the system. As the climate-altering magic circle in the front yard activated, the starflower trees planted there shimmered briefly. Tiny fairies hiding among the branches scattered with startled cries as a man emerged from the house. Borghild? What's going on? Listen, this man says he knows how to cure Jordis. What? Did you bring another con artist here? Forget it. Tell him to get lost. This time, it's real. I can feel it. He even passed my truth-seer eyes. That thing? Even self-hypnosis can fool it. I said this time it's real. The man scanned me from head to toe before letting out a long sigh. A superhuman, huh? What should I call you? Warrior Kim. Just call me Kim. All right, Mr. Kim. Ever since my wife was struck by the stigma, she and I have endured endless days of suffering. I've tried everything to heal her. I gave her nectar, and I even took her all the way to Asgard to receive the Pope's blessing. You met the Pope in person. Yes. But even His Holiness could not cure the stigma. He told me that although the demon god who inflicted it may be fallen, its power is on par with Thor's, making the stigma impossible to treat. He said things would be different if I could meet Thor in person, but as you know, one must be at least level 7 to stand before a god. And then, His Holiness said something else. The man's face twisted in anguish. It was the face of someone barely holding back tears of blood. That there is no way, that I should cherish the good memories we still have. I see. I know you mean well by coming here. I understand your intentions. But, even so, his voice was heavy, weighted like lead. Please stop tormenting us and leave. Sigmund. The madam's face crumpled, on the verge of tears. Sigmund turned his back on us. His shoulders slumped, defeated. It was the back of a man broken by the world, resigned to despair. I'd seen that back before on myself. But there was one critical difference between his situation and mine. I was here in his world. And I knew the perfect solution. Labyrinth City Part 2. After a prolonged argument, I finally managed to get inside. If I had come here alone, I probably would have been sent away without so much as a conversation. The only reason I got in smoothly was entirely thanks to the madam. Jordis. The basement. A coffin-like containment surrounded by layer upon layer of magic circles. Inside lay a woman. Her skin was a translucent, bluish-white, making her muscles, veins, and nerves starkly visible. Even now, a strange black radiance slithered through her nervous and circulatory systems like a snake. She was undergoing a live transformation into one of demon god Chimera's servants. But the transformation wasn't the end. The ultimate result of a stigma was far worse. The victim would dissolve into a mass of pure mana, neither human, demon, nor a mutated hybrid. Not even ashes would remain. Sigmund spoke with an expression of utter emptiness. The Archbishop told us not to enter here unless absolutely necessary. It's the only way to keep the seal intact for as long as possible. This time, there will be good results. I hope so. But if this turns out to be another scam like the last time, I don't know what I'll do. His eyes sparked with lightning. A classic Nord man. It was fascinating how someone so deeply family-oriented could so quickly transform into a berserker or a Viking when enraged. I took a few steps toward Jordis, careful not to step on the magic circle. But I carried myself with confidence. Let me make one thing clear first. The mana coursing through her circuits. I inspected the occasional magical symbols flickering to the surface and spoke. A stigma isn't something you cure or purify. You overcome it. Now that I think about it, that's what you said earlier. Is there a difference? Yes. Consider divine fever it's something you overcome, not purify. You must have heard that before. Well, yes, but... Both the madam and Sigmund looked at me in confusion. It was only natural they weren't expecting me to bring up divine fever out of the blue. The reason I mentioned divine fever was simple. A stigma, at its core, is essentially the same thing. Divine fever is caused by a god's power being infused into a person, stimulating their nervous system and forcibly inducting them into the faith. A stigma is a leftover divine presence that mutates the body after a demonic attack. When you look at it broadly, they're fundamentally similar. The difference lies in whether or not it can be controlled. No one, neither mortals nor the demon gods who left these stigmas behind, can control them. After all, a stigma is the result of a fallen, deranged being that has completely lost its sanity. Do you know how to overcome divine fever? In theory, I've heard it can be overcome by either awakening as a superhuman or leveling up. A stigma can't be overcome through those methods. The Archbishop must have told you something similar. I heard there have been attempts in the past feeding the victim nectar, conducting large-scale rituals to infuse Thor's divine power. None of it worked. That's true. The Archbishop said as much. Those methods failed. That's because, despite their similarities, divine fever and stigmas are fundamentally different. They're similar but not the same. Divine fever must be something that can be overcome. If not, it would directly violate the terms of the Westphalian Covenant of Divine Annihilation. After all, the gods accepted the covenant and vowed on their very existence to uphold it. While loopholes and workarounds were possible, outright rejection of the covenant was not. If divine fever is a trial, then a stigma is an evolution. An evolution. Yes. It's not an exaggeration to call it an ascension. Similar to how Thor or Gaia might artificially raise a favored human hero to the rank of angel, or how a level 9 celestial ascends to level 10 and becomes a god. You make it sound like a stigma is a good thing. It was a good thing. If the gods hadn't fallen and turned into demon gods, that is. Now, instead of ascending into a spiritual being, the process is twisted and corrupted, turning the victim into pure mana and ultimately killing them. I feel like I've heard something like that before. Now came the important part. I raised my right hand. Mana flared out, radiating in a dazzling display, but I suddenly clenched my fist and extinguished the light. Therefore, it's necessary to degrade and weaken this power, forcing it to descend to this physical world. Forcing it to descend to the physical world. Yes. From a magical perspective, it's akin to a fall to a lower dimension. From our perspective, it's about stabilizing it in the material realm. Stabilizing it in the material realm. Sigmund's eyes began to glimmer. He was starting to think it made sense. I let out a small sigh internally. Ugh, this is exhausting to explain. If only it were as simple as making a potion and feeding it to her. But because this process required a ritual that bordered on a curse, it took this much effort to explain. If I'd started by describing the ritual itself, they'd have thought I was here to curse her, not help her. The ritual method is somewhat unusual. It's closer to a curse than a blessing or a treatment. A curse. What exactly does the ritual entail? First, you'll need to draw an inverted pentagram using demon blood. It doesn't matter if it's from a low rank or the weakest demon. Next, place candles at the pentagram's points, made from the hair of an abyssal creature, and light them with dark elemental flames. Position the victim at the center of the pentagram, ensuring they don't overlap with the lines. Then, sprinkle finely ground world steel over the victim and prepare a resurrection elixir using chimerous blood as the main ingredient. Once the ritual begins, the victim will begin transforming into a demon. At the final moment, drive an incorporeal demon-slaying stake into their heart, and the process will be complete. Demon blood, abyssal creature hair, dark element flames, and a resurrection elixir made with the blood of a demon god? It was practically a ritual to invite someone to become a full demon. Sigmund twisted his lips in doubt. Are you serious? Are you saying such a ritual is truly necessary? Absolutely. Let me be clear, if we follow this process, your wife will surely recover. Ha. Borghild, is this really the right thing to do? He's telling the truth. My eyes can see the truth, and he's genuine. Ha. Sigmund shook his head with a mixture of disbelief and hesitation. I can't just go ahead with this blindly. I'll need to consult others first. Go ahead. If possible, you could even try infecting a test animal with the stigma for experimentation. I'll be waiting. All right. You seem confident, don't you? First, I'll verify your claims. It looked like I'd have to wait a few days. Perhaps even a few weeks. That's fine. Labyrinth City is practically a haven for high-level superhumans. Since I'm here, I might as well stay for a month, learn a few new traits, and make the most of my time. I was just about to wrap things up and leave when, doom, the sound of a drum echoed. Doom doom, not just once, but multiple times. It was a low, eerie sound, like a heartbeat pounding deep within. It resonated not through the air or the eardrums, but directly into the brain, shaking me to the core. Could it be? I swallowed hard and turned to look at the white coffin. Doom, the woman inside was emitting light. A grim, murky black light radiated from her, starting at her heart and spreading throughout her body. It pulsated like a dark drumbeat, warping the world around it and twisting her very soul. Profoundly wicked yet eerily noble, the light surged outward, shaking the room with a deep, resonating cadence. Doom, doom, doom. The dark pulsations were intensifying. The meaning was clear. Sigmund and the madam's faces turned pale as ash. Jordis. And no, it can't be. The stigma was reaching its final stage. Within an hour, the stigma would consume her body and soul, leaving nothing behind but a meaningless dispersion of mana. Verification of the ritual? There was no time for that. Every second counted. Madam, get demon blood, abyssal creature hair candles, world steel powder, and an incorporeal demon-slaying stake. Quickly. Why yes, right away. Sigmund, you need to get chimerous blood. How am I supposed to? If you don't get it within 10 minutes, your wife will die. Using chimerous blood wasn't as simple as just obtaining it. It had to be used as the main ingredient to craft a resurrection elixir. Sigmund gulped, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. His eyes darted around in panic, clearly trying to figure out where he could possibly find chimerous blood. I, on the other hand, got to work. Extending my hands forward, I unleashed my mana. Einherjar cultivation technique, mana soul focus. Mana amplification, mana concentration, mana stabilization. An overwhelming torrent of mana erupted from me. Even if I had claimed to be a mage instead of a level 4 warrior, they would have believed me. The mana was perfectly controlled, as sharp as a blade, and seamlessly integrated into the magic circle. It wasn't just entering the circle, it was adapting to it, as if my mana had always been meant for it. The magic circle flared with light, sparking like a bolt of lightning. It worked. A powerful divine force rose up, suppressing Jordis. The black light spreading across her skin noticeably dimmed. It was a level of suppression that would have required multiple priests from the Thor cult injecting their divine power to even come close. This mana. Sigmund looked at me, a flicker of realization in his eyes. We don't have time. Hurry. Yes, yes. Sigmund and the madam bolted from the room, practically tripping over themselves. I remained calm, keeping my eyes fixed on the woman in the white coffin. Could they make it back in time? The elixir had to be crafted as well. I could extend the time from 1 hour to 2, but no longer than that. 2 hours. All I could do was hope Sigmund and the madam didn't mess up. Jordis? Jordis? I'm here. Just hold on a little longer. Grimhild? Hurry, get over here. I'm coming. Had they called for reinforcements on their way out? A group of superhumans burst into the room, nearly tearing the door off its hinges. All of them were at least level 5 superhumans. Among them, a radiant woman with shining silver hair strode toward me quickly. She hesitated for a moment when she saw me pouring mana into the magic circle, but then she nodded in acknowledgement. I'll take it from here. You're not a priest, are you? A mage, perhaps? Your mana is remarkably pure and powerful. Thank you. The woman spread her arms wide. Lightning-like divine power rained down on the magic circle like a bombardment. The magic circle reacted even more intensely than it had with my mana, flaring violently in response. Of course it did. She was a level 5 priest class superhuman, likely a member of the Thor cult judging by the nature of her divine power. Where should I put this? A towering giant, nearly 250 centimeters tall, approached me with an alchemy station slung over one shoulder. Wait, was that an entire alchemy setup? A few basic tools would have sufficed? I pointed to a corner of the basement. Over there. And as for the materials, demon blood? The demon blood is here? What do I need to draw with it? A small, wiry man barely 120 centimeters tall dashed over, holding a magical tumbler filled with demon blood. Draw an inverted pentagram. Make it as large as possible so that she can fit inside. Got it? Leave it to me. Locuson, hand that over to me and go fetch the other materials. On it? I'm going. The materials started pouring in. With people barging in almost every 5 seconds, my head was spinning. I forced myself to stay focused and began crafting the resurrection elixir. Alchemy crafting modification. Sixth sense insight focus. I activated every trait that could help. I started by refining the ingredients for the elixir and boiling water. Adding regeneration herbs, healing fruits, and branches from the tree of healing produced a sweet, fragrant aroma. Pouring in a high-grade healing potion completed the base formula. Now, it was time to add the main ingredient. Chimerous blood, incoming. The dwarf-like man named Locuson zipped back in like the wind, handing me a tumbler. I poured the black blood into the mixture. Glurp. The once golden, syrupy liquid immediately turned black and viscous. A foul, acrid smoke rose from the pot, curling toward me menacingly. I ignored the dwarf's shout and calmly stood my ground, letting the noxious smoke wash over me. Equipped with indomitable and magic resistance, I was completely unaffected. With just contamination resistance and dark resistance, one could endure this for a while, but with these high-tier traits equipped, I could withstand it for hours without issue. Wow, mister, you're definitely not normal. The dwarf marveled at me, staring in amazement. I ignored him and focused on the elixir-making process. Into the grotesque, hellish concoction, I added dark mint, musk from a night deer, and myrrh from the shadow dimension, one by one. All three were aromatic agents. As soon as they were added, they evaporated, releasing a scent so penetrating that it stabbed into the nasal passages like a blade. Ugh, what's that smell? Bleg. The fusion of the demon god's blood with the other ingredients created a bizarrely rancid and nauseating stench. It wasn't quite on the level of surströmming, but it was a smell that seemed to gnaw at your very soul, compelling you to flee from it immediately. Finally, I proceeded with the last step. Black flame. The purest dark element flame would have been ideal, but this was still more than sufficient. I spread my palm and released the black flame. The jet black fire engulfed the bubbling liquid in the cauldron, reducing it drastically until only a small amount remained, barely the volume of a pinky finger. A sticky, viscous liquid, as thick as tar. In game terms, the elixir would have been labeled something like this. Chimerous blood-stained elixir. It wasn't a bad elixir, all things considered. Drinking it would temporarily transform the user into a demon, granting immense power for a short time. The problem was the side effects: intense berserker-like rage, but at least it didn't result in death at novel bin at. Are we ready? Is everything prepared? Yes? We can start right away. Let's begin, then. Sigmund and the madam had returned. A few of the gathered superhumans used telekinesis to lift Jordis and place her on the magic circle. As soon as she left Thor's suppression field, her body convulsed violently. Kawung? She was nearly at her limit. The black radiance shot upward, rippling through the air. We had mere minutes left. I urgently gestured towards Sigmund. Scatter the metal powder? Quickly. Yes, right away. Sigmund scattered the world steel powder generously, as if building a mound of sand. Meanwhile, the madam stood at the edge of the inverted pentagram, holding a bizarre-looking handgun. Shall I light it? I'll do it myself. The black flame, being the highest tier of dark elemental fire, was perfect for the job. With a simple flick of my finger, the jet black flames leapt forward, igniting the abyssal hair candles at the 5 points of the pentagram. The flames sent up formless smoke, and the air grew noticeably heavier. The world steel began reacting to the change. It blackened, assimilating the abyssal attributes. The demon blood infused into the circle began distorting the space within, transforming it into something unnatural, as if it no longer belonged to this dimension. Is this going to be okay? Quiet. Someone voiced their concern, only to be quickly hushed by another. Even the silver-haired priestess of the Thor cult stood silently. The die had already been cast. There was no turning back now. I calmly observed the changes in the space. Only after the demon blood had fully transformed and the area was completely saturated with abyssal energy did I make my move. I fed the completed elixir to the woman lying in the circle. Doom? The light flared violently, pulsating with intensity. At the peak of the pulsation, the woman began transforming into a demon instead of evaporating. Her skin turned pitch black. Her hair vanished in an instant. Horns sprouted from her head, and massive demon wings unfurled dramatically. Now, this was the moment I had been waiting for. I drove the incorporeal demon-slaying stake directly into her heart. Gah! The woman's body convulsed once, violently. And then, it was over. The mutated form she had been transforming into reverted instantly, restoring her original appearance. She now lay as if in peaceful sleep, her eyes closed. Jordis. Sigmund, trembling, moved forward. He knelt in front of her, checking her breathing and her heartbeat. Ugh, huh. The woman's eyes fluttered open naturally. Clear, vivid blue eyes free of corruption or emptiness gazed directly at Sigmund. Honey, what's wrong? Did something happen? She asked innocently, as if nothing had occurred. Darling, Sigmund cried out, his voice breaking as he burst into tears. With a face overflowing with joy, he clung to his wife like a man reunited with a miracle.